with steam gears grinding the remnants of ancient gods and demonic whispers awakening the consciousness of civilization. Donald exists amid the cacophony of machinery and the murmurs of malevolent deities, not purely a hero, nor entirely a demon, but rather a contradiction seeking self-worth in the torrent of time. The most opportune moment for performing the exorcism is during the night of the moon's ascent, or at dusk when the sun has just set at the instant the last ray of sunlight vanishes. The vile creatures rejoice in their newfound freedom. Their mood significantly influences the efficacy of the ritual. The location for this rite, due to the nature of the incantation, is ill-suited for domestic settings. It is preferable to choose desolate forests, open fields, or abandoned factories. For the 13 days preceding the ritual, one must abstain from washing with water, ensuring to remain filthy in proximity to the foul demons, fostering a repugnant kinship. The use of decaying animal carcasses during the ritual serves this purpose, emitting an odor repulsive to humans, yet delightful to demons. In the week leading up to the incantation, the consumption of garlic is strictly forbidden, while its scent may be universally unappealing. It is particularly loathed by demons. Once preparations are complete, the invocation may commence. On the night of the ritual, a magical circle must be laid out at the designated location, the type of which varies according to the entity the summoner wishes to call forth. The notebook lies in one of the few clean spots in this area, surrounded by heaps of refuse, decomposing food remnants, and shattered household items, with the stench of vomit permeating the air. This is the city's sewer system, arguably the filthiest place in the entire metropolis. The pages of the open notebook are somewhat disheveled. The left side contains partially obscured text, while the right features a rudimentary drawing of the ritual circle, sketched in pencil with evident corrections. To the left of the notes lies a circle of decayed lizards and rat corpses, perfectly mirroring the depiction in the notebook. It is undeniable that someone is conducting an exorcism in this squalid locale. Has he succeeded? That inquiry must be directed to the young man seated beside the ritual circle. Su Chi-Yun's gaze lacks focus. Should anyone glimpse his current mental or spiritual state, it would resemble a box of shattered pigments swirling in water, merging chaotically into a new hue in an irreversible process. This transformation incurs little pain. Su Chi-Yun would prefer suffering, for it affirms his existence. Dizziness and nausea compel him to purge the contents of his stomach. Yet, judging by the nearby puddle of still warm vomit, it appears he has little left to expel. As the sensation of vertigo gradually wanes, fragmented memories begin to surface. Donald Grant, 23 years of age, born in 1796 in the city of Puston, North Hart County, Empire of Ryan, a recent graduate of the Department of Religion at Godot University. The father was the proprietor of a small grocery store in the city of Puston, perishing in the grocery fire of the year 1815 of the imperial calendar. The mother, a worker in a modest workshop, met the same fate in the same inferno. Thus, the memories come to a halt. Su Chi-Yun found himself bewildered. Why was there so little recollection? Did the original soul of this body suffer from amnesia? It seemed implausible after all. He was a university student, and if there were any issues with his mind, how could he possibly have acquired such knowledge and graduated from the university? All the knowledge he had gleaned during his studies had suddenly evaporated from his mind, leaving not a single trace of his understanding of religious studies. It felt as though some entity had forcibly severed and extracted the memories of his life, leaving only deeply ingrained impressions, such as those of his parents and the language he had learned since childhood. Beyond that, nothing remained. Before Su Chi-Yun could lament, the sensation of dizziness dissipated, and new memories began to surface in his mind, accompanied by a sharp, needle-like pain and a searing heat, as if someone had opened his skull and poured scalding water inside, the boiling sensation radiating throughout his body. This was not the memory of Donald. The scene before him began to blur, but his gaze suddenly sharpened, focusing on the arcane symbols inscribed with the blood of some unknown creature, centered around a hexagram piled high with decaying animal corpses, while the outer layer formed a blood-red ring etched with various esoteric symbols. In the next moment, the clarity of the scene sharpened, akin to adjusting the lenses of a pair of glasses, until he could perceive everything distinctly. And then he deciphered the symbols. Sacrifice, offering, descent, soul. Wait, what language is this? Covering his mouth in astonishment, Donald stared at the array before him. The symbols and marks did not belong to the native tongue of his mind. Given the loss of all his knowledge of religious studies, this was not something he should be able to comprehend. Offering. This language and its articulation did not belong to his original soul or to Donald, but to a more obscure and inscrutable knowledge. Calm down. Stay composed. Eating grapes without spitting out the skins. Not eating grapes, yet spitting out the skins. Eating grapes. In an effort to steady his mind, Donald resorted to tongue twisters to clear his thoughts, alternating between three languages. This was a habit ingrained from his past life as a member of a debate team, and the effect was somewhat beneficial. I have traversed to this place, which appears to be a sewer. Before me lies an array. I can comprehend a demon-summoning array, intended for invoking malevolent entities. The original soul must have been a cult member, but I am an atheist. Could it be that Donald's summoning has drawn my soul here? For now, I shall not dwell on this matter. It is of little significance. The crucial question now lies in what to do next. To survive or to perish, this is indeed a dilemma. In a former life, it is likely that I perished in a mountain flood. This rebirth may be a divine opportunity. It would be a shame to squander it. Donald sought to gather his thoughts, a seemingly simple endeavor that proved difficult in such a tumultuous moment. Regardless, the most meaningful pursuit in this life is to live well. Whether I have traversed time or not, it is certainly preferable to an untimely demise. In this wretched moment, he could only resort to the mental victory of finding solace amidst suffering. For to be alive is a blessing. He needed to escape this dreadful place. He could not possibly linger in a sewer overnight. Bending down, he retrieved the notebook and the candles illuminating the surrounding magic circle. These were his belongings. His gaze shifted to the demon-slaying ritual array nearby, a remnant of his previous existence, something he would never have encountered again. The familiarity and fondness washed over him. As these conflicting emotions surged in his mind, Donald suddenly shivered. Why did he feel an affinity for the decayed corpses? What manner of individual was the original owner of this body? Was this the sentiment one ought to possess as a human? Yet, he quickly discerned that his emotions were directed not towards the rotting bodies, but rather towards a dark red orb nestled among them. So many bizarre occurrences had transpired, and his hands seemed to act of their own accord. But so be it, as long as they did not retaliate against him. Regardless of who you were before, at this moment, I am myself. Though I bear your name, I harbor no fondness for cults, and thus, your demon-slaying ritual array cannot remain. The former Donald Grant had chosen this location for the ritual, not only for its seclusion, but also to evade the notice of others, implying that such actions were equally unacceptable in this world. Now, the current Donald Grant aspired to live well, naturally keeping a respectful distance from such cultish entities. Unsure of how to proceed, he could only stumble forward, the stench and the occasional scurrying of rats further deepening his despondency. He donned a pair of brown leather shoes, dark brown trousers, and beneath a brown waistcoat, a white shirt. Overall, he wore a gray cloak. Having searched all his pockets, he retrieved a small set of keys and a copper pocket watch from the left pocket, the time indicating it was 6:30 in the evening. The right pocket contained a handful of coins, 1 shilling and 5 pence, which he calculated to be approximately 150 currency units in his mind. In the dim alley, 2 unfamiliar faces loomed over him. Donald's gaze lingered on their attire for a moment before he noticed the cold gleam of short daggers in their hands under the moonlight. "My apologies for the intrusion," he murmured, reaching for the nearby manhole cover. "Great Shadow King, we are immensely grateful for your favor," the 2 thugs remarked, eyeing the unsuspecting lamb that had wandered into their midst, paying homage to the god of thieves. Chapter 2: The emergence of abilities. Draped in black suspenders and adorned with 2 straps resting on the shoulders of a light yellow shirt, a young man donned a rounded brown hat. Both individuals bore the marks of their status, evident in the grime on their faces and clothing, indicating they lingered somewhere between the lower and middle echelons of society. They appeared to be lying in wait for prey on the bustling street outside, oblivious to the potential threat emerging from the manhole behind them. Suddenly, one was forced into a corner of the alley by a short blade, the dark gray stones beneath them faintly exuding the scent of coal. In a state of heightened anxiety, Donald's gaze darted between the 2 figures. A momentary lapse in consciousness seized him, lasting roughly 3 seconds, as his vision was veiled by a delicate crimson haze. "Good sirs, I harbor no desire for conflict with you," he implored, noticing the gray mist emanating from their forms. "Do you not intend to rectify that?" In his intense trepidation, he failed to recognize that the issue lay within himself. Gray mist. Mike, could this man be a deranged vagrant? The young thieves exchanged glances. The one on the left murmured, his confidence wavering. "This is a ruse. Observe his polished shoes and the waistcoat beneath his cloak. This attire does not belong to the lower classes. I wager he hails from a respectable family and possesses wealth. If we eliminate him, our financial woes may dissipate in the days to come." To them, crime seemed but a trivial affair. In this era, murder was hardly a daunting task. Yet, Donald's focus was evidently misaligned with reality. He swore he saw a gray mist swirling above their heads, and as they advanced with their knives, faint crimson tendrils began to weave through the fog. "Now," Mike's voice rumbled like thunder, a low command that sent a chill coursing through Donald's veins, raising goosebumps upon his skin. This alley was a dead end. There was no escape. Would he have to face his demise here, having barely crossed into this realm? Wait. No. The knife's tip hovered perilously close to his chest, mere centimeters away, as a surge of hot blood, or perhaps something else, flooded his mind. Donald extended his hand, shouting vehemently, "Stop!" The blade halted midair. The two thieves felt as though their hands, gripping the knives, had been ensnared before them. Unable to advance even a fraction, Mike locked eyes with Donald, and in that moment, he glimpsed a profound terror. What ghastly eyes they were! The depths of his pupils were dark and mysterious, yet the irises glowed with a deep crimson luminescence. Under the weight of that gaze, fear surged uncontrollably within Mike, a primal instinct urging him to flee, to distance himself as far as possible. A grotesque blend of horror and dread contorted his features, and without hesitation, he discarded his weapon, fleeing the alley with his companion in tow, coughing and spluttering. A series of indistinct lamentations escaped from Donald's throat as he watched the two assailants depart. A profound sense of exhaustion radiated from every part of his body, rendering him utterly limp upon the ground, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. In mere moments, he felt his back and armpits drenched. Demonic minions, heretics? What could this possibly mean? And why did they flee? The knife just moments ago, what manner of world was this? Though Donald himself could not witness the transformation of his body, he sensed, albeit faintly, something amiss from the words of the assailants. Leaning against the wall, trembling with fear, his thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Donald Grant was an ordinary man. At least he once was. Otherwise, his memories would surely contain such remarkable events, as they were undeniably unforgettable. Where, then, did the power that immobilized the two assailants originate? Piecing together the fragments of dialogue and the demonic summoning circle he had glimpsed in the sewers, a pallor washed over Donald's face. That was indeed a circle for summoning demons. The fiendish images he had encountered in his previous life may have been coldly handsome and supremely refined, yet those were mere fabrications. Based solely on the locale and conditions of the summoning ritual, Donald could ascertain that the demons in this world, as embodiments of humanity's darkest desires, were undoubtedly terrifying beings. The ritual, had it succeeded? No, that was incorrect. The circle was evidently cough. The success of the ritual implied the actual emergence of a demon, even if he had not witnessed it firsthand. Yet, if his memory served him correctly, the symbols inscribed within the blood circle had not mentioned any bestowal of power, but rather spoke of sacrifice. Panic surged within him, manifesting as another fit of violent coughing. After all, Donald had been an ordinary man in his previous existence, suddenly thrust into such extraordinary circumstances without any reference or knowledge to guide him. A lack of information should not lead to self-induced terror. The situation was not dire to such an extent. Baseless speculation would only exacerbate matters. Blindly hypothesizing about situations unsupported by adequate information would undoubtedly invite trouble in the current predicament. Supporting himself with one hand against the wall, he stepped into the alleyway. The street beneath his feet was paved with brown, gray, and pale red stones, narrow enough for 2 lanes of traffic, cloaked in a layer of dust. The cobblestones were not perfectly even, yet they remained relatively tidy. Street lamps flickered on either side, their dark poles crowned with rudimentary glass shades. Upon closer inspection, one would discern these were primitive oil lamps, requiring manual ignition with a torch. It appeared the time for lighting them had long since passed, as the dim glow within the shades served as ample testament. This was the first time Donald observed the architecture of this world in detail. The buildings boasted an Italianate style, featuring flat roofs, eaves that jutted out, and protruding windowsills suspended in midair. connected by sky bridges linking the edifices on either side of the street, artistry and civilization interwoven within. Certainly, this is but a fragment. Similar Gothic spires and arch domes exist in the vicinity, contributing to an overall architectural style that is remarkably free. Why squander precious moments observing the surroundings? Because Donald Grant suddenly realized he was utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of his own home. What a predicament! At that moment, seeking a passerby became imperative. So Donald resolutely continued down the street. As the clock chimed, it was evident that this hour could hardly be deemed a time for respite in any realm. And soon enough, he encountered the first pedestrian, a middle-aged man clad in a loose-fitting shirt, a cloth bag slung over his shoulder. "Excuse me. Could you direct me to the nearest police station?" Donald inquired. He noticed the man's gaze lingered on him in surprise, particularly fixating on his cloak. Before he instinctively took 2 steps back. "On Melanson Street. Proceed straight ahead. At the corner, approximately 50 meters forward, there's a signpost. It's about 2 blocks from here." "Oh, your scent is rather. Pardon me, I must be on my way. Melanson Street." Repeating the name, Donald hastily removed his cloak. And upon glimpsing the sticky substance tainting its back, he promptly discarded it into a nearby trash bin, significantly alleviating the peculiar odors surrounding him. Continuing along the street, he soon spotted the signpost indicated by the passerby, 5 wooden signs bearing the words Preston City Police Station outlined in black ink. Turning right at the intersection and crossing a bridge above a flowing river, the serene tranquility of Preston City enveloped him under the cloak of night. At least from the bridge, it appeared so. "Grant, is that you?" a voice called nearby. Following the sound, he turned towards a street lamp some 10 meters away. His gaze first fell upon a pair of women's ankle boots, then a simple beige dress that enveloped her neck and elbows, concealing her entirely. The girl before him possessed a porcelain complexion, her features exquisitely harmonious, and her deep blue eyes shimmered with a soft luminescence in the pale yellow light. If there was anything remarkable about her, it was her finely arched eyebrows that lent an inexplicable air of strength and competence to what should have been a delicate and charming visage. Donald responded. Falling silent, his brow furrowed in evident distress, not solely due to her apparent aloofness in addressing him, perhaps stimulated by external factors. Fragmented words and emotions began to swirl in his mind. Wife. Disgust. Chapter 3, The Couple on the Bridge in the Southern District of Preston City. Donald encountered his wife. The reunion of a lost soul with a loved one is a scene of pure beauty. Embraces, kisses, and heartfelt confessions. Such moments are almost predictable. Yet, the reality was starkly different, as both parties maintained a profound reticence, even more so than that of strangers meeting for the first time. Donald's restraint stemmed from a burgeoning aversion to the woman before him, coupled with his utter ignorance of the circumstances surrounding their encounter. He hesitated to speak, fearful that a single word might betray his dissonance. As for the girl, she appeared to be in her early 20s, her demeanor composed and tranquil. Yet, what warranted her almost defensive disposition? After a silence that stretched for nearly 2 minutes, Donald began to grasp that there must be some significant history or conflict between his former self and this girl, making it all the more challenging for him to break the silence. What a predicament! What should he say? Should he inquire if she had eaten? Or confess that he had fallen and hit his head, resulting in his amnesia? Instinctively, Donald recognized that such admissions would lead to disastrous consequences, and wisely chose to remain mute. He was confident in his patience. After a while, it was the girl who finally spoke, though her words carried considerable weight. "Who is Freddie? What is your relationship with him? Why do you feel the need to tell me that you will see him less often?" The tone she employed was one of reluctant concession. Aside from a non-committal Donald found himself at a loss for words. He resolved to conceal his thoughts regarding the unfamiliar matters at hand, not allowing her to seize an opportunity that could expose his ignorance and lead to suspicion or misunderstanding. The girl did not elaborate further, and Donald Grant's silence left her perplexed. The quarrel they had engaged in merely days prior had been quite intense, however. She soon felt a sense of relief upon observing the disheveled state of the man before her and the faint, unpleasant odor that lingered around him, clearly indicating that he had come to realize the drawbacks of running away from home. Conversely, this could be seen as a positive development. With someone to guide him, Donald felt a sense of relief. At least he would not have to search for the police station or endure the embarrassment of explaining why he was unaware of his own home's location. The pressing question remained, what had transpired between this girl and his former self? From the feedback within his recollections, it was evident that they were married. There existed a significant discord between them, one grave enough to compel Donald to flee from home. No, in her eyes, His departure was likely a preparation for a ritual of exorcism. Could this have been a premeditated argument? Alternatively, perhaps the dispute had provoked Donald to the extent that he would risk making a deal with a demon to attain something he desired. 233 Iris Flower Street. Before him stood a quaint two-story building, crowned with a flat roof and adorned with a modest balcony. The structure was a harmonious blend of brown and red bricks, while the protruding window sills of the second floor boasted an array of potted plants. The entrance was framed by a door carved from rich mahogany, upon which hung a nameplate. Flanking the main entrance were other houses, all exhibiting a similar architectural design, suggesting a residential enclave. Upon entering, the interior revealed a pristine and orderly arrangement, featuring an umbrella stand, a shoe cabinet, and a corridor. At the end of the hallway lay the kitchen, with the living room to the right and a staircase ascending to the left. "Grant, I wish to cease our disputes. Here is your allowance for this month, 10 shillings. An increase of 1 shilling compared to before. This will be the last time I provide you with financial support. You have been graduated from university for nearly 6 months now. It is time for you to seek employment. If I recall correctly, you studied religious studies? You might consider applying for clerical work at a church, or perhaps." The statement trailed off, underscoring the necessity for him to take responsibility for himself. As the pouch of money was handed over, Donald instinctively accepted it, the motion feeling almost automatic. The formulaic tone of the exchange sent a chill through him, as if a boss were dispensing wages to a worker. The girl's gaze towards him was imbued with unmasked detachment and disdain, which he could not help but notice. In truth, he felt a deep-seated contempt for himself upon realizing that, despite having graduated 6 months prior, he still found himself in the position of soliciting money from a girl of similar age. The bedroom was presumably upstairs. Yet as the girl made her way to the living room, Donald chose not to follow. Instead, he ascended the staircase alone, seeking to gather his thoughts and comprehend his current circumstances. Engaging in conversation or expressing opinions at this juncture felt decidedly inappropriate. The strained dynamic between the couple served as an unexpected buffer. However, midway up the stairs, Donald's gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl resting on the living room sofa. A sudden realization struck him, one he had previously overlooked. He recalled that his parents had perished in a grocery store fire 4 years prior, and his marriage to the girl must have occurred within recent years, given their youth. Logically, she was now his family, indeed, his only remaining kin. Shouldn't the rediscovery of a loved one be cherished, even amidst irreconcilable differences or animosity? Such sentiments ought to deepen one's memories, should they not? Why then were his impressions so obscured? Even upon seeing her, his mind was flooded with a meager vocabulary and emotions so barren that could only be described as desolate. His palm tightened, gripping the handrail as he sensed an unsettling incongruity, yet he was unable to seize the fleeting insight. Gently massaging his temples, he continued his ascent, finally reaching the second floor. Another corridor stretched before him, with 3 rooms in total. Donald pressed his lips together, retrieving the keychain from his pocket, which held 3 keys. One belonged to the main door, identical to the one in his wife's possession. Thus, one of the remaining 2 keys must surely unlock the bedroom. He prepared to attempt to open the door, but it proved unnecessary, as he merely approached the first door and beheld the nameplate above it. Donald Grant stepped back slightly, directing his gaze towards the adjacent room, and as expected, there was another nameplate. Infinita Alfred, such was the name of the girl. Donald mused silently. They were separated, and it was quite possible they had never cohabited. The sound of water splashing echoed softly, merely during bath time. In the upper left corner of the washroom, a mechanical water meter of a dark brown material displayed a dial with gears visible inside. Observing the numbers fluctuate, Donald timely turned off the water flow and stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. His complexion was fair, with light golden hair parted at the center, contrasting with his wife's emerald green eyes. He possessed a prominent nose and thin lips, giving his facial features a profound and three-dimensional quality. Were he to shave off the stubble on his chin, he could, in the words of a former life, easily earn a living based on his looks. This is who I am now. Staring into the mirror, Donald acclimated to his present state, yet the disorienting sensation he had experienced in the alley resurfaced. He closed his eyes, then opened them. In an instant, his reflection appeared ghostly pale, the whites of his eyes turned jet black, and his green irises gradually tinged with crimson. "No," he roared, slamming his fist against the mirror, mindful of the presence of others downstairs, thus deliberately suppressing his voice and restraining his strength. In the next moment, his reflection returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Naked, having just bathed, Donald circled the mirror, his bare form on full display. Should anyone have been present, the label of pervert would surely apply. He had watched numerous films in his previous life, and regardless of their authenticity, individuals possessed by demons or who had made pacts often bore marks. He sought to confirm his condition. The result was unchanged. His body remained his own, and the earlier vision seemed but a figment of his imagination. After shaving, he donned clean clothes. The bedroom contained little, a single bed against the wall, its checkered bedding and white pillow neatly arranged atop. A writing desk by the window held stationery, accompanied by a wooden chair with a cotton-stuffed cushion. A wooden bookcase, crammed with various religious tomes, stood nearby, along with a lounging chair and a nightstand topped with a radio. After a simple inspection and exploration of some corners, Donald began to assess his situation. Notes, dark red beads, items retrieved from the sewers. Several books taken from the bookcase dealt with religion, social environments, and particularly the existence of demons. Lastly, a crucial find, a diary discovered in the bottom drawer of the nightstand, containing only a few pages of text. Chapter 4. The tumultuous messages. May 15th. Today marks the gathering of our religious department, where the accomplishments of my peers cast a shadow upon my own endeavors. A considerable number of them have secured respectable careers, while I remain reliant on the benevolence of Infinita. She is a remarkable individual, possessing an abundance of virtues, and I eagerly anticipate the deepening of our connection. May 16th. Ronan approached me, expressing his agreement with my religious insights shared during yesterday's gathering. He graciously offered to assist me in finding a position within the realm of religion. His kindness is commendable, and I accepted his offer with enthusiasm. May 18th. Through Ronan's introduction, I encountered that enigmatic presence. They praised my academic background, which filled me with delight. We engaged in discussions about faith, and he fervently invited me to join their ranks. However, I must contemplate this decision carefully, as aligning myself with an unofficial religious organization is legally prohibited. Nonetheless, I am certain that this experience would enrich my theological knowledge. June 13th. I observed Infinita meeting with that shameless man yet again. This marks the 5th occurrence this month. Despite our circumstances, such behavior is intolerable. I feel a surge of anger, though I am preoccupied with more pressing matters. June 22nd. We erupted into a quarrel. Am I merely overthinking? June 23rd. Will the rewards I receive alter my destiny? I am uncertain, but regardless, I must acquire strength. I shall not permit anyone to trample upon my dignity, absolutely not. The diary, splayed open upon the table, bore numerous torn pages, rendering the entire volume somewhat disheveled. Donald, engrossed in the entries, had unknowingly succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. His physical endurance was not as robust as he had believed. The relentless blows of reality and the profound exhaustion of his spirit had caused him to doze off mid-reflection. His body felt as though it had been cast into an abyss, plummeting deeper and deeper until familiar images began to materialize around him. A half-meter diameter wooden table appeared, where 3 individuals were seated in discussion. Donald, this is our opportunity to alter our fates. All it takes is your agreement, and our plan will unfold smoothly, granting us unprecedented rewards. An eager young man, with puffy eyes and a flattened nose, passionately addressed another young man, who remained with his head bowed. Is that me? This is a dream of Donald's, a recollection of my past experiences. Certain vivid fragments of memory have not entirely faded. They merely resurface in the realm of dreams. Ronan, I wish to deliberate further. Such matters are illegal, and if something were to go awry, I refer to him as Ronan, the one who introduced me to this cult. I must commit his visage to memory, ensuring I recognize him upon our next encounter. You should not hesitate. You are a follower of the Lord, and this indecision reflects your lack of faith, Donald. You must make a choice immediately to defy the will of the Lord. You ought to be aware of the consequences that await you. The individual seated to the right spoke at that moment, his tone deep and imbued with a silencing authority. As he faced away from Donald, he needed to change positions to discern the other's visage. Thus the perspective began to shift with the intent of action. Yet, just as I was about to glimpse the countenance before me, I abruptly turned my head, my blood-red eyes locking onto Donald, my expression contorted in fury, teeth clenched tightly. I was engulfed in rage, sheer rage. No, that is not me. With a gasp, Donald's body jerked backward, his knee colliding with the table with a dull thud, pain following swiftly. In the next moment, he was seized by profound terror. That furious visage, he had never imagined that the calm and composed reflection in the mirror could bear such an expression. He pushed his chair back, glanced at the pocket watch on the table. It was 3 a.m. Outside the window, the world lay shrouded in darkness, the deepest shadows just before dawn. He stared at the notes on the table for a while, then picked up a nearby fountain pen, intending to document some details of the previous night and the dream. His mind was a tumult of confusion, and consolidating these clues on paper would aid him in discerning the truth. The words inscribed in the diary were in the language of this world, yet the tip of the pen inscribed characters from a past life. This was intentional on Donald's part, ensuring that no one but himself would comprehend the contents. In this foreign land, one must remain vigilant. Diary notes. The assistants from Infinita, as spouses. Why use the term assistants? The introduction by Ronan, a cult follower. An illicit ecclesiastical organization, a cult. Infinita's frequent meetings with a certain man, Old Wong. More pressing matters. Subsequent pages of the diary were torn out. This event likely transpired between June 13th and June 22nd. A reward for gaining power, the ritual that nearly cost me my life. Dream notes. Ronan's instigation. The oppression by unknown figures. What they demanded was likely that so-called pressing matter. He listed the information, determined to identify the key elements within. If Donald wished to survive in this world, he needed to uncover certain truths, such as the nature of the cult. His previous incarnation had been involved in this organization. Typically, such clandestine societies, which are not sanctioned by law, are difficult to enter and even harder to exit. To safeguard their secrecy, cults often resort to violence against those attempting to leave, for should they be discovered by the government or orthodox sects, they would face annihilation in the shortest possible time. Indeed, from the volumes on the table, Donald understood that the influence of cults in this world was vast, with the official statistics of the Reign Empire indicating no fewer than 20 recognized sections. Most of these sects possessed their own parishes scattered throughout the Reign Empire. The adherents of various sects span the entirety of societal strata, from nobility to the common folk. It is fair to assert that the faithful constitute the very foundation of each religion. Those who lurk in the shadows, engaging in clandestine activities to lure followers while shirking their societal responsibilities, are understandably reviled by the government and mainstream sections. It is imperative to devise a means of extricating oneself from this sinister cult. Donald yearns for a semblance of normalcy in his life. This is a necessary endeavor. He harbors no desire to perish inexplicably during one of the cult's rituals, nor to fall victim to the persecution of orthodox sects. For the Inquisition mentioned in the text is certainly no haven. Yet, at present, his understanding of this cult is limited to fragmented memories from his diary and dreams, leaving him to navigate this treacherous terrain gradually. Setting this issue aside for the moment, Donald is confronted with a pressing dilemma, the changes occurring within his own body. Has he truly forged a pact with a demon, thereby acquiring some form of power? If I can harness this power, might it aid me in my forthcoming endeavors? A flicker of hope momentarily brightens his despondent mood. As a traveler from another realm, the only source of security he feels in this world is this mysterious force. At least it offers something rather than nothing. Drawing a deep breath, he spreads his hand flat upon the table, preparing to experiment. He recalls a film he once watched, featuring a motorcycle-riding skeleton who seemed to have made a deal with a demon to gain strength. Why not draw inspiration from such a predecessor? Clearing his throat, he envisions himself communicating with the element of fire, attempting to coalesce it within his palm. Surely, it should at least produce a wisp of smoke? However, as he gazes at his unresponsive hand, his spirits plummet once more. Despondently, he twists his wrist and casually surveys the tabletop, his gaze settling on a fountain pen. If elemental energy proves unresponsive, what of pure mental force? If one were to draw an analogy, it resembles the flow of water. This is not to suggest that Donald has lost his wits. Rather, his mental energy, or psychic force, extends outward in an intangible flow akin to water, albeit in a modest amount, similar to the flow of liquid from a syringe after the needle has been removed, with his fingers serving as the outlet. While this mental force may not be particularly powerful, it undeniably exists. Moments later, he perceives the outline of the fountain pen in his mind. With his fingers unmoved, he witnesses the pen's tip quiver, followed by the entire pen swaying. To his astonishment, the pen stands upright before him. Remarkable! Could this be considered a superpower? This wave of joy allows Donald to momentarily forget his current predicaments, yet the distraction causes his mental force to slip from his grasp. A wave of fatigue washes over him, far lighter than the weariness he felt in the alleyway, yet still leaving him with a sense of oppression in his chest. Merely standing the pen upright leaves him feeling drained. This superpower seems weaker than he had anticipated. After a brief respite, Donald resolved to attempt once more. This time with the ambition of levitation, seeking a lighter object. He set his sights on a deep red bead. Yet, the outcome of this endeavor was beyond his wildest imagination. The moment his mental energy made contact with the bead, it seemed to be activated. emanating a delicate crimson mist that did not dissipate but rather clung to Donald's psychic force. "No, this does not belong to you," he exclaimed, his head snapping downward. A familiar snarl twisting his features, his scarlet irises re-emerging as he uttered an obscure tongue. Chapter 5. Demonic Thoughts. A series of knocks echoed at the door, startling Donald awake from his slumber. He wiped away the non-existent drool at the corner of his mouth, his eyes vacant. "Grant." A melodious voice from outside roused Donald from his stupor. "Yes, is there something you need? I shall be away for a day or two. Remember to lock the door when you leave." "All right, I understand." Infinita was departing for a day or two. What splendid news. Donald had been apprehensive about how to face her after their last encounter, and this opportunity for solitude was indeed a welcome respite. There was no trace of inquiry or doubt in her tone, perhaps even a hint of delight. Without lingering on the thought, she turned and descended the stairs. Outside the house, a carriage awaited, with a dapper gentleman in a silk top hat standing by, ready to escort her. "Infinita, you are as exquisite as ever today," he remarked, extending his hand to her as she approached. "Thank you for the compliment, Freddie. Let us be off. Time is of the essence." "At your command, my lady." As Infinita took her place in the carriage, Freddie glanced toward the windowsill, where a figure stood. He raised his hand in a casual wave, a radiant smile gracing his features. "So this is Freddie. It appears their connection runs deep." The true Donald had perished in the depths of the sewer. The man before us cared little for whether Infinita betrayed their marriage, for this so-called union was but a fade. Freddie's provocative smile elicited nothing more than a trace of disgust. It seemed Infinita and his former self were bound merely by the title of marriage. Otherwise, such brazen actions would not transpire. Just yesterday, she spoke of reducing their encounters, yet today she shared a carriage with another man. Why did she not propose a divorce? What purpose did she serve by maintaining this illusory relationship? Surely she sought some benefit beyond monetary gain from him. Donald muttered to himself, pondering the possibilities. What did he possess that compelled her to cling to him, even at the cost of her reputation? Conversely, what had driven his former self to accept such a hollow arrangement in the first place? Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating half of Donald's face while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. The incessant questions churned in his mind, aggravating his thoughts. In the early hours, an unexpected resonance had been triggered by his mental control over the orb, leaving him with a chilling sensation as a dark energy infiltrated his being. Suddenly, he found himself transformed from the master of his own body to a mere spectator. He could perceive everything yet remain powerless to act as another consciousness commandeered his form. Until the mental link was severed and the dark red orb returned to its original state. The demon's awareness lurked within him. What a troublesome predicament. Am I destined to play the role of a tragic hero? I sensed an overwhelming malevolence emanating from all corners of the world, awakening in a sewer. I found myself a member of a sinister cult, with memories so scant that I could scarcely locate my own home. Just when I thought I had encountered a glimmer of hope in my beautiful wife, I realized she was a woman of questionable identity, harboring some insidious ulterior motive. As if my misfortune were not sufficient, I discovered the unsettling possibility of a demon residing within me. The more I pondered, the more my spirit soured. Yet what could be done? I picked up a pen and began to inscribe a phrase in my notebook. However, this proved impossible, for my mind was besieged by thoughts, leaving me devoid of even the slightest inclination to rest. I silently counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time for lamentation had ceased. Now was the moment for toil. One task at a time, one difficulty at a time, but most pressing of all was nourishment. I muttered this under the covers, attempting to recalibrate my emotions, striving to alter my dire circumstances through tangible action. At the very least ensuring I performed what lay within my capabilities. With my hands pressed against the bed, I sprang up, dashing into the washroom to vigorously splash water upon my face. Dressed and ready, I seized the book titled Enemies of Religion from my desk and stepped outside. The open notebook on my desk bore neatly written block letters. If you do not change, nothing will change. This was not a profound proverb. Yet it was a cherished saying of Donald's previous existence. Its meaning was straightforward. When faced with adversity, one may complain or lament. But as long as there remains the courage to act, there is always a chance for redemption. At worst, one could die again. I had been there before. I did not descend directly. Instead, my footsteps lingered at the entrance of Infinita's room. Facing the wooden door adorned with a nameplate, my hand hovered in midair, nearly grasping the doorknob. Was the fleeting absence of Infinita an opportune moment to discern her true identity? After much contemplation, my hand faltered, for Infinita had lived with me for an extended period. Given the suspicious nature of my former self, it was quite probable that similar thoughts would have arisen in her mind over this time, Yet, alas, she left behind no useful information. To intrude upon her personal space recklessly, I could not guarantee my own safe retreat. Should I be discovered, our separation might be the most favorable outcome. Yet I feared the facade of harmony would shatter, leading to unforeseen complications. Could I bear to unveil the hidden truths beneath the veneer of warmth? I descended to the first-floor kitchen, entering to find a large coal stove against the right wall, approximately 2 meters wide, atop which rested several covered iron pots. Directly opposite, the wall was lined with shelves holding plates and utensils. I lifted the iron lid of the coal stove, revealing a portion of cold ashes within. As I reached in to wipe the stove's walls, I found only a thin layer of dust, indicating it was seldom used. This suggested that the last family gathering might have been traced back a month or even longer. Surprisingly, the table was set with a plate, upon which lay a loaf of bread the thickness of a small forearm, accompanied by a glass of milk. Thus, it appears that this is prepared for me, maintaining a certain decorum, which is commendable, at least signifying her desire not to disrupt the current situation in the near term. He opened the book on the table, casually tearing off a piece of bread to place in his mouth, experiencing a bland taste, merely the simple aroma of baked wheat. Fortunately, Donald was not a gourmet. He had few demands regarding food, for the contents of the book held far greater significance for him. The tome titled The Enemies of Religion boasted a hardcover, its embossed cover depicting a modestly clad cleric wielding a long cross-sword, piercing a figure sprawled upon the ground. Upon closer inspection, the fallen individual's hands and teeth had undergone a grotesque transformation, morphing into some horrifying creature. Donald instinctively glanced at his own fingers, running his tongue over his teeth, fearful of experiencing a sudden metamorphosis himself. This book lay at the very bottom of the bedroom bookshelf, and he had exerted considerable effort to retrieve it. It contained accounts of topics deemed taboo and reviled in contemporary religions, including behaviors that contradicted the doctrines, and, as Donald had anticipated, it mentioned entities akin to demons. One must comprehend the nature of evil to truly appreciate the greatness and compassion of religious teachings. Oh, the souls of those who engage in dealings with demons are inevitably tainted by malevolence. The price of desire is the emptiness and suffering of the soul. When one establishes a connection with a demon without the guidance of one's own will, we deem such a being incomplete, a creature that has forsaken its humanity. It is then that the faithful must rise to battle, to crush its skull, to pierce its heart. Reciting the words from the book, Donald felt a shiver run through him despite the early summer warmth, sensing the looming threat above him. It was imperative that no one discover his past encounter with a demon, lest his head be crushed. A sip of milk to quell his anxiety. He did not cease his perusal, foreseeing that he might uncover methods to confront demonic possession. When one is ensnared by a demon against their own volition, there exist remedies. Such methods, due to their inherent mystery and uniqueness, are not accessible to the ordinary individual, which is why the third edition of Exorcising Evil provides elucidation. Though I shall not elaborate further here, what a disappointment. The milk nearly erupted from his mouth. He had hoped to find solutions, only to discover such internal advertisements within the book. He swiftly turned to the back cover. Published by Dragon Press, 1806, author, Richard Channing Chipman, hastily finishing the remaining bread. He placed the plate and crumbs in the sink, for Donald was determined to discern how to eradicate the demonic thoughts festering within him in the shortest time possible. Chapter 6. Expelling Evil at the corner bookstore located at 256 Irish Street. The name of the establishment likely derives from its geographical position. Situated at the terminus of Irish Street, adjacent to Sanney Avenue, a bustling commercial district where one can observe throngs of people entering and exiting the shops from a distance. The tinkling of a brass bell at the entrance resonates upon the strike of a metallic lever. Revealing only a partial view of the shelves, approximately one-third of the counter displays visible through the aisles. At the forefront of these shelves, several iron racks are stacked high with newspapers from various publishers, their ink-laden aroma wafting through the air, imparting a palpable sense of literary essence. As Donald navigates through the aisles and approaches the inner sanctum, he finds the store manager, a middle-aged man with russet hair and round spectacles, his rugged visage framed by a prominent mustache. Clad in a linen vest and clutching a cigarette, he exhales wisps of smoke. Donald notices the man engrossed in a newspaper, the headline boldly proclaiming, "The accumulation of capital and precision investment." Clearly, this proprietor has a keen interest in economic development. Please inform me of the books you desire. The price indicated on the back is the actual cost, the manager states succinctly, his gaze briefly lifting to acknowledge Donald's presence before returning to the newspaper, having noted the absence of any merchandise in Donald's hands. In fact, I am interested in purchasing Expelling Evil, along with newspapers dated from June 13th to June 22nd. Might you have these in stock? Expelling evil? The manager's brow furrows slightly, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Is this a religious text? Indeed. I am a student in the Religious Studies Department at Godot University, currently delving into this subject matter. The title of university student proves advantageous. After all, as a scholar in religious studies, the pursuit of such books arouses little suspicion. I regret to inform you that I have only recently taken over this bookstore. My father informed me that our inventory is limited to economics and entertainment, with no religious texts available. He has been here for nearly 15 years and is intimately familiar with every corner of this establishment, so I trust his judgment. Perhaps you might find what you seek at a bookstore associated with a church. As for the newspapers from the 13th to the 22nd, I do possess them, however. They are considered outdated and are currently stored away. I can fetch them for you, if you wish. The market for religious literature among the common populace is rather limited. Individuals with modest incomes, while holding their beliefs, may attend services at various churches but are unlikely to spend money on books that offer little practical utility. Consequently, a bookstore catering to the masses would not invest in unsellable inventory. Then I shall purchase the newspapers. While the book eludes me for now, the newspapers will suffice. Very well, please hold on a moment while I summon my father to oversee the shop. The manager turns and opens the wooden door behind him, immediately revealing the sound of calling voices from within. Their residence lies just beyond the bookstore. Before long, the shopkeeper emerged, his face adorned with evident delight. Sir, I believe today is a fortuitous day for both of us. My father mentioned that there happens to be a copy of Exorcising Evil in the warehouse. A remnant from the past, and he will accompany you there. As he spoke, the shopkeeper opened a small wooden door adjacent to the counter, the so-called warehouse was. In fact, the basement of his home, situated in the back room. Thank you very much. Donald soon met the shopkeeper's father, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, whose wrinkles were prominently etched around his eyes and cheeks. Though his back was slightly hunched, he still exuded a spirited vitality. Ken Antoine. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Donald Grant, likewise. I never imagined you would have Exorcising Evil here. This certainly saves me a considerable amount of time. The old man extended his hand first, and Donald promptly shook it, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect, which deepened the smile upon Kane's face. Following closely behind, Donald pondered the implications of the conversation. From the elder's words, it was clear that the book was printed in limited quantities, rarely purchased by the average individual. It seemed to carry a profound purpose. It was akin to a guide on how to consume crabs. Anyone who sought such a book must inherently possess a desire to partake in the act of crab consumption. This suggested that the previous individual who sought to acquire Exorcising Evil was likely threatened by some malevolent force, much like himself, and sought resolution through the means of religion. The basement was located beneath the storage room adjacent to the kitchen. Grasping a copper ring, he lifted the wooden cover, allowing sunlight to illuminate the entrance. Kane retrieved a match and an oil lamp from nearby and descended the staircase. Mr. Grant, would you like the newspapers from the 13th to the 22nd? Yes. I have been quite occupied during those days and have yet to peruse them. I wish to catch up, lest I find myself devoid of conversation topics. Kane lit the oil lamp as they ventured down, illuminating the modest basement, which could aptly be described as a cellar. It was brimming with an assortment of items, many of which were dust-laden. I must locate that book. Mr. Grant, you may sort through the newspapers nearby and select those you desire. Our newspapers are neatly stacked by date, and those that remain unsold accumulate until we sell them to the recycling station. Kane gestured towards a pile of newspapers that reached approximately to his calves. Donald began to sift through them, finding a few duplicates but not excessively so. Mr. Antoine, may I inquire about the individual who previously sought to purchase Exorcising Evil? Were they, like me, a student of theology? I am curious as to why they abandoned the purchase halfway through. While gathering the newspapers, Donald subtly probed into the circumstances of the last person who had come to acquire Exorcising Evil, pondering whether that individual had succeeded in expelling the malevolent entity within them through other means. No, he is not a student, merely an ordinary individual. However, I have a profound impression of him, for when he entered the bookstore, his countenance was quite pallid. Unlike the appearance of someone who is merely ill or fatigued, it was a state that I find difficult to articulate. In my recollections, Khan furrowed his brow. Even after the passage of several years, that scene remains vivid in his memory. It was a drizzly day, the air heavy and oppressive. The man's plea and frailty were the primary reasons he agreed to assist him in acquiring this book. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to purchase it alone, especially considering its steep price. After a brief pause, he continued, Aid for the suffering. What was his condition at that time? Fate. Donald mused inwardly, realizing that he was not the sole individual burdened by such troubles, and judging by their respective physical states, his own condition seemed somewhat more favorable than that gentleman's. Quite well, at least in terms of mood. Ha ha, it appears my memory has not entirely faded. I've found it, and it now belongs to you. The exterior is wrapped in parchment, which he entrusted to me, claiming it would safeguard the book from vermin. Upon receiving it, I stored it away in a cardboard box. Extracting the item from the dilapidated box of memories, he turned and handed it to Donald, perhaps noticing his gaze. Con Antoine offered an explanation. May I open it and take a look? Brushing off the accumulated dust, Donald's hands caressed the parchment encasing the book. Its smooth texture was tantalizing. Of course, it is yours now. However, I suggest you take a look upstairs. The light here is too dim and not good for your eyes. The bookstore has tables and chairs by the window for reading. If you are willing to part with 2 francs, half a penny, roughly equivalent to 5 yuan, I can also fetch you a cup of red tea. Con began extinguishing the oil lamp in the basement, while Donald tucked the newspaper under his right arm and untied the small string binding the book. Years of compression had caused the parchment to adhere tightly to the book. As he unfurled the parchment, his gaze was immediately captivated by certain symbols inscribed upon it. This is. His eyes widened. Donald grasped the corner of the parchment and whispered in astonishment. What is it? Con Antoine, on the stairs, turned around, his hearing seemingly acute. Oh, it is nothing. Merely astonished by the quality of the parchment. Mr. Antoine, how much do these items cost altogether? The motion to close the parchment was hasty, causing the newspaper tucked under his arm to nearly slip out of his grasp. Chapter 7. Employment surrounded by rows of shops, Donald walked along the street, his right hand clutching a cloth bag filled with books, while his left hand rested in his pocket, weighing the remaining coins. The price was astonishingly high. Purchasing the book Exorcising Evil had cost him a whole shilling, a price that seemed rather exorbitant. Upon first learning of the cost, he even harbored a fleeting suspicion that the shopkeeper was attempting to swindle him. However, upon observing the precise price marked on the back of the book, he had to concede that rarity commands a premium. He had roughly 15 shillings left, a sum that included both this month's allowance from Infinity and his previous savings. For an ordinary person, this amount could easily sustain 2 months of living if spent frugally. However, in Donald's eyes, it was woefully insufficient. For he had far too many aspirations. With other matters demanding his attention, he did not linger in the bookstore for long. Even the red tea served by Con Antoine was scarcely sipped. Within this brief interval, he uncovered the rationale behind the book's steep price. Exorcising Evil indeed elucidated methods for confronting demonic possession and entanglements, and these techniques were not as esoteric as he had imagined. In fact, they could be readily enacted, provided one had the means. Church baptism. The book stated that any Orthodox church would offer baptism to its faithful, utilizing divine power to dispel malevolent entities. This ritual demanded a certain price from the congregants, with varying costs and requirements depending on the purification ceremony. The text mentioned the Silver Moon Church located in North Hart County, where the most affordable baptismal rite still commanded 5 gold pounds, while the most extravagant could approach nearly 100 gold pounds. The efficacy of these rituals was remarkable. It was said that undergoing baptism not only effectively expelled evil, but also brought swift relief from even the mildest ailments, such as common colds and fevers. As for the most advanced baptisms, Donald dared not delve further. For someone like Donald, currently an unemployed drifter, even the most basic baptismal ceremony was a luxury. He would need to endure a state of fasting and abstinence for 4 months, relying solely on Infinity support just to accumulate 3 gold pounds. Moreover, there was no guarantee of its effectiveness. Suddenly, earning money became paramount, not merely to alleviate physical afflictions, but also due to his discomfort in accepting aid from his wife as a fully capable man, especially given the ambiguity surrounding her actions. Thus, Donald ventured to the commercial street, scanning the job postings displayed outside the shops. He required employment to sustain a semblance of normalcy while also funding his personal endeavors. Yet, regardless of the realm, suitable employment was not easily found. Were there jobs that fit his criteria, suitable for the common man, devoid of specialized skill requirements, yet offering a high wage? Did such positions truly exist? His academic background from university was highly specialized, implying that the good job opportunities available to him post-graduation were limited. The only relevant positions he could pursue were entry-level roles within the church, which he could not possibly undertake due to his memory loss. High-paying jobs accessible to commoners. such as lawyers and government employees, necessitate extensive professional knowledge, which the inexperienced Donald lacks the luxury of acquiring. A tavern may prove to be an opportune venue. In contrast to other occupations, this role demands minimal specialization, allowing for interaction with a diverse array of individuals and the acquisition of abundant information. Moreover, in this era, gratuities are likely to be customary, providing an additional source of income compared to the nearby ready-to-wear shops or grocery stores. With a spirit of exploration, Donald ventured to the Oak Tavern, situated 2 blocks from Irish Street on Leadus Avenue. Unlike the more subdued Jessank Street, this area radiated vibrancy, featuring several taverns and numerous nightingale establishments. The names of these establishments, such as Joyful Nights and the Beauty Inn, offered no pretense, and despite it being morning, several doors remained ajar. The Oak Tavern appeared to be the most substantial establishment on the street, a wooden sign depicting a brown acorn hung from an iron frame above the entrance. From the outside, one could observe a few scattered patrons within, while a server diligently swept the stone floor, occasionally dousing it with water to quell the dust. Behind the bar stood a tall, slender man with a pale complexion, engrossed in polishing a glass. Adjusting his attire and checking his reflection in a nearby window to ensure his appearance was presentable, Donald mused that with his striking looks, serving in a tavern would be a fitting role. "Mr. Grant, I apologize, but we are not currently hiring. In fact, had you arrived 3 days earlier, I would have signed you on without hesitation. You see, there are quite a few Nightingale establishments nearby, and the ladies there have little resistance to young men such as yourself. However, I cannot dismiss our new staff. We have a 6-month contract in place. In breaching it incurs a penalty of £1 which is no insignificant amount. To part with £1 for no valid reason? That would trouble me for several nights. Well, it seems fortune is not on my side. Farewell. This place won't do. I shall seek my luck elsewhere." "Hey, Mr. Grant, are you not aware? The Oak Tavern serves as an intermediary. Do you see that square wooden sign over there? The papers affixed to it are messages from individuals seeking employment or making requests. Among them are commendable positions, such as Mr. Ludiff from Plum Lane, who found a clerical job here with a monthly salary of £2. The tavern keeper enthusiastically promoted his notice board, a concept devised by his wife. For a mere 5 pence, one could post their requirements on the board, benefiting from the tavern's considerable foot traffic, which was evidently more effective than announcing them on the streets. The notice board, approximately 1 square meter in size and affixed to the wall at chest height, bore a black-lettered cloth strip at the top. "Please do not touch unless interested." Among the postings, one read, "The roof is leaking. Seeking a worker with roofing repair experience. Remuneration, 6 pence. Lost cat notice. Our beloved cat is missing, last seen on Jessank Street. It has pure white fur with a tuft of light golden hair on its forehead. Reward, 5 shillings. Barn labor. The farm requires assistance in moving grain bags within the barn. It is physically demanding work, suitable for adult men. Reward, 1 shilling. As his gaze lingered on the posted notices, he realized he lacked the skills for home repairs, yet barn labor was always an option. There were other physical jobs available as well, albeit with modest pay. Such labor was deemed a pursuit for the lower class in this era. Gentlemen would rather starve than roll up their sleeves to handle sacks of grain. However, Donald held no such reservations. His education had instilled in him the belief that work is honorable, and this was certainly not a time to concern himself with the opinions of others. "Mr. Grant, have you found a suitable job?" The shopkeeper, equipped with glue and paper, was preparing a new announcement. Donald stepped aside, observing him as he posted and read the contents aloud. "Assistant recruitment. The office seeks an individual with a certain level of education, quick thinking, capable of categorizing and extracting information from criminal cases. Weekly salary, £1. Blinking in disbelief, Donald confirmed that the 2 words preceding the amount read weekly salary rather than monthly salary. This seemed like an excellent opportunity, did it not? Noticing Donald's astonishment, the shopkeeper pressed the notice firmly into place and then produced a small piece of paper detailing additional requirements for the assistant position. Candidates must possess the ability to translate the following text. This was an ancient script, and the client had stated that only those with expertise could decipher the meanings within these phrases, which was precisely the type of assistant he sought, bestowed by the divine, innate to one's being, softly articulating the meaning of the characters. Donald recognized for the first time that those tormenting memories of demons had their advantages. This knowledge became his asset. While ordinary individuals would struggle to comprehend the text, he could instantly grasp its meaning. "What did you say?" The shopkeeper looked at Donald in astonishment, seemingly having heard the peculiar words from the young man. At that moment, a clear voice echoed behind them. The meaning of this phrase is, bestowed by the divine, innate to one's being. May I accept this job offer? Reiterating the statement, Donald reached to remove the freshly posted notice, only to be instinctively halted by the shopkeeper. Mr. Grant, this is a job offer that requires integrity. If you are merely experimenting, I suggest you refrain from tearing down the notice. He spoke wisely. That was indeed the essence of the phrase, entirely accurate. Before Donald could elaborate, the voice behind them confirmed his translation with a rising tone, tinged with surprise. To have found a translator so swiftly for a freshly posted notice, could it be his fortunate day? Chapter 8. Sherlock. Before me stood a slender figure. His facial contours sharp and well-defined, complemented by a long, prominent aquiline nose, which imparted a resolute and steadfast demeanor. The only discordant element was his eyes, not that they were unattractive, but rather they lacked the profound tranquility one might envision. Instead, they sparkled with a keen intelligence and cunning. Charlotte Swift, a private investigator, consultant on supernatural phenomena, and an enthusiast of the arcane. The titles emblazoned on the business card evoked a sense of déjà vu in Donald, who felt an urge to inquire whether he was acquainted with a retired serviceman named Watson. However, when he spoke, his words took a different turn. Greetings. I am Donald Grant, with a modest understanding of ancient scripts. Mr. Grant, I shall continue to call you Donald. You may refer to me as Sherlock for a more amiable tone, as our relationship may indeed develop further, if that is agreeable. Sherlock's voice rose and fell in a melodic cadence, his pace slightly brisker than the average. He held a favorable impression of Donald, who could decipher the ancient texts that puzzled many. Certainly, Donald had never been particular about titles, as long as he could recognize the person. His 12-hour workday included 2 hours for meals and breaks. His responsibilities involved assisting Sherlock in accepting commissions, entertaining guests, and meticulously documenting essential information. He would accompany Sherlock on outings, performing simple tasks such as providing cover during surveillance or purchasing coffee. In essence, it was a role akin to that of a doorman and personal attendant with a weekly wage of £1, amounting to nearly £4 and 2 shillings monthly. Even Donald, who had yet to fully grasp the current price levels, recognized the absurdity of such compensation, which seemed lavish enough to cast doubt on the nature of the work. To speak candidly, this remuneration does not align with the duties you have outlined. If there are particular requirements or extraordinary tasks you anticipate, I would appreciate prior disclosure. Having encountered employment scams in his past life, where enticing advertisements promised 9 to 5 hours and monthly salaries of $8,000, only to ensnare individuals in a web of exploitation, Donald resolved to clarify matters beforehand. Extraordinary tasks? Indeed. There are. I require your assistance in translating certain documents, specifically, this type of ancient script, which is part of your routine work. As for the other duties, you have noted my additional roles on the business card. As a consultant on supernatural phenomena, I frequently receive peculiar clients who seek my help with unusual matters, such as being haunted by restless spirits. As he spoke, Sherlock leaned forward slightly, his gaze darting about as if wary of unseen threats. His tone low and laden with an unspoken dread. Ah, impressive. Should I mention that I summoned a demon in the sewers last night? It still lingers within me. Restless spirits are hardly comparable to demons. Moreover, why did he detect a faint fragrance emanating from this individual? Could it be a men's cologne? Do detectives also have an affinity for such things? Regarding Charlotte Swift, whose appearance is undeniably trustworthy, Donald sensed an underlying eccentricity in his demeanor. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With such a substantial salary, he could tolerate even the most foolish of employers. Do you doubt it? Given Donald's nonchalant attitude, Sherlock naturally interpreted it as disdain and disbelief. Thus, he resolved to expose his newly hired assistant to the world, to prevent future outbursts of alarm at every little discovery. Under the guise of signing a contract and familiarizing himself with the work environment, Donald accompanied Sherlock to his detective agency. According to Sherlock, the tutorial would last only about 5 minutes and the location was not far. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to the Oak Tavern to post job openings. This world is far from the tranquil existence you may know. Malevolence lurks around us, perhaps beneath the pavement in the sewers or in some shadowy alleyway. They observe humanity, poised to strike when the opportunity arises. Along the way, Sherlock relentlessly instilled in Donald tales of terrifying creatures and supernatural phenomena. Have you ever seen one? Donald pondered, intrigued by Sherlock's eloquence, contemplating whether he might possess some hidden knowledge. Of course I have. Not only monsters, but I have also encountered individuals as formidable as these creatures. However, you must not disclose this to anyone, as I have promised to keep it secret. Very well. I am now your assistant. Your words are commands. Everything I hear will be forgotten after work and recalled anew upon my return tomorrow. Such information regarding monsters and beings of equal strength is indeed rather vague. His gaze casually roamed the streets, as today marked Donald's true introduction to this world, akin to a journey abroad in a past life. Visiting a place where historical architecture is remarkably preserved. The myriad cultures and environmental conditions struck Donald, reshaping his prior impressions of the world. Everything felt refreshingly novel: the attire of passers-by, the occasional carriage rolling by, and the striking clock tower in the distance. He instinctively glanced at his pocket watch. 10:59:50. He mentally counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The chimes rang. Ding, ding, ding. 3 resonant tolls echoed, and the summer sun shone brightly, almost blindingly. Ahead. Sherlock was speaking of the weather. Clear days like this were a rarity in Preston City. This was due in part to the factories in the industrial zone that emitted smoke day and night, and also because North Hart County is notorious for its frequent rain. Much like the majority of the Rain Empire, sunny days are a luxury. Offering a few casual affirmations, Donald suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. His gaze occasionally darting to the street corner where a man wearing a black top hat stood, facing this way, his form frozen in place. An uncanny vision reemerged. Donald distinctly perceived a gray mist hovering above the man's head, not merely an observer, but someone who was fixated on him. Who was this individual? Donald quickened his pace to pursue him, yet the man vanished instantaneously around the corner. Donald, what is the matter with you? Sherlock's voice roused Donald from his reverie. Now was not the time to pursue anyone, especially with a detective at his side. Some matters are not meant for sharing. It's nothing. I believe I spotted an acquaintance passing by earlier and considered greeting them. What could this signify? Deliberately diverting his gaze to the pedestrians on the street. He wished to test his newfound ability. However, merely casting a fleeting glance brought forth an aching sensation in his eyes, compelling him to shut them. When he reopened them, everything returned to normal, leaving only the lingering discomfort that threatened to bring tears. Beyond his nascent ability to subtly manipulate objects with his mental prowess, this marked the second unexplained capability he had discovered. Strikingly, the gray mist hovering above the figure at the corner bore a striking resemblance to the 2 thugs lurking in the alley, leading him to cautiously regard the individual as potentially hostile. My office is located here at 17 Shangshu Street. You must remember this address. Tomorrow marks the commencement of our official duties, and tardiness is not permissible. They paused before a building that appeared no different from the typical residences, save for the wooden sign that read Swift Detective Agency, adorned with a carved smoking pipe emblem. The office is on the ground floor, which also serves as my living room. My brother and I reside on the 2nd floor. He often travels for work, as he is currently doing. I neglected to mention that the 2nd floor is a private area. Without my explicit permission, you are not allowed to ascend. Should you trespass even once, you will be dismissed without negotiation. This stipulation will be included in our contract. Do you accept? Donald had no inclination to invade the privacy of another's bedroom, particularly that of 2 men, and thus nodded in understanding. The layout of the house bore a resemblance to Donald's own. Upon entering, a corridor greeted him. Albeit Sherlock's residence was somewhat more spacious, resulting in a correspondingly larger living area. I must retrieve the drafted contract and some important documents from upstairs. Please wait for me in the living room. Feel free to look around. That table will be your workspace. You may commence tidying it up. With that, Sherlock ascended the stairs, leaving Donald alone. Upon entering the living room, he noted the indispensable presence of a fireplace, the heart of the space, particularly in the chilly winters of Preston. From the fireplace as a focal point, Donald surveyed his surroundings. 2 brown sofas faced each other in front of the hearth, with a mahogany coffee table nestled between them. Against the wall opposite the fireplace stood a large table flanked by 3 chairs, cluttered with folders, scattered papers, and bags of snacks. To the left of the table, a brown wooden board resembling a notice board from an oak tavern was positioned behind a chair, adorned with tattered papers and photographs secured by silver thumbtacks. The right side faced the ground floor windows, offering a view of the street outside. Choosing the left side as his designated seat, he positioned himself by the window, ensuring ample light while avoiding the direct glare of the sun. Beside him lay the door to the living room, allowing him the convenience of rising promptly to answer any knocks, thus sparing a few steps. He could certainly remain seated rather than stand. As he organized the documents on the table, Donald took the liberty to peruse the materials. given Sherlock's invitation to examine them freely. Among the plethora of documents, a significant portion pertained to homicide cases, with the file folders containing newspapers, victim profiles, perpetrator information, a summary of the methods employed in the crimes, and an overview of the investigative processes. He began by isolating the complete file folders for meticulous organization. Yet as Donald grasped a folder labeled River Corpses Case, a partially exposed photograph within it captured his attention. Chapter 9. Cases and Strange Acquaintances. The perspective of the black and white photograph is slightly askew, as if the photographer crouched behind a wall while capturing the image. Donald turns the photograph, adjusting it to a normal viewpoint. Under the glow of a crescent moon, a creature towering over 2 meters stands beside a stairway platform along the riverbank, its hands, one might say, its grotesque claws, clutching a person suspended in midair. The moment of capture reveals liquid flowing from the individual's feet. Does this era possess the means to fabricate photographs? Given the undeniable existence of demons, should the presence of such monsters be deemed reasonable? In the year 1808 of the Empire, several corpses surfaced in the urban river of Puston, North Hertfordshire, each victim succumbing to excessive blood loss from shattered bodies. Folklore spoke of a monster attacking people, and the case exerted a profoundly negative impact on society, compelling the Puston Police Department to solve the case within 5 days. Sherlock appeared behind him, the sudden sound startling Donald, who had been engrossed in thought. After asserting his presence, Sherlock continued. 3 days later, the case was resolved. The perpetrator was a gang of thugs who targeted individuals near the riverbank, bludgeoning them to death with iron rods and hammers before tossing the bodies into the river, thereby disguising the acts as monstrous killings to obscure public perception. And this photograph? This is an image I procured through special channels. The clearest version is said to have been purchased by a wealthy collector, so its authenticity is beyond doubt. The creature depicted indeed exists. However, external narratives may be altered, as the government wishes to shield the populace from such revelations. The case of the dismembered corpse in the attic involved a victim found in an abandoned house, all doors and windows securely locked, save for an open skylight on the top floor. A 5-meter-high mud wall bore no signs of tools or climbing. How did the murderer manage to drag 3 victims to the rooftop skylight and commit dismemberment there? Throughout, Donald stood beside the table, observing Sherlock as he picked up and set down various documents. Nearly 10 cases lay before him, all categorized as special cases. In Sherlock's recounting, not a single case lacked peculiarity. Each involved methods of crime beyond human capability or left behind unique traces that provoked contemplation. Have these cases recurred? Shouldn't you be asking why I am so determined to collect data on these cases? All of them have been conclusively resolved, the earliest dating back over a decade. With an intrigued glance at Donald, Sherlock noted that this assistant's focus diverged from that of the average person, piquing his curiosity. Your collection of materials on these special cases seems aimed at verifying the existence of creatures like the one in this photograph. If the police merely offer excuses to dismiss these cases while such monsters indeed exist, they have no reason to refrain from reoffending. Donald assumed Sherlock's impetus for collecting this data stemmed from dissatisfaction with the police's dismissive attitude, adhering to the principle that the boss is always right, and continued to elaborate. You underestimate the police department of Princeton and the extraordinary forces safeguarding this city. They are far more formidable than the average person can fathom. These cases are merely shrouded in secrecy after being resolved. What can Donald say? As long as the boss is content, that suffices. Propping himself against the desk, Sherlock presented the contracts to both parties. Donald, showing no curiosity, had little interest in these so-called supernatural cases, for the events unfolding in his own life were far graver than these concluded matters. With his own security at stake, he had no leisure to concern himself with others. The contract succinctly outlined the work responsibilities and remuneration, but the 3 stipulations at the end commanded greater attention. 1. Unauthorized entry into the second-floor area is prohibited. 2. No information from the office may be disclosed to others, including the employer's family, without permission. 3. While working externally, the employer's directives shall be the primary code of conduct, forbidding any independent actions. If you have no objections, please sign below. You will commence work tomorrow. Let it be clear that this agreement is entirely voluntary on your part. I offer you a weekly salary of £1, which corresponds to the nature of the tasks you will undertake. And what if the work exceeds the value of that £1? He gestured toward the folder on the adjacent desk, viewing Sherlock, the private detective, as somewhat derelict in his pursuits. He harbored a lingering apprehension that Sherlock's penchant for these peculiar cases would ensnare him in bizarre incidents in the future. More money. How delightful. After signing the contract, Donald could hardly contain his eagerness to depart. He had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. By all means, it is your break now. Please remember to close the door upon your exit. Sherlock settled cross-legged on the sofa by the roadside, slightly raising his chin, resting his hands on his knees, and closing his eyes, withdrawing from further conversation with Donald. The matters regarded with esteem by the nascent cult he had joined were further rewarded with a summoning array, undoubtedly not a normal occurrence. Thus, Donald's criteria for newspaper investigations were straightforward: robbery, theft, kidnapping. Seek out wrongdoing, and one can hardly err. However, Donald underestimated the crime rate of this era. On June 13th alone, the newspapers reported 3 thefts, one of which involved an injury, and in the Eastern District, there was a robbery-homicide case. Upon closer examination, the deceased had perished 2 days prior, suggesting no connection to Donald. Searching in this manner was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The sheer volume of reports was staggering. What if the actions taken were sufficiently clandestine, or, for other reasons, the incidents went unreported? It was only when Donald truly began to engage that he realized the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. With merely a significant phrase and an obscure date from the diary, deducing what had transpired at that time proved exceedingly difficult. Lunch was laid out on the table. A modest plate of noodles, merely sprinkled with some powder and sauce. The moment it touched his palate, Donald began to reminisce about white rice and the rich meat sauce he once had left over. He wondered if such delicacies still existed in this era. The light at the table dimmed as someone took the seat in front of him. Donald recalled that when he entered, the surrounding tables had been vacant. Looking up, he recognized a familiar face. Donald, has your ritual been successful? And you, Ronan? Have you found success? Indeed, the person before him was Ronan, the one who had introduced Donald to the cult. According to the details of his dreams, Ronan had mentioned a reward, and the previous recipient had received a demon-slaying magic circle. It was likely that Ronan had also acquired this ritual circle, hesitating to commence, presumably waiting for others to reveal their results first. This Roy was probably one of the failures. He made a mental note of the name. I succeeded. You can confidently proceed with your attempt. After all, you have prepared for so long. Haven't you? Donald set down the iron fork in his hand and distanced the sauce-covered noodles from his nose, needing to ascertain whether the foul odor he detected emanated from Ronan. Just like his former self, the man before him was also poised to conduct a demon-slaying ritual. Had he truly succeeded? The ritual in the sewer hardly seemed like a form of receiving a bestowal, yet Donald could not declare himself a failure, for he was alive, intact, and unharmed. This situation could only signify 2 possibilities. Either he had not yet performed the demon-slaying ritual, or he had already triumphed. Only by professing his success to Ronan could he glean some crucial information, much like how one seeks advice from seasoned individuals on specialized matters, not from ignorance, but rather to gain confidence from others' experiences. In matters of life and death, Ronan would be even more inclined to seek counsel. You succeeded? What abilities have you acquired? Please, tell me. I'm on the verge of madness these past few days. Among the 4 of us, neither Roy nor Joss could withstand the divine bestowal. Logically, I should refrain from further attempts, yet I can't help myself. The rewards we worked so hard to obtain in truth. Had I not stumbled upon this restaurant and seen you today, I would have risked it all in a few days. Upon hearing of Donald's success, Ronan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable envy and yearning. The Divine Bestowal Chapter 10, Ronan's Intelligence. Donald pointed to a noodle beside a fork, and with a mere flick of his mental prowess, he ensnared the noodle, slowly lifting it upwards. It was utterly astonishing. Is there anything else? For someone like Ronan, who ardently yearned for mysterious powers, this was enough to elicit a groan of excitement from him. Ronan, this is my ability, not magic. Do you comprehend? Though he deliberately crafted an image of someone who preferred to remain inconspicuous and shrouded in mystery, Donald could do little else at the moment aside from this feat, yet he had to impress Ronan, suppressing even the fatigue that accompanied the use of his mental force, ensuring that not a hint of his exertion was revealed. I apologize. I seem to be overly emotional. May I inquire how you succeeded? After all, Roy and Joss both failed. Witnessing Donald's success, Ronan's trust in him reached a significant level, and he hoped to glean some valuable information regarding the demon-smiting ritual from his lips. This was precisely what Donald desired. He feared that Ronan would not seek him out. It had always been Ronan asking him questions. That was hardly equitable. In exchange, he demanded, You must tell me how you came to know of Roy and Joss's failures. At that moment, Donald harbored far more concealed inquiries than Ronan, yet he endeavored to restrain his thirst for knowledge, maintaining an air of indifference and nonchalance throughout. Certain questions, such as the internal dynamics of the cult, could not be posed directly, as doing so would expose his ignorance. In a situation where his own resources were exceedingly scant, acquiring something of value at a minimal cost necessitated the pretense of possessing everything, thereby prompting others to offer something in exchange. As long as the other party sought something, the initiative remained in his hands. This behavior is colloquially known as catching a wolf with empty hands, and at the card table, it is referred to as stealing a chicken. Donald, you must not disclose this to Bishop Lastler. I have transgressed his teachings. I understand this is a disrespect to the divine, but it stems from fear. I dread being forsaken by God should I fail. Ronan's expression appeared startled, quickly shifting to one of humility, which led Donald to swiftly realize that his inadvertent question might have inadvertently seized upon Ronan's vulnerability. Opportunity had arisen. That depends on your performance. Tell me the details. With a serious and aloof demeanor, for the first time, Ronan felt pressure emanating from this previously timid young man. Indeed, power could instill confidence. After the last few gatherings, I secretly followed them and discovered their residence. I had no intention of doing anything to them. It was merely a precaution. Ronan continued to attempt to justify his actions, while Donald merely nodded for him to proceed, swallowing the somewhat unpalatable noodles to avoid drawing attention. Wasn't that the reward we received 2 weeks ago? I am aware that they would promptly prepare themselves after receiving their rewards. Thus, I wish to observe their circumstances first. Every 2 days, I would visit their residence. On the evening of June 25th, precisely at 9 p.m., I arrived outside Roy's home. Typically, he would be present at this hour, yet that night, the entire house was shrouded in darkness. I understood he had gone to receive the divine bestowal. Just as I discovered on the evening of the 27th that Joss's home was equally vacant. Consequently, my intervals of observation shifted from 2 days to 1, and until today. Merely half an hour ago, I passed by Joss's house, where the newspapers I had ordered habitually lay accumulated in his mailbox. Both of them have vanished. Donald, had it not been for your timely and successful intervention, I might have driven myself to madness. The veins on Ronan's forehead throbbed, his skin was notably thin. Not merely in an emotional sense, which amplified his expressions of agitation, rendering his feelings easily discernible to others. Donald refrained from observing his countenance, fearing it would extinguish the remnants of his appetite, yet he still sensed an unsettling chill rising behind him. The cult obstructed the members' communication with one another, distributing what they termed as rewards in the form of demon-slaying magic circles. To date, 3 individuals had attempted it. Roy and Joss were missing, leaving Donald's soul consumed, hastening his own transcendence. Is this truly a reward? Glancing at Ronan, his lips quivered. Should he divulge this? The progression of the ritual could very well signify death. What is it? Nothing. When do you intend to conduct the ritual, and where? The specifics are crucial. I could offer you some advice. The words that hovered on the tip of his tongue transformed in meaning as he continued to glean information. He could not disclose his thoughts. Ronan appeared thoroughly ensnared by the cult's brainwashing, and articulating his own ideas would not only fail to rescue him but could also ensnare himself. Apologies. I wish to survive. On the evening 3 days hence, I possess a modest cabin outside of Preston City, where I plan to conduct the ritual. Is that appropriate? Selecting a location away from the throngs and timing it for dusk is prudent. Given this, I wish you success. I shall await your return at this very spot in the establishment. Should you succeed, do remember to inform me. Ronan remained wary of Donald. Although the time and place were disclosed, they were vague, an obscure cabin in the woods outside of Preston. Who knows where that is? Since I cannot observe the demon-slaying ritual up close, Donald had a contingency plan. He would not reveal the process to me. But surely sharing the outcome would pose no issue? Whether you arrive at day or not will indicate several matters. Very well, I shall take my leave. Tightening his clothing to prevent any lingering sense from escaping, Ronan departed swiftly, vanishing into the crowd outside the restaurant. Waiter, bring me 2 loaves of bread. Raising his hand, fingers curled in a habitual motion, he captured the waiter's attention. He could no longer stomach the noodles. So he settled for 2 loaves of bread to satisfy his hunger. As Donald entered the house, an unusual sound emanating from the kitchen instilled a sense of unease within him. He recalled having locked the door before leaving, and indeed, Infinita had boarded the car. The kitchen had a window facing outward. Had a burglar invaded his home? Glancing around, he grasped an umbrella located in the foyer. its iron tip potentially inflicting considerable pain if thrust into someone's flesh. He approached the kitchen cautiously, only to be met with yet another noise. Was it a mouse? Relief washed over Donald. While mice are hardly welcome guests, they are at least manageable nuisances. He could simply purchase some rodenticide on his next trip to the market. With renewed confidence, he strode into the kitchen. As his footsteps drew closer, the kitchen erupted into commotion once more, only to fall silent again. A brief glance confirmed that the window latch was securely fastened. It had indeed been a mouse causing the ruckus, prompting him to close the door to prevent it from scurrying into the living room or upstairs. He had no desire to sleep amidst the cacophony of rodents. He felt no inclination to read in the living room. Whether in its former state or now, the house offered Donald little in the way of comfort. The living room, a shared space for daily activities, held little allure for him, even in Infinita's absence. Demons, after all, are creatures that loathe the sunlight. There was a platform on the roof. Perhaps he could dispose of the demon there. Driven by this childish notion, Donald swiftly ascended the stairs, retrieving a lounge chair from his room. The small door leading to the rooftop was not locked, merely wound with a rusted iron chain, suggesting it had not been opened in quite some time. Upon unfastening the chain and casting it aside, the sight that greeted him lifted his spirits considerably. Perhaps left behind by the previous owner or abandoned long ago, a few neglected potted plants flourished on the stone ledges, with blossoms of jasmine and roses interspersed among the dark green foliage, creating a delightful spectacle. Contrary to his expectations of a filthy rooftop, it was surprisingly tidy, thanks to the plants that absorbed the dust, with the ground more littered with fallen leaves. A small patch of open space in the center, spanning a few square meters, was perfectly suited for placing the wicker chair. He reclined into the chair, setting his bread and lemonade on a small stool, also a remnant from his bedroom, effectively transforming it into a makeshift table. The distant skyline unfolded before him, and aside from a few unsightly chimneys, even the street vendors' shouts sounded harmonious in this moment of tranquility. With his mood lifted, it was time to attend to serious matters. He retrieved Exorcising Evil, not merely to flip through its pages, but to unveil the parchment wrapped within. This was the crux of his endeavor. When King Antoine, the bookseller, first held this tome, he likely overlooked that this was no ordinary parchment. It bore inscriptions in a unique script. Donald had discovered this detail in the bookstore's cellar but kept it to himself, only beginning to delve into its contents in solitude. When abandoned by the divine, do not despair. Step into the profound darkness and seek the light that belongs to you. It is imperative to shun self-righteous emotions, for the forces of darkness will erode your very soul. When you find yourself unable to command your own existence, be willing to sacrifice everything, ignite your spirit, and attain tranquility. How did this parchment come to be united with this sacred text? The purpose of the book is to liberate individuals from evil and shadows, while the content of the parchment beckons one to delve into darkness and draw forth its power. Is this merely a coincidence? Chapter 11. The Swarm on the Rooftop. 1-2. This book originated from an individual similarly tormented by malevolent forces as Donald. According to the shopkeeper, upon his second visit, the situation had improved, and the book was delivered wrapped in parchment. The inscriptions on the parchment could hardly have been generated automatically. Could they be penned by that man? Perhaps he wished to convey an alternative solution to those afflicted like himself, a mutual aid among the suffering. Reflecting on this notion, a deeper meaning began to unfold. Since the approach to confronting darkness was suggested, and the book was encased in parchment, could it be that the individual had concealed this method within the pages? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Donald meticulously perused Exorcising Evil, turning the pages one by one, determined not to overlook any suspicious markings. He even scrutinized the creases within the book, hoping to unearth precious insights left by predecessors. Yet, after traversing through more than half of the book, he found not a single valuable piece of information. Indeed, he scarcely noted more than 5 annotations, while certain passages bore traces of writing and emphasis. Even dissecting each word yielded no special significance, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Alas, could this truly be mere happenstance, or was my methodology flawed? Though he failed to grasp the means of approaching darkness, he did gain a comprehensive understanding of the baptismal rites described in Exorcising Evil. The book asserted that when one is ensnared by vengeful spirits or similar malevolent entities, followers of a specific sect could seek assistance from within their ranks. Each established sect possesses a complete exorcism protocol, the cost approximating 50 gold pounds. This sum cannot be deemed exorbitant. For the middle class, it is a manageable expense, albeit one that might necessitate tighter living conditions in the days to come. Yet, what choice does one have when life is at stake? On the other hand, It is not an insignificant amount, especially considering Donald's current income level. Without alternative sources of revenue, he would require at least a year to save such a sum. What a wretched capitalist society where even exorcism demands payment. What happened to the notion of divine love for humanity? Reclining in his chair, Donald lamented helplessly. Deep down, he understood that charging for such exorcism rites was not unreasonable. The various implements and the presence of several key clergy members required for the ceremony were hardly trivial resources. The church bears the burden of both human and material costs. Expecting free services would imply that the clergy could spend their days solely performing exorcisms. If it were free, everyone would flock to seek cures for their ailments. How convenient. Temporarily setting the book aside, he reached for the bread and lemonade in the bag beside him. With such rare splendid weather and having gazed at the book for an extended period, a moment of relaxation was well-deserved. Could it be that he had been too engrossed in his reading, leading to a distortion of memory? However, just as Donald crouched to grasp the bag's opening, his gaze inadvertently aligned with a potted plant on the stone shelf to his left. In an instant, a wave of goosebumps surged over his entire body. Amidst the branches of a rose bush, a bipedal mouse scrutinized him. Indeed, Donald was convinced that this rodent was appraising him, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. While many often find animals endearing when they exhibit anthropomorphic behaviors, let us not be misled. It is the inherent charm of the creatures themselves that captivates us. Now, envision a swarm of cockroaches dancing around you. How would that feel? Before Donald stood not merely one mouse, but several. As his gaze fixed, he discerned numerous shadowy figures concealed within the surrounding potted plants. A truly unnerving revelation. He stumbled back a few paces, his mind racing with confusion. Why were there so many mice active in broad daylight? How had they ascended to this terrace? And what intentions did they harbor by fixating their gaze upon him? In a flurry, he reached for a nearby stool, an action that signaled hostility to the mice, which had remained silent until now, erupting into a cacophony of squeaks. At that moment, Donald realized it was not merely the few before him. The sounds emerged from the pots behind him as well. This terrace was, without a doubt, a veritable mice's den. He hastily retreated toward the stairwell, intent on descending and summoning professional help, but before he could do so, his gaze fell upon the books and parchment resting on the lounge chair. What if the mice ascended and gnawed on them? Those had cost him a small fortune. The root of his disquiet lay in the center, a glossy, rotund mouse the size of a small puppy, its yellowed incisors sending waves of dread through him. Who knew whether these mice carried diseases? One bite could spell doom. If not by the hands of a demon, then surely by poison. What a bizarre world this was, with mutant mice. Had they truly evolved? As the mice advanced, Donald's steps retreated. He had no time to ponder why so many mice had congregated on his terrace or why they surrounded him in such a manner. Escaping was his foremost priority. Hey, is there anyone who can help? There are countless mice in my house. Call the police, he shouted, his voice echoing. Passers-by were not absent. Several glanced upward, their expressions. TSK, TSK, TSK. So your house has a mouse problem? Big deal? Planning to have the police clean your home? No one paid Donald any mind. Just as he resolved to plunge into the throng of rodents, an unexpected and delightful sight appeared atop the neighboring rooftop. A pure white figure. Meow. Chapter 12. The swarm of mice on the rooftop. 2-2. A cat's cry drew all eyes on the rooftop. The Donald residence and its neighbors shared a wall, their roofs tiled and unsuitable for standing. At that moment, a majestic white cat stood beside the chimney, its golden tuft of fur on its forehead gleaming under the sunlight. Fixated on the cluster of mice, its primal instincts compelled it to emit a challenging call, distinctly different from the domesticated cats that lounge in their owner's arms. This cry bore an untamed ferocity. This mutated mouse had the uncanny ability to command its legion of rodents. Donald found himself at a loss for how to assess these creatures, placing all his hopes on the white cat atop the adjacent roof. The feline did not disappoint. Confronted with the mice lined up at the edge of the rooftop, it exhibited no fear. Instead, it raised its tail and approached slowly, lacking any intimidating posturing or growling. It regarded the mice not as threats, but as mere playthings. Squeak. The leader of the mice issued a command, and 3 mice suddenly darted forward, initiating a tentative assault. Their tiny paws pattered against the tiles with rapidity, a testament to the inherent agility of mice, leaving Donald in a state of bewilderment. However, to the white cat, this posed no challenge. The title of Nemesis was not self-imposed, but a recognized power. With a swift extension of its forked claws, it executed a simple yet deadly motion with its left paw, sending the foremost mouse hurtling off the roof. Almost immediately, its right paw struck downward, effortlessly dispatching another beneath its grip, before lowering its head to seize the last mouse, deftly shaking its head to leave only a half-eaten carcass behind. The message was clear. These were mere playthings, unworthy of being its prey. Such dominance was astounding to Donald. He had never witnessed such a fierce and aggressive cat. Truly magnificent. Squeak, squeak. The mutated mouse continued to emit high-pitched cries, yet no mouse dared to venture forth again. The prior attempt had made it abundantly clear that a natural enemy remains just that, akin to a flock of lambs never overpowering a wolf. Suddenly, a prolonged call broke the previously quiet mouse horde. Donald recognized it was not the mutated mouse that had cried out. In the wake of that sound, the surrounding mice seemed to receive some signal, beginning to vocalize in unison. This time, the mutated mouse's cries were laced with palpable anger. Were they urging their leader to confront the cat? Donald could not comprehend the mice's chatter, relying solely on his imagination. Their conversation might have unfolded thus. Go and eliminate that cat. We can't face it. We won't listen. Nonsense. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Oh. So bold. If you're not afraid, then you take the lead. The mutated mouse ventured out onto the balcony and climbed to the rooftop. The same as that of the white cat. There was no choice if it did not reveal its capabilities. Commanding these little mouse minions in the future would become a daunting task. Facing the imposing white cat, which was several times its size, a sense of trepidation crept into its heart. Donald only observed as the mutated mouse dashed forth with an ear-piercing shriek, prompting the white cat to abandon its post. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, it lunged towards the mouse on the ground. In a moment of peril, the glossy creature abruptly changed direction, making a sharp turn on the rooftop, and slipped through a gap in the neighboring house, escaping. The remaining mice were left bewildered. Where was the grand battle they had anticipated? Their leader had fled, and the rest of the dozen or so mice immediately scattered in chaos. Donald felt fortunate that when he ascended the stairs, he had secured the corridor door, preventing these mice from rushing into his home. Or else his sleep that night would have been far from peaceful. The white cat followed the escape route of the mutated mouse to the gap. But upon discovering it could not squeeze through, it scratched at the entrance a couple of times before glancing back at Donald and then proceeding toward another residence, leaving no opportunity for gratitude to the person it had just saved. With its pure white fur and a tuft of golden hair on its forehead. Could this be the lost cat from the notice posted at the Oak Tavern? The more Donald examined the feline, the more he felt a striking resemblance. It seemed that this was not a case of loss, but rather an active pursuit of the mutated mouse. Turning back, he pondered the origins of the mutated mouse. Its large size was one thing. After all, humans come in all shapes and sizes, but the intelligence it exhibited was not something that could arise casually. Realizing this, he concluded that remaining on the rooftop was unwise. Who knew if the mice would return? He hastily gathered his belongings and sought an opportunity to dispose of some rodent poison. Once back in his room, he sat at his desk for a while, allowing his mind to settle before meticulously searching through his space. The night before, he had only glanced at the obvious spots, neglecting many areas with mere cursory looks. Donald refused to believe that only the diary remained from his predecessor, while Infinita might be unaware of the predecessor's involvement with the cult. Memories and the contents of the diary were always reliable. What of the items related to the cult? Joining an underground organization would surely leave behind something akin to an identification token, wouldn't it? The furniture in his bedroom was sparse, and after a thorough search, he found nothing of significance. If it was not hidden here, could it be concealed elsewhere? It seemed plausible that it might be hidden outside. But he lacked any memories to guide him in the search. If only there were a clue, just knowing the general location would suffice. Hiding something. Locking it away, the key. His gaze fixated on the keychain inserted into the door's keyhole. One key for the front door, one for the bedroom. But what of the remaining key? What door did it unlock? He quickly approached the door, removed the keychain, and scrutinized the remaining key, which bore no distinguishing marks. Had another lead vanished? Chapter 13. Translation, am I late? I arrived punctually at the door, yet I find myself unable to enter. Clutching a half-finished carton of milk and a soft loaf of bread, I knocked on the door of Swift Detective Agency. Sherlock Swift, impeccably dressed, was the result of Donald's wait outside for more than 10 minutes. It is hardly a good habit to be so indirect in mocking one's employer. Is that breakfast in your hands meant for me? If so, I shall choose to forgive you. I hadn't intended to purchase anything, but in order to evade awkwardness, I spent money on a portion. If Sherlock had prepared his own breakfast, I would simply treat it as lunch. As it is merely bread and milk, a brief pause would suffice, perhaps just a smear of jam for flavor enhancement. It appears that the swift detective agency indeed lacks a servant, which is quite peculiar. How can one afford a weekly salary of £1 yet be unable to hire a servant who would demand only 3 shillings weekly? The disparity is nearly sevenfold. What tasks await me today? Upon leaving yesterday, I had tidied a portion of the desk, yet it remains unchanged, indicating that my employer is somewhat indolent. As Donald organized, he pondered the day's duties. This is the document you need to translate. Record the translated content below. Remember to keep it neat. Do not write too sloppily. Additionally, if you have time, please arrange the items in the room, especially the files on the desk, categorizing them. I haven't thought of anything else for now. Just proceed with that. I am about to begin my morning meditation. For the next hour, filter any interruptions unless they are of great importance, such as a visitor. First, he dedicated 20 minutes to organizing the documents on the desk, neatly placing them into the adjacent glass cabinet, spines facing outward. He then wiped the desk surface, collecting paper scraps into the wastebasket before opening the folder containing the required translations. The text within the documents was grouped into clusters of 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 words, evidently transcribed from the original documents. Donald glanced through the first few clusters, a sequence of 3 words translated to bestow, grant, material. This piqued Donald's curiosity even further. What could the original document contain that necessitated such meticulousness? Upon reviewing the entire text, he noted a modest word count, estimating it to be around 300 to 400 characters. Donald was uncertain whether this represented the complete content or merely a fragment. Yet one thing was clear. The difficulty of translating these words was akin to a simple transcription for him. While others might grapple with the significance of symbols and textual meanings, deliberating over choices, he was different, relying on the reservoir of his memory. These words were as comprehensible to him as square characters. A mere glance sufficed for complete understanding. It was instinctual. However, this was not merely a translation contest but a high-paying job. Sherlock's regard for this document was self-evident, and Donald believed that 80% of his securing this position stemmed from his ability to translate what appeared to be an enigma to the average individual. Given this, the pace of translation must not be hurried. In a matter of mere hundreds of words, if Donald were to devote himself entirely to translation, he could transform them into the universal language of this era in less than an hour. Yet, what would be the outcome of such an endeavor? Would Sherlock bestow upon him a monetary reward? Most likely, it would amount to no more than a verbal commendation, for after all, it is his duty. Conversely, should the translated content prove to be rather scant, his value in Sherlock's eyes would inevitably diminish, rendering a weekly wage of £1 somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, even disregarding remuneration, translating too swiftly poses inherent issues. Donald harbored doubts that Sherlock had not previously consulted other scholars. If they failed to accomplish what he could achieve with remarkable speed, it would indeed be perplexing. While one might argue it stems from personal passion, such fervor appears excessively intense, does it not? Sherlock, being a detective, could effortlessly investigate Donald's background. Should he unearth any undisclosed information, it would spell trouble. Therefore, Donald resolved to decelerate his writing pace while maintaining the translation speed, meticulously organizing the words in his mind. Even if he could not grasp the entire meaning, he might at least discern some threads of insight. It resembled a word puzzle, where sentences and phrases were jumbled and reassembled. Armed with unexpectedly acquired knowledge, Donald endeavored to restore the original content to its former clarity. He fetched a sheet of paper and began to seemingly haphazardly sketch with a pen, alternating between 2 scripts as he attempted to piece together similar characters, writing them in both languages. Half an hour elapsed, and he had translated merely 5 sets of the text, yet the adjacent paper was densely scribbled. Unbeknownst to anyone, Donald quietly organized some content. Since Sherlock was entirely oblivious to the meanings of these words, he could only rely on instinct when segmenting them, resulting in some terms remaining interconnected. Ritual, acquisition of talent, enhancement, training, these were among the keywords. Donald reassembled them in his own language to yield acquisition of talent through a certain ritual and enhancement through training. The phrasing was coherent, and the meaning was clear. Yet Donald remained baffled. To acquire talent through ritual? If it is talent, it is inherently possessed. Why would one require a ritual to attain it? Bestowed by the divine. Innately possessed. It was unfounded, and Donald recalled a phrase used as a test in the Oak Tavern. Such sluggish progress? While Donald pondered, Sherlock had completed his meditation and, unbeknownst to him, had approached from behind. The slowness was to be expected. The translation of these words was far from simple. And given the current state of affairs, one ought to completely disarrange the content, severing any potential connection between preceding and succeeding text, thereby exponentially increasing the difficulty of translation. Why not provide me with the original text? I assure you, the speed would significantly improve. The rationale was premeditated. Donald felt no trepidation in facing Sherlock's scrutiny. Chapter 14. The case of the stolen jewelry. Please, take your time. The original document is exceedingly precious, containing information that cannot be carelessly shared. I expended significant resources to acquire it, and to have you translate it verbatim would amount to a gift I am not inclined to bestow. At this moment, the mysterious newspaper of the day should have arrived. Let us check at the entrance. As a detective, one must remain vigilant regarding the prominent cases or peculiar phenomena occurring within the city of Preston. The various news agencies in Preston have their distinct focal points. For instance, the Preston Economic Daily caters to the interests of merchants, a favored read among bookstore proprietors. In contrast, the mysterious publication is uniquely printed by the People's Press of Preston, targeting the curiosity of the youth. The majority of its pages are devoted to recent cases and unusual occurrences in the city, presented in a serialized format that delves deeply into specific phenomena. Even in the absence of significant events, they cleverly contrive suspense, undeniably captivating the audience. Donald retrieved the rolled newspaper from beside the entrance mat and unfurled it, revealing a striking silhouette of a detective at the center of the page, adorned with the title, Unsolved Cases. It is no wonder that Sherlock subscribes to this publication. The layout is divided into 3 sections, each examining one of Preston's recent cases: the missing girl case, the jewelry theft case, and the street murder case. Accompanying these discussions are various readers' insights, primarily consisting of debates, with a particularly bold deduction at the top, outlining specific characteristics of the alleged perpetrator. This assertion was likely positioned at the forefront by the newspaper, for regardless of its validity, the confident tone alone is bound to incite discussion. Those who agree and those who oppose will engage in a debate that generates considerable interest. Once a topic gains traction, individuals will seek to validate their own perspectives, thereby propelling the newspaper's sales to soar. Sherlock, have you been following the mysterious publication closely? Indeed. I have little interest in politics or economics. This is my vocation. The newspaper chronicles numerous bizarre events that have recently transpired in Preston. As there may be clients seeking assistance regarding such matters, it is imperative that I remain informed. Are you not concerned with these cases? Donald assumed he would be more invested in pursuing the culprits privately, subsequently reporting them to the police for reward and recognition. In the spacious living room, one perused the newspaper while the other translated, each engrossed in their respective tasks, as the gramophone played soothing melodies. Amidst such leisure, one might wonder where the finances originate. Just as Donald began to muse about Sherlock's entire morning likely spent reading and listening to music, the doorbell rang at the entrance. As the assistant, he promptly rose to answer the door. Is the detective at home? A middle-aged man, somewhat portly and clad in a brown wool coat, stood outside, incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. The temperature today was merely in the low 20s, yet he was perspiring profusely, coupled with a look of anxiety on his face, suggesting that something was amiss. Mr. Sherlock Swift was inside. Making way, the man hurried into the room. I need your assistance in locating a shipment of jewelry. It is urgent, extremely urgent. My shop is set to open tomorrow, and the invitations have already been sent out. Without that batch of jewelry, I cannot possibly face my customers when I open my doors. If you can help me recover the jewelry before tomorrow morning, I can offer you 10 gold pounds. No, 15 gold pounds. The man's rapid-fire words left both listeners somewhat bewildered. Donald observed Sherlock taking a step back, as if to avoid the spittle that flew from the man's agitated speech, yet it also appeared as though he lacked confidence. However, Sherlock quickly steadied himself. How much is the loss? Have you reported it to the police? Sherlock inquired, adjusting his coat, his tone laced with barely concealed excitement. I haven't calculated the total loss yet. If I were to call the police, what would I need you for? To preserve my reputation. I won't disclose this matter to anyone until after tomorrow's opening. If I have not recovered the items by then, only then will I report it to the authorities. Even if you manage to find them before the police, the reward will be reduced to a mere 5 gold pounds. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. Donald, you shall accompany us as well. A theft with a time constraint presents an excellent opportunity for fame. Sherlock prioritized the renown that could be garnered from solving such a case over the substantial reward. At that moment, Donald realized that he had been misled by remnants of past impressions. He pondered the substantial fee Sherlock offered him. alongside the exorbitant cost of the translated documents he had procured. Where did he acquire such funds? While such thoughts loomed in his mind, he dismissed them, recognizing that now was not the time for such contemplation. He quickly organized the translated documents and followed Sherlock out to the jeweler's carriage. What is the location of the theft? The storage room in my home, secured with 3 locks. I possess the keys, which I have kept on me even while bathing or using the restroom these past few days. However, when I checked the storage room this morning, the items were gone. Drawing inferences from his statements, the client appeared to be rather cooperative. Are you implying that the locks were intact? Is there a secret door or window in the storage room? Or perhaps an undisclosed passage? Not a single lock was damaged. In fact, none were even opened. The storage room is adjacent to my kitchen on the ground floor, and the entire family was present. There is a small window for ventilation, but I had it barred with iron long ago. Not even a cat could squeeze through, let alone a person. As for secret doors or passages, I cannot say for certain, as I have not thoroughly examined the premises. Sherlock pressed his lips together. If what this jeweler claimed was true, how could so much jewelry vanish into thin air? Chapter 15. Clairvoyance. 3 unscathed padlocks dangled from the metal latch extending outwards as Donald stood outside the warehouse, casting a glance at the jeweler's family nearby. Apart from the husband and wife, they had a pair of children. The boy resembled his father, with a chubby physique, which could also be attributed to his youth, as he had yet to reach his growth spurt. Donald's gaze lingered on the boy's hands, which resembled small carrots, ill-suited for delicate tasks. The girl and the woman presented contrasting emotions. One was still quite young, while the other wore an expression of sorrow that seemed genuine. Meanwhile, the jeweler, constantly wiping his brow, kept his eyes fixed on the warehouse, yearning for any glimmer of good news. Where could the jewels possibly be? His gaze shifted toward the interior of the warehouse, where 3 nearly 2-meter-tall wooden racks stood, divided into 5 tiers. When the jewels had not gone missing, they had been stored in various boxes, occupying the spaces on the racks. Currently, the condition of the racks revealed that the jewels on the upper 2 tiers remained intact, as his eyes swept across the scene with no signs of any boxes being tampered with. However, the boxes on the lower 3 tiers had been opened extensively, nearly 30 in total. The padlocks remained undamaged, eliminating the possibility of a violent break-in. The keys had been in the jeweler's possession, as he claimed they were never out of his sight, even during sleep, as he and his wife took turns guarding them. Given this, the notion of someone stealing the keys to commit theft in the dead of night was ruled out. How did the thief gain entry to the warehouse? This became the crux of the matter. The 3 locks outside had been secured before Mr. Ebel opened the door, one of which was even connected by a thin wire to a bell at the staircase, a common traditional method of theft prevention. Any disturbance to the lock would trigger the bell, and with the couple alternating their watch, the likelihood of detection was exceedingly high. Mr. Ebel, are the jewels on the upper 2 tiers of little value? The thief only took from the lower 3 tiers, leaving the upper tiers untouched. Sherlock's inquiry was aimed at confirming this assumption. Certainly not. I do not arrange items by height. The gold and silver ornaments here are all currently in high demand in the market. At this moment, Sherlock, with his legs curled beneath him, barely reached a height of 5 feet. Could the thief be a dwarf? Or perhaps a mere child? Due to the urgency of the situation, Donald, the new assistant on his first day, was tasked with inquiring about the jeweler's family. After 10 minutes of questioning, the information he gleaned was as follows. Mr. Ebel's jewelry store was set to open soon, and many were aware of this due to the invitations. However, the details surrounding the storage of the jewels in the warehouse were seldom disclosed. Besides Mr. Ebel's family, only a few close friends or business partners were privy to this information. Mr. Ebel himself insisted that they could not possibly be the ones to steal the jewels. In recent days, many individuals have visited the Eberly residence, predominantly relatives, given that it is a jewelry establishment, a symbol of wealth and assets. Those who seek connections and cultivate relationships are certainly numerous, and while suspicions cannot be entirely dismissed, their places of residence are generally scattered across various districts of Preston. Conducting thorough inquiries on each individual would render it nearly impossible to solve the case by dawn. There are 3 outsiders: a maid who came to clean the house 3 days ago, a plumber who repaired the household pipes, and a rat catcher. A rat catcher? Donald felt a twinge of confusion regarding this profession. Eberly's description inadvertently reminded Donald of the swarm of rats he encountered on his own balcony yesterday afternoon. Please share any information you have regarding that rat catcher. Realization dawned upon Donald, inevitably leading him to contemplate a certain scenario. Prior to yesterday, he would have found it utterly implausible, but the sight of that mutated rat had profoundly shifted his perspective. Without hesitation, he rose and made his way to the warehouse, where Sherlock was still inside, scrutinizing the scene with a magnifying glass for any clues. The preliminary inquiries were nearing completion. "May I enter to assist you in searching for clues?" "Of course, you are my assistant," came Sherlock's reply. With permission granted, Donald stepped into the warehouse. Unlike Sherlock, who was focused on examining the wooden racks, Donald's gaze was immediately drawn to the corners of the warehouse. This space was not a dedicated treasure room, rather. It appeared to be a makeshift storeroom, given the scattered sacks and miscellaneous items surrounding it. Crouching low, he moved along the wall near the entrance, paying close attention to the gaps in the storeroom, occasionally tugging at some baskets to pull them slightly out. "Donald, what are you searching for?" Sherlock inquired. What clues could possibly be found in the corner? Would a thief, while pilfering gold and jewels, also take the time to sneak off with a couple of baskets to carry their loot? "I'm looking for this." He tore open a sack, revealing a hole in the wall slightly larger than a fist. Donald bent down, holding his breath to avoid disturbing the dust that had settled at the wall's edge. The dust bore distinct impressions of rat paw prints and some dragging marks. A rat hole? You can't possibly think it was a rat that stole the jewelry. Do you really believe that? "Sherlock, have you ever seen a rat of considerable size? Perhaps this big. I understand this may seem unbelievable, but I witnessed it myself, right on my balcony. Had I possessed a camera at the time, I surely would have taken a photograph." Donald recognized that his thoughts might appear absurd to others, a horde of rats storming into a vault in the dead of night to abscond with dozens of pieces of jewelry. Following this line of reasoning, one might as well believe in ghosts stealing valuables. Regardless of whether others believed him, Baird Eberly would undoubtedly roll his eyes at the notion. "I believe you. So, you truly believe me?" "Donald, did I not tell you before that I have witnessed more outrageous things? That time was merely a coincidence, but this is a personal experience. Go and close the warehouse door. Soon you shall discover whether your thoughts hold any truth." This small vial of tracking powder cost me 5 gold pounds. Enhanced by a spell. A mere sprinkle upon the ground will reveal the footprints of all creatures that have traversed this area in recent days. Tracking powder? What were you doing with that magnifying glass for so long, merely posturing? Watching Sherlock pour the powder multiple times, first at the entrance of the mouse hole, then in front of the wooden rack, he squatted beside it, awaiting the results. 1 minute, 2 minutes. "What are you doing in there? May I open the door?" Outside, Abel grew impatient, knocking on the door, while the atmosphere inside the warehouse became increasingly awkward. "That scoundrel deceived me. I shall not let this go." The warehouse floor remained unchanged, and Sherlock abruptly tossed the tracking powder onto the ground, the vial rolling conveniently to Donald's feet. "You are a detective, for heaven's sake. Can you truly believe in such tracking powder? Shouldn't you rely on your own intellect to solve the case?" "Assistant, are you contemplating something unsavory?" Sherlock glared at Donald. If he dared to nod, he would certainly find a way to dock his pay in the coming days. "I wonder if the method of use is incorrect. This tracking powder sounds formidable, especially considering the 5 gold pounds I spent on it. It cannot possibly be without effect." Sensing danger, Donald hastily changed the subject, bending down to pick up the vial of tracking powder. The glass bottle was reasonably sturdy, adorned with a white label bearing the name, "Tracking Powder." Below, there seemed to be a line of smaller text. He approached the nearby window, seeking sunlight. "Requires spiritual vision, Sherlock. Did the seller of this powder mention anything about spiritual vision? Look, it is noted below. Stop thinking. The average person could never possess spiritual vision. That requires, in any case, this vial of powder is useless." Sherlock appeared to be aware of certain hidden truths. If this tracking powder could indeed be effective, it should not be something ordinary individuals could possess. This fellow harbors many secrets. Based on his conjecture, this ability likely stems from a demon within. Since it is demonic power, it should not merely allow one to perceive inexplicable mists, should it? Should I attempt it? Due to religious influences, demons are regarded as symbols of filth and evil among the indigenous people of this world. Even the slightest contact is to be avoided, except by those wicked individuals who would dare to engage with demonic forces. One could only say that Donald is an anomaly. His previous education emphasized practicality. As long as it serves a purpose, he does not care about the source of the ability. After all, he has not discovered any other drawbacks aside from the pain in his eyes. "I can see the traces on the ground. I must see the traces on the ground." To unearth one's innate capabilities, imparting oneself with a profound psychological suggestion proves to be an exceptionally effective method. A surge of warmth unexpectedly emanates from the mind, uncontrollably rushing straight into the eyes. The light around him warps, as if the very fabric of space is being influenced by some unseen force. With his back turned to the window, Donald opens his eyes, and a crimson sheen glimmers within his emerald-hued pupils, the two colors intertwining and entwining, resembling red crystalline powder embedded within a jade gem, rendering his gaze both enchanting and resplendent. Without pushing oneself to the limit, one can never truly fathom the extent of their strength. Chapter 16. Pursuit. The colors of inanimate objects such as walls and wooden frames gradually faded, ultimately presenting a delicate gray texture against the backdrop. In stark contrast stood Sherlock, his figure radiating a pristine white, not merely from the mist surrounding him, but as if his entire being was enveloped in luminescence. Yet, before him, remnants of color seemed to linger, albeit obscured by his presence. Before Donald could scrutinize further, his attention was wholly captivated by the objects on the ground. From the mouse hole to the area surrounding the three wooden frames, a plethora of light yellow three-toed footprints was scattered across the floor. It appeared his conjecture was indeed correct. The rodents were the thieves. However, to assert that would be a misnomer. What would mice want with jewels? To them, those glittering trinkets would likely hold less value than a loaf of rye bread. They were mere instruments. The true thief was the one controlling these mice. With this realization, it became understandable why the jewelry on the upper floors had remained untouched. Observing the overlapping marks on the lower shelves, Donald was astonished to see the mice managing to stack themselves in a precarious tower, reaching a height of over a meter. If they had been a few in number, could they have even breached the upper levels? A sharp intake of breath drew his attention. The world around him seemed to dim, as if someone had flicked a switch plunging everything into darkness. Unlike the previous sensation of discomfort, this time his eyes were met with an unsettling chill, a peculiar feeling that, if less potent, might have felt refreshing, but now it was an undeniable coldness. "What's wrong?" Sherlock inquired, noticing his assistant stumble, turning to find him rubbing his eyes. Donald knew he could not reveal his discovery of the footprints to Sherlock. Yet with the certainty of the mice's thievery, he could certainly guide Sherlock toward the right conclusion. Could the rat catcher be the thief? This remained an unanswered question, yet regardless, he possessed experience regarding these rodents and could potentially extract valuable information from him, which would greatly aid in unraveling the case. "You are indeed correct. I had not anticipated such cleverness," Donald remarked. "It was merely an immature suggestion, one I assumed you had already contemplated," Sherlock replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive, and I am fortunate to have you as my assistant." Sherlock grew increasingly satisfied with his assistant, appreciating his keen insight, flattery, and timely valuable suggestions. The two resolved to seek out Abel, opting not to disclose the circumstances within the warehouse, knowing he would likely be skeptical. Instead, Sherlock stated they were preparing to inquire about some suspicious individuals and required the addresses of 3 strangers who had been in the area recently. In an era where telephones were not yet widespread, communication among the lower classes still relied on face-to-face encounters or written correspondence, making the recording of addresses particularly significant. Abel's household possessed the addresses of these 3 individuals. To expedite their efforts, he even arranged for his carriage to assist them. "Your tracking powder is rather costly. At 5 gold pounds, it seems you Haven T utilized much of it. Perhaps a return may be feasible." Once aboard the carriage, Donald handed the tracking powder he had tightly clutched in his hand to Sherlock. "There's no returning it. Those fellows adhere strictly to a no-refund policy. You can simply discard it wherever you please, or keep it as a memento if you wish." Sherlock felt little regret over the 5 gold pounds. He waved his hand dismissively. "I'll keep it then. This bottle is rather fine. I could wash it out and replace the powder with sugar pills. That would be quite nice." "Sherlock, may I inquire where you acquired this substance? Is there still someone who sells such? Shall I refer to it as marvelous powder?" Though his face bore no overt joy, he maintained restraint, yet feigned casualness to ask the question that piqued his curiosity the most. "In an underground market, well, it has a double meaning, being both literally underground and somewhat illicit. One cannot precisely label it illegal, as the government and Church of Puston City tacitly acknowledge its existence. It is a place where, for a price, one can procure many peculiar items, most of which flirt with the edges of legality. While there are indeed items that cross the line, they are few, for none can ascertain the presence of government or church spies within that market. Rather than enacting stringent prohibitions with considerable effort, allowing such an underground market to thrive may be more prudent. This way, the government and church can subtly impose restrictions, perhaps even gleaning more advantageous information in the process. Moreover, for such establishments to survive, they must offer appropriate tributes every month, individuals eagerly arrive to contribute funds, which in turn benefits urban security. Who would welcome that? May I know where this place is? Sherlock's curiosity was palpable. All right, if we can solve this case today, I shall take you there tomorrow evening. Once the case is resolved, the 15 gold pounds will belong to us, and as your assistant, I shall share a portion with you, sufficient for a bit of indulgence. However, should we fail, taking you there would be futile, as I suspect you would find most of the fine items beyond your means. Typically, there exists a division of fees between the detective and the assistant, determined by the complexity of the assignment and the remuneration's magnitude, as well as the detective's generosity. Given the inherent risks of the commission, the assistant's involvement implies a willingness to shoulder danger, while their weekly salary compensates for routine tasks. A meager wage of 1 gold pound per week seems inadequate for life-threatening endeavors, does it not? That is acceptable. Since you're agreeable, let us discuss what lies ahead. Should we encounter the criminal, do your utmost to keep your distance. It's not a matter of disdain, but controlling a mouse-like criminal is a novel experience for me. This verges on the supernatural. One cannot guarantee that the perpetrator will surrender willingly. As merely an assistant, there is no need for you to risk your life. Moreover, should you perish, it would create considerable complications for me. Sherlock's eyes sparkled with excitement as he perused the mysteries report, and today, he finally found himself confronting the supernatural. If he could apprehend such a criminal, he might acquire some extraordinary abilities, such as the power to control rats. That certainly sounded impressive, didn't it? And what of you? Do you possess the combat prowess to contend with a thief capable of commanding rodents? Merely a thief, should he dare to appear before me. The battle would be swiftly concluded. With a swift motion, Sherlock reached to his side, retrieving a finely crafted firearm and placing it upon his thigh. As he gripped the handle firmly, an unmistakable aura of confidence enveloped him. This man was an experienced marksman. You possess a firearm? Rest assured, I hold a gun license. Acquired 5 years ago. Behold this weapon. Would a novice marksman wield such a piece? Unlike the revolvers familiar to Donald, the weapon in Sherlock's hands was not of the conventional sort. It was intricately designed, embedded with numerous gears and miniature mechanisms. The rear of the gun featured a cylindrical reservoir akin to that of a water pistol, alongside a dial marked with numerical codes. While it lacked the simplicity of modern aesthetics, it was undoubtedly a marvelous contraption. Without hesitation, Sherlock spoke of his prized firearms condition. This weapon falls within the bounds of my gun license? Is a compact cannon such as this permitted by law? The world seems perilously dangerous indeed. It is undeniable that the rapid advancement of industry is transforming this era. The once feared monsters of humanity, with their sharp fangs and claws, seem trivial in comparison to these man-made instruments of terror. Humanity is progressing, both internally and externally, and has never paused in its relentless march forward. In the Bowery district, one of the slums of Preston City, the environment could be succinctly described in 3 words: filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated. Let us proceed, he stated, his reasoning irrefutable. If we were to enter, this carriage would undoubtedly require a trip to the car wash upon our exit. As they disembarked and pushed open the door, a foul stench assailed their senses, causing both men, who had just moments ago been in the cleanliness of the carriage, to wrinkle their brows in distaste. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Donald braced himself for an arduous experience ahead. Chapter 17. The rat catcher. Such attire is seldom observed on the streets of ordinary urban areas, for it lacks the refinement of gentlemanly fashion. Donning such garments renders one incapable of holding their head high while conversing with those clad in formal wear. The humble attire signifies a lower status. As for the women, they predominantly wear plain dresses, starkly contrasting with the opulence and elegance found in other parts of the city. Many of them are adorned with aprons tied around their waists, resembling the maids of commonplace households. In fact, nearly half of them have experience working as maids in affluent families, while the remainder comprises the elderly and children. Do not misconstrue this. In this era, being a maid is not considered a disgrace. On the contrary, for those at the lower echelons of society, securing a position in a respectable household is deemed a commendable opportunity. Not only does it offer higher wages than weaving or basket making at home, but if fortune smiles upon them, they might encounter a benevolent employer, resulting in additional earnings. Should luck prevail further, a young impoverished girl might escape her current plight. Even if she cannot ascend to the status of a wealthy matron, she may become the mistress of a middle-class household, donning suitable gowns to attend operas and theatrical performances, a life that many girls from impoverished neighborhoods aspire to attain throughout their lives. Amidst these individuals, Donald and Sherlock appear somewhat out of place, not only in their attire but also in their distinct demeanor. This dissonance invites scrutiny from those around them. The gazes they receive convey a mix of sentiments, though none are particularly comforting. "Excuse me, could you direct us to 6, Fanny Street? We have a matter to entrust to the rat catcher." As an assistant, Donald does not possess the luxury of shyness or embarrassment. He steadies his emotions and approaches a seemingly familiar passerby, successfully acquiring directions. Even in the Bowery district, the rat catcher resides in a relatively secluded area, as his frequent dealings with rodents necessitate a space for various experiments, resulting in a rodent population at home rivaling that of some refused sites, though confined within iron cages. Living in proximity to such a household must induce considerable anxiety. One might awaken to find an infestation of rodents scattered about. This is not a scene from a horror film, yet it is not far removed from such a notion. "Is it just ahead?" Sherlock inquired, gesturing towards a wooden sign 20 paces ahead, emblazoned with the silhouette of a rat and partially obscured by a bold red cross. Compared to the areas traversed earlier, this locale appears even more desolate, with the buildings predominantly comprising dilapidated two-story structures, their cracked and splintered exteriors teetering perilously, as if a gust of wind might send them crashing down. It seems there are few residents nearby. A glance around reveals several houses with wide-open doors. The floors within, much like the ground outside, accumulating a thick layer of dust. The construction of factories is heavily influenced by land prices. As this is a matter of cost, compared to storefronts, such structures evidently find ample building opportunities in impoverished districts. The government, of course, is in agreement. The factory will not only generate substantial tax revenue but also create employment opportunities, thereby engaging the idlers of the impoverished neighborhoods and reducing their propensity to roam the city, which in turn will correspondingly lower the crime rate. A veritable win-win situation. Upon arriving at the rat catcher's establishment, they found the door firmly shut, with a curtain drawn across the entrance. "Is anyone there? We have a matter concerning rat catching to discuss." No response. This is to be expected. A rat catcher's primary occupation involves roaming from home to home in pursuit of rodents. Yet, the silence was somewhat disheartening, as this rat catcher represented a crucial lead. Regardless of his involvement in thievery, he must possess some pertinent information. However, if they cannot locate him, how can they proceed with their investigation? Do not fret. Observe that the light is on inside. Let us proceed with caution. A small tear in the curtain of the adjacent window allowed Sherlock to see the illumination within. It was peculiar to draw the curtains during the day and light an oil lamp. Such behavior would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After a brief pause of 10 seconds, there was still no answer. Donald stepped forward and knocked twice upon the door. "The light is on within, yet you refuse to open the door. What is the meaning of this? Even if you are unwilling to accept our business, a personal acknowledgement would be courteous. My brother has a rather foul temper. Should he resort to vandalism, do not blame us for being heavy-handed." With a creak, the door finally opened. "Gentlemen, I apologize. I am advanced in age and find movement challenging." As their gaze fell upon the elderly gentleman before them, they noticed his peculiar stature, stooped and hunched, his height barely reaching Sherlock's chest. He wore a black silk top hat, as mentioned by the jeweler Abel, which obscured his entire face, leaving only his drooping white beard and hoarse voice to suggest his age. Draped in a black cloak, part of it trailed on the ground, causing an unsettling impression due to the bulge at the back. His tone, however, was remarkably gentle, and upon opening the door, he immediately offered his apologies, leaving Donald feeling somewhat embarrassed. "May we come inside to converse? I have certain matters I wish to verify." "Certainly, though are you sure you wish to enter? Previous guests have not lingered in my shop for more than a minute." The rat catcher's words caused Donald and Sherlock to exchange glances, and as they listened to the continuous squeaking emanating from behind the door, they could surmise what lay within. For the sake of their investigation, this minor risk must be embraced. Without hesitation, they stepped over the threshold, with Sherlock leading the way and Donald bringing up the rear. He did not shut the door firmly but merely closed it gently, as one must always leave an escape route in such places. Closing it tightly would invite trouble. The scene on the rooftop was vividly etched in their minds. The curtains completely obscured the windows, casting the room into shadowy gloom, illuminated solely by the oil lamp hanging from the central beam. In the approximately 20-square-meter hall, an array of black iron cages filled the space, each of various shapes and sizes, yet all containing a singularly uniform occupant. Rats, rats, and more rats. Even those who harbored no fear of such creatures would likely feel a chill run down their spine upon entering such a place, goosebumps rising unrelentingly. Donald, similarly to Sherlock, possessed a certain degree of emotional restraint. Even amidst the incessant, vexatious squeaks of the surrounding mice, their expressions remained unperturbed. The rat catcher stood behind a workbench, cluttered with iron wire, pliers, and a half-assembled cage. However, it was an antiquated metal bell, reminiscent of those used to summon cattle on a farm, that piqued Donald's interest. Behind the workbench stood a large wooden cabinet, replete with numerous compartments. Surely, these two were not intent on capturing mice, for typical employers would not venture in uninvited. Is there something amiss? Donald inquired. The rat catcher, still preoccupied with the cage, did not lift his gaze. There has been a theft at the warehouse of jeweler Bide-Eberl. You should have visited his residence a few days ago. Did you notice anything peculiar? Sherlock did not explicitly articulate his suspicions regarding Donald, but he subtly revealed information to gauge the rat catcher's reaction. Upon hearing these words, the rat catcher's hands abruptly halted, and the persistent squeaking behind the two men grew increasingly cacophonous. Donald tightened his hands behind his back, catching a glimpse of Sherlock, whose right hand had also moved to his waistband, the buttons of his black coat having mysteriously come undone. Have you discovered something? The rat catcher asked, his question trailing off. Discovered what? Those mice. They are not right. The rat catcher's raspy voice conveyed a sense of foreboding. It seemed he was privy to certain truths. In what way are they not right? Sherlock pressed further. The rat catcher articulated his thoughts, aligning with the duo's prior conjectures. Is it as large as this? Donald gestured in exaggerated shape. Indeed. I encountered it on the farm. It was leading a pack of mice attacking a lamb, ferociously biting and gnawing. Have you seen it? Now is not the time to debate who has witnessed the giant rat. When you were capturing mice at the Eberl residence, did you observe anything unusual? Why would there be an influx of mice in his home? I wish to understand this. Realizing the gravity of the situation with the mice, it became imperative to trace the source of the issue step by step. I'm not certain. Typically, such occurrences do not happen. Large gatherings of mice are usually found in taverns or large establishments, rarely in private homes. I was quite startled when I arrived at Mr. Eberl's house. Those mice must have infiltrated somehow. There must be a passage. The rat catcher continued, his speech fragmented. Where did you catch the most mice? Since you completed the task, you must have captured some, correct? Of course, my skills were passed down from my father. The area with the highest concentration of mice, near the kitchen sink. I recall something peculiar. Mr. Eberl's pipes are unusually thick, unlike those in ordinary homes. Pipes. It must be that plumber, Sherlock exclaimed, turning with a face alight with excitement, for he had unearthed the key to unraveling the mystery. At this moment, Donald's gaze was surveying the mouse catcher's abode, his narrowed eyes devoid of brilliance, as he pinched a handful of silvery gray powder between his fingers and scattered it upon entering. Chapter 18, Deception, 1-2. Perhaps it is time to acquire a pair of sunglasses. Since the moment Donald first activated his clairvoyant abilities, this thought had lingered in his mind. His newfound power bore overt implications, making it imprudent to wield it indiscriminately. A pair of sunglasses would serve as a veil, affording him a degree of latitude. To begin with, from the instant Donald stepped into the rat catcher's shop, he discreetly sprinkled a measure of tracking powder onto the ground, ensuring that the other two were oblivious to his actions. Hearing is often deceptive, while seeing is believed to be credible. Yet this adage is not infallible at times. What the eye perceives may indeed be illusory. Nonetheless, in that moment, Donald placed his trust in his burgeoning abilities in the tracking powder. He was determined to discern whether there were traces of rodent activity upon the rat catcher's floor. The conclusion was affirmative, albeit scant. As he walked alongside Sherlock, Donald's gaze remained fixated on the ground where he had scattered the powder. Indeed, there were footprints of mice, weaving back and forth, yet there were only a few trails. Rather than indicating a thriving colony, they seemed to suggest the nocturnal visits of solitary intruders. Judging solely from this evidence, the rat catcher appeared to be innocent. Had he truly commanded a legion of rodents, the scene would have reflected a different story. Best not to venture out in the coming days. We may return to seek your assistance. Rest assured, I shall come prepared with remuneration next time. As the footsteps receded, the rat catcher arched his back and settled onto the wooden chair behind him. What was meant to arrive did not, while two unexpected visitors appeared instead. Yet, it mattered not. The presence of these ordinary individuals indicated that the previous trail was not thoroughly concealed. Those other individuals would likely prove more formidable. A change of location was in order. With a rhythmic tap of his fingers upon the table, he retrieved a short flute from the drawer beneath the workbench, placing it to his lips and gently blowing a note. Before him, dozens of iron cages fell silent. This time, even sight could be misleading. The plumber, under the guise of repairing pipes, had undoubtedly orchestrated his scheme within the Eberly household. He must have first assessed the plumbing situation before orchestrating the entry of his controlled rodents, utilizing the mouse holes for thievery. Thus, the front door, fortified by 100 locks, would be rendered utterly futile. Upon exiting the Bonlay district, Sherlock shared his insights while Donald absent-mindedly caressed his abdomen, noting that the pocket watch indicated it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Drawing back the curtain beside the carriage, he observed that the sun still blazed fiercely. Though it bore the marks of decline, twilight would soon envelop the day. Have you eaten lunch yet? Should we procure something? Let us first apprehend the culprit. There will be a grand feast to follow. For now, it is prudent to save our appetites. Donald felt a twinge of hunger. Yet Sherlock had no inclination to pause for a respite. The plumber's residence lay a considerable distance from the Bonlay district, and after a bumpy journey lasting nearly 20 minutes, they finally arrived at his street. The dwelling appeared unremarkable, and once again, it was Sherlock who approached the door to knock. They did not wait long before a small girl emerged to open it. Is Mr. Sorrel at home? Yes, my parents are both here. We seek to speak with your father regarding a matter of work. Could you kindly relay our request to him and ask him to step outside, regardless of the circumstances? The young girl bears no culpability in this situation. Summoning Cell outside, even if it leads to some unfortunate events, should not leave a lasting shadow upon the child. Donald, do you sense something amiss? It is the aroma of grilled sausages. This household is preparing dinner, and the scent of meat is particularly poignant for Donald, who has subsisted on bread for 2 days. Of course, this is merely a touch of humor. Donald understands what Sherlock is implying. If this indeed is the residence of a plumber, then as a potential suspect in theft, where might he control the rodents? Undoubtedly. These creatures pose a greater threat to women and children than certain ferocious beasts. Can one imagine a throng of mice parading jewels before his daughter and wife? The screams would likely raise the roof, rendering all attempts at concealment futile. If he is conducting his control from some clandestine location outside, that presents complications. Capturing him does not guarantee they can extract the whereabouts of the treasure, and as long as they lack irrefutable evidence of Cell's manipulation of the mice, he merely needs to deny everything, leaving them powerless against him. The prerequisite remains. Evidence must be indisputable. Good sirs, do you require my assistance? Cell appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing him, Donald's gaze froze. The plumber stood before them, still clad in his work attire, with smudges upon his hands and cheeks. His countenance was rather simple, and upon observing the well-groomed gentleman, he offered a somewhat sheepish smile while attempting to conceal his soiled hands. Is this the very thief who orchestrated the theft of a significant portion of Mr. Abel's warehouse jewelry with a horde of mice? Mr. Cell, we are private detectives currently investigating the theft of a watch from Mr. Abel's residence. We noted that you visited his home a few days ago. May I inquire what you were doing there? Sherlock's words flowed rapidly, clearly grasping certain implications. I did not steal anything. I was called to repair a blockage in Mr. Abel's kitchen pipes. I assure you, I merely attended to the water pipes. Cell's nerves were evident in his disjointed speech. And what of the pipes? Did you widen them? Indeed, I did expand the sewage pipes at Mr. Abel's residence. His admission came far too easily. Sherlock's expression darkened. The widening of the pipes is pivotal to the case, serving as the entryway for the rodents, and Cell's swift acknowledgement suggests he may be entirely unaware of the implications of his actions. Who instructed you to widen the pipes? Weren't you merely clearing a blockage? Why take such an unnecessary step? Alas, they had been deceived. This plumber was nothing more than a smokescreen thrown by the rat catcher, deliberately guiding their thoughts in this direction through his words. The intrusion of the rodents indeed relied upon the plumber's expansion of the sewage pipes, but it was the rat catcher who facilitated this entire affair. At that moment, while you were repairing the pipes, what was the exterminator doing? He was busily carrying some tools, wandering around the house to set iron traps. I merely cleared and widened the pipes, and once I was done, I departed. The theft of items is certainly not my concern. Cell was quite distressed about being perceived as a thief, repeatedly clarifying his position. Understood. Thank you for your cooperation. Donald, let us proceed. There was no time for explanations. Apprehending the criminal was of utmost importance. The exterminator's deliberate concealment of his actions was sufficient to almost ascertain his true identity. Is this your first commission? Gazing at Sherlock's mature and seasoned visage, Donald felt a pang of discomfort and began to question his own perception. A visage marked by experience, stubble that spoke of weariness, and an air of competence. Such a countenance could easily be mistaken for that of a seasoned detective, yet he was but a novice. Here we had a rookie detective alongside one who had only recently traversed into this world, possessing scant knowledge of its customs. embarking on a major commission with a reward of 15 gold pounds, while facing a cunning, hunchbacked elder criminal. The brave had yet to confront even a slime. And here they were, stepping directly into the lair of the Dark Lord. Sherlock, I believe there is no need for excessive sorrow. Do you not think that despite the convolutions in our investigative process, we have successfully identified the thief? If it were ordinary police, could they have been swifter than us? We merely lack experience, which allowed that exterminator to exploit our naivety. Frustration aside, it is essential to acknowledge our achievements, lest our superior be consumed by embarrassment, especially since he had just confidently declared in the carriage that he had already discovered the culprit. In truth, Donald's assertion held merit. Had this case been entrusted to standard police, there is no doubt that the notion of a mouse pilfering jewels would have eluded them. It is not a matter of intelligence, but rather a cognitive bias. Much like how we never imagine a cup would speak or a cat might leap to deliver itself a punch, though a scratch or two is plausible. The exterminator too could not have anticipated that his challengers would be two greenhorns, serendipitously uncovering the crucial fact that mice were thieving jewels. Coincidentally, Donald possessed the ability of clairvoyance, while Sherlock had tracking powder at his disposal. Otherwise, it would have been quite unrealistic to trace the matter this swiftly. Chapter 19. The Traitor 2-2. With a resounding crash, Sherlock kicked open the wooden door, yet the presence of the rat catcher had vanished, leaving only the incessant squeaking of the mice within the iron cage. They split up to search for clues, agreeing to notify one another of any findings. The criminal had gained precious time by misleading them. Having arrived late, to continue the pursuit, they required a general direction and objective. This dwelling served as the rat catcher's stronghold, and perhaps it would yield some overlooked clues. The staircase at the back of the outer hall led upwards to the rat catcher's usual resting place. Sherlock charged ahead, while Donald remained below. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved the tracking powder once more. During their previous visit, the positions of both parties had left the area behind the workbench unexamined. The rat catcher had lingered here, and what he had done after their departure remained a mystery. But at the very least, Donald could ascertain his route of movement. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he activated his clairvoyance. With the experience from the previous two instances, Donald found it easier to enter the state this time, focusing intently on the ground behind the workbench. No longer did he see sporadic footprints. Instead, the area extending from behind the workbench was littered with tracks. The effects of the tracking powder revealed layers of evidence, with fresher traces shining more brightly in his vision. Ignoring the dim mouse prints for now, he concentrated on the most luminous section. After an initial assessment, Donald closed his clairvoyance, as this ability could not be sustained for long in his current condition. After 10 seconds, his eyes would suffer discomfort. To ensure he could utilize it multiple times, he opted to toggle it on and off intermittently. The wooden cabinet had few drawers marked by mouse prints, most concentrated in the central midsection. Donald adjusted his position, pulling outward while stepping back, wary of a mutated mouse springing forth. The drawer was empty, yet its construction was peculiar. It lacked a back panel. Leaning down, Donald peered into the hollow space of the drawer, discovering a passageway that directly connected to the wall's interior instead of a wooden back. Taking a deep breath, he hastily approached the cabinet, gripping its edge and pushing it forward. The cabinet was surprisingly light, toppling easily, revealing the situation behind it. An irregular hole in the wall corresponded with the drawer's position, appearing not to be man-made, but rather gouged out by the mice themselves. This was an information transfer station. Whatever the rat catcher wished to communicate to the mice could be conveyed simply by pulling open the drawer, allowing the rodents to huddle within. It was not only concealed but also designed so that if an intruder arrived unexpectedly, the rat catcher could swiftly close all drawers within seconds, ensuring that no one would suspect anything amiss. The act of closing doors and drawing curtains during daylight was likely intended for this very purpose. "Donald, what is the matter?" "I heard a noise." Sherlock's voice echoed from behind. The sound of the cabinet crashing to the ground was not subtle. "I suggest you come down and take a look." "I found evidence of communication between the rat catcher and the mice." Upon uttering a single sentence, the sound of footsteps echoed up the staircase with a rhythmic thud. Sherlock descended and, upon observing the items adorning the wall, grasped their significance without the need for elaborate explanations. It was all too evident. In comparison, I had stumbled upon something far more compelling. Our prior conjectures had proven accurate. The rat catcher was indeed an apostate. The term that escaped Sherlock's lips startled Donald. He recognized it, having heard it from the two ruffians upon emerging from the sewer. "May I inquire as to what constitutes an apostate?" "Your meaning eludes me." On the staircase, Donald sought to comprehend the nature of the individuals referred to as apostates. You are unaware? Allow me to elucidate. These individuals possess abilities either innately or acquired through various means. In fact, many refer to it as talent, akin to how some individuals are naturally gifted in leaping further or sprinting faster. While this is impressive, it remains limited. After all, ordinary people have their constraints. Even the mediocre can approach these feats through scientific training regimens. Yet these individuals differ. They embody enhanced or even mutated versions of such talents. Much like the supernatural vision required for tracking powder, a feat unattainable by the average person regardless of their efforts. Moreover, these individuals act without restraint, prompting the church to classify them as apostates. Casting a glance at his assistant, who appeared eager to inquire further, Sherlock adjusted his top hat and interjected, "I can divulge only this much. It falls within permissible bounds. Had I not encountered this matter directly today, I would remain silent. As for other information, the less you know, the better, especially regarding discussing it with others. It is prudent to refrain from probing or disseminating such knowledge. An ordinary person privy to too many secrets may inadvertently attract unwelcome attention from certain individuals. I am not an ordinary person, strictly speaking. My existence may be even more extraordinary than that of the rat catcher. Significantly so, I merely wish to know how you have acquired this information, Sherlock. Are you also an apostate, unperturbed by the prospect of those you mentioned seeking you out? Was it not you who cautioned against ordinary people knowing too much? Do you suppose I was engaged in mundane pursuits prior to my career as a detective? I am, in fact, a devoted seeker of the supernatural. This profession allows me to partake in numerous incidents under the guise of my title, much like the present case. What I desire transcends merely apprehending the perpetrator. Would you not covet the ability of the rat catcher to communicate with and command the rats? I believe most individuals, upon realizing the existence of supernatural abilities and the means to acquire them, would be unable to resist fantasizing about possessing such powers. It is reminiscent of Donald's previous life in pursuit of immortality. Knowing the existence of deities and specters, how could one endure the solitude? Sherlock belonged to the pragmatic faction, likely having uncovered an alternate facet of this world by sheer coincidence, leading him to plunge headlong into its depths. The rat catcher's bedroom revealed yellowed walls riddled with cracks, and before the modest hardboard bed stood a table, slightly smaller than the one in the hall, adorned with various experimental apparatuses. Donald distinctly observed the alcohol lamp, the small glass beaker, the crucible, and the shattered glass bottle strewn across the floor, all deliberately mixed together with a pile of powder that had been trampled underfoot. He had combined all the materials to prevent us from discovering the original formula. What a travesty. If only I had managed to catch him the first time. This formula would have been mine. Compared to the previous deception, the sight before Sherlock incited even greater ire. Yet, he still diligently grabbed a tattered cloth, solemnly wrapping the powder from the ground to stow it in his pocket. What kind of formula allows communication with rats? A secret. Donald held the tracking powder tightly between his fingers, scattering some around the workbench. Indeed, there were vivid traces indicating that the rat catcher had recently lingered here, with footprints extending beyond the room, leading outwards and pointing towards another room on the second floor. Seizing the moment while Sherlock was lost in frustration, he ventured to open the door, revealing a storage room containing 2 or 3 baskets, each approximately 1 foot in height. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun outside, Donald noticed something glimmering within one of the baskets and bent down to retrieve a gold pound. Sherlock, this must be the stash of stolen goods. The rat catcher has likely pilfered more than just from Mr. Abel. Look at this. He held the gold pound aloft, its dark golden surface reflecting the orange-red hues of the sunset. The weight and crisp sound of it were truly exquisite. Alas, what a thrilling sensation. But now, such sentiments were irrelevant. We needed to ascertain his whereabouts. What if he had simply taken a train out of Preston City? That would be the gravest of situations. Should the rat catcher escape Preston, finding him again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and regardless of the outcome, it would undoubtedly have no bearing on either of them. Let us search further. There are still 2 more rooms. Let us take a look. Various signs indicated that the rat catcher had not only retreated with composure, but perhaps had long prepared an escape route. The residence he chose was surrounded by dilapidated, vacant houses, making it difficult to find witnesses in the vicinity, and broadening the inquiry range would likely be futile. Donald indeed possessed the tracking powder, yet only half a bottle remained. That is to say, merely a handful for such an expansive area. Would it suffice? Even if he were to scatter it with resolve, Not only was there no guarantee it would effectively reach the Ratcatcher's path, but even if they did locate him, how would he explain it to Sherlock? Furthermore, the Ratcatcher's position was likely in constant flux. Even a sackful of tracking powder might prove inadequate. They had failed. A single oversight had completely startled the serpent, and they should never have rashly entered. Sitting on the stone steps outside, Sherlock tugged at the stem of grass in a state of despondency, and at that moment, Donald found himself at a loss for comforting words. This case had not resulted in a loss for him. Rather, it had yielded a new ability and a vial of tracking powder worth 5 gold pounds. The situation had not yet reached a dead end. Chapter 20. Tailgating. The dinner consisted of a sauce steak, dark plum pudding, refreshing wheat bread, and lemonade. All courtesy of Sherlock. There was only one serving of steak. Donald devoured it heartily while Sherlock, with a spoon, leisurely scooped at the pudding, occasionally sipping the lemonade. Wouldn't you starve by only indulging in pudding? Is this commission truly being abandoned? 15 gold pounds, divided. One could at least claim 2 gold pounds, right? Including the accidental gold pound gained by the Ratcatcher, that amounts to 3 gold pounds, a sum equivalent to a month's earnings for an ordinary wage earner. Alas, this commission was thwarted by the Ratcatcher's mysterious disappearance. His thoughts were interrupted as Donald's gaze lingered outside the restaurant. The streetlights had only just flickered to life, casting a glow that attracted tiny black insects. Beneath one such light, a large white cat meandered near the restaurant's trash bin. Contemplating the remnants of discarded broth and meat, it occasionally glanced inside the restaurant, seemingly pondering whether to partake in the feast. Ultimately, it abstained from the food strewn on the ground, choosing instead to perch atop the mailbox, grooming its paws. "What are you doing?" "That's my dessert. You can't take the utensils outside." Sherlock, momentarily lost in thought, witnessed Donald scoop a generous spoonful of pudding from his plate, then grasped the lemonade, balancing the remaining half of the steak as he headed for the exit. He called out to a colleague attempting to intervene and hastily pursued Donald, who was already outside. Upon opening the restaurant door, Sherlock beheld Donald crouched beside the mailbox, extending small morsels of steak toward the cat. The white feline sat upright on the mailbox, observing the human before it, perhaps evaluating his intentions. In a gesture of goodwill, Donald lowered himself, the soft yellow glow of the streetlight enveloping the pair in a delicate veil. This fellow possesses quite a compassionate heart. Leaning against the window, Sherlock felt an inexplicable shift in his mood, a smile brightening his countenance. "Meow," the cat softly called, at last seizing the morsel from Donald's hand, signifying its approval. This gesture opened the floodgates. Soon, the remaining pieces of meat and several spoonfuls of pudding vanished into the cat's belly. Donald licked his fingers clean of the sauce and sweet dressing, then, under the cat's watchful gaze, took a sip of lemonade. Pouring some into his palm and offering it to the feline, which gratefully accepted, consuming nearly half a cup. If one were to quantify affection at that moment, the white cat would surely register a score of 1. Having feasted, it was time to address the matter at hand. Donald had not forgotten the events of the previous day atop the rooftop. This very white cat had undoubtedly been in pursuit of the mutated rat. The mutated rat was likely connected to the Ratcatcher. This presented an opportunity. "I wish to capture the mutated rat. The large one that escaped from your grasp yesterday afternoon on the rooftop. Can you still locate it?" As Donald gestured animatedly, he could only hope that the white cat would comprehend his intentions. How amusing it was, indeed, to enlist the aid of a feline in the pursuit of a rodent-like fiend. One might wonder if a mystical connection existed between them simply because they both hunted mice. Sherlock, possessing only a vague understanding of the events that had transpired on Donald's rooftop the previous day, found Donald's earnest demeanor rather comical. After observing Donald's elaborate gestures for nearly 5 minutes, the white cat turned and leapt down from the mailbox, meandering towards the nearby street. Without hesitation, Donald placed his belongings atop the mailbox and followed suit. Did he truly believe the cat would lead him to the mutated rodent? It seemed rather absurd to think that feeding a cat would compel it to assist in capturing a criminal. This creature did not appear to be an extraordinary being capable of understanding human speech. However, it was unlike any ordinary cat. I had witnessed it face off against a mutated rodent and a small horde without flinching, successfully driving them away. Surely, it possessed some remarkable abilities. Besides, it was merely 7 in the evening. What harm could there be in following it for an hour, even if we returned empty-handed? It could serve as a pleasant diversion after dinner. This was akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive, an attempt worth making. Better than slinking back to report a failed mission. It offered a semblance of psychological comfort. In truth, as Donald took a step forward, Sherlock instinctively followed. The white cat led the way, pausing intermittently while the two men maintained a respectful distance, surveying their surroundings. As they traversed one street after another, turning countless corners. Half an hour slipped by in their stealthy pursuit. Gradually, the bustling atmosphere transformed into a landscape of warehouses interspersed with residences. The shops and pedestrians dwindled, replaced by uniformed workers going about their business. We have reached the storage district of Preston City. If we continue in this direction for another half hour, we shall exit the city, and beyond lies a cluster of farms. Sherlock, a native of Preston City, was well acquainted with the urban layout. A glance at the roadside sign quickly revealed their current location. The storage district served as a major distribution hub for goods within Preston City, where local grocery stores, vegetable stalls, and fruit markets procured their supplies. It would likely be bustling during the day, but appeared somewhat desolate at night. What do these warehouses contain? The weather had been pleasant in recent days, the moon shining brightly amidst the stars, with the silhouettes of large warehouses standing out in the distance. Presumably various agricultural products and daily necessities, though I cannot say for certain. But what of the cat? The two men had scarcely paused for a moment, exchanging a few brief words, when they realized the white cat had vanished. Suddenly, a sharp meow echoed from the left. Hastening to follow, they rounded a corner and, not far from a warehouse, discovered the white cat pinning down a plump rodent, remnants of pale red meat scattered nearby. Is that a mutated rodent? Sherlock inquired, observing the creature beneath the cat's paw with a hint of surprise. It does seem somewhat larger, yet it appears to fall short of what you described. What are you thinking? That is merely an ordinary sight, a mutation above, on the windowsill to the right of the warehouse. A pair of crimson eyes is fixated intently on the white cat. Chapter 21. Skirmish: the mutated rat and the white cat. Seemingly ordinary creatures in the eyes of common folk, now exuded an inexplicable tension, akin to that of adversaries facing off. We must assist it, one exclaimed. No, we cannot. The intelligence of the mutated rat is not to be underestimated. This is a battle among beasts. Should it falter, it may very well flee towards its owner. Our presence could change the outcome, the other cautioned. Rest assured, I have witnessed their confrontations. The mutated rat cannot best the white cat. Sherlock, leaning against the wall, drew his gun, ready to rush forth, but Donald swiftly grasped his shoulder. There are not swarms of rats around. In a one-on-one encounter, the white cat undoubtedly holds the advantage. We should observe quietly. Meow. The white cat let out a low growl, forcefully pinning a rat to the ground, then, gathering momentum, leaped towards the windowsill. The mutated rat, lacking any intent to fight, darted outward at the sight of the white cat's advance, its speed equally impressive. A chase ensues. Quick. Keep up. An opportunity presents itself. The rat is leaping outside rather than retreating into the warehouse, which indicates it likely has accomplices nearby. Otherwise, it would not act so recklessly. In a direct confrontation, the rat's sole means of evading the cat's grasp was to exploit its smaller size, seeking refuge in spaces inaccessible to the feline. To scamper in a straight line across open ground would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, the mutated rat opted for the latter, either dismissing its own longevity or harboring confidence in its ability to escape or even retaliate before being caught. Fortunately, the moon shone brightly tonight, otherwise, the pursuit would prove challenging. The sound of Sherlock's trench coat flapping in the swift run echoed in the air, as the speeds of the white cat and the mutated rat were no trifling matter. On a cloudy day, relying solely on the illumination of streetlights, a few turns could lead them to lose sight of their quarry. Sherlock, do you hear that? Donald inquired. Despite the rushing wind, he discerned other sounds amidst the cacophony. Look over there at the warehouse. Oh no, we have stumbled upon a nest of rats. A crack appeared in the warehouse door about 7 or 8 meters away, and shadows began to emerge from within. The chase ahead came to a halt. Yet a confrontation had not erupted. The two men concealed themselves behind a large iron dumpster adjacent to the warehouse, observing a swarm of rats gathering in the open space. As the sound morphed into a low growl of menace, the white cat arched its back, sensing impending danger. From the dimness behind the horde of rats, a kerosene lamp flickered to life, revealing dozens of rats lined up to the sides as a hunchbacked figure emerged, gently shaking a bell in hand. I wondered what creature it was, only to discover it was a meerkat. TSK, pursuing my treasure, you possess quite the audacity. As I prepare to leave, cannot I enjoy a moment's peace? Do not hide. Come forth. You two behind that dumpster, detectives, are you? This area is crawling with rats. To escape my gaze, you would need to ascend to the top of the warehouse. The mutated mouse scurried beneath the feet of the rat catcher, standing on its hind legs, awaiting the gentle caress of a bony hand upon its forehead before it burrowed into the black cloak draped over him. The rat catcher pivoted his body toward the hiding spots of Donald and Sherlock. Initially, his intent was merely to eliminate the feline threat, yet unexpectedly, additional adversaries presented themselves. Perhaps Sherlock was still a novice in the realm of investigative pursuits, but he possessed his own insights regarding combat situations. A myriad of mice surrounded his opponent. And regardless of whether this was the extent of their control, being encircled was a scenario he must absolutely evade. Sherlock had no intention of advocating for surrender. Others might not comprehend that for the transgressors, capture often meant facing the judgment of the church, while a common thief might serve a few years for stealing jewels. A heretic entering prison faced a far graver fate, as the government and the church, in their endeavor to maintain societal order, seldom released those who had tasted the fruits of crime. Thus, most heretics had already resolved not to surrender unless cornered. And Sherlock had yet to devise a method to force his adversary into a dire predicament without the use of firearms. 3 shots were a clear boundary. No one anticipated that the rat catcher would be accompanied by such a multitude of aides in his flight. The ammunition in Sherlock's firearm was insufficient to contend with such a vast swarm of rodents. "If you do not emerge, I shall come to you," the rat catcher declared impatiently, lifting the short flute hanging around his neck. At the first note, the crouching horde of mice rose to their hind legs, resembling a miniature army awaiting inspection. With the second note, 3 mutated mice burst forth from beneath the cloak, advancing to the front of the line, while the white cat retreated, opting to avoid conflict in light of the overwhelming display. At the third note, the mouse horde charged, and at that moment, Sherlock emerged from behind the refuse bin. "What will you use as a barrier if you send all the mice to attack?" A resounding bang echoed as Sherlock rolled out. Raising his weapon to take aim, his movements a chaotic ballet of precision. Donald, peeking from behind the garbage bin, observed intently. With only 3 shots to fire, there was no reason for restraint. The gas within the chamber was swiftly depleted by a third. Suddenly, Donald witnessed Sherlock's upper body convulse violently as the bullet discharged. A plume of smoke trailing the projectile, accompanied by a deep, resonant howl. A firearm? The rat catcher remained unperturbed, lifting the oil lamp in his grasp. In the flickering light, his long whiskers, elongated face, sharp beak, and darkened visage came into view. A shiver ran down Donald's spine as he realized this was no mere man, but rather a creature of monstrous proportions. No wonder he hunched and wore a broad-brimmed hat. Enveloped in a cloak, if anyone were to glimpse this ghastly appearance, they would be compelled to alert the authorities to capture the beast. A semi-transparent barrier materialized before the rat catcher, and when the bullet struck, it produced a muted thud rather than a sharp crack. The brilliance of the oil lamp dimmed suddenly, reduced to half its former glow. Quite impressive indeed. A harsh, piercing sound emanated from the mouth of the rat catcher. This kerosene lamp was procured at a considerable price from the black market. Common firearms, with fewer than 5 rounds, could scarcely penetrate even the first layer of defense. Yet, the weapon in the detective's grasp effortlessly obliterated half of it with a single shot. Nonsense. If I were wielding a mere ordinary firearm, I would be foolish to engage you in this confrontation. While my lips curled in derision, my hand remained unyielding, firing yet another round without hesitation. The shot struck the barrier once more, and as the force dissipated entirely, the light from the rat catcher's kerosene lamp flickered precariously, resembling a candle struggling against the wind. Chapter 22. Maneuvering Flea. That lamp is a remarkable defensive artifact, capable of temporarily replenishing energy. The battle should have been concluded with 3 shots. Yet the rat catcher's kerosene lamp has become a pivotal lifesaver for him. The swarm of rats was merely 3 meters away from Sherlock, gritting his teeth. He once again squeezed the trigger, exhausting all the gas within the gun, and without casting another glance at the rat catcher's condition, he turned to flee. "You've ruined 2 of my treasures, and you think you can escape? Do you truly believe I am a mere soft creature, malleable to your whims?" To withstand that gunfire, he sacrificed a meticulously nurtured mutated rat, using its blood as fuel for the protective lamp. This alone is heart-wrenching. What is crucial is that the lamp possesses its own unique fuel, and suddenly substituting it with something else poses significant compatibility issues, just like the components of a firearm. The more exquisite the mechanism, the more precise the assembly must be. Even a slight flaw can diminish the overall accuracy or power of the weapon. The intrusion of foreign substances has undoubtedly inflicted irreversible damage on this lamp. The flickering flames within the bottle indicate that its efficacy will be severely compromised in the future. The effort required for repair is incalculable. As the saying goes, One who frequently walks by the riverbank is bound to get their shoes wet. Yet, the rat catcher was truly enraged, and the shrill notes of his whistle echoed as the advancing swarm of rats erupted into a cacophony of piercing screams. Their ferocity surged, split up and run. Dividing their paths would disperse the swarm, thereby increasing their chances of escape. I have a gun. What will you do? Donald's plan was straightforward, to run as swiftly as possible toward the streets. As long as he could merge into the crowd, he would find assistance. Although these dozens of rats could easily overwhelm him alone, in a larger group, the pressure would be alleviated, and his combat capability would suffice against a few rats regardless. Furthermore, controlling the rats has its limitations. There exists a scope and a quantity that must be accounted for. Otherwise, the rat catcher would not resort to stealing jewels. Tens of thousands of rats parading through the streets would pose no issue at all. The mutated rats are the key. This was Donald's conviction. Previously, during the battle, Sherlock had observed the state of these rats with his clairvoyance. Ordinary rats were merely white, while the mutated ones emitted a crimson glow akin to that of the rat catcher. Donald surmised that the ordinary rats were merely mindless puppets, intensely controlled by the rat catcher within a certain radius. Once they strayed beyond that range, the control waned. Shifting to the mutated rats as the core of command, all of which remained under the rat catcher's direct influence. A bold hypothesis, cautiously verified. On one hand, he had to experiment while remaining stationary. On the other, he was truly nearing exhaustion. One cannot expect an individual from the religious studies department, who spends their days poring over ecclesiastical texts and historical documents, to possess exceptional physical prowess. At least, the current Donald could not. Panting heavily, his throat parched to the point where even his saliva thickened, his calves trembled, and his hands, having exerted all their strength, could only hope to muster a bit more energy. To maintain clarity of thought under such circumstances is indeed a skill in itself. In the vast expanse of the warehouse district, after several minutes of navigating through the labyrinth of stacked crates, Donald finally discovered a pile of cargo boxes. Leaning against the edge of a warehouse, with an impulsive surge of momentum, he utilized both hands and feet, scaling the lower layers of boxes until he reached the rooftop. Gasping for breath, he turned to sit on the warehouse's apex, dangling his legs over the edge, and opened his mouth wide to inhale as much fresh air as possible. The buzzing in his ears and head intensifying. It was imperative that he devise a method to enhance his physical fitness after today. He needed to be able to run and jump at the very least. Below him, dozens of rats scurried about. But only the mutated ones possessed the ability to leap directly upwards. Nevertheless, they had their own techniques, with a series of shrill cries from the mutated rats. The others began to climb atop one another, ascending with surprising speed, the mutated ones leading the charge. Donald remained perched atop, observing the waves of gray and black fur rising beneath him. He could just make out the dark yellow incisors of the foremost mutated rat. But the distance was still insufficient. Come on, I shall test whether you truly command these rats, he thought, adjusting his mental state. His plan was to harness the psychic energy he had only recently begun to comprehend to assault the mutated rat. Surely, a rat catcher could not control a mindless vessel devoid of thought. Half a meter. The pungent odor emanating from the horde of rats surged into Donald's nostrils, their tiny, crimson eyes fixated upon him, responding to their directive to devour the creature before them. The first to advance was the mutated rat, an unusual occurrence. Much like on a rooftop facing formidable foes, it preferred to send its minions as scouts. However, this encounter was different. The human before it posed no threat. With a rush into his embrace, its claws and fangs would become lethal instruments. Psychic assault. Donald was not a native of this world. Upon his arrival, his mind retained memories from his past life. It was undeniable that this knowledge, while enriching his understanding of the local culture, proved less effective in bridging the gap between two disparate worlds. Yet, the era of information explosion from his previous existence endowed him with a precious trait, an imaginative creativity. Whether individuals with superpowers existed in his former life remained uncertain, but in the numerous narratives he had absorbed, those possessing formidable psychic abilities were far from rare. Such figures were almost indispensable in Western dramas. Now, with his own psychic energy feeble, he resolved to employ the simplest of techniques. Psychic assault. He envisioned his scant psychic energy transforming into a slender needle, piercing the skull of the mutated rat, attacking its mind. In the next moment, blood trickled from his nostrils, and the dizziness in his head intensified. This was the toll of overexerting his psychic power. Suddenly, a turbulent flow emerged in the void before him. Since the price had already been paid, the ensuing eruption was inevitable. If at this moment Donald were to activate his spiritual vision, he would observe that the previously ethereal mental energy had indeed begun to coalesce. However, the notion of forming it into a needle was out of the question, at best. It could only be condensed into a small, finger-thick club. Yet, to confront the mutated rats, this was more than sufficient. Chapter 23. The Arbiter. A surge of psychic energy penetrated the cranium of the mutated rat, causing its forward momentum to falter. In the next instant, it plummeted from the cargo crate, beginning to writhe and shriek. Only then, a white figure lunged from the side, colliding with the descending mutated rat, blood splattering onto the ground as its squeals abruptly ceased. Is it dead? On the other side, the rat catcher gasped in disbelief. In his mind, the psychic imprint of one of the mutated rats had vanished, marking the second death. His grotesque expression could no longer be concealed. For the cultivation of these mutated rats required at least 3 months. To witness 2 perish in one night was a heartbreaking waste of his extensive efforts. These 2 must die. The rat catcher retrieved a small vial from his pocket, swallowing its contents with a tilt of his head, and turned towards Donald's direction, intent on taking matters into his own hands. However, as he lifted his foot, he hesitated, the wrinkles on his face twitching in agitation. Who? Step forward. His hoarse voice, coupled with the strain of his shout, was particularly grating. Fet Cleven, alias the rat catcher, possessed the unique ability to communicate telepathically with rats and demonstrated a degree of skill in potion crafting. He suspected he held a special formula capable of enhancing the rat's abilities. Is it you? A resonant voice echoed through the night, and a robust man emerged from the right side of the warehouse ahead of the rat catcher. Clad in a white shirt with a jacket draped over it and loose-fitting trousers, he approached the rat catcher, removing his outer garment and unbuttoning 2 buttons at his chest. His muscular build greeting the night breeze. I recognize this emblem. You are a follower of the god of justice, the Arbiter. The rat catcher's complexion shifted several times before darkening once more. In any region of the Ryan Empire, churches and priests of various sects may exist, their powers and beliefs varying significantly. To maintain societal stability, particularly in aspects unbeknownst to the common populace, the official government relies on the church's influence. The Church of Justice, devoted to the god of justice, Tyr, is one of the religious organizations selected for collaboration with the governmental law enforcement system. The rationale is straightforward. The church's doctrine emphasizes the supremacy of law, advocating for the punishment of the wicked. Due to governmental endorsement, followers of the Church of Justice have infiltrated judicial institutions throughout the empire, serving as lawyers, judges, bailiffs, and police officers, among other roles. The Arbiter is an armed division established by the Church of Justice to address the darker facets of society. Such departments exist across various churches, albeit under different appellations. The rat catcher's recent series of criminal activities had long drawn the attention of the Church of Justice. However, his erratic movements and the presence of rats as his ever-watchful spies had delayed his capture. Tonight, the Arbiter Division unexpectedly received reports of numerous rat sightings in the storage area, prompting the organization of a team to investigate. The burly man was merely one among many. Behind him stood a young man with a long sword at his waist and a girl with flowing golden hair, wielding a firearm. You shall unveil the truth of all matters, administer severe punishment to every crime, rectify all wrongs, and forever uphold justice and sincerity as your guiding principles. Oh, great deity of justice! Your servant will punish the one before me. I am grateful for the strength you have bestowed upon me. He gently kissed the shield emblem on his neck and strode forward with determination. Mousetrap, you are guilty of theft, robbery, and invasion of privacy. Tonight, you are under arrest. The robust man proclaimed, listing the offenses of the Mousetrap with authority. With each accusation, his presence grew more formidable, affirming both his own conviction and belief. I am here to punish the sinner, and thus my fist shall strike with utmost swiftness. Our equality corresponds only to the simple-hearted and kind, and you, Mousetrap, do not qualify. You have yet to commit a grave crime. Surrender now. As he approached the Mousetrap, he spoke with a deep voice. His fist struck the opponent's cheek. As a fighter, he was confident in the speed and force of his blows, intending only to incapacitate rather than kill. For the Mousetrap had not reached the point of deserving execution. A dull thud echoed as his fist was unexpectedly caught by a stooped old man. How about my enhancement potion? Quite impressive. Isn't it? The figure beneath the black cloak rapidly swelled, the hand that caught the robust man's punch darkening and hardening, nail sharpening to a lethal point. Soon, a thick tail emerged behind the Mousetrap, whipping around to strike the man's ankle, dragging him into the wall with a cloud of dust. Should we assist the captain? This Mousetrap has hidden strengths. I initially thought him merely an old man controlling a horde of rats, but he possesses illicit potions. The girl unlatched the safety on her firearm, crouching to aim. Have you forgotten what the captain instructed us? This time, we merely observe, familiarize ourselves with the process, and gain experience. Surely, you don't believe the captain would lose to such a creature? He possesses divine gifts. Look, the young man reassured, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. In the distance, amidst the swirling dust, the so-called captain rose, merely dusting off his clothes, completely unharmed. Impossible. The mousetrap realized how tremendous the force of that blow had been. It was an impact that could have killed an ordinary person. Refusal to surrender and assaulting the adjudicator only deepens your transgressions. No sooner had the words left his lips than the robust man charged forward, his massive form moving with the speed of a sprinter. With agility, one could run 100 meters in under 10 seconds, even if they were a hefty pig. This was a common yet practical talent, invaluable for both pursuit and escape, which is why most adjudicators favored it in their early talent selections. Your movements are too sluggish. The rat catcher, fully utilizing his potent abilities, possesses an extraordinary dynamic vision. Although the burly man's speed is remarkable, it does not necessarily imply that his punches are equally swift. Mimicking his previous actions, the rat catcher extends his claw once more, aiming to seize the fist. However, he fails to notice the fleeting tremor that emanates from the fist. Upon contact, the rat catcher is immediately met with an overwhelming force, propelling him into the air, where he tumbles several times upon landing to dissipate the impact. The young man observes the battle unfolding before him. Today marks his inaugural engagement in an external mission alongside the girl beside him, facing such a formidable creature, and his excitement is palpable. This thrill is mirrored, and perhaps intensified, by Donald, who hides behind the warehouse. He and the white cat have successfully dealt with the mutant rat pursuing him. His suspicions were validated. Without the mutant rat-esque constraint, the ordinary rats swiftly dispersed like scattered sand, and it wasn't long before he became aware of the commotion here, quietly approaching. Such a spectacle. Fortuitously, he had not confronted the rat catcher directly. The tranquility of this era is evidently upheld by such formidable individuals. The impact of tonight's battle on Donald is nothing short of monumental. Indeed, he possesses certain abilities, yet in comparison to an average person, he is not significantly stronger. His sole offensive technique involves a mental assault that harms both the foe and himself. Before him, these two individuals demonstrate the art of combat among the strong. One transforms into a monster through the use of a potion, while the other, in human form, shatters walls with a single punch, charging forth with the ferocity of a 100-meter sprint. A sudden meow disrupts Donald's fervent thoughts, reminding him that this is not the time for spectating. Regardless of who these individuals are, the current situation, 3 against 1, greatly favors the rat catcher's adversaries. Should they emerge victorious, the rat catcher's possessions may very well fall into their hands. Should he seize this opportunity to raid the rat catcher's lair? Given the rat catcher's prowess, his hideout must harbor numerous treasures. In addition to the stolen jewels from Mr. Abel's residence, there may be formulas for transformation into monsters or for breeding mutant rats. Even if he cannot utilize them, they would surely fetch a handsome sum. What he currently lacks is money. He still has an unwelcome guest within him to deal with. Fortune favors the bold, if one is unwilling to take risks. How can anything be accomplished? Grateful for the assistance received, he turns to the white cat beside him, expressing his thanks, and then stealthily maneuvers towards the warehouse behind the rat catcher. Chapter 24, Memory Erasure. The rat catcher would not stray far from his temporary refuge, that much is certain. With so much jewelry and other possessions at stake, it would be most vexing to allow a passerby to abscond with his valuables. Donald circumvented the battlefield to avoid detection, taking a wide detour. Behind the location of the rat catcher lay numerous warehouses. For anyone else, finding a suitable hideout among them would be quite the challenge. However, Donald possessed tracking powder. He carefully selected a spot, scattered some at the entrance, and activated his spirit sight. In an instant, he discerned the presence of a rat swarm, revealing whether this was the rat catcher's stronghold. He had found it. Just behind the location from which the sounds of battle emanated, he discovered a small warehouse. Illuminated footprints appeared within his spirit sight, indicating recent activity. The ground was also strewn with rat footprints, serving as compelling evidence. This warehouse did not belong to the rat catcher. The lock had been pried open by some means, and the door hung ajar. Donald swiftly slipped inside and closed the door behind him. It seemed the rat catcher was destined to fall today. It remained to be seen how quickly the others would conclude their skirmish. The warehouse was modest in size, comparable to an average living room. Upon entering, the moonlight streaming through the skylights revealed the vague outlines of the interior. Time was of the essence, and Donald had no interest in groping in the dark for the rat-catcher's hidden possessions. Instead, he pinched another handful of tracking powder, noted the remaining third in the vial, and tucked it into his pocket. Fortunately, the space was limited. It would be impossible to conceal a multitude of items in such cramped quarters. Moreover, half an hour prior, the rat-catcher had likely believed himself to be in a favorable position, too self-satisfied to contemplate how to conceal his belongings. Following the visible footprints on the ground, Donald discovered a half-man-high bamboo basket within the warehouse. The inner layer was lined with brown fabric, topped with a bamboo lid. He reached out to remove the lid and adjusted his position to allow the moonlight to illuminate the contents. The first thing that caught his eye was a large package at the bottom. Pulling it aside revealed a portion of a jewelry necklace, stolen goods, belonging to the Eber family. Donald had no intention of pilfering from others. Besides, even if he were to act against his conscience, selling the jewelry would pose a problem. He had no special means. Attempting to sell the stolen items at a legitimate jewelry store would be tantamount to confessing his crimes. His gaze shifted to a nearby object, a long wooden box, a notebook, and a cloth bag slightly larger than his fist. He opened the box, which contained several compartments divided by small wooden pieces, each holding vials of potions or powders, likely pre-prepared by the rat-catcher. Donald carefully set the wooden box aside. Picking up the notebook, he casually flipped through its pages, filled with extensive text and numbers, frequently referencing potion making. This must be the rat-catcher's research notes, and Donald felt his heart skip a beat, quickly followed by an overwhelming surge of elation. If the content of this notebook is sufficiently detailed, its value would undoubtedly rival that of a bag of jewels nestled within a wicker basket. Particularly the potion formula that enables the rat-catcher to transform into a rat creature. Should he manage to concoct it, such a rare find would surely find its market. He hastily tucked it into his clothing for safekeeping. The remaining cloth bag contained the most ordinary yet practical items, a collection of coins. How disappointing. Donald had anticipated a sack brimming with gold pounds, only to discover a mere handful, the majority being shillings, significantly diminishing their worth. The rat-catcher was not impoverished. On the contrary, due to the assistance of the rat swarm, he often found himself quite affluent. Yet, his unconventional side business of potion brewing was notoriously expensive, involving materials, reagents, and experimental supplies. The more potent the potion, the rarer the ingredients required, a fact that is beyond dispute. After painstakingly developing a successful formula, he found himself confronted by the judgmental forces of the just society. It is truly unfortunate to consider. I shall remember you, Mr. Ratcatcher. You are a good man. The jewels remained untouched, while Donald hastily stowed everything else in his pockets, achieving a bountiful haul. With a chuckle, he opened the warehouse door, transforming it back to its original state, humming a cheerful tune, unable to suppress his laughter. Good evening. A burly man, with a jacket draped over his shoulder, looked somewhat surprised at the sight of the young man before him as he held the limp rat-catcher in his right hand. When his companions informed him of someone being in the warehouse, he had been skeptical. Good evening. Cold sweat trickled down Donald's cheek as he felt a twinge of panic. His mental energy had been completely depleted from the earlier confrontation and his use of clairvoyance. As he assessed the towering figure before him, it was no exaggeration to say that this man could likely take him down with a single blow. Surprisingly, despite his imposing physique, the burly man did not exude a menacing aura, remaining expressionless, yet his stature alone was enough to instill great pressure. Actually, I am an assistant from the Swift Detective Agency. Recently, in truth, there was little need for deceit. Donald had committed no wrongdoing. He and Sherlock were merely investigating the rat-catcher, not engaging in any illicit activities. Thus, it seems our ability to apprehend the rat-catcher today is thanks to your assistance. Therefore, if you hand over what you possess and drink this vial of dream water, you may leave. Rest assured, it is not a poison. Rather, it is a potion that will allow you to perceive the events of this evening as merely a dream, without causing any harm. I understand. You intend to kill me, so there's no need to waste poison. I want to immediately fall asleep after drinking this, right? I can't spend the whole night unconscious. You will not. It takes effect while you are asleep. Taking effect while asleep. What if someone remembers everything before going to bed? Donald mused internally. Very well. I shall drink it. The art of deception is rather clumsy, however, faced with 3 judges, there is no other means to elude their scrutiny. Thus, Donald straightforwardly took out his notes in the wooden box, casting a regretful glance at them. With a tilt of his head, he proclaimed a toast. In that instant, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Chapter 25. Memories in the sewers. Let us search thoroughly and see if there are any hidden treasures, but refrain from touching any coins. This gentleman has aided us in apprehending the rat-catcher, and he certainly deserves some form of reward. Come forth, have you not yet seen enough? Casting a glance towards a nearby warehouse, it is undeniable that even ordinary individuals can sense when they are being watched, let alone those of their ilk. Mr. Yako. We meet again. What a coincidence. Coincidence? The moment he mentioned Swift Detective Agency, you were the first person that sprang to my mind, Sherlock. You promised me and Boyce that you would refrain from meddling in such matters. How many times must I reiterate that the heretics are perilous? If it were not for our intervention today, you all would have been unable to escape. Should you suffer harm at the hands of a heretic? Boyce would undoubtedly hold me accountable for your safety. Who am I to turn to for justification? Each encounter with Sherlock induces a headache for Yako. Had it been anyone else, a vial of dream-inducing elixir, akin to what lay on the ground, would have sufficed to erase all memories by the following day. Yet, the man before them is acutely aware of their existence. Alas, his family member is one of the judges, and moreover, a close friend. A fiercely protective family member. At that, then allow me to join your ranks. If Boyce can, I surely can as well. Sherlock possesses ample confidence in his own capabilities. His previous 3 shots against the rat-catcher are testament to his marksmanship. Absolutely not. Without Boyce's consent, the church would never approve your induction as a judge. Only by stepping into another realm can one truly comprehend the darkness and peril it harbors. Boyce and Yako have endured countless trials of life and death. Thus they seek to prevent the younger Sherlock from embarking on this treacherous path. Sherlock curled his lip in disdain. If he could persuade this imposing figure, he would have long since become a judge. However, once he translates that text, they will have no choice but to accept him. Yako, taken aback, inquired. His expression far from pleasant. It is a mere fraction. Had it been retrieved sooner, we might have secured everything. Gazing at the assistant lying on the ground, Sherlock mused with a tinge of regret. Is this person truly Captain Boyce's brother? I have never seen Captain Yako so subservient. The girl with the long gun whispered to the young man beside her, aware that Mr. Yako is perceived as a bastion of reliability among the newcomers. Wait. Hand me that vial of powder, the one you are holding separately. That is tracking powder, which I purchased for 5 gold pounds. Previously, during the search, Donald's tracking powder was also discovered. Why give it to him? Why would you buy tracking powder? One requires spiritual sight to perceive it. Surely you are not deceived? I am willing. I have the funds, and I indulge. Initially, Sherlock had sought out this individual to purchase the item, convinced that the judge's warehouse would possess something similar. However, he adamantly refused to sell, forcing Sherlock to gamble in the black market, ultimately acquiring a vial of something utterly useless to him. Why is there only this much left? Or has it already been depleted? The boundaries of the scene before him were blurred. Yet the center remained vividly clear. It was the very sewer where the demon-summoning ritual had previously taken place. From a divine perspective, Donald observed the preparations for his work, inscribing the magical array, arranging the animal carcasses, and then reciting the incantations. This was a dream, just like the night before. O great Minato, you who possess the wisdom of the abyss, you who are the guide of malevolent energies. Nothing in existence can elude your watchful gaze. The demon he beseeched was named Minato. Notably, the incantation and prayers did not include phrases such as the dominion of or the king of, but instead emphasized wisdom, malevolence, and the power of sight. It was no wonder that his own eyes could unveil spiritual visions and perceive strange mists. The wisdom of the abyss must refer to the textual information within my mind. But what of this malevolence? This ability has yet to manifest. I willingly offer my entire soul and body to you, beseeching you to resolve the confusion surrounding Jeffrey Lastler. It is imperative for all practitioners of demon-summoning rituals to summon a demon of equal stature to the sacrifice, a fact that was evidently unknown to my predecessor. Someone seeks to eliminate the former self. The incantation mentioned Jeffrey Lastler, a name that Donald recalled from Ronan's previous mention in the restaurant, identifying a high-ranking member within the cult. Roy and Joss, who perished through the summoning ritual, along with my predecessor, would likely have met a similar fate had it not been for my sudden arrival, coupled with Ronan, who was about to attempt the same. The original quartet was reassembled. The suspicion from my earlier encounter with Ronan was confirmed. It was not a reward at all, but rather a pretext for a calculated extermination. What had they uncovered that necessitated the cult's urgent desire to eliminate them all to maintain secrecy? Who exactly was Jeffrey Lastler, that these 4 individuals would unwaveringly serve him? only to unknowingly sacrifice their own souls? Thoughts spiraled into chaos at this moment, and thus the scene froze, the light dimming. Chapter 26. Counting the harvest. Awakening amidst a sensation of bodily aches, Donald opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by walls adorned with wallpaper patterned with roses. This was not his home. He was sprawled upon the floor, while a nearby sofa bore a crumpled blanket, his intended resting place. He seated himself upon the sofa, attempting to align his spine against its backrest to alleviate the discomfort that enveloped him. In that moment, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, encompassing recollections from both the previous night in the storage area and those from his dreams. Indeed, the dream-inducing elixir had not truly erased Donald's memories of the prior evening. The vial of dream water produced by Yako was designed solely for ordinary individuals. Donald, clearly, did not belong to that category, particularly given his already exceptional mental acuity. While there were dream potions tailored for the extraordinary, akin to the potion for transforming rodents, they were exorbitantly priced, no less than 3 gold pounds per bottle. The Justice Church's headquarters lacked the resources for mass production of such dream elixirs. As he inspected his belongings, he discovered that his wooden box and notes had been confiscated. Yet the tracking powder remained in his pocket, albeit in a different position. His coin pouch was intact. Pouring its contents onto the table revealed a total of 3 gold pounds and 15 shillings, alongside a handful of pennies. Adding this to his current holdings, Donald realized he had unwittingly amassed a modest sum, approximately 5 gold pounds. Modest, indeed. Thump, thump. Sounds emanated from the staircase. Dressed impeccably, Sherlock likely heard the commotion from the living room and was descending leisurely from the second floor. He was prepared to provide all the answers to Donald's inquiries, thereby sparing him the need to ask numerous questions. Why was your memory not erased? Donald opened his mouth, initially contemplating how to evade the question, but now found the task unnecessary. They did not discover me. In fact, upon noticing government forces intervening, I concealed myself until the sounds of battle subsided. I emerged to find you collapsed before a warehouse, which housed the jewels pilfered by the rat catchers. Do not forget to bring me a share. Consider it a reward for accompanying you to the underground black market tonight. Sherlock reclined on a single sofa, striking a pose. He had promised Donald that if the commission was successfully completed, they would explore the underground market together with their newfound wealth. Upon hearing this, Donald felt a surge of excitement. He held great anticipation for the black market. He proceeded to the kitchen on the first floor to wash his face and rinse his mouth. A steaming breakfast appeared on the living room table at 7:30. Sherlock was engrossed in his work, and Donald chose not to disturb him, instead settling down to continue his own tasks. Upon opening the document pouch, he noted that the contents had been altered. This time, it contained a new arrangement of text, to which Donald had no objections, as his role was simply to translate. Yet, as he progressed with the translation, he observed that the text appeared coherent, with each arrangement possessing its own significance. The desiccated eagle's right eye, the gray roots of grass, the muddy larvae. Each name lingered in Donald's mind, for these were evidently not mere phrases. He sensed they were ingredients from a particular formula. Sherlock abruptly handed him this document for translation, most likely in preparation for their evening venture into the underground black market, presenting an opportune selection of materials requiring interpretation. Regrettably, these were merely names, devoid of accompanying quantities. Otherwise, Donald would have genuinely wished to attempt a replication. Ah, how delightful. Today's progress has been commendable. He had already translated 6 items. Stretching his body, he approached Donald and cast a glance at the content annotated in the universal tongue, feeling a twinge of surprise. Just as I mentioned previously, these are coherent texts. Easily relatable, I have discovered they seem to be the names of materials, perhaps some special elixir or formula. Rather than probing indirectly and risking irritation, it would be more straightforward to inquire directly. Given the rapport established after their first commission, there ought to be a foundational trust between them. I am uncertain myself. It should pertain to a formula. As for its purpose, while I cannot disclose that, I believe you have surmised it, Donald. You are quite astute, and I must concede that they merely erased your memories from last night. At least, you retain recollections from prior to that, such as the fact that the rat catcher is not an ordinary individual. Encountering aberrants is not particularly rare. Within the city of Preston, countless aberrants lie hidden, and it is not unusual for individuals to stumble upon peculiar phenomena. Sherlock himself is a witness, an ordinary person, who does not regard this matter with much concern, treating it merely as a diversion during leisure. Based on speculation, can the rat catcher truly control the rats? As one feigning amnesia, Donald's performance could only be described as instinctive and effortless. Naturally, how else could he have stolen the jewels? If Yako were aware that Sherlock so casually divulged information about the rat catcher, he would undoubtedly regret not having offered him a bottle to drink yesterday. Did you discover a method to control the rats when you found the jewels? Since the rat catcher intends to escape, essential items would be close at hand. Being familiar with the items he handled, Donald was well aware that this was merely bait. He wished to keep Sherlock engaged in this discussion. Since he could not approach the subject directly, he opted for a more gradual approach. There should be some means, likely confiscated by government forces. Upon mentioning this, Sherlock expressed his regret, while Donald, engrossed in translation, smirked with success. If we were to obtain that item, would we not also be able to control the rats? This ability may appear somewhat rudimentary, and the thought of it may seem trivial, yet it undeniably constitutes a unique skill. Do you not agree? The underlying inquiry of this question pertains to the universality of abilities, whether the manner in which one acquires a skill can be emulated or entirely replicated by another. It is difficult to say. It may be feasible, yet it could also be impossible. Is it a matter of luck? This indeed pertains to the conditions for acquiring abilities. Observing others, a rat catcher may succeed, but perhaps we cannot. Every individual is unique. Are you not trying to extract information from me? Halfway through his thought, Sherlock took a sip of milk and inquired with a hint of suspicion. Of course not, merely curious. Tonight, we are headed to the underground black market. And I was wondering if an ordinary person could become an aberrant? Theoretically, anyone could become an aberrant, yet without the assistance of the church or government. One must pay an exorbitant price and bear immense risks. A slight misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Are you interested? Sherlock regarded Donald with keen interest. An air of curiosity arose towards this temporary recruit, whose thoughts diverged from those of the average individual. This is an identity unrecognized by the government and the church. Once discovered, one would face regular inquiries and investigations, sometimes even surveillance in daily life. Any deviation could provoke capture, a fate most ordinary people would shun. The term aberrant is affixed to individuals through relentless propaganda from the government and the church, branding them as illegal and lawless, which reflects the current societal climate. Whether by choice or circumstance, becoming an aberrant signifies a transformation of identity, stripping away rights typically granted to ordinary citizens. Certainly, resistance is permitted. This is the right of aberrants, yet they soon realize they confront a cadre of well-trained, formidable, and experienced adversaries. The machinery of the state, coupled with religious fervor, may be said to stabilize social order, but for the majority of aberrants, it signifies tyranny. Whether one consents or not, this is the price of power. If it were possible, I would prefer to live comfortably. Donald uttered this statement, intending to convey that as an outsider in this realm, he is pursued by a sinister cult, harbors an enigmatic woman at home, and bears within him a demon that lurks ominously. Strength is the sole path to Donald's survival. He has no alternative. To live comfortably. Is that your desire? Quite intriguing. In Sherlock's interpretation, this sentiment suggested that Donald yearned to attain a favorable living environment through strength. Is such a notion base? It may indeed reflect a certain lack of enlightenment. However, this is a desire common to all. Every action taken in life, eating, sleeping, even enduring hardship today, is ultimately in pursuit of a more comfortable existence in the future. Donald's aspirations are relatively modest, yet the path to achieving them is fraught with difficulty. Chapter 27. The Underground Market. Is there more than one underground market? On the streets, Sherlock and Donald engaged in a discussion about the underground market, initiated by the latter. Indeed, the city of Preston boasts two markets located in the north and south, and our destination is the more accessible southern market. Why are there two? The answer is quite straightforward: government regulations. However, this explanation merely serves to silence Donald. The true reasons are undoubtedly more intricate. The volume of underground transactions in Preston is substantial. On one hand, the oversight of goods is far less stringent. There are no quality control agencies, and the authenticity of products relies solely on the buyer's discernment. Some unscrupulous individuals sell counterfeit goods as genuine, while others, lacking sufficient judgment, misidentify authentic products as fakes. Overcharging and exploiting opportunities are commonplace in the underground markets, and many individuals are all too willing to indulge in such practices. Compared to the meticulously inspected displays of legitimate stores, these markets offer an exhilarating allure. However, as the crowd swells, complications arise. Setting up shop requires at least a small stool for the seller, and buyers need space to navigate. Otherwise, how can it truly be called a market? The scale of this market cannot be too large, as it risks detection. The government may occasionally turn a blind eye. But should the existence of an underground market come to light, they would be compelled to intervene, resulting in unfavorable consequences for both sides. Thus, through coordination and on-site inspections, 2 underground market zones were tacitly established within Preston, situated in the northern and southern districts. The brightly lit streets are lined with an array of bustling shops, which, instead of being designed as spacious thoroughfares accommodating 3 pedestrians, have been incessantly compressed. This is hardly surprising, as capitalists are ever eager to maximize resource utilization, even if it means merely expanding a single square meter of retail space. Such expansion signifies an additional small table, 1 or 2 new patrons, and consequently, extra revenue. The sultry summer night amplifies the lively atmosphere, with groups of people meandering through the streets, the laughter and merriment emanating from taverns, the suggestive calls from the nightingale shops, and the tantalizing aromas wafting from restaurants, compelling passers-by to pause. Is this truly the site of the underground market? Donald surveyed the bustling street before him. Finding it somewhat absurd, it was undeniably a thriving commercial avenue in Preston. Indeed, the underground market exists beneath this very vibrant thoroughfare. Does that seem strange? Sherlock replied with a smile, prompting Donald to pause in surprise before breaking into a chuckle. Everyone here is a trader. Some conduct their dealings above ground, while others operate below. Once they complete their transactions and meld back into the crowd, they create scarcely a ripple. For those intent on investigation, these ordinary individuals serve as a natural barrier. After all, causing a disturbance in such a place would be tantamount to provoking the government, with severe repercussions. In the words of his former life, this is what one might call subtlety concealed within the marketplace. Follow me. Despite the numerous shops here, there are only a few places worth descending to. Some merchants have alternative passageways. Sherlock walked ahead, weaving through the crowd until he paused at the entrance of a restaurant and continued, "In light of your assistance in earning me a dozen gold pounds, I shall divulge an additional piece of information. Do you notice the sign above this establishment? Can you discern its uniqueness? Jeff's Restaurant. Is it the 2 forks on the wooden sign?" Donald remarked, recalling that the establishments he had seen previously were adorned with crossed knives and forks, a common industry emblem. The true name of the restaurant was situated above the door, and while this Jeff's Restaurant displayed the fork emblem, it also repeated the double fork symbol above the entrance. To the untrained eye, it might seem insignificant, as the choice of signage ultimately rests with the restaurant owner. This signifies the entrance to the underground market. The double fork is typically found at the base of a restaurant's name. Other cities likely follow suit. Though I am unsure how it became fashionable, Sherlock elucidated. Donald was correct. This was indeed intended for those in the know. Shall we enter now? Inside, patrons were seated, engrossed in their meals, the atmosphere bustling. The 2 stood at the threshold, their presence somewhat peculiar. "We still need a few more items. Please buy 2 cod fillets priced at 1 shilling each." Remember, 1 shilling. 1 shilling for such a small cod? I would think 3 pence is the fair price, Donald replied, though he wasn't particularly versed in fish prices. He could discern a basic comparison. 1 shilling for a cod was an egregious markup. You will soon understand why it is priced so steeply. Come along. Pushing open the grand doors of the restaurant, Sherlock led the way directly to the ordering counter. "Sir, do you have your own ingredients?" "We do not allow that here." Behind the counter, 2 elderly gentlemen with graying hair and spectacles regarded Donald's 2 cod fillets with practiced familiarity. "We are paying full price. Could you assist us with the preparation?" "That can be arranged. Proceed straight for 5 meters, then turn left. The fish storage is there." To those nearby, the conversation sounded like a customer inquiring about borrowing the kitchen, with the establishment's policies being discussed, ultimately reaching a compromise. However, to Donald, who was privy to the underlying context, it resembled a coded exchange. There were indeed several such coded procedures, rather distinctive. Turning left, they discovered a small storage area partitioned at the back of the restaurant. A young man in a black leather apron sat at the entrance, deftly gutting a cod. His skill suggested that countless fish had passed through his hands. Sherlock took the fish from Donald and placed it in a nearby bucket of water, gesturing for him to follow. As they passed, Donald made a point to glance into a basin where 7 or 8 cod swam, and nearby was a larger basin marked with the insignia of the previous seafood shop, also filled with numerous cod. 1 shilling was less a reflection of the fish's worth and more akin to the price of admission. Upon entering the compartment, one could behold an open cellar entrance. Descending the staircase did not lead to a modest storage room, but rather to a corridor illuminated by kerosene lamps. The passage was short, culminating in a firmly shut wooden door. Applying a small amount of the medicinal liquid beneath his nose, Donald braced himself for the odors that pervaded the underground market. a transformation of the abandoned sewer system. Despite numerous cleanings, the distinct scent lingered due to certain peculiar goods in the subterranean ambience. However, once the solution wore off, he would soon acclimatize to the aroma. After receiving the liquid, he emulated Sherlock, dabbing some on the back of his hand before swiping it under his nostrils. With each step forward, Donald felt an inexplicable thrill. The underground market appeared to him as an alternate realm within this world. Approaching the wooden door, he fancied he could hear faint sounds emanating from outside. Are you prepared? Do not blink, for your inaugural venture into the underground market shall be an unforgettable experience, at least. That is my belief. With a firm grip on the brass handle, he pushed the door outward, and his vision expanded abruptly, the cacophony of noise rushing into his ears, presenting a truly astonishing sight. The previously clandestine and intricate entryway led Donald to perceive the underground market as a realm steeped in shadowy intrigue. Rows of black tents, green-hued lanterns, faces adorned with vibrant paint, figures that seemed to age a half-year merely by casting a glance upon them, alongside bizarre creatures, desiccated corpses, and skeletal remains filled his imagination. Yet, the moment the doors swung open, the initial glance shattered all of Donald's preconceptions. Merely a few meters outside lay a spacious gravel platform, nearly 20 meters in diameter. A path of gray bricks connected to this platform, flanked by illuminating kerosene lamp posts. To the left and right, he could observe several other similar stone paths, each leading to wooden doors, from which a few individuals were emerging. At a loss for words, Donald was unwilling to waste even a moment blinking, hastening forward until he reached the gravel platform. People emerging from nearby passages began to congregate, and soon he stepped onto a nearly 5-meter-wide road that led directly to a large square adorned with lights. Surprised? Taken aback? My expression upon my first visit was much like yours. The two underground markets in Preston City each rivaled the surface trading centers in size, with no fewer than 80 permanent vendors ensuring a diverse array of goods. As for the details, I shall refrain from divulging them. That would spoil your experience. Relish in your initiation. I am merely responsible for bringing you inside. How you exit is your own endeavor. Remember to be punctual for work tomorrow. Oh. And one last piece of advice. Safeguard your purse, for ahead lies a veritable den of iniquity. Donald slapped his cheeks. It was time for shopping. Chapter 28. Knowledge is wealth. Upon reaching the periphery of the underground market, Donald found himself once again awestruck by this uniquely styled locale. The layout of the entire market was not overly complex. Beneath a dome supported by a dozen stone pillars, various stalls were arranged in circular formation. The outermost layer was adorned with a ring of shops facing inward and backed by earthen walls covered in concrete. Beyond this was a pathway wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, also circular in design. The second ring of shops was bidirectional, with each stall having 2 back-to-back vendors, separated by a colorful ribbon that afforded a half-meter of privacy, ensuring that no one intruded upon another. Counting carefully, Donald discerned that the market comprised nearly 5 rings, with the inner areas diminishing in size and the corresponding number of shops reducing as well. However, he noted that the outer perimeter was populated with numerous stalls, while the interior boasted many wooden counters, suggesting that the goods in the inner regions were of superior quality or represented established vendors with their own stalls. At the very center stood a large domed tent, reminiscent of a miniature circus venue, though Donald could not discern its details from over 100 meters away. Sir, would you like a mask? When entering the underground market, especially if you seek to purchase unique items, it is wise to protect yourself. Just as he was about to proceed inward, he heard calls from the stalls lining both sides of the entrance. Glancing around, he noticed several vendors selling masks, and it struck him that nearly 70% of the faces in the throng were obscured by masks, some of the vendors included. Considering the items he intended to procure, Donald produced 5 pence to purchase a wooden fox mask. Having entered the market, he realized that to avoid aimlessly wandering and wasting time, he needed a clear intent for his purchases. Earlier in the day, during his working hours, he had contemplated the items he currently required, those capable of enhancing his own strength. The amplification of his mental prowess was of utmost urgency. This was his trump card. Whether it was for mental shock, spiritual vision, or the ability to perceive the mist surrounding individuals, all these abilities were rooted in mental strength. Donald needed a method to augment his mental capacity, thereby fortifying these skills. Another crucial item was firearms. If enhancing his mental strength was merely a figment of imagination, uncertain of its actual existence, then firearms represented the most direct means of augmenting combat capabilities. In Preston City, there were numerous gun shops, even entire districts dedicated to firearms. but all required a permit for possession. Otherwise, not even a single bullet could be purchased. The underground market, however, was a different realm entirely. He had specifically confirmed with Sherlock that some arms dealers here could provide the latest models of firearms available on the market, without the necessity of any documentation, just the presence of money. Even a 5-year-old child could be sold a deadly weapon, with attentive service. They would even assist in loading the bullets. His plan was to seek out a firearms vendor while simultaneously keeping an eye out for methods to enhance his mental strength. The management of the underground market was surprisingly humane. After only a short walk, Donald spotted a signpost standing by the roadside, topped with a bright yellow light. A layer of clutter, a layer of weaponry, a layer of materials, a layer of peculiar items, and a layer of living beings. The hints, descending from the top, were comprehensible to Donald for the first 3 layers, yet the 4th layer of peculiar items and the 5th layer of living beings left him somewhat perplexed. He decided to venture inside. Bypassing the outer layer of miscellaneous goods, Donald resolved to examine that area last. For now, his priority was to procure what he desired. The 2nd layer served as a marketplace for weapons, featuring both stalls adorned with blankets displaying long swords and daggers, as well as half-height counters showcasing wooden boxes of firearms and rows of ammunition. These were of the conventional sort. To his surprise, Donald also discovered a shop specializing in canes that concealed daggers, alongside a stall with merely 2 wooden racks leaning against hefty melee weapons such as greatswords and warhammers. These were rather rare, particularly the latter 2, which required extraordinary strength to wield. Weapons exceeding 50 kilograms were no trifling matter. Questions regarding recent acts of violence or criminal activities were omitted, and Donald found no further vendors of such formidable weaponry. Thus, he summarized his observations and directly approached a modest stall. There was little choice. Glancing at the newly manufactured firearms, typically priced around 2 gold pounds, he noted that these were somewhat more expensive than the market average. As underground markets did not attract ordinary buyers, Donald aimed to minimize his expenses, considering second-hand options as viable. Squatting before a stall he had previously noted, he recalled why it had caught his attention. It offered a scant selection of firearms, featuring only 2 types of handguns, simple and rugged, all cloaked in dark hues. Compared to the intricately decorated firearms of neighboring stalls, these exuded an aura of straightforward reliability. The proprietor was a man clad in a brown cloak, seated on the ground, with a pragmatic crew cut and a rugged visage. "Good sir, may I inquire about your wares?" Donald initiated, crouching before the stall. The N99 model handgun, this batch consists of surplus from the military, a standard-issue firearm. Its power and firing rate are average, yet it boasts a simplistic design, making repairs a breeze. Even novices can master it with minimal practice. The recoil is manageable, allowing an adequately trained adult to shoot one-handed without issue. It utilizes standard 10mm ammunition, commonly found across most handguns, thus replenishment is convenient. I gather you have never handled a firearm before. In that case, this is your optimal choice. As a second-hand item, the gun is priced at merely 1 gold pound. Ammunition costs 3 shillings for 100 rounds. Should any issues arise within 7 days, return here, and I shall assist you free of charge. Typically, it's just a matter of replacing parts, with payment required only for replacements. The stall owner's tone was deep and unhurried, his gaze assessing Donald's hands. If his words rang true, this pistol indeed appeared to be the most suitable option for Donald at present. For a novice, no matter how exquisite or formidable the handgun may be, if one lacks the skill to wield it, it remains ineffectual. Improper handling could even lead to malfunctions, resulting in repair costs that could be quite substantial. In such cases, should the weapon become irreparably damaged, it would not be a matter of great concern. Purchasing a new one is a feasible option, especially given the affordability. I made the purchase. The vendor's sales pitch was impeccably on point, leaving Donald at a loss for reasons to decline. He decisively produced his payment and selected a firearm that appeared to be in excellent condition. The vendor, seizing the gun Donald had chosen, proceeded to disassemble and reassemble it right before him, demonstrating the various components and firing the trigger repeatedly to produce a crisp sound, assuring Donald that the weapon was in perfect working order. "You are my first customer today. Hence, I shall offer you some free advice. When carrying the firearm, be mindful of the safety, and for novices, it is best to keep it engaged. Know when to disengage it for use. To accurately hit your target, practice is essential. Ammunition is not excessively costly. With this type of gun, firing 100 rounds should help you find your rhythm. I believe you would prefer to invest this modest sum rather than miss opportunities in a combat scenario due to inaccurate shooting, wouldn't you? Thank you for the guidance. Donald turned a nod in appreciation and then proceeded to load the bullets into the magazine, chambering one and finally securing the safety. Grasping the cool grip of the weapon, he felt a reassuring weight. With it, he could face a swarm like yesterday's without succumbing to a nosebleed or dizziness. With a means of self-defense acquired, he now needed to address his mental fortitude. This time, Donald bypassed the materials section and headed directly to the penultimate area, known as the oddities zone. Having reached the heart of the underground market, Donald finally comprehended why this place was dubbed the oddities zone. Take, for instance, the items displayed before him: a palm-sized music box, a brooch encrusted with rubies, and scythe-like tusks. The sole commonality among these items was their price, which filled Donald with despair, alongside the taciturn sellers stationed behind the counters. Each remained silent, and so did the buyers, who rarely offered commentary unless a coveted item caught their eye, prompting them to engage with the vendor. Hypnotic music box, 13 gold pounds guardian brooch, 18 gold pounds pig tusk, 11 gold pounds. After surveying the prices, Donald silently marveled. These items were beyond his current means. Yet, he did not retreat, for he had spotted something at one of the counters that piqued his interest. After considerable contemplation, he decided to test his luck. Unknown relic slab, 5 gold pounds. This was a fragmented stone slab, approximately 15 centimeters in both length and width, merely a portion of a larger whole. What captivated Donald was not the slab itself, but the inscriptions upon it. They were of the same kind as those Sherlock had asked him to translate. The power of ignition, quite intriguing. Do you possess any other segments? Grasping the slab, Donald discreetly observed the vendor's demeanor, deliberately reading the inscriptions aloud in a manner audible to him. Your Excellency, are you able to comprehend the contents of the slate? The seller leaned forward, his voice laced with an uncontainable astonishment. Through the illumination, Donald first noticed an ordinary black mask through the hollowed eye sockets. He could perceive the corners of the surrounding eyes and the expression of uncertainty. Of course, otherwise, why would I inquire if you possess other slates? This is merely a fragment. The complete version should document the ignition. Donald cast a fleeting glance at the seller, promptly halting his discourse, secretly elated. This was the second occasion he recognized the immense value of the knowledge residing in his mind, a fragment bestowed by the demon. Knowledge is indeed wealth. Chapter 29. The clock meditation technique. Donald had no desire to purchase the so-called unknown relic tablet for 5 gold pounds. Perhaps he would consider it if he could acquire a complete version, but as for this mere fragment, he lacked the means. Do you comprehend the significance of these 2 characters, my lord? The seller hastily retrieved a gem-studded notebook from his pocket, opened a page, and pushed it towards Donald, eager for validation once more. Why should I divulge that to you? Such script is not for the uninitiated. Donald cast a glance at the seller, who was nervously covering the surface of the tablet with cloth, evidently concerned that he might memorize its contents during their conversation. I can exchange equivalent information. If you enlighten me about the meaning of these 2 characters, I shall impart the details regarding the tablet fragment. Floating. What? The meaning of these 2 characters is floating. Should your understanding differ from mine, it would merely indicate your translation is erroneous. In matters of translating such script, Donald possessed unwavering confidence, his tone resolute. The seller behind the counter trembled. It had taken him considerable time to decipher these characters, and here was this man, merely glancing at them, reciting their meaning. I possess 2 more tablets of the same kind, but I do not intend to sell. In truth, he owned nearly complete tablets, yet had been unable to find a means to translate their contents. Thus, what should have been a treasure of immense value had become, in his grasp, akin to a tasteless morsel, unworthy of consumption yet too precious to discard. Presenting one here was not meant for sale. He lacked for money, 5 gold pounds. That was merely a fraction of what he had originally spent to acquire all the relic tablets. If you do not intend to sell, then displaying it here is a waste of my time. Feigning indignation, he turned to depart, counting the seconds in his mind, wagering not on whether the seller would retain him, but rather on how quickly he would call him back. My lord, please wait. We could negotiate further regarding this tablet. The voice rang out, and Donald halted, raising his clenched fist in a subtle gesture of celebration, nearly laughing beneath his mask. Within 3 seconds, clearly. You hold great concern for the contents of that tablet. Negotiation? I find that term most agreeable. In my realm, it signifies a win-win scenario. Should you possess a good proposal, I am all ears. He lifted his chin slightly, his tone placid, an embodiment of confidence and assuredness. If you would be so gracious as to assist me in translating the contents, I could offer 10 gold pounds for this tablet. The seller felt a twinge of anxiety. This was a tentative price point. What is most exhilarating in a transaction? It lies in the testing of boundaries during the negotiation. A delightful exchange of assertions. 10 gold pounds. Are you insulting me? In truth, Donald wished for him to be insulting. However, his true motive for revealing his proficiency in this language was to secure a method to enhance his mental fortitude, a vital condition for his survival. No matter how abundant the wealth, without a corresponding protective power, it would merely amount to ephemeral riches, arriving swiftly yet departing just as quickly. Donald could not guarantee that such opportunities would arise again. Idly consuming resources was unwise. Please do not misunderstand me. I certainly do not imply that. What is it that you desire, Your Excellency? Feel free to articulate your wishes. A method for enhancing mental fortitude, comprehensive and genuinely effective. When can you present it? I shall assist you with the translation at that moment. Do not attempt to deceive me with trivial offerings. Now is the opportune moment to make demands. Donald no longer concealed his intentions, for excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. Meditation techniques? The mere mention of such a term beneath the mask jolted Donald's heart, indeed. There existed a method for strengthening mental prowess. Can you produce it? I seek nothing of inferior quality in meditation practices. Please hold for a moment. The seller picked up an item from the counter, disregarding the remaining objects, and proceeded to a nearby stall. Donald glanced at the sign positioned in front of the item. Curse nail, 18 gold pounds. 5 minutes later, the seller returned, the cursed nail absent from his grasp, replaced by a scroll meticulously wrapped in silk ribbons. This is the clock meditation technique I acquired in exchange for the cursed nail. It not only augments mental strength, but also bestows stability and refinement to a certain extent. Compared to other meditation practices with elemental attributes, it is capable of accommodating a broader range of spells and talents without being ensnared by elemental limitations. Thus, while I am unaware of your inherent mental talents, I believe it should be ideally suited for you. If the other party had not already discovered a meditation method compatible with their talents and practiced it for years, making alterations would have been unthinkable. Furthermore, the cursed nail was indeed an urgent necessity for them, which led to a reluctant agreement on the trade. This sufficed to demonstrate the value of the clock meditation technique. The exchange for a translation of a fragment of stone was, in truth, slightly excessive. He was confident that this enigmatic individual would readily accept the transaction. Mental strength possesses characteristics. What does elemental attribute entail? If the seller realized that Donald completely misunderstood the value of the clock meditation technique, it would likely infuriate him to the brink of fury. Paper and pen. Fortunately, Donald was an honest trader. Upon the other party presenting the goods, he naturally adhered to the agreement. The scroll was set aside. The contents of the fragmented stone tablet were not extensive. The seller chose to display it openly, perhaps to prevent others from gleaning too much information. Under Donald's diligent translation, within a mere 15 minutes, he transcribed all the content. Noticing the other party's surprise and skepticism, Donald, wishing to prove his integrity, did not cease his writing. Instead, he flipped to a new page and, before the seller's eyes, meticulously rewrote the content in reverse order, word for word. Only then did the seller feel reassured enough to accept the notes. Your Excellency, I possess 2 additional stone tablets. Might our transaction continue? I believe this meditation technique sufficiently attests to my sincerity. What use is it to merely know the contents of a single tablet? Such a considerable investment necessitates the continuation of our exchange. Acquiring the complete content renders all sacrifices worthwhile. Certainly, I perceive a genuine intent for mutual benefit in our dealings. However, for our next transaction, I shall seek something different. You intend to remain here, correct? I shall return this week. If someone is willing to play the fool, Donald would surely be inclined to do so. In this exchange, both parties believe themselves to be the beneficiaries, and it indeed appears that way. Chapter 30. The tracker Donald did not establish a specific time for the transaction with the seller codenamed the Duke. This was a deliberate choice on his part, as he had pressing matters to attend to the following day. Although this was merely a common tactic in negotiations, he sought to conceal his eagerness from the other party, cultivating an atmosphere that suggested the loss would be solely theirs should they choose not to proceed with the deal. Only by doing so could he ensure that the Duke would meticulously prepare the items for trade. Otherwise, given Donald's discerning eye, he would be unable to discern the quality of what was presented to him. The scrolls of spellcasting techniques were the compensation Donald had promised for translating the second tablet. It was not imperative that these be high-level spell scrolls. Quantity could suffice as long as their cumulative value met or exceeded that of the clock meditation method. Should the other party present a collection of low-level spell scrolls, Donald would not be deterred. In fact, he would gladly accept them. What he lacked at present were the fundamentals. Regardless of their immediate utility, he sought to observe and learn, thereby expanding his knowledge base. Lacking a formal education from a structured institution, he was akin to navigating a river by feeling for stones, with no retreat available. Thus, solidifying his foundational knowledge was essential. In the midst of his predicament, Donald appeared to grasp a means of survival. Rather than hastily departing, he lingered in the outer market area. With some funds still at his disposal, he strolled through the various stalls, engaging in a leisurely pursuit. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he discreetly glanced at each booth, hoping to unearth treasures obscured beneath heaps of discarded items. However, it seemed that his fortune had been exhausted during the previous 2 transactions. After a round through the outer junk area, his eyes resembled those of a rabbit, reddened and weary, prompting him to squint in resignation. He mused that the books he had once read were indeed unreliable. Treasures were not so easily discovered amidst common street vendors. This phenomenon could also be attributed to environmental factors. The current era was one of industrial prosperity, where machinery and capital dominated the landscape. Coupled with government and church propaganda and suppression, many valuable items were first directed to the church, which not only provided monetary compensation, but also offered employment opportunities. Consequently, the influx of goods into the underground market diminished. With a reduced inventory, the likelihood of encountering quality merchandise naturally decreased. Seeking a bargain was akin to playing the lottery, merely a matter of chance. Having found nothing of worth, Donald resolved to visit a cane shop he had noticed in the weapons area, where he purchased a concealed dagger cane for £1 gold. In recent days, he had been reminded by Sherlock to procure a cane, as it was an essential accessory for any gentleman. It would seem rather peculiar to be without one. Although Donald had not previously considered it necessary, he understood the importance of conforming to social customs. He took great care in selecting the concealed dagger cane, deliberately choosing the most unadorned option from a selection of canes adorned with gold and silver embellishments. It was not only a cost-effective choice, but also a conscious reminder of his identity as the assistant to Detective Sherlock Swift. He recalled that his employer's cane was silver-plated. To carry one with gold inlay would only invite complications. The handle is fashioned in a wooden T-shape, elegantly curved for a comfortable grip, while the shaft is composed of the most unremarkable white ashwood, adorned with a band of brass at its center. With a slight twist to the right and a gentle pull outward on the handle, the blade within is instantaneously released from its sheath. It must be said, Donald's very demeanor exudes a certain charm. Wielding this cane, he appears undeniably dashing and sophisticated. As the clock strikes 11, the night deepens. Wandering alone in the dark can easily attract the lurking hyenas of the shadows, with all consequences to be borne by oneself. From the moment Donald stepped onto Geisa Street, an inexplicable sensation crept over him, as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him from some hidden corner. It was akin to the feeling one experiences after watching a horror film, whether seated or reclined, be it in the bedroom or the living room. There always seems to be something lurking in the dark, stirring an involuntary panic within. The shops along the commercial street predominantly consist of clothing boutiques and general stores, most of which close by 9 in the evening. Consequently, the once bustling thoroughfare now lies deserted, with only a few glimmers of light seeping through the curtains of the upper windows, instinctively quickening his pace. Donald's gaze searched for anything that might reflect the situation behind him, such as the glass of shop windows. Yet, he perceived nothing. The street behind him lay empty, lined with rows of oil lamp posts casting a halo of light, which only served to accentuate the darkness that eluded illumination. If it were not mere delusion, someone was indeed following him. Could it be that a cult had discovered he was still alive, intent on eliminating him once more? Recalling the individuals he had first encountered with Sherlock outside the detective agency 2 days prior, a tightening sensation gripped Donald's heart. His right hand moved casually to his waist, unfastening the button he had previously secured to conceal his firearm, revealing the handle at his side. The surge of anxiety diminished somewhat. Fortunately, he had recently acquired a weapon. Even if his marksmanship were lacking in a dire situation, it could serve as a deterrent. A few gunshots might even prompt the nearby residents to alert the authorities. He endeavored to stay close to the streetlights, ensuring he remained within the circle of illumination, with approximately 10 minutes left to reach Irish Street. A low, guttural whimper emanated from deep within his throat. Behind him, a hand, bristling with coarse, stiff hair, gripped the stone wall outside the alley, leaving behind a trail of white marks. Chapter 31. Misunderstanding: is the person before me the target? Indeed. The scent is unmistakable. I distinctly recall this aroma. To kill him? To consume him? No, it's something else entirely. No. This time, I cannot afford to be careless. They are employers who cannot be dismissed with mere excuses of negligence or lack of restraint. Silence. My palms tighten and relax repeatedly, veins bulging, as bits of plaster cascade from the thick brick wall. If you wish to live, be quiet. His footsteps quickened. Has he discovered me? Humph. Feigning ignorance, such clumsy theatrics. It's nearly time. I must conclude this confrontation before he exits the street. His shirt suddenly ripped open, revealing robust, bulging muscles beneath the tattered fabric. He had already devised his next move, an attack from behind, non-lethal, merely a diversion. For someone of his prowess, such a task is exceedingly simple. Uncommon boots struck the alleyway, his thighs coiling to unleash power. Yet in the next moment, his nostrils flared, detecting a new scent nearby. He halted. Two figures emerging from the shadows of the alley across from him, one tall, one short. The air carried their essence, a man and a woman. Both observing him intently. Power. I can sense fear emanating from them, mere pawns, yet they are the potential disruptors mentioned by the employer. He resumed his former stance, melding into the darkness behind him. Meanwhile, in the opposite alley, the two breathed a sigh of relief. So much time had passed. They hadn't anticipated anyone still harboring intentions towards him. The individual across the way was quite formidable, wasn't he? A crisp female voice trembled with apprehension. As a newcomer, she was experiencing that menacing aura for the first time. Their dialogue concluded, their forms vanished. And the intangible skirmish ultimately did not culminate in a tangible clash. At this moment, Donald exited Gesang Street, entering Irish Street, his face drenched in sweat. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though a fierce beast was poised to pounce and annihilate him. Even with a gun in hand, he found little solace. Yet, the sensation dissipated within seconds, and this time, even the feeling of being watched vanished. The other party had retreated. Why the sudden withdrawal? Did they perhaps notice the weapon in his grasp and, lacking confidence, abandon their pursuit? With a mind swirling with such thoughts, Donald began to question whether he was overreacting. Contemplating if perhaps there was no pursuer at all, but merely figments of his own psychological turmoil. Regardless, he needed to exercise greater caution moving forward. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he approached his front door, where a light shone from the window beside it. Someone was home. As he ascended the stairs, he inevitably made a sound. His gaze instinctively darted towards the living room, fearing that a voice might suddenly beckon him inside. Infinitas remained on the sofa, reminiscent of their first encounter, yet her posture was slightly askew. Previously, she sat upright. Now, her neck arched back, eyes tightly closed, appearing utterly relaxed as she slumped into the sofa. It must be said that her posture was quite unbecoming, had there been outsiders present. Such behavior would indeed have been unacceptable. At home, however, it mattered little. Yet, as Donald gazed at her for a few moments, he noticed she remained motionless, as if she had fallen asleep. After all, it was a summer night, and dozing on the sofa was of no consequence, at worst. She would awaken with a sore neck the following day. However, as Donald turned to ascend the stairs, he noticed the figure on the sofa had slumped down despondently. To speak candidly, if she were to perish right there in the living room, Donald, her husband, would undoubtedly find himself in a grave predicament. A mere assertion of unfamiliarity would not suffice to absolve him, having not seen her clearly from the staircase. He now observed her features up close and was alarmed to find that Infinita's complexion was ashen, her lips tinged with an unnatural hue, her eyes shut tight, and her brow furrowed. Whether from physical agony or distressing thoughts, he could not discern. Infinita, what troubles you? I shall take you to the hospital. He gently patted her arm, but received no response. A surge of anxiety coursed through him, disregarding everything else. He wrapped his right arm around her shoulder and maneuvered his left hand beneath her legs, preparing to lift her. Who? As Donald began to rise, Infinita suddenly opened her eyes, sensing his approach. With a swift motion, she struck out with her hand, employing all her strength. Before he could utter an explanation, Donald instinctively raised his shoulder in defense. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as a searing pain shot through his right shoulder, forcing him to release her and roll on the ground, clutching the injured area. Such extraordinary strength. What do you intend to? Cough, cough. Infinita regarded Donald with suspicion, her words faltering as she succumbed to a fit of coughing from her earlier exertion. No, you. Never mind. With such strength, you should be fine. Frustration welled within Donald, He had approached her with concern, intending to escort her to the hospital, and yet she had awakened and, without a moment's hesitation, retaliated with a blow that left his arm tingling as though electrified. Chapter 32. The First Meditation Cough. Should I go to the hospital? Donald cast a glance at Infinitus's attire. She wore a patterned white blouse that was elegantly wrinkled on the upper half and paired it with fitted trousers, complemented by a pair of low-heeled leather boots. Such an outfit suggested that she had not been out for leisure these past few days. Otherwise, custom would dictate a dress. Her athletic ensemble indicated that she did not seem to be suffering from a cold or any similar ailment, but rather appeared to have sustained an injury. What had she experienced over the last couple of days? No need. I just need to rest for a while. Infinitus maintained her indifferent tone, rejecting any offer of assistance. All right, if you need anything, you can call me. Donald was not one to impose himself on others, especially since Infinitus had indicated that she was fine. He had no intention of forcibly dragging her to the hospital. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he might not even be able to physically move her. A strike from her hand would likely leave him unconscious, given his current physique. It was nearly 10:30, and he was eager to practice his clock meditation technique. After freshening up and changing into his pajamas, he locked his door and seated himself at his desk, with his gun conveniently stored in the drawer below. He unrolled the scroll for study. The scroll was remarkably well preserved, and upon its opening, his gaze was immediately drawn to the central illustration. Turning to the text at the top of the scroll, it began with an introduction to the clock meditation technique. Although he struggled with some of the specialized terminology, he was able to comprehend portions of it, thereby acquiring some fundamental knowledge. Firstly, the clock meditation technique explicitly outlined the prerequisites for practice, distinguishing itself from conventional meditation methods aimed at enhancing personal focus and mental relaxation, which typically required no prerequisites and could be undertaken by anyone possessing patience. This technique demanded that practitioners possess at least the most rudimentary talent for mental strength, mentioning attributes such as strong will, bright flame, and solid ice, indicating that a degree of innate mental power must already be at their disposal. In simpler terms, the clock meditation technique could only amplify existing abilities, transforming one into two, rather than creating something from nothing. Donald qualified in this aspect. While he was uncertain of his specific talent, he was aware that he possessed some mental power. Secondly, if a practitioner were a wizard of the authority level, with a personal spell system and unique mental power, they would need to relinquish their personal system to avoid conflicts during meditation, as such conflicts could lead to mental disarray, with consequences to bear. This point held no relevance for Donald, though he gleaned the significance of the term authority level, which denoted a certain echelon of power. Lastly, the clock meditation technique emphasized stability and precision, focusing primarily on the enhancement of spells without incorporating any offensive or defensive traits. Thus, wizards were advised to engage in self-reflection when making their choice. As for Donald, he found himself yearning for the explosive nature of a bombastic wizard capable of hurling fireballs at a moment's notice, yet he recognized that at this juncture, he had no alternative. Truthfully, Donald was somewhat astonished after observing the scene, for the method of cultivation was not particularly intricate. All descriptions appeared straightforward and comprehensible. There were no further explanations, merely a single phrase: to touch the clock, drawing with one's mental force. Naturally, Donald complied, extending his mental energy from his fingertips, focusing intently on the clock drawing. The moment that intangible mental force successfully connected with the scroll's imagery, the clock drawing before him illuminated with a soft blue glow. It was then that Donald realized his mental energy was being incessantly drawn in, causing his mind to shift from clarity to a foggy state, ultimately leading him to slump unsteadily against the table. Enveloped in darkness, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling aura surrounding him. The crisp sound of water droplets echoed as his vision descended. The darkness dissipated, revealing an ancient study devoid of doors, encompassing an area of approximately 20 square meters. Towering bookshelves encircled him, filled with tomes, some titles clear while others remained obscured. At the center of the room stood a reddish-brown wooden table, sparsely adorned with a square frame turned away from him, a brown scroll, and a pen upright beside the scroll. Behind the desk was a chair crafted from the same intricately carved wood. Suddenly, Donald realized he was able to move, guided by an indescribable force. He approached and seated himself in the wooden chair, gripping the pen in his customary manner. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the front of the frame he had observed earlier, which contained something significant: the tangible representation of the clock meditation method. The pen in his hand began to flow, but instead of black ink, a pale blue luminescence emerged. He recognized this as his mental energy, inscribing itself onto the page. Donald contemplated starting his drawing from the outermost frame, yet the luminescence within the pen swiftly depleted. There was no dizziness, merely a brief pause before the pen's tip overflowed with blue light once more. New mental energy was being generated. Chapter 33, an unusual routine unbeknownst to him. The rain began to fall sometime last night, accompanied by a sharp drop in temperature. Alas, over the past few nights, he had only found solace in a bed once. The rest of the time was spent either at his desk or on the sofa, rubbing his sore neck. Donald felt surprisingly invigorated. He had finally discovered a method to enhance his mental acuity and grasp the essence of clock meditation. It was the clock illustration at the center of the scroll. This image was far more than mere decoration. Every line on this intricate timepiece held significance, guiding the flow of mental energy as it twisted and swayed, an exercise in mental fortitude. Yet, Donald, in his current state of weakness, could only manage a few strokes, unable even to render the clock's outer contour. Once his mental stamina was expended, the subsequent phase of gathering new energy would be exceedingly slow. He recalled with difficulty that it took him an eternity last night to extend his progress by mere centimeters. Entering the washroom, Donald scrutinized his reflection while attending to his morning routine. His features bore little alteration. After all, he had merely transitioned into an oddity, gaining strength and mental prowess rather than undergoing any physical transformation. It would indeed be peculiar if there were any noticeable changes. His firearm remained ever at his side, but the scroll was not something he could carry freely, so he decided to secure it in the drawer beneath his desk. Stepping out of his bedroom, he remembered to check his pocket watch. 6:30. Far too early. As he enjoyed his breakfast, he inadvertently glanced up to see Infinite standing at the kitchen door. Today, she wore a black dress adorned with intricate patterns, the collar and hem delicately laced, flowing naturally rather than flaring like the gowns of the affluent ladies outside. "How did you sleep last night? Are you feeling better?" Donald was uncertain of the precise dynamics between his predecessor and Infinite, but from the sentiments expressed in his diary, it seemed there had been some affection, at least prior to his awareness of her relationship with Freddie. Now, he found himself in a delicate balance, neither overly warm nor excessively distant. "Are you trying to play the innocent lad?" Donald fancied himself as such, though perhaps the term lad was a stretch. "Much improved. Have you found work?" Infinite's expression remained largely neutral, though her tone was gentle. "I secured a position with a weekly salary of 5 shillings as an assistant to Mr. Sherlock Swift." A weekly wage of £1 was already indicative of a middle-class standing. It seemed unrealistic for a theology student like Donald to attain such employment. The role involved translating texts, bound by a confidentiality agreement with Sherlock. Once he stepped outside the Swift Detective Agency, he was to treat the experience as if it had never occurred. As an assistant, a salary of 5 shillings was quite standard. Is Mr. Swift a scholar in religion? Tearing off a piece of bread to nibble, Infinite cast a glance at Donald, noting his demeanor was markedly different today. "No, he is a private detective." "I'm sorry, but I must leave now. I need to arrive at the office by 8, or I shall be late." Donald was reluctant to divulge too much about his work, and the inquiries from Infinita set him on edge. It was precisely 7:10, and he seized this opportunity to take his leave. As he listened to the sound of the door scraping against its frame, Infinita exited the kitchen, glanced at the front door to ensure it was securely closed, and settled herself on the sofa in the living room. She turned to move the table lamp that had been resting beside the sofa to the low table in front of her. Removing the lampshade revealed an ordinary kerosene lamp beneath. At that moment, Infinita extended her finger to press the switch at the base, clicking it 3 times in succession. The rhythmic clicking signaled the internal gears beginning to operate, and finally, a metal plate on the right side of the lamp's base protruded unexpectedly, exposing a series of small holes from which a faint light emanated. Donald Grant's talents had manifested overtly. He had found employment and developed a palpable sense of wariness towards me. We had 3 months remaining. When she stood at the doorway, she sensed a shift in the man's aura, a subtle yet profound transformation, imperceptible to others, but keenly felt by her naturally acute perception. It was precisely this sensitivity that led to her assignment for the task. Furthermore, during their previous exchanges, Donald's repeated pauses in speech indicated his contemplation, deliberately concealing certain information, an unmistakable sign of his vigilance. The utterances that emerged from the speaker at the base of the kerosene lamp were accompanied by a crackling sound. "I understood. May the moonlight illuminate us." She traced an arc in the air with her hand, the silver pendant around her neck glistening. Had Donald been present to hear Infinita's report, he would likely have felt a sense of dread. He believed he was concealing his secrets well, yet in his previous life as an ordinary person, his skills in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance were merely acquired through trial and error. Before him stood a seasoned organization. If he, who was already in control, could not navigate this, it would indeed be a grave failure. Of course, even experts have their areas of incompetence. Infinita, too, possessed her limitations. While she perceived the superficial changes in Donald, she failed to uncover the deeper secrets he harbored. This was partly due to the sudden shifts that had occurred in the last couple of days. Processes that were too bewildering to comprehend, and also owed to Donald's inadvertent self-exposure in conversation. If one wishes to keep their secrets hidden, mere concealment is not a foolproof strategy. Instead of allowing the other party to pry relentlessly, it is wiser to offer a less significant secret for them to pursue. Inadvertently, Donald had accomplished this. People must endure trials to grow. No one is innately a master of strategy. Learning, experience, and experimentation are all indispensable. Undoubtedly, Donald was a novice in every regard, yet being a novice merely reflects a state of being, not a definitive conclusion. Pressure is also a source of motivation. Experience brings enlightenment. Chapter 34. The key. This concealed dagger cane is quite decent, albeit somewhat unremarkable in appearance. However, given that it serves as a weapon, an overly ostentatious design might incite premature wariness in others. How much did you purchase it for? Within the office, Sherlock sat opposite Donald, his feet propped up on a low stool, a cup of red tea beside him. He angled his chair to better observe the flowering bushes behind the house as well as the streets beyond. £1. I also acquired a firearm at the same price. While translating the text, Donald engaged Sherlock in conversation to prevent the atmosphere in the sitting room from becoming stifling. Alas, why has no one come to seek my services? I am, after all, a professional detective who has resolved a jewel theft case. How dreadfully dull it is. The entertainment industry of this era is somewhat lacking. Places like taverns and opera houses only come alive in the evenings. More crucially, Sherlock found himself without any current cases. While Donald could occupy himself with translation, Sherlock could only linger between the external scenery and the arcane newspaper in hand. The case of Mr. Ebel's stolen jewels was solved within a single day and did not spark societal discussion. It is likely he himself would not be inclined to broadcast the matter, although they had indirectly uncovered an answer. The fact that the perpetrator was an outsider and Ebel's desire to keep such an embarrassment private meant that the case's impact would inevitably be limited. The reward was substantial, yet their renown saw little growth. Why not investigate some of the cases currently being pursued by the police? If we could apprehend the culprit before them and subsequently publicize it through the arcane newspaper, we would surely gain fame. For instance, take this case, the disappearance of a young girl. It is a topical issue in society today. Not all cases receive widespread attention, yet those connected to blossoming young women often attract significant interest. After all, most people harbor a yearning for beauty, and upon learning that someone is ravaging and plundering such loveliness, they inevitably cast their gaze. Moreover, this case in the arcane report is further classified as a series of abductions. It has been reported continuously for nearly a week, and the number of missing individuals has escalated from an initial 2 to 5, indicating a grave deterioration in the situation. Regrettably, as taxpayers, they do possess the right to question, for the salaries within the police department are funded by these taxpayers. In theory, this should be the case. I am merely an assistant. You are the detective. Whether to involve ourselves is entirely your decision. An assistant must embody the role of an assistant. Donald can offer his opinions, but mere suggestions suffice. Should this case be resolved, it would undoubtedly lead to fame and success. However, should things go awry and conflict arise with the police, those already simmering with indignation would not be inclined to treat us kindly. Such cases are undoubtedly sensitive for the police. We must approach the families first. As the discussion of the case commenced, Sherlock's emotions were quickly stirred. While Donald appeared somewhat distracted, having checked the wall clock several times, calculating the lunchtime hour. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Ronan. Should he successfully complete the exorcism ritual, he was to inform Donald at the tavern on Gasson Street. Donald yearned to ascertain the nature of his triumphs and failures. Despite the insights offered by his dreams, he felt compelled to seek confirmation in person. Sherlock, I would like to request a half-day leave. I have pressing matters to attend to this afternoon. The remuneration can be deducted from my salary. Moreover, he indeed had other pursuits. The third key on his keychain, whose purpose eluded him, required investigation. Unable to recall its origin, he resolved to inquire at the locksmith, hopeful for a clue. Very well, there's nothing pressing today. In the absence of an active case, his responsibilities at the firm primarily revolved around translation work, so a half-day delay would not be detrimental. With his employer's consent, Donald departed from Swift's office at 11 o'clock, making his way to Gesang Street. He first glanced at the tavern he had visited previously, confirming that Ronan had yet to arrive. On his way, he inquired with the staff at the establishment and learned of a small shop on Gesang Street that specialized in crafting keys, akin to a hardware store. Fortuitously, this shop was a mere 20 meters from the restaurant. A small awning had been erected outside, where rainwater cascaded down the waterproof fabric, creating a curtain of droplets. A wooden box was placed outside, housing 2 black umbrellas and a rather ordinary, stained anti-slip mat. After retrieving an umbrella, he stood on the mat, stamping a few times to remove the water and mud before opening the door to the shop. The interior was somewhat cramped. Upon entry, the counter came into view, adorned with an array of tools, including wrenches and cages, displayed on a wall supported by nails. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The proprietor, who was twisting wire with pliers, greeted him. "I seek to understand what this key corresponds to. It belonged to my late father, who mentioned in a letter that he left something for me but did not specify its location. A most generous gentleman indeed. Please hold for a moment. I possess numerous key molds. In our trade, there exists a standard. Each door has its specific key design, just as boxes have theirs. The distinction lies solely in the metal teeth of the key." As he spoke, the proprietor retrieved a yellowed scroll from beneath the counter and unfurled it on the countertop. Donald caught a glimpse of hand-drawn illustrations depicting various key designs. "Let me see. Not a key for a safety window, nor one for a solid wood door. And certainly not for a suitcase. Ah, here it is, crafted from brass, with a small round hole at the top. As you can see, this is a locker key, but not an ordinary one. It is specifically for bank use. Your father's intention was likely to bequeath you an inheritance, securely stored in a bank. You may take this key to the bank to claim what is rightfully yours. Best of luck to you." After a thorough comparison, the true origin of the key was finally unveiled. Chapter 35. Annihilation. The rain soaked into the cloak draped over him, saturating the soft fabric. In the downpour, the covering clung tightly to the figure beneath, outlining a gaunt silhouette. He pressed onward, yet his steps grew progressively slower. He yearned to convey his plight to that individual, but he was uncertain whether he could even part his lips. Ah, what is that behind him? The grotesque often captivates attention more than the mundane. A woman holding an umbrella on the street suddenly screamed, her cry drawing all gazes to the figure behind the anomaly. The cobblestone street, unrelenting in the deluge, failed to wash away the patches of flesh. Instead, the rain carried blood along the crevices between the stones to various locales. With each step he took, the flesh upon his body disintegrated. Donald, too, beheld this scene. He sensed something amiss, a potent premonition that this individual was Ronan. Activating his spiritual sight, having undergone the clock meditation technique, the burden of this enhanced perception felt somewhat lighter, promising a longer duration. He cast his gaze upon the street. Ordinary individuals appeared as blue figures, their hues alternating between bright and dim, with the youth generally radiating a brighter shade, a testament to their vitality. In stark contrast, the figure cloaked before him exuded a lifeless gray, devoid of vigor. He was already dead, whether from fear or a desire to avoid entanglement. Donald was resolute in not approaching him at this moment. The shopkeeper inquired from behind the counter, perplexed. How could one who had lost their life continue to walk? A zombie? A specter? With life extinguished, was his soul still present? In that moment, the crimson glow in his eyes intensified, transforming the world from shades of gray to a faint red, the drain on his mental energy beginning to mount. If Donald's currently amplified mental fortitude were quantified as 2, the cost of sustaining his spiritual sight was nearly 0. 1, allowing it to persist for approximately 20 seconds. However, this heightened state doubled the expenditure, limiting him to around 10 seconds. Beyond that duration, he could maintain it through sheer will, albeit at the risk of damaging his eyes, a lesson he had learned the hard way on 2 previous occasions. The once gray corpse before him now bore a wispy tendril of pitch-black mist hovering above its head, dense in hue yet scant in volume. Suddenly, Donald comprehended. What he was perceiving was the soul. However, observing such a peculiar target exacted a toll. The moment the dark mist materialized, he felt a rapid depletion of his mental energy, prompting him to hastily shut his eyes and revert to normalcy. Upon reopening them, the figure had halted before the restaurant, leaving a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh in its wake. The being stirred, extending shattered arms from beneath the cloak, This was not mere metaphor. Those limbs were indeed broken, pockmarked and, in places, revealing strands of flesh clinging to white bone. Screams erupted in a cacophony as the onlookers beheld the grotesque apparition, their feet retreating yet devoid of any inclination to flee. Their innate curiosity compelled them not to miss such a riveting spectacle. Lifting the hood of his cloak, Donald could only discern the back of a head, partially shorn of its scalp, and blood mingling with the rainwater cascading down. This was a mistake, a grave error. The sound he emitted resembled the anguished cry of someone suffering from tonsillitis, a sensation so profound it could render one breathless. His voice was hoarse, as if each word was tearing at his vocal cords, soft yet heart-wrenching. As his body succumbed to the fading sound, everything unfolded in a jarring and absurd manner. The passers-by around him were largely in a state of panic, bewildered by the meaning of his cries, yet Donald understood all too well. He felt a surge of empathy, cold sweat pouring down like rain. They are all dead, including his former self. This was the end for them all. That array was indeed flawed, a mechanism designed to silence them all. In truth, Donald had braced himself somewhat for this moment, yet the scene remained disconcerting. He began to ponder. Had he spoken to Ronan initially, could he have detected the impending peril and thus averted such a grim fate? If he were discovered by the cult, would he have been able to devise a means of self-rescue rather than devolving into this grotesque, shudder-inducing corpse before him? It is said that learning of another's death is an entirely different experience than witnessing it firsthand, especially in such a merciless manner. Donald fixated on the lifeless form sprawled on the street. Even as others turned away, he remained steadfast, enduring the queasiness that threatened to rise in his throat. One must confront reality. Your circumstances are scarcely more favorable. Whispering to himself, drawing lessons from others, he recognized that only through the harrowing sight of brutal death does one come to appreciate the sheer fortune of being alive. With trembling hands, he grasped the handle of a shop door, and the moment Donald stepped outside, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He opened his umbrella and, as more people gathered nearby, set off with purpose. For the sake of his appetite, he resolved to dine elsewhere for lunch. The banking system in this era was reminiscent of that in his former life, though they still utilized passbooks. For storage, they issued keys, and retrieval required both the depositor and the key to be present. In unfortunate circumstances, one would need a form of identification from the local police station to establish a connection with the original holder. After lunch, Donald arrived at the bank's entrance, one he had previously inquired about as the closest to Irish Street. Prestontown boasted more than one bank, yet he reasoned that his former self would hardly have taken a carriage or automobile to a location several blocks away to store belongings, as that would be inherently suspicious. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you today?" Due to the inclement weather, the bank was not particularly crowded, and Donald did not have to wait long before reaching the counter, separated by an iron grill and an additional layer of glass. Clearly, bulletproof glass had yet to be invented in this age. "I have come to retrieve my belongings. Here are the keys." "Very well. Could you please present your savings book?" "Ah, I apologize. I seem to have forgotten it. Is there an alternative method?" Donald recalled that there was indeed a savings book in the bedroom. However, such an item is hardly something one would carry on their person, especially since he had seen that it contained not even a single penny. Chapter 36. Everyone has problems, except those who don't. "We may store your photograph here, if available, for identity verification. May I inquire your name?" The staff's demeanor was remarkably pleasant. It was uncertain whether this was customary or a courtesy extended to Donald, who was impeccably dressed, befitting a gentleman. "Donald Grant." The employee seated behind the glass rose and approached a wooden cabinet, extracting a document from a drawer. The window was transparent, allowing Donald to glimpse each page adorned with names and details, accompanied by small photographs. "Can I store my belongings here later?" "Of course, you are always welcome to return." Adjacent to the bank was a CAF. Donald entered, ordered a drink at random, and settled into a corner. He waited until the coffee was served before placing his box on the table. Measuring approximately 10 inches in length and 2 inches in height, the box was not locked, but operated by a fitted switch. Donald pressed a button on the side, and the two halves sprang open. After ensuring no one was paying attention, he lifted the lid to inspect its contents. The box was modest in size, containing only a few items: 2 flat document pouches, a small ornate wooden box, and some loose coins. He first removed the most conspicuous wooden box and closed the larger one. The box was roughly the size of half a palm, square in shape, and intricately engraved. After examining it for a moment, Donald found it peculiar. Its exterior suggested considerable value. How had it come into his possession? The only noteworthy establishment his family owned was a narrow grocery store. The front of the wooden box featured a brass latch, the connection adorned with an embedded snake's head, its protruding parts serving as the lip, while the fangs were intricately carved into the interior as the engaging component. Grasping the latch, he opened it, only to quickly close it again at what he found inside. Surely, this could not belong to my family. Donald, what have you done? Stealing furtive glances around him, he took a large sip of his coffee. The bitter taste contorting his face, he indeed could not acclimatize to such a beverage. However, the strong flavor quelled the anxiety within him. He reopened the wooden box, revealing a ring resting quietly on a red velvet cushion. The ring, crafted from an indeterminate dark gold material, bore a gemstone the size of a thumb, radiating a faint light from within. Instinctively, Donald recognized this to be a treasure. Even if it lacked any extraordinary powers, the gemstone alone would render it immensely valuable. Sliding the ring onto his index finger, it fit perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him. At first glance, he noticed the title on the topmost page, Autopsy Report. Whose body is being examined? Abbott Grant, Lancelina Grant. The names of these two individuals appear at the very top of the report. They are the names of Donald Grant's parents. Is this the final conclusion? To the person conducting the examination, it is evidently so, a pair of impoverished grocers. Who would dare to deliberately murder them? Yet, what Donald perceives is a bold red cross drawn above the phrase final examination, conveying an unmistakable message, disbelief in the prior existence. If it were merely this cross, it might be tolerable. After all, at that time, Donald Grant was merely a student, unable to accept the sudden demise of his parents, naturally leading to some unusual thoughts. However, beneath the text, he noticed additional words scrawled in the same crimson ink. The arrangement of items at home was incorrect. The wooden chest his parents forbade him to touch had vanished. It could not possibly be lost, for his father had told him that the chest was indestructible. Someone had taken it. With just this statement, Donald felt the hair on his body stand on end, a tingling sensation creeping up from the base of his spine until it enveloped his entire scalp in a prickling ache. The fire that had caused the demise of his parents was, in fact, not an accident. If the words written are true, then someone sought to acquire something from his parents, leading to their murder and the subsequent arson. Who killed his parents and plundered their belongings? What exactly was taken? Were his parents truly just a humble couple running a grocery store? Might it be that his current wife became involved with him due to issues related to his parents? Where do all these coincidences arise from? Problems with his parents, issues with his wife, and even his own troubles? Could life possibly get any more complicated? Drawing in a sharp breath, Donald tilted his head back and drained the remainder of his bitter coffee, awkwardly rubbing his face. The server beside him gazed in admiration as he downed the unsweetened coffee in 2 gulps. He was the only patron who drank coffee as if it were vodka since the establishment opened. What could Donald do? He felt utterly helpless. Within the folder lay another document, which he reached for. A marriage agreement. How intriguing. Indeed, the relationship between Infinite and him was anything but simple. After all, one cannot be burdened by excessive debt. Had he seen this marriage agreement prior, Donald would have been taken aback, but after perusing the autopsy report, he felt he had transcended that initial shock. Come now, let this arduous life confront me head-on. Chapter 37. An unexpected turn without delving into excessive detail regarding the contents of the marriage agreement. The essence is that Donald is required to maintain a marital relationship with Infinita for a duration of 2 years. The rationale provided in the agreement states that Infinita needs this arrangement to evade the persistent advances of certain suitors, while Donald seeks financial support to complete his education and secure his daily livelihood. The agreement commenced in October 1816, and today is July 1818, which signifies that there remain 3 months until this contract becomes void. At that juncture, a visit to the marriage registry in Preston will allow both parties to regain their freedom. The justification of evading certain suitors seems rather tenuous. It is likely that the previous occupant, in a state of desperation, consented to this arrangement. Little did he anticipate that he would not only acquire a false spouse but also a vigilant observer with ulterior motives. Infinita is willing to invest 2 years of her youth in his proximity, demonstrating that she, rather, those she represents, holds certain matters in high regard. With only 3 months remaining, will she truly adhere to the agreement and depart as stipulated? To relinquish her efforts over the past 2 years and leave empty-handed? Donald would find such an outcome intolerable, potentially transforming their currently harmonious coexistence into a more aggressive pursuit of his desires. A forced union may lack sweetness, yet it remains a union nonetheless. Ultimately, it is Donald who bears the brunt of the misfortune. He must resolve the demonic affliction within himself within these 3 months, growing sufficiently strong to devise an escape from Cape Town. Donald does not harbor extensive thoughts regarding the circumstances of his predecessor's parents as a transmigrant. His primary concern is his own survival. Simply fleeing is not a viable option. With a meager sum of 5 gold pounds, relocating to another city without a home or employment would render him powerless. Even if he were to secure a job, the earnings would need to fund the exorcism ritual, which is paramount given the imminent threat posed by the demon within him. Finding a weekly wage of 1 gold pound is no simple task. Moreover, considering his insufficient strength, should he choose to escape and remain undetected, it would be perilous if Infinita and her associates discovered him. Having already dispelled the FAAD, their actions are likely to become more overt, and he would undoubtedly pay a price for such recklessness. Thus, he must first attain a degree of self-defense before contemplating flight. Upon retrieving the final document pouch, he finds that it contains not reports or agreements, but rather 2 objects. The memories associated with these items have entirely vanished. What a predicament! Is it possible that the previous occupant was equally oblivious to their nature? The absence of these memories poses a significant dilemma for Donald, implying that there are many aspects of his existence that require rediscovery. Excuse me, waiter, do you have any paper and a pen? I would like to borrow them. Similarly, Donald had no intention of taking the 2 items. He merely extracted the coins from the box and restored everything else to its original state. Utilizing the tools available at the CAF, he made rough impressions of the 2 objects and sketched the ring he had previously encountered. Although the details were not particularly refined, they were discernible to some extent. He then returned to the bank to deposit the box, paying a fee of 3 shillings for a 3-month storage period. His thoughts turned to where he might find the origin of the patterns in his possession. Perhaps the library? Disturbing images of blood and flesh flickered in his mind, causing Donald some discomfort. He was not the type to discover an inherent coldness within himself upon encountering a corpse for the first time. Nor did he possess an indifferent nature that only responded to the allure of beautiful women. The bitter coffee he had consumed earlier in the CAF now added to his unease, causing him to retch slightly, the acrid taste lingering in his throat. Just then, he noticed a pastry shop across the street, its displays showcasing seemingly delightful confections. As he stared for a moment, he was suddenly prodded from behind by a sharp iron object. The prickly sensation, even through his clothing, sent a wave of panic coursing through him. Donald froze, momentarily halting his steps, and then steeled himself, preparing to summon his mental fortitude for a counterattack. This was the entrance of the bank, despite the rain. There were still many passers-by, and it was clear that whoever was behind him had targeted him specifically. A thought flashed in his mind. Recalling a question he had pondered earlier, was it truly this coincidental? Thoughts manifesting into reality, yet without any preparation. As if an actor needed time to get into character, a carriage appeared around the corner and halted before him. "Get in," a low voice commanded from behind him, the blade pressing against his back, urging him forward. At that moment, Donald repressed the instinct to utilize his mental powers. For as the carriage door swung open, a middle-aged man awaited him inside. "Donald Grant, you have betrayed the divine. And now it is time for you to pay the price." As he sat down in the carriage, the middle-aged man seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation, delivering a death sentence that confirmed Donald's suspicion of his affiliation with the cult. It was a realization that he was still alive, and they had come to silence him. The decision to act away from the bustling city center suggested a concern about causing a scene. They must be taking him somewhere else to deal with him. Had this sudden attack occurred in the morning, Donald might have been caught off guard. However, having just witnessed Ronan's demise, and driven by the instinct to ensure his own safety, he had preemptively contemplated how to respond if the cult discovered he was still alive and sought to attack him during lunch. How should he react? Should he hide and flee from their pursuit? No, he would confront them head-on. "Restrain your barking like a wild dog, for I have forged a pact with the great Minato. You pitiful insect, lack even the qualification to gaze upon me." In a situation where one is not in a position of strength, if one wishes to avoid being manipulated or controlled by others, it becomes imperative to project an aura of power. Recently, Donald has played this role quite adeptly. He raises the banner and drums up support, even if it is merely a FAAD. Chapter 38, Doubts Concerning Donald Grant. The middle-aged man harbored his own assessment. He possessed ample ambition yet lacked decisive action. For instance, during a previous assignment involving fellow Protestants, everyone accepted their tasks with minimal dissent. It was only Donald, the most critical figure, who created complications. This time was no different. The church had bestowed rewards upon all, and most had departed by today. Yet again, it was this individual who caused an issue. Would it not be better for him to simply accept his fate? Why must he complicate matters for everyone else? The man suspected that Donald had not performed the demon-banishing ritual, which was why he had managed to survive until now. Just days ago, when the scout reported the situation, a part of him had thought that this was indeed the case. Today, bringing others to confront Donald. His intention was simple, to eliminate him discreetly, ensuring he would join the others in taking their secrets to the grave. Who could have anticipated that this man had forged a pact with a demon? Had the ritual they provided gone awry? That should not have been the case. The array used for the sacrifice was one he had personally selected, and the outcome should have been singular. Mineta? A contract? You? With 3 consecutive doubts. The middle-aged man displayed his disdain openly. He saw no potential in the man before him that could warrant a demon's favor. Are you questioning the decision of Lord Mineta? Donald activated his spiritual sight before him, unreservedly scrutinizing the man. He noticed 2 distinct auras at the man's chest and waist, one red and one yellow. Both faint in hue. Spiritual sight. You possess such a gift. Spiritual sight was not a common talent. It was absent even among the abilities cataloged by the church or within their rituals. This young man had acquired such power in a mere fortnight. With no influence or authority, what right did he have to such a gift? Had he truly gained the demon's favor? Clenching his fists at this thought, the middle-aged man reflected on his unwavering loyalty to the church over the years, only to end up without a gift suited to him, while this man, who clearly deserved death, had found fortune amidst misfortune. How infuriating. Subtly signaling to the individual seated beside Donald, the latter swiftly struck, delivering a lethal chop to the back of Donald's neck. Lord Oguff, the coal furnace at the factory is ready. Once we arrive, we shall dispose of him within, ensuring that no one will discover his whereabouts. In certain districts of Preston, the cost of murder was minimal, provided it was executed discreetly. Thus, prior to their arrival, they had arranged for a cremation site. Once the person arrived, it would take mere minutes to leave no trace behind. Donald Grant was an orphan. They were aware he had a wife, yet that mattered little. One woman posed no threat. Turning toward the wine cellar on Singing Bird Street, Oguff rested his hands atop his cane, his fingers rhythmically tightening and loosening. Indeed, he harbored a strong desire to eliminate Donald Grant. This was both a task and a personal vendetta stemming from jealousy. However, upon the direct revelation of the other party's identity, he found himself somewhat hesitant, as if he were treading on thin ice. To terminate the life of an individual who may have forged a pact with a demon would be tantamount to provoking a formidable adversary. Others might not fear such a confrontation, as they are shielded by the forces of righteousness and could easily seek the aid of the Orthodox Church. However, he himself held a deep-seated aversion to the Orthodox Church, and the demon was one of the very sources of power they sought. Should he eliminate Donald? What would become of him when the demon retaliated? While he might wield some influence within human society, the thought of facing such a terrifying entity raised doubts. Would the members of his organization rally to oppose a demon on his behalf? This seemed not to warrant much contemplation. Thus, Oguff's decision was straightforward. He would transport Donald to a secluded location and report to his superiors, presenting the individual to them for judgment. Whether to kill or spare him would be their prerogative. At that juncture, the principle of retribution would apply, should a demon seek vengeance. It would not be traced back to him. The moment he conceived this plan, it signified that Donald's strategy had borne fruit. He had wagered on the fact that these individuals would hesitate to act against him upon learning his true identity. If he could merely delay the inevitable, he would gain room to maneuver. It was indeed true that Donald sought to extricate himself from the clutches of the cult. Yet the items he had recently encountered within the box illuminated the complexity of his predicament. His situation was likely far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Unknown factions, both overt and covert, were undoubtedly observing him. Donald remained oblivious to their intentions. Whether they wished for his survival or demise was shrouded in uncertainty. The absence of memories left him unaware of what they sought, and it was highly probable that his former self was equally ignorant. The most critical question loomed. Did he resemble his parents in their eyes, someone who could be easily disposed of, incinerated to obliterate any trace? His life, it seemed, mattered solely to him. Confronted with these colossal forces, Donald, a novice in the realm of meditation and cultivation, possessed little capacity for resistance in the face of an impending confrontation. Regardless of the circumstances, amidst an array of powerful entities, his solitary weakness rendered any notion of personal stubbornness, claiming he would oppose all forces single-handedly, wholly inappropriate. Such declarations, although they may sound audacious and defiant, were mere rhetoric. Should he attempt to confront them alone, he might not even be left with a whole corpse. Lacking both favorable circumstances and advantageous terrain, Donald required allies and the strength of others to emerge victorious in this game, a game in which he had yet to fully comprehend the stakes. His prior involvement with the cult, once perceived as a foolish decision, now appeared in a different light. Given his knowledge of demonology and a measure of demonic power, he suddenly realized that he possessed sufficient leverage to attain a certain status within the cult. The cult sought to eliminate an individual who posed no threat and was privy to their secrets. Presently, he was a person who had completed the demon-slaying ritual, having formed a pact with the demon Minato through a rather exceptional method. No, this identity is rather unadvantageous. He requires a persona that inspires greater trust. Upon awakening from his stupor, Donald refrained from immediately opening his eyes. He felt as though he were seated upon a chair, his face pressed against a cold surface, presumably a tabletop. His consciousness was gradually returning, and he discerned voices in the vicinity. "Mr. Aguff, are you certain he has made a pact with the devil?" inquired a calm and gentle voice. "Lord Rastoller, that is what he claims, yet I have indeed witnessed his possession of clairvoyant abilities." "Rastoller? Jeffrey Rastoller? The esteemed figure within that cult. Is that so? Yet, I sense no trace of demonic presence within him." Upon hearing these words, Donald understood that he was about to be tested in his thespian skills. Chapter 39, The Devil's Bargain, Revised. "Are you speaking of me?" The voice was obscure and jarring. It marked the first occasion that Donald uttered this infernal tongue in the presence of others. As he spoke, Donald surveyed his surroundings. He found himself seated on a weathered chair, his hands bound to either side. Before him lay a low table, adorned with the firearms and coins extracted from his person. The light was dim, devoid of windows. Had he not been unconscious for several hours, this would have undoubtedly been a subterranean chamber. A solitary lamp overhead illuminated only a small area around him, leaving vast expanses of darkness beyond. The two individuals who had previously spoken were shrouded in the shadows before him. The utterance of the demonic language, coupled with his crimson eyes, cast a pall of silence over the space. "Lord Rastoller, is it?" Aguff struggled to comprehend the words exchanged, yet the very incomprehensibility lent them an air of gravitas. Jeffrey Rastoller, too, failed to grasp the dialogue, but he recognized the accent, one that belonged solely to demons. "May I inquire as to who you are?" The two men, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not maintain their previous dismissive demeanor. After a pause, Rastoller tentatively inquired, "Possessor of abyssal wisdom, guide of the corrupted." Donald perceived their lack of understanding regarding his words, yet he maintained his tone, continuing to speak in that infernal dialect. Jeffrey Rastoller, cloaked in shadow, was momentarily taken aback. What was he to do in the face of such incomprehension? "Who are you to bind my puppet?" After a brief silence, feigning a moment of adjustment, he transitioned into the tongue of mankind, asserting his identity in the name of the demon. Indeed, he was not merely a contractor, but rather a puppet. Although Donald had previously claimed to be a demon contractor while on the carriage, as Aguff surmised, there was nothing about him to pique a demon's interest. The title of contractor is not one to be donned at will. Thus, he now invoked the identity of a puppet. Does this not sound contradictory? This was precisely the outcome Donald sought. "Am I not your contractor?" The demonic language is not an innate ability, akin to a mother tongue. It can be learned if taught. But had Donald received such tutelage? In less than a month, transforming from an ordinary individual into one capable of speaking the demonic tongue. All through his own efforts? Such a notion is preposterous. Alas, the jest is a bitter truth. Merely an ant, a contractor? Only those whose hearts have been steeped in the abyss are worthy of wielding my power. This mere human has fortuitously received my descent, becoming my puppet. I intend to employ him to fulfill certain tasks. Your souls do not appear to belong to ordinary mortals. Ah, the shadows of your souls. Intoxicating with an aura of sin. Demons are, by their very nature, creatures steeped in contradiction. Deception and plunder are intrinsic to their essence. Donald sought to convey to the two individuals before him that he, Donald Grant, had been enslaved by a demon under the guise of a contractor, mistakenly believing himself to be a contractor, when in truth he was merely a disposable puppet. Indeed, this aligns with the nature of demons. How could a wretch like Donald Grant ever hope to receive a true boon from such entities? From the shadows, a figure stepped into the illuminated area. Clad in polished shoes untouched by dust, a black trench coat cascading to the knees, with a formal inner lining and impeccably pressed trousers. His hands were adorned with black leather gloves, a customary mark of the upper echelons, suggesting he engaged in no labor within his abode. A dark golden pocket watch chain hung from his right pocket, and he held a cane embedded with an emerald, gleaming under the light. Surely you find the human realm perplexing. Transactions can occur at any moment. I, Jeffrey Rastoller, have conducted numerous dealings with shadow walkers and am well versed in their rules. Allow me to converse with you in the capacity of a contractor, paying homage to the abyss. His demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant. In contrast to the individuals in the darkness who hesitated to advance, Rastoller stood before Donald, merely bowing slightly before raising his head, revealing deep-set eye sockets with only pale pupils and swirling black mist remaining. The flickering kerosene lamp above cast an uncertain glow, as if the flame quivered in fear. A demon contractor. It was no wonder Rastoller held an exalted status. His rank within the cult was indisputable. This was an encounter with a true overlord. At this juncture, it was imperative not to show fear. Ah, how intriguing. Indeed, you possess some skill. If I recall correctly, humans have a penchant for collecting certain tablets and documents inscribed with special characters, yet remain oblivious to their true contents. The knowledge of demons is the only bargaining chip Donald possessed. He could not allow these two to request abilities or specific items, for that was beyond his capacity. He had already used himself as a cautionary example, severing the possibility of bestowing powers. As for items, in his current state of descent, he would naturally not possess any physical objects. In negotiations with these individuals, one must not focus on their desires, but rather on what one has to offer. Thus, Donald chose to broach the topic early, akin to the tablets found in the underground market. Although he had not recorded all the content during the translation process, he had gleaned some insights. Sherlock possessed materials of this nature, and combined with the tablets in the seller's possession, it was evident that similar artifacts must still exist. He could not believe that a cult capable of contacting demons would neglect to collect such items. Are you willing to assist us in understanding the lost tablets? This is a transaction that eluded completion even after multiple communications with another demon. To achieve a breakthrough in such a manner is quite astonishing, Rastoller remarked, visibly taken aback. This puppet, I have not entered into a covenant with him, thus I cannot directly bestow power upon him. However, I must ensure that he wholeheartedly reveres me. Due to his feeble mental strength, I am unable to utilize his abilities under normal circumstances. Do you comprehend what you must sacrifice? Donald has long contemplated what he desires, yet he cannot voice it openly. The former incarnation joined this cult precisely to augment his own power, and he is no different. However, while the former sought to plead on bended knee, he aspires for a different approach. He intends to have these individuals willingly offer their hands. Completely subduing Donald Grant is not a daunting task. He yearns for extraordinary abilities. I shall provide you with the formula for the potion of talents within the wizarding system, along with the corresponding ritual array. Once he lays eyes upon it, he shall harbor no further doubts. As for the means to enhance mental power, we possess certain elixirs that aid in meditation. We still have some finished potions in stock, which can be provided to you. However, should the puppet lack a meditation technique, we can certainly supply one, though the value of such techniques is somewhat. Jeffrey Rastoller, even in dealings with demons, continues to contemplate amassing greater benefits for himself. The talent formulas and potions that enhance meditative effects shall be exchanged for what you deem equivalent in the form of the lost tablets. Remember, further negotiations are not permitted. I grant you but a single opportunity. Donald has agreed upon the spell technique scrolls with the gentleman, and now seeks to acquire other items through the cult. Chapter 40. Detachment. How shall we proceed in dealing with Lord Raster? Donald Grant, a mere puppet, paradoxically embodies a demon. Within the confines of the room, Donald scrutinizes a glass of wine, while outside, Aguff seeks Raster's counsel. Raster's stance is unequivocal. As long as Donald survives as the demon's marionette, he will receive a semblance of respect, for the very existence of the demon is an invaluable asset to them. The organization's internal connections necessitate a substantial offering of sacrifices with each summoning, and while the usual offerings may suffice, the recent demands have become increasingly excessive. In contrast, the current individual appears far more amenable. I have always adhered to your directives, yet Mr. Raster, I implore you to reconsider bestowing upon me the gift of divine favor. I have served the organization for several years, and I increasingly sense my physical limitations. Should I become a favored one, I would possess greater vigor to devote to our cause. Aguff leans forward, his gaze lowered, avoiding Raster's eyes. This may not be the conduct expected of a subordinate. Yet he has waited too long. The scrolls, formulas, and elixirs he has handled over the years are numerous. Yet he has been rendered a mere spectator due to his lack of endowment. He is nearing 40. How much longer must he endure before becoming a favored one? The elder speaks with a gentle tone, his left hand grasping a staff adorned with an emerald, his right resting lightly upon Auguf's shoulder, diminishing his stature slightly until it aligns with his chest. How can you presume to stand on equal footing with me? I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. What more could be said? All that remains is to wait. The entity within Donald. Others within the organization must remain oblivious to this information. For that entity's energy is finite. Should the others become aware, discord is inevitable. Stability and unity are essential to the atmosphere of an organization. Do you not agree? You know, and I know, there exists no third party. The disparity between supply and demand is apparent. Clearly, the supply falls woefully short of the demand. Thus it is imperative to shield this matter from others with similar needs. I comprehend, and I assure you of my discretion. At this moment, Donald Grant is a treasure to them. If he is willing to assist, the church has accumulated various lost tablets and other impressions over the years, numbering perhaps 5 or 6. That is well. Although I am tempted to linger, I have matters to attend to. In a few days, someone will deliver the items. You are to personally hand them to Mr. Donald Grant, then escort him on his departure. Can you manage this? Of course. Have I ever disappointed you? He continues to accompany the guest to the door, bowing as he watches him board the carriage. Over the years, Auguf has witnessed this same scene countless times. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years have slipped away. Casting a glance back at the glass display window, he saw the reflection of a man with sunken eyes, a sallow complexion, and a stubbled chin. His attire, impeccably tailored, clearly bespoke of affluence. Yet, was this truly the life he desired? Over the span of 3 years, he had no notion of how much filth had tainted his hands. The individual who had just departed wore clean hands, unperturbed by the fates of those beneath him. Donald Grant was but a puppet of the devil. What of himself? Would his existence become a burden when he could no longer rely on his agility and marksmanship? Boss, should I inform the coal furnace that they need not wait any longer? The man who had previously threatened Donald noticed his employer as uneasy and approached, a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. There were still watchers by the coal furnace. It was essential to communicate. Could you kindly retrieve my hat from the carriage? I shall need it shortly. Nodding, he fixed his gaze upon his loyal subordinate. How long had he been by his side? Approximately 1.5 years, it seemed. Very well. He opened the side door to the street and stepped into the carriage's rear compartment, glancing around but finding no sign of Auguf's hat. The young man had yet to utter a word before he drew his last breath, his eyes wide open in death, perplexed as to why his boss had ordered his demise. With a grim determination, he curled the lifeless body's legs into the space between the 2 rows of seats. Lastler knew that apart from Donald Grant himself, only the 2 of them were privy to this affair. Thus, the man before him had become the superfluous one. Mr. Nur, I apologize for your untimely end. Closing the carriage door, Auguf uttered his insincere apology, his gaze devoid of emotion. He considered Lastler to be devoid of compassion. Yet was he truly any better? In the end, was it not all a pursuit of self-interest? The preparation of the transaction required time. After all, within the cult, decisions were not made unilaterally. The acquisition of resources necessitated approval, and it was crucial to conceal Donald's existence from others. Mr. Grant, please arrive at the designated location recorded here 3 nights hence at 9 p.m. There will be a small newsstand where you may present your credentials, and they will escort you to a discreet location to complete the transaction. Lowering his demeanor as much as possible, Auguf extended a slip of paper and a copper coin. Auguf, you are but an ordinary man, are you not? At the door, Donald loomed over Auguf as he handed over the paper. Yes, I have yet to be deemed worthy of divine grace. Auguf trembled slightly, his head inclined lower, a habitual gesture. Who said that? Lastler? Do not forget, I am the deity here. With a weightless remark, Donald donned his silk top hat, unfurled his umbrella, and strode boldly into the rain. Chapter 41. The approaching evil at the alley's entrance. Donald wore a grin despite the rain cascading from the heavy clouds above. It did little to dampen his spirits. He had triumphed. Had he not contemplated his circumstances beforehand, casting aside his identity as a demon contractor upon entering the vehicle. A moment's hesitation, perhaps a plea for mercy or any other utterance, would have sealed his fate, leaving him to enter upright and exit in a most unfortunate manner. August would display no compassion for Donald Grant, an ordinary man, regardless of whether he knelt and wept. He had deftly transformed a perilous situation into one of opportunity, compelling the cult to abandon their plans for his silencing, turning them instead into a unique intermediary for his transactions. The essence of the gifted potion and its accompanying ritualistic array. Was this the true crux of the heretic's endeavor? The materials referenced in the text Sherlock had me translate. Could they possibly pertain to certain components of the gifted potion? It seemed that talent could be acquired through the synergy of potion and ritual, a pivotal realization from his expedition to the cult's stronghold. Yet, what nature did this talent possess? How could demonology elucidate the meanings behind those texts? Was it conceivable that the so-called lost tablets were relics left by demons? It appeared prudent to conceal his ability to translate these texts. Otherwise, he risked incurring the wrath of the church. For anything associated with demons was deemed a target for eradication. The tumultuous events of the past week had catalyzed an astonishingly rapid evolution within Donald. Contemplation is indeed the cornerstone of human advancement. However, he perhaps overlooked a crucial point. If all demons and deities could decipher those texts, how could the cult possibly have allowed the lost tablets and rubbings to remain? Human talents manifest in myriad forms, and demons, too, possess their own specialties. One could only surmise that Donald Grant was exceptionally fortunate. Once more, he found himself in the familiar study of his mind. This time, Donald approached the desk with an ease born of practice. The clock meditation technique could indeed be engaged while fully awake, though its efficacy paled in comparison to immersion in consciousness. As he meticulously sketched the clock's design upon the surface, he watched the azure luminescence of the ink bleed into the pages, each stroke further soothing his spirit. This was yet another benefit of the clock meditation method, providing the practitioner with ample mental respite, akin to a spiritual hot spring. Donald relished this sensation, shedding all worries and simply basking in the growth of his mental prowess. Yet, at a certain moment, an unexpected sound began to intrude upon his tranquility. A soft rustling, as though someone whispered aimlessly. The sound, though faint, bore a penetrating quality that startled the focused Donald, causing his thoughts to scatter and his pen to halt abruptly. He remained within his mental sanctuary, inexplicably compelled by an unseen force to seek the source of the sound. Rising to his feet, he began to wander the confines of the study, searching for something he could not comprehend, an entity that seemed utterly out of place in this realm. Beneath his feet, a swirling mist of gray rolled forth. Though merely vapor, Donald was beset by an unsettling chill. The whispers lingered in his ears as he paused before a towering bookshelf, the sounds seemingly emanating from above. Titles such as Map of Irish Street, Enemies of Religion, and Exorcising Evil flickered in his mind. Had he perused these tomes? The imposing shelves appeared brimming with volumes. Yet many resembled blank notebooks, their spines devoid of any inscription. When he casually extracted one, he found it void of content. Indeed, only a scant few books bore legible titles. He withdrew the previously examined Exorcising Evil, its cover identical to the one concealed within his desk drawer. Yet upon opening the first page, he discovered it lacking, with only a third of the text remaining. This was a manifestation of his memories, thus. The book chronicled his recollections. But from whence did this peculiar sound arise? He continued to extract volumes marked with titles, finding nothing amiss, yet the delicate whispers persisted, unyielding. His gaze drifted upward, traversing the somber shelves, and there, 3 meters above the ground, he beheld wisps of gray mist emanating from within, the source of the disturbance. How could he ascend? This height was beyond the reach of mere physical prowess. As this realm was his mental landscape, he envisioned a diminutive lift beneath his feet. Closing his eyes, he extended his hand and, in an instant, grasped a small lever. A pull backward elevated his body until he reached an appropriate height. However, the volumes before him were entirely devoid of content, leaving Donald perplexed by the mist's emergence. Resolutely, he began to extract the books from left to right. Upon reaching a volume with a burgundy cover, he discovered a folded sheet of paper pressed against the back of an adjacent book, with gray mist swirling from its center. Grasping the edges of the paper, he unfurled it slowly, recognizing it as the very page he had encountered upon awakening in the sewer, a depiction of a sacrificial ritual. Meticulously inscribed, both the mist and the whispers emanated from this very source. With swift determination, Donald tore the paper asunder, sensing its malevolence. The sound ceased, and the mist's flow appeared to stagnate. He exhaled in relief, finally finding a semblance of tranquility. "Do you think this is the end?" A voice suddenly pierced the silence. Startled, Donald turned to the desk, where another version of himself materialized, an echo of the man he had glimpsed in the mirror the night he emerged from the sewer, dark and sinister. "Do you think this is the end?" The words echoed again, this time directed at Donald, who was met with a steely gaze. Clutching a pen, the doppelganger flicked it forward, and black ink streamed from its tip, lingering ominously across the expanse of the desk. The diffusion and condensation ultimately coalesced into a desk of profound ebony, which in turn enveloped the entire wall behind it in darkness. Donald's gaze drifted towards the bookshelf. where he beheld volumes that, regardless of their inscriptions, had undergone a grotesque metamorphosis, their hues transformed from brown and burgundy to obsidian and deep emerald. This was pollution, an emanation of demonic power. Donald Grant, a soul from another realm. Our saga is far from over. At some unknown juncture, another version of him reclined upon a metallic chair ablaze with emerald flames, flanked by two skeletal lamp posts, their tips shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. In his hands, he cradled a vast, ink-black tome, unmistakably a manifestation of malevolence, yet exuding an inexplicable tranquility. Beneath him, the clash of black and brown flooring marked the central axis of the room, a tumultuous invasion of Donald's psyche. No, this realm of consciousness. It remains uncertain whose it truly is. Chapter 42. A new commission grant. Has your recent work been going smoothly? At the dining table, Infinita glanced at Donald, who was distractedly nibbling on his bread. Yes, it's been going well. Roused from his reverie, Donald became aware of another presence beside him. The events he encountered during meditation last night had profoundly shaken him. His mental realm was besieged by demonic influences, a perilous situation that he could not afford to ignore. Fortunately, given the rate of encroachment from the dark domain, he still had some time to buffer against complete transformation since the discovery of the demon's existence in his psyche. Grant, there are matters you needn't conceal from me. Trust should prevail between us. It would be advantageous for you. The transformation of Donald Grant prompted Infinita to likewise embrace change. He was no longer an ordinary individual, and the boundaries had been breached, rendering certain topics no longer taboo. Of course, I trust you. Work has indeed been progressing well. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit out of sorts. It's nearly time. I must head to the office. Trust you? I don't even know your true identity. How can I trust you? As the rustling of parchment signaled new orders, it became apparent that their efforts over the past 6 months had yielded significant results. However, it also underscored the fact that their intelligence was woefully inadequate. This domain belonged to the Church of Justice, and detaining Donald Grant would merely squander time. Allowing him the freedom to act could yield promising outcomes. This time was no longer an experiment. They intended to see it through to completion. Donald Grant is an innocent. According to doctrine, I request a review to confirm his status. The new command caused Infinita to furrow her brow. After prolonged observation, she understood that the target likely knew nothing of past events. There was no justification for him to bear the burdens of his predecessors. Regular reviews were imperative. Innocent? Where do you derive such naive conclusions? His parents were both demon-affiliated. As you reported 2 days ago, his talents have already begun to manifest. You ought to understand that certain gifts are hereditary. Past experiences have shown that evil must be eradicated in its infancy. Donald Grant's fate is already sealed. This must be remembered. With a snap, the communication concluded. Gentlemen, what are your intentions? Beneath the somber clouds, Donald arrived at the Swift Agency, where 3 individuals clad in blue-gray overalls and checkered shirts stood at the entrance. Their attire did not suggest urban dwellers. Rather, they resembled farmers from the outskirts. Are you from the agency? We. Hey, Goran, mind your words. The boss has instructed otherwise. The exchange suggested that they bore a commission rather than being mere debt collectors, thus eliminating the need for concealed identities. I am Donald Grant, assistant to Sherlock Swift. It is now 7:50. The agency will open shortly. May I first hear your requests? When the time comes for the commission discussions, it will be considerably more relaxed. Donald does not possess the key to the Swift Agency. He must wait for Sherlock to unlock the door. Typically, if Sherlock rises early, he places a potted flower on the right windowsill, signaling to Donald that he may enter freely. Given the weather today, Donald surmises that Sherlock is still in bed. Observing the disheveled hair and weary expressions of the gentlemen before him, it is evident they have been waiting outside for some time. Thus, Donald leads them to a nearby bench while he stands beside them. Our employer, Seal Bartley, has summoned us to the city to engage a private detective to investigate some peculiar occurrences at the farm. Indeed, these 3 men are farm workers. And Donald's inference proves correct. They arrived this morning via a donkey cart from the farm, enduring over 2 hours of jarring travel, which accounts for their evident fatigue. The matter they wish to investigate pertains to the recent disappearance of lambs and calves. Such incidents could warrant a police report, as they qualify as significant property loss. They have indeed taken this step, yet due to the rural nature of the area, such cases of livestock disappearance are typically handled by the local police precinct outside the city. In these rural precincts, the number of officers rarely exceeds 30. Yet they are responsible for a vast jurisdiction. It is improbable that they would mobilize extensively for a few missing animals. after all. Who among the farmers has not lost livestock while grazing? It is not uncommon for wolves or leopards from the mountains to carry them away. Initially, everyone believed it to be a standard case of disappearance, until 2 nights ago when someone was attacked near the farm. Has there been a human fatality? Donald interjected, recognizing that a death would alter the nature of the case. No, merely an injury. A night watchman at the farm encountered a creature. He referred to it as a monster, though none of us have seen it. He was indeed injured, with 2 puncture wounds on his arm. Our employer is dissatisfied with the local police's sluggish response, fearing that the matter will tarnish the reputation of our farm, which is why we seek the services of a private detective, hoping you can expedite the investigation. There are no fatalities, only an injured party. As for the notion of a monster, Donald finds it intriguing, yet his curiosity is of little consequence unless Sherlock, who stands at the threshold, consents. Ranfando Farm. Are you certain? Upon entering and briefly presenting the situation, as soon as the name of the farm is uttered, Sherlock displays a look of astonishment. Is there an issue with the farm's name? Ranfando, correct? His inquiry causes Donald to waver, prompting him to turn and confirm once more. Yes, Ranfando. That is indeed the name. That Ranfando? Yes, it is that very Ranfando. The exchange between the farm workers and Sherlock leaves Donald bewildered. What is the matter with Ranfando? That Ranfando, which one? Do you not recall? I previously mentioned the rooftop dismemberment case. Review it, and you will understand. You 3, converse with me. I am the detective. If memory serves me right, the site of the gruesome incident at the barn also happened to be a farm. Donald retrieved a particular document from the meticulously organized files and extracted a newspaper from within. It is no wonder that Sherlock was taken aback. It is indeed quite absurd for a party from one of the cases he frequently studies to approach him for assistance. However, this serendipity suggests that he is likely to acquiesce this time. Donald has begun to discern some of his employer's temperament. Sherlock possesses an immense fascination with the supernatural, which extends beyond mere reading of related literature or examining such cases. He yearns to engage in them firsthand. The exact rationale remains elusive. Yet one thing is certain. In the absence of alternative options, a visit to this farm is imperative. Donald, we are preparing to venture to Lanford Farm. Sherlock expressed his eagerness to witness the site where the supernatural occurrences transpired all those years ago. Chapter 43. The disappearance case at Lanford Farm. The dichotomy between city and countryside remains stark. The urbanization process of this era has yet to encroach upon rural domains. On one hand, the development of social capital continues to revolve around urban centers, while the inhabitants of the countryside maintain their most unadulterated way of life. Engaging them in discussions about capital accumulation or investment is akin to speaking to a brick wall, especially considering their meager savings. On the other hand, to the upper echelons of society, the countryside is merely a source of premium meats, dairy products, and raw materials. Factories are deemed unsuitable for such locales. This results in a rapid advancement of cities, while rural development lags considerably behind, a common societal norm. Take, for instance, the present-day city of Puston, which can only be classified as a second-tier city in stark contrast to the major metropolises of the Ryan Empire, revealing a significant disparity. Innovations such as trams and electric lighting, already in trial runs in the big cities, have yet to cast even a shadow in Puston. Seated on a donkey-drawn cart, Sherlock and Donald sat upon sheepskins, leaning against the cargo. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Had you not just acquired a firearm? Once they arrived at Dolphin Farm, one could find a place to practice shooting. At the very least, one ought to ensure they could hit an object the size of a basket within 5 meters. Otherwise, the money spent on the gun would be in vain. Sherlock, holding a small stone mortar, continually extracted materials from his satchel to grind. Is it truly possible to practice shooting on the farm? Donald, perusing an old newspaper from years past to pass the time, remarked. As the bumpy country road made for a slow and jarring journey, without the sheepskin as cushioning, a regular person would hardly withstand the discomfort. Conversely, 2 farmers seated nearby engaged in jovial conversation, seemingly unaffected by the rough ride. Why not practice? Lanford Farm boasts a designated shooting range. We often sneak in a few shots. After all, we must safeguard the farm. Although we lack a firearms permit, should a wild wolf from the mountains intrude, one cannot simply confront it with a pitchfork. If you 2 are willing, perhaps you could take a shot during your break. The boss is unlikely to object. The speaker was Gorin, the most talkative among the trio assigned to this task. With a thick beard adorning his chin and prominent cheekbones, he perpetually wore a smile. The man driving the donkey cart, named Audric, was taciturn, He had been similarly reticent during their previous encounter at the office, merely observing from the sidelines. However, his adept handling of the two donkeys suggested he was quite capable. The last of the trio was old Hobber, the eldest among them. With flecks of white appearing in his hair, perhaps due to his age, he exuded a sense of gravitas, having previously cautioned Gorin against speaking indiscreetly. The deference shown to him by the other two indicated he commanded a certain respect. "Mr. Hobber, could you enlighten us about the happenings at the farm? Surely, you must have scoured the surrounding area. The missing cattle and sheep ought to yield at least 1 or 2 remains, or have you found no signs whatsoever?" Donald was selective in his inquiries, determined by the nature of the questions he wished to pose. Thus, old Hobber became the most suitable choice, prudent and capable of providing objective information. However, was it not a case concerning the disappearance of livestock? How did it transform into the matter of Miss Audrey's disappearance? Was that name not an appellation for a sheep or a cow? Donald felt somewhat perplexed. This diverged from what had been previously stated. "Donald, I neglected to mention that the 3 gentlemen did not come to commission a case solely involving the missing livestock. In truth, the missing livestock was merely a part of the narrative. You did not overhear their complete discourse this morning. What they are genuinely seeking is the farmer's daughter, who vanished whilst out for a stroll. The only trace left behind was a note that ominously read, 'Contact the police, and you shall die.' If it were merely a case of missing livestock, Sherlock would likely not exhibit much interest, for such matters hold no journalistic value. The gentlemen of the city are indifferent to the loss of a few sheep or even dozens. To them, it is a frivolous expenditure of thought, unless, of course, the farm were their own. Was there any evidence or peculiarities at the site of the disappearance? Specific details would suffice, such as the time of her vanishing. Human lives invariably take precedence over animals, at least from the perspective of humanity. Donald adeptly shifted the subject as he produced a small notebook from his pocket. There was nothing unusual at the site of the disappearance. No blood, no belongings left behind, and no— "Wait a moment, Mr. Hobber," Donald interjected, intrigued. "You claim there were no traces at the scene? I am curious. How did you ascertain the location of the disappearance?" With the tip of his pen lightly tapping his notebook, Donald looked up, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Because of the note left behind. After the abduction, the perpetrator left us a letter at the scene. Is that not a rather ordinary occurrence?" With a swift motion, Sherlock tore a piece of paper from Donald's notebook and tossed it onto the donkey cart. "Now, may I assert that this is the location of Miss Audrey's disappearance? There are no distinctive traces at the scene, just a piece of paper. How can this be definitively deemed a site of disappearance?" It was evident that such assumptions must be meticulously avoided in the investigation of cases. Even as a novice, Sherlock was acutely aware of this principle. "Boss, you just tore up what I had recorded. Could you perhaps inform me beforehand next time? It would allow me to turn the page." Donald sniffled, expressing a hint of exasperation. "My apologies. Please make a note of it again. Is it truly so difficult to maintain a semblance of composure?" Chapter 44 Preliminary Inquiry. The only lamentable aspect was the persistently gloomy sky. Recently, this period has marked a rainy season in the city of Preston, and it is anticipated that rainfall will continue in the upcoming days, posing a considerable hindrance to the investigation. Sherlock poured the powder from the cylindrical stone mortar into a narrow-necked bottle, grumbling about the weather. The rain could wash away an abundance of evidence, and the disappearance had occurred 3 days prior. The heavy rain yesterday had likely left them with scant clues. At that moment, on the second-floor balcony, stood a woman clad in a dress, leaning against the window ledge, seemingly gazing into the distant mountains and forests, her expression obscured from view. The previous incident involving dismembered remains on a rooftop was still a mystery. If given the chance, it would be imperative to visit the scene. Gorin went inside to deliver a message, leaving the 2 men outside, with Sherlock's gaze fixed on the nearby farm buildings while Donald scrutinized the edifice before him. From any perspective, the owner of this farm appeared to be a man of considerable wealth. The reward should be substantial. "Gentlemen, Mr. Bartley requests your presence inside." Upon their exit, Gorin had transformed into a rather well-groomed butler. In the parlor, they encountered the owner of the farm, Cyril Bartley, a portly man whose corpulent form sank into a dark red armchair. A wooden pipe rested in his hand, and his once glossy face now bore a haggard appearance, with heavy bags under his eyes, suggesting that his sleep had been far from restful in recent days. After mutual introductions, Donald and Sherlock took their seats. "My request is simple. Find my daughter as swiftly as possible. The matter of the missing cattle is of little consequence. The reward is negotiable, and I assure you it will not disappoint. Facing each other, Donald noticed the bloodshot eyes of Bartley, his face tinged with an unnatural flush. And the scent of alcohol lingered in his speech. The fundamental details had already been conveyed to them by old Huber on their journey, so there was no need for further inquiries here. What Sherlock sought were the particulars known only to the involved parties. For the sake of my daughter, please feel free to ask anything. The mention of Audrey caused Bartley's demeanor to darken noticeably. What were the demands of the kidnappers? Sherlock's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Since it was indeed a kidnapping, the perpetrators must have had specific demands. By analyzing their requests, they could achieve a certain counter-tracking effect. Even if money was involved, there would have to be a designated location for the exchange, which could also serve as a means of counteraction. Mr. Bartley, what were the conditions set by the kidnappers? Perhaps due to the effects of too much drink, Donald, as the chronicler, reiterated the question. Regardless of appearances, he was undoubtedly a devoted father. There were no conditions whatsoever. Why would one kidnap another for mere amusement? Donald and Sherlock exchanged glances, each understanding the underlying implication, yet Sherlock refrained from speaking. This was no time for levity. Mr. Bartley, have you recently incurred any enmities? For instance, any recent acquisition plans or past actions that were perhaps less than reasonable? The absence of any overt demands from the kidnapper does not imply a lack of ulterior motives. It is implausible that one would engage in such a heinous act merely for amusement. The perpetrator's intentions likely lie in other realms, possibly aiming to divert Sherlock Bartley's attention, rendering him incapable of addressing other pressing matters in the immediate future. As for any recent acquisition plans, I have none. Given the gravity of the situation at the farm, I hardly possess the mental bandwidth to contemplate such matters. Regarding enmities, it is impossible to conduct business without offending someone. However, I can assure you that I have never driven anyone to desperation. Even in acquisitions, I strive to propose reasonable offers based on the circumstances, ensuring that a path for negotiation remains open. Surely, this does not warrant the abduction of my daughter? Should I discover the identity of that scoundrel, I would ensure they pay a true price for their actions. Does one truly believe that Sherlock Bartley is devoid of temper? His agitation grew increasingly palpable, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol on his self-control. Has your daughter exhibited any unusual behavior of late? Have there been any arguments between her and you? A portion of kidnapping cases involves self-initiated abductions, wherein individuals orchestrate their own disappearances to achieve specific objectives. If this abduction was indeed orchestrated by Audrey herself, she would have valid reasons for leaving a note that precludes the possibility of alerting the authorities, as her intended aim would undoubtedly be known to Bartley. It is understandable for a father engrossed in his work to exhibit diminished attentiveness towards his children. However, Donald found it peculiar that they had been seated here for such an extended period, prompting Mr. Bartley's wife to send someone to inquire after them. Should she not have come down earlier to be with her husband? Chapter 45 Field Investigation. The woman sat gracefully, her hands elegantly folded upon her lap, her alabaster skin and exquisite features captivating. The delicate lavender gown, while modest, could not conceal her alluring figure. Only a hint of her ankle was revealed, provoking endless imagination. She resembled a figure that had stepped out from a painting, seated beside the unremarkable Zier Bartley, prompting thoughts of discordant terms. Myrena Bartley, Zier Bartley's wife, appeared to be in a fragile state of mind following the disappearance of their daughter. Her speech and demeanor exhibited a noticeable delay, conveying complete thoughts but punctuated by frequent pauses. Donald's gaze lingered on Mrs. Bartley several times, a situation he found himself reluctant to control. The appreciation of beauty is a universal pursuit. Have Miss Audrey's friends in town been questioned? Sherlock inquired with an air of composure, seemingly unfazed. Yes. On the night of Audrey's disappearance, I visited them with a few others, no one knows why. Though two girls who were quite close to Audrey mentioned that she often seemed lost in thought during gatherings over the past month, as if preoccupied. At the time, I was hurriedly searching for my daughter and did not press for details. Should I bring them back for further questioning? With inquiries momentarily concluded, he stood to adjust his attire and seek a guide. Old Haber, you've watched Audrey grow. You must be familiar with the path she took in the mornings, correct? Certainly, I know Miss Audrey's walking route very well, gentlemen. Follow me. Old Haber shared a vested interest in Audrey's disappearance, as Zier Bartley had noted. His affection for the girl, having watched her grow on the farm, was as profound as anyone's. To be precise, I will conduct the investigation while Mr. Grant visits the farm to inquire about the missing cattle and sheep. Come along. After taking a few steps outside, he called Donald over and continued. Look into the cattle and sheep disappearance. They are both missing, and there may be a connection. Inquire with the other workers on the farm. Such a large estate cannot consist of only a handful of people. It is prudent that we act separately. Since the rat catcher incident, Sherlock had acknowledged Donald's capabilities. The assistant he employed for a weekly wage of £1 was not merely a translator of peculiar texts. He possessed his own insights and understood the nuances of the situation. Thus, Sherlock entrusted Donald with the task of questioning others, believing that a division of labor would enhance efficiency. No problem. The heavy rains of the previous day had washed away any traces on the ground, rendering his tracking powder seemingly useless. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to join. Sherlock was guided by Old Hobber, while Donald was specifically assigned to Gorin. Mr. Grant. Change into this. Some paths on the farm can be rather treacherous. Is Mr. Bartley solely engaged in agriculture? The decor of his residence does not resemble that of a simple farmer. Any purposeful conversation requires a tone. And Donald chose to commence with that grand house on the farm, which seemed somewhat out of place amidst the rural atmosphere. As for why he selected Gorin, it had been previously stated that this individual exuded warmth, readily engaging in conversation even with strangers rather than keeping things concealed. This is of great significance. Moreover, he is undoubtedly one of the three entrusted by Mr. Bartley, indicating a level of trustworthiness. Thus, it is highly likely that he is a long-standing employee, possessing knowledge that surpasses that of most individuals on the farm. Indeed, our employer was not originally a farmer but a prominent figure in the city of Preston, a contractor of a large factory, a veritable capitalist, and notably, a benevolent one towards his employees. Gorin's face radiated pride when discussing his employer. So, why venture into the countryside? Is it possible that the factory's operations encountered difficulties? Certainly not. Mr. Grant, you did not witness the flourishing business of the factory, in truth. It was all for the sake of Mrs. Bartley. The mention of Marina Bartley brought a complex expression to Gorin's face, a blend of ambiguity and regret. Is there a conflict within this? From my perspective, their relationship appears quite harmonious. Indeed, it was splendid. You have no idea that the owner relinquished the factory in pursuit of his wife. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. The owner had the potential to become a significant figure in Preston. However, as a man, one can understand his motivations. Do you not find the lady exceedingly beautiful? This leads me to inquire whether there is an inherent connection between being a great capitalist and pursuing Mrs. Bartley. Logically, would it not be easier to win the affection of a beautiful woman by becoming a prestigious capitalist? Yet, it seems to have become an impediment. How could I know? Regardless, shortly after the owner pursued success, he sold the factory, abandoning his urban business, and brought his remaining funds to the countryside. Among us old employees, some resigned. Others changed jobs. Only I, Old Hobber, and Aldrich remained by the owner's side. As Gorin spoke, Donald found himself increasingly bewildered. Chapter 46. The Witness. The Ranfando farm spans approximately 5 hectares, categorizing it as a moderately sized family farm in the vicinity of Puston. The farm employs a permanent workforce of 12, with additional temporary help varying according to the demands of the season, predominantly sourced from nearby towns. Donald, under the guidance of Gorin, ventured into the livestock area to investigate the mysterious disappearances of cattle and sheep, pointing to the periphery where the fence had been mended. Gorin illustrated its previous condition. However, the remnants of the repairs were so thoroughly compromised that it was nearly impossible to discern any further details. What about that broken wooden post? He inquired. What? The board that was replaced during the repairs? Did you not mention there were scratch marks on it? You couldn't find a match, could you? What did those marks look like? Do you recall? Treading upon the grass, he grasped the old wooden fence beside him, shaking it vigorously. It stood remarkably firm. Even with considerable force, it resisted any movement, indicating that the posts were buried deeply. To sever such a robust barrier would require significant strength. There were 5 scratch marks, suggesting a 5-fingered creature. I also remember there was a hole gouged into the center of the board. Do you think there are any beasts in the vicinity of the farm capable of tearing apart such thick wood? It is summer now. The mountains are abundant with food. Are they not? When it comes to livestock theft, one would naturally suspect the feral predators lurking in the hills. Indeed. There are substantial woodlands to the south of Ranfando Farm. Gorin could offer no better explanation, merely shrugging in uncertainty. I recall you mentioned that someone had witnessed a creature while on night watch. Where is he now? The trail of clues left at the scene had largely fallen into the hands of the police. The town was over half an hour away from the farm, and it was uncertain whether the police would permit him, as a detective assistant, to examine the evidence. Rather than expend energy in that direction, it would be more prudent to seek clues nearby. Furthermore, according to Gordo, the first incident of missing livestock occurred 2 weeks prior, and given the elapsed time, Donald had little hope of uncovering any significant revelations. As they traversed the fence and moved through the flock, dusk approached, and nearby workers began herding the animals into the shelter. With the possibility of impending rain, it was imperative to secure the livestock indoors rather than leaving them exposed. Goran. What kind of person is Miss Audrey? Miss Audrey? Though her appearance may not be striking, she possesses a genuinely kind heart. She never puts on airs or shows disdain towards us workers or servants. In Ranfando Farm, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone willing to speak ill of her. It seemed Audrey had a commendable reputation. However, one could not help but wonder how unremarkable her looks must be for such a statement to be made so pointedly. By the way, I recall there was an incident involving a dismembered body found in the barn at Ranfando Farm. Could you elaborate on that? You see, as a detective, I have an insatiable curiosity for peculiar cases, and I have heard. It was rather unusual, was it not? Ah. How can one describe it as anything but extraordinary? I vividly recall the time when we first arrived in Lanfindo, just becoming acquainted with the operations of the farm. And then this incident occurred. It seemed that around 10 individuals had perished, which left us utterly terrified. The townsfolk began to regard us as harbingers of misfortune. Had we known that some viewed this place as a site of murder, Mr. Bartley surely would have refrained from purchasing it. 10. Did not the newspaper report 7? On our way here, Donald was engrossed in an article about the rooftop dismemberment case. It has not been long since then. Surely my memory cannot have become so muddled so swiftly. The farm's permanent workers are predominantly single men, without families, and their living arrangements are inconsequential as the farm provides food and shelter, with additional duties only involving night shifts. The accommodations for the workers resemble the temporary structures one might find at a construction site, albeit constructed of brick and stone on a larger scale, intended for long-term residence. Outside, there is a sizable wooden table and a stone fire pit, complete with an iron framework. Do you all reside here? Indeed, despite the exterior's lackluster appearance, the interior is quite well appointed. Living together fosters a sense of camaraderie. Given the vastness of the farm, residing alone would render nighttime rest quite unsettling. Clatter. As the two conversed, a sudden noise erupted from the second floor, akin to pots and pans crashing to the ground. No gentle accident, but rather a deliberate fall. Goran sprinted upstairs, and from his words, it was evident that the sound emanated from Bob's quarters. I lifted my clothing, disengaged the safety on the pistol at my waist, and followed closely behind Goran up the external staircase. Goran, the creature has returned. I can sense its presence. It is near. Before reaching the door, we overheard a loud voice from within a nearby room. I hesitated at the threshold, pausing in the doorway. Inside, a man crouched in the corner of the bedchamber. A worker of the farm who ought to possess a robust physique. Yet here he was, disheveled and pallid, clutching a short knife. With an overturned iron basin on the floor. What could instill such terror in this man? Woof, woof. Outside, the dogs barked incessantly, while Donald stood within the room, observing the man on the bed who was muttering to himself. Mr. Bob, I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you. It will return, it will return. His repetitive utterances revealed his unstable mental state. It had been 3 days since his assault, and yet he bore only a minor injury to his arm. How could his mind have faltered so? Hey, Bob, what madness is this? Just yesterday you seemed fine, and now you've turned into a fool? Who are you trying to deceive? Goran washed with furrowed brows. Outsiders might not know, but after working together for so long, he was acutely aware of Bob's character. He was a notorious slacker. He had been resting due to an injury for a few days, and nobody could say anything about it. But now it was the 3rd day, and although he seemed fine yesterday, today he appeared dazed when they came to inquire. Was he toying with them? Goran, can't you see? That monster is nearby, right behind you. It's in that cupboard. Bob shouted suddenly, startling both Goran and Donald, even though they knew it was unlikely. A chill ran down their spines, and Donald even leaned closer to the cupboard to listen for any sounds. Goran quickly flung the cupboard door open. Of course, there was nothing monstrous inside. Mr. Bob, please calm down. We are not here to make you work, but merely to ask a few questions. Encountering such an uncooperative individual was quite troublesome for Donald. Monster, did you hear the dog barking outside? That's my dog. It protects me, Bob exclaimed. Woof, woof. Outside, a chorus of barks seemed to echo his words. Ah, so you have a supporting actor? Should I choose to ignore your performance? Goran retorted, feeling a surge of anger, his perception of Bob tainted by past experiences. At that moment, Donald approached the window and noticed another presence outside. A maid with a wicker basket stood by a tree, and a yellow mutt was showing its teeth at her. "Who is that?" he asked, tapping Goran's shoulder and pointing outside. "Oh dear, Miss Fula, why is she here?" "That dog is courting death. I will stew it before long," Goran exclaimed, rushing out of the house, eager to play the hero. Donald, however, remained inside, fixated on Bob. "When did that monster start fixating on you?" he inquired, sitting on a small stool by the bed and following Bob's lead. "The day before yesterday. It wouldn't let me live. It wants to kill me. Do you understand? It's watching me right there." Bob turned his head, his eyes darting behind his hair, gripping a short knife as if a monster were about to leap from the shadows. Listening to Bob's incoherent ramblings, Donald glanced at the bedside table, where a wicker basket and some loose coins lay. He slowly reached for 2 shillings, slipping them into his pocket before Bob could notice. His actions were deliberate, wary of drawing attention. There was no reaction. Bob continued to sit, mumbling to himself. At that moment, Donald confirmed that Bob's mental state was indeed compromised. If he were merely feigning ignorance, he would have reacted upon seeing his money taken, even if it were just to feign ignorance to thwart him. Chapter 47. Deliberate coincidence. Everything seemed perfectly fine yesterday, yet overnight, a transformation occurred. What could have caused such a change in you? I'm afraid we may not uncover any more information, Mr. Bob. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Farewell, and I hope your condition improves with time. Regarding this friend's unclear mental state, our inquiry must end here. Upon exiting the room, I encountered Goran and the maid I had seen downstairs moments ago. "Mr. Grant, are you not going to ask?" "Indeed, Mr. Bob appears somewhat unwell. I would prefer not to provoke him." "And who might this be?" The bamboo basket in the maid's hand was identical to the one in the room earlier. "Frances Chazo, she is Lady Bartley's dedicated maid. Having attended to her for several years, she has come to deliver chicken soup to Mr. Bob. That fellow is likely feigning illness just to see Miss Frances." "What a rascal." The maid wore her hair in a ponytail, with a few golden strands cascading over her forehead. While not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a certain charm. Her stature was somewhat tall, particularly her rather ample hips. It is no wonder Goran was so eager to please, for individuals of their ilk, such a figure is deemed perfect. Goran, slightly embarrassed, exchanged glances with Donald, clearly wishing to spend some time with Frances. Rest assured, although the farm is extensive, it primarily consists of pastures and farmland, and the main residence differs in style from the other houses. As I descended the staircase, I caught a glimpse of the mutt from earlier, now lying beneath a tree, its head turned towards Donald, silent and calm. Isn't it quite well behaved? Casting another glance at its owner's house, I noted that Goran and the maid were no longer on the porch. Audrey usually has many friends in town. Her inherently kind disposition makes it easy for her to forge connections. However, Sherlock sought more than mere acquaintances. He instructed Bartley to bring forth those friends of Audrey's who could discuss intimate matters from before her disappearance. The sky outside was dim, and I could see individuals nearby lighting the farm's lamp post with torches. "Have you discovered anything?" Taking advantage of the moment while changing shoes, the two exchanged their findings, with Sherlock speaking first. "The disappearance of the cattle and sheep likely results from a predator, and not an ordinary one at that. The first incident occurred nearly 2 weeks ago, involving a newly born lamb, while the most recent disappearance was a 3-month-old calf, 2 days ago. Mr. Bob, who witnessed the creature, seems to have lost his sanity. According to Goran, he was fine yesterday, which is rather peculiar. Furthermore, it appears that Zeal Bartley was once a capitalist who relocated to the countryside in pursuit of his lady. This was an exchange of information, therefore. Donald refrained from sharing his own speculations, as that would be an exercise in self-awareness that could mislead Sherlock. Miss Audrey must have been abducted by someone familiar. Sherlock stated succinctly. Really? Has progress been made so swiftly? The location where the paper was discovered was indeed along the path taken by Miss Audrey during her walks. However, I stumbled upon it on a nearby lawn. I have verified with Mr. Hobart that this item belongs to Miss Audrey. She has a penchant for wearing such insect-themed hairpins. It is a colorful butterfly-shaped ornament, crafted from metal, showcasing the artisan's skill. One might wonder why the individuals from Ranfando Farm failed to find it earlier. No. Every serendipitous occurrence harbors an underlying inevitability. Are the farm's employees, or even Mr. Zeal Bartley himself, not more meticulous than Sherlock in their search? How could they have overlooked it? Ah, you are an astute individual. I knew you would discern this. Such coincidences are never truly coincidental. I traversed that path, stepped onto the lawn, and discovered an item that eluded the exhaustive search efforts of a dozen individuals. The only plausible explanation is that someone, who anticipated my visit, deliberately placed this ornament for me to find. Why would they want me to notice this butterfly? Sherlock, having changed his shoes, tested the ground with measured steps, disregarding Donald, and proceeded directly into the house. Was it to impart the significance of the butterfly's placement? The individual who left the ornament may have wished to convey a fact through the jewelry. Someone is aware of their movements and possesses intimate knowledge of Audrey's route. Given this understanding of her precise path, it naturally leads one to suspect that the abductor of Audrey is someone familiar with her. In other words, it is highly probable that the perpetrator is among the farm's personnel. Yet, why would the individual who placed the ornament choose to express their thoughts in such a covert manner rather than approaching directly? What are they apprehensive about? Ah, how delightful sneakers are. If only I could design shoes, I would undoubtedly reap great profits. Without dwelling on Sherlock's disregard for waiting for him, Donald busied himself donning his leather shoes. He was not particularly fond of such stiff footwear, despite the slight elevation they provided. If given the choice between the opinions of others and his own comfort, without question, he would choose the latter. The sky darkened swiftly, with ominous clouds seemingly pressing downward. The living room was populated with several individuals, aside from the Bartleys and the butler and maid who had arrived in the afternoon. There were 5 young girls. Upon entering, he noticed Sherlock seated against the wall with one of the girls, adjacent to 2 large windows that were open, allowing a breeze to carry away their conversation. The girls gazed at Sherlock, not solely due to his detective status, but because his appearance was undeniably captivating. The tale of a beautiful maiden and a handsome, enigmatic detective unfolded. Notably, handsome takes precedence. Truth be told, Donald, at this moment, could certainly be described as handsome. Although he lacked the gentlemanly habit of grooming himself, his youth, fine features, and the serene, composed demeanor brought forth by the clock's meditative influence rendered him equally compelling. The beautiful youth and the detective uncle seemed to have conjured enough imagination to pen a literary masterpiece. However, thoughts aside, the work must continue. On the other side of the living room, 2 additional chairs have been set aside, presumably for his inquiries. Does Mr. Grant reside in the city of Preston? Does he live with Detective Swift? Are you friends? Just as the self-introduction concluded and Donald had yet to pose a question, Miss Kyle could no longer contain herself. They were unaware of Audrey's disappearance. The Bartley couple had invited them under the guise of an evening gathering, mistakenly believing that Sherlock and Donald were merely guests. It is my turn to inquire while you respond. This is my working hour. If Miss Kyle wishes to discuss personal matters, she may do so later. With a playful wink, the girl nodded eagerly. What is your relationship with Miss Audrey? It is essential to commence with the most fundamental questions. The 2 of them divided their tasks among the 5 girls, and they concluded the inquiries in less than an hour. The 5 girls were invited to the dining room to join the Bartley couple for dinner, while Donald accompanied Sherlock upstairs to Audrey's room, led by Miss Fran. Their dining schedule likely postponed. The 3-story house boasts a considerable interior space, with the first floor designated for hosting gatherings, ensuring ample room. The second floor is roughly arranged in a shape, with stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Most of the rooms on this level are private activity spaces, including the family dining area, study, and a small parlor for intimate guests. This is where the Bartley family typically resides. The 3rd floor serves as the family's true sanctuary, the most private area, accessible only to a select few trusted servants. The corridor is adorned with a red carpet, lined with various portraits. There are only 5 rooms on the 3rd floor, 1 for the Bartley couple, 1 belonging to Audrey, and 3 reserved for relatives and close friends. Meaning Donald and his companion could not stay there. They were accommodated on the 2nd floor. This is Miss Audrey's room, which has been off limits to anyone other than Mr. and Mrs. Bartley since the day of her disappearance, as Mr. Bartley believes it crucial to preserve the scene. As a former capitalist, Mr. Bartley is a man of experience, possessing his own discernment. This prudent course of action will greatly aid us. Sherlock donned white gloves and handed a pair to Donald, both to show respect for Miss Audrey and to avoid potential embarrassment when touching personal items. Moreover, should any peculiar substances be encountered, the gloves would facilitate comparison and differentiation. Opening the door and turning on the light, the meticulously decorated room, furnished in a classical style, suggests that Miss Audrey is quite the artistic soul. Therefore, I must ask you to temporarily vacate the room. It is improper for unfamiliar men and women to be present together here. Heaven knows what connection exists between classical decor and the presence of men and women in a room. Miss Francesco does not know, and neither does Sherlock. He merely sought a pretext to dismiss others. Chapter 48 The Secrets of the Boudoir. Miss Audrey has recently been plagued by a palpable sense of restlessness, a fact that became evident during a gathering with friends, where she struggled to conceal her emotions. It appears that she is troubled by certain matters, her preference for colors perhaps leaning towards the audacious. Sharing his newfound insights, Donald opened the nightstand, revealing a collection of necklaces and bracelets. Predominantly vibrant in hue, sensuous red gemstone necklaces symbolizing allure, and enchanting purple crystal bracelets. The second tier of the cabinet continued to showcase similar items, albeit stored in boxes. Contrasting with the first tier's display, the profession of teaching commands respect universally. It is not only well compensated but also esteemed. An educated individual who honors his wife makes for an admirable husband. However, Miss Audrey's appearance seems less than enchanting, as evidenced by the solitary family photograph adorning her room. Lifting a frame from the opposite nightstand, he observed a family portrait of the Bartley clan, the stark contrast between the father and daughter and the mother strikingly pronounced. Donald finally grasped why Gorin, while praising Audrey's kindness, felt compelled to add a caveat regarding her looks. It is indeed lacking. She possesses small eyes, thick lips, and a flat nose. Could Mrs. Bartley be a stepmother? Otherwise, how could there be such a lack of inherited traits? Sherlock rummaged through the drawers, discovering nothing of particular significance. Perhaps this was an attempt at self-care or beauty enhancement. While innate qualities may fall short, diligent effort could potentially compensate for some deficiencies. According to the maid, this room had seen little traffic since Audrey's disappearance, yet the tracking powder revealed traces from recent days. Quietly pinching some between his fingers, he scattered it around the bedside, and as anticipated, aside from the footprints he had just left, there were indeed other, fainter marks. Starting from the bedside, the footprints extended towards the wardrobe opposite the bed. Could this be evidence of morning attire? Having begun his investigation, Donald proceeded to sprinkle the powder around the room before activating his supernatural sight once more. Due to the limited quantity, many footprints were incomplete. Yet this did not hinder the general direction from being discerned. Numerous recent traces pointed toward the wardrobe. Donald approached, deactivating his sight before opening the cabinet doors, revealing a plethora of garments, most of which were simple attire, though not entirely devoid of elegance, as several outfits resembling formal dresses adorned the interior. Crafted from delicate fabrics and tailored to accentuate the figure, Donald soon noted 2 rows of drawers at the bottom of the cabinet, with the upper section housing clothing and the lower presumably containing undergarments and corsets. Despite the potential impropriety of his actions, he resolutely extended his gentlemanly hand. Soon, Donald discovered something unusual in the third drawer, which contained a pile of women's lingerie. As he cautiously pulled the drawer outward and probed downwards with his fingers to check for any foreign objects, he pressed against a hard item. It was a palm-sized brown wooden box adorned with metallic gray patterns that depicted a creature with 2 prominent fangs. "Let us open it," Sherlock said, taking the box from Donald's hands and directly lifting the lid. Inside, there lay a folded, yellowed photograph and nothing else. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the sky as a flash of white lightning illuminated the clouds, followed by the sound of rain battering against the glass. The downpour was intense, likely heralding a thunderstorm. Fortunately, the windows in Audrey's house were tightly shut, shielding the interior from the tempest outside. The chandelier's glow rendered the room remarkably bright. Creak. The door swung open abruptly, revealing Francesco standing at the entrance. Donald and Sherlock were in the center of the room, examining the chandelier above. "Gentlemen, have you uncovered any significant clues?" The maid's gaze flitted between the two. Being Lady Barrett's personal maid, she expressed her concern for her employer's situation without hesitation. "A small discovery, nothing more. We shall conclude for today, as I must assist my partner in organizing the information gathered, and we will continue our search tomorrow," Sherlock replied, discreetly slipping the wooden box into his coat pocket, which was fortuitously a trench coat, allowing for such concealment. A formal sleeve would not have sufficed to hide a box of that size. "If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to inform me. Both the master and mistress are eager for you to make progress," she added. "Of course, Donald. Shall we depart? You expressed a desire to learn marksmanship. Since it is still early, I shall take you to a place where we can practice shooting and discuss our findings," Sherlock responded, giving Donald a knowing glance as they maneuvered around the maid and exited. Upon reaching the staircase corner, Donald squinted his eyes and suddenly turned to glance at the maid, who was entering Audrey's room and preparing to close the door. It was merely a fleeting glance before he averted his gaze. They sought out the butler, who informed them that Lanfando Farm had a designated shooting range and would personally guide them there. At the entrance of the shed, they concocted a pretext to send the butler away, then crossed through the stone archway into the shooting range. Though referred to as a shooting range, it was essentially an abandoned shed situated a distance from the main residence, rather open and lacking proper doors, with only the stone archway remaining. Inside, the area was divided into two sections. One side housed nearly 10 tables, with drawers and spent cartridges scattered on the floor, while the other side was lined with numerous iron discs, marked with distance lines on the ground. Let us uncover what secrets Miss Audrey has concealed so deeply, Sherlock said, retrieving the box once more after the others had departed. Chapter 49. Discussion amidst gunfire clutching the handle of an umbrella. A man stood beneath its shelter as the night wind whipped rain against its surface. In his grasp was a porcelain jar, and utilizing the faint glimmers of light nearby, he approached the warehouse. Each farm was equipped with its own storage facility for hay bales, serving the dual purpose of enriching the soil post-burning and providing fodder for livestock during the winter months. He placed the porcelain jar on the windowsill outside the door, then reached for a nearby oil lamp. Drawing the umbrella back, he secured it under his neck and elbow. Retrieving a box of matches from his pocket to ignite the lamp, he did not increase its brightness. Rather, he maintained a dim glow, sufficient to illuminate the space within a meter ahead. Upon entering, he leaned the umbrella against the door, holding the oil lamp in one hand and the porcelain jar in the other. Inside the warehouse, hay bales were piled high in every corner. Navigating around two supporting pillars, he ventured further in, placing the lamp aside as he began to move the overlapping bales, revealing an opening to the cellar below. You've arrived? Please extinguish the lamp. From the shadows of the cellar, someone was evading the feeble light. Feet shoulder-width apart, arms extended, the muzzle elevated. Pay attention to the aiming notch of the firearm. Your focus should not be on the weapon itself, but on your target. With hands resting on Donald's shoulders, Sherlock extended his leg to assist in adjusting his stance, nodding in approval before continuing. The N99 handgun is a fundamental model. With the proper posture, refrain from trembling when firing. Emptying 7 or 8 magazines will help you find your rhythm. Look at this. The farm has not been tidied up, and there are several boxes of ammunition left. Plenty for you to practice. Fire. Bang. 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 Feeling the vibrations of the firearm in his hand, Donald noted the target 10 meters away remained silent, the only sound being the shells clattering upon the table. What had this box contained previously? Merely a photograph of his mother seemed too secretive for such a simple item. Sherlock pinched a large caliber shell he had found beneath the table, gazing at the photograph affixed to the box's base. It depicted a rotund woman, resembling Audrey. Without a doubt, this was a picture of Audrey's mother. The box must have held other items, now removed. The location of the wooden box was so cleverly concealed. Would anyone have discovered it without a deliberate search? She was aware that upon her departure, she might disappear, indicating her choice to be missing. Reloading the bullets into the chamber, he flexed his right wrist, determined that tonight's objective was to ensure the bullets struck the target accurately. Another possibility arose. Perhaps Audrey had not taken the contents of the box, but rather someone else had. If memory serves, since our encounter with the individuals from Lanfingua Farm, no one has mentioned the box's existence, has anyone? Additionally, regardless of who had taken the items, why leave the box behind? Drawing the firearm from his waist, Sherlock merely glanced at the target ahead, steadied himself, and fired thrice. Clang, clang, clang. The iron plate remained undisturbed, a testament to the precision of each shot fired. Even at a distance of 10 meters, this exhibited remarkable skill. Within the box lay crucial evidence that could illuminate the mystery of Audrey's disappearance, whether voluntary or otherwise. Donald mimicked the action, firing 3 shots in succession. Yet the outcome was the same. The target remained still, a complete miss. You lack the innate talent for firearms. Perhaps you should merely expend bullets in practice. When I first grasped a gun, it took me just 10 rounds to ensure I never missed a target within 10 meters again. Are you boasting? Indeed. As you have surmised, I revel in my superiority as a naturally gifted marksman when compared to you. It is a gratifying sensation. Do you think those like you, the aberrants, experience the same perception of ordinary individuals? With your formidable abilities, do you deem the common folk to be insignificant? Conversations with Sherlock inevitably led Donald to contemplate the aberrant community. Why does the government and the church target these individuals so vehemently? At its core, could it be rooted in this very sense of superiority? Humanity has triumphed over beasts, fostering a sense of dominance that allows us to domesticate and subjugate them, ultimately serving them upon our tables. This cannot be deemed entirely erroneous. Millions of years of evolution were aimed at becoming the wielders of knives and forks rather than mere entities upon the chopping block. And what are the aberrants? They acquire extraordinary abilities through various means, arguably achieving a form of higher evolution, even if it involves mutation. How do ordinary humans appear in their eyes? As mere livestock awaiting the butcher? This, perhaps, is what the government fears most. Any aberrant, should they entertain malevolent thoughts, could wield their powers as the most effective instruments of crime, with costs so low as to be unfathomable. Unlike the apostles bound by faith and stringent ecclesiastical laws, a fraction of these individuals, once unshackled, could unleash immeasurable threats. Donald presumes he will inevitably become an aberrant. Will he be able to restrain his inner desires at that time? I have posed this question to others, and the answer invariably comes down to self-control. This is the true crux. Whether aberrants or apostles, a lack of self-discipline in the face of temptation can lead one to become a rogue, and that is the true peril. Bang! The muffled explosion of gunpowder jolted the two contemplative individuals from their thoughts. Did you misfire? I was loading the bullets. Was it not you? Outside, they exclaimed in unison, gripping their firearms tightly as they dashed into the downpour. Chapter 50. Monsters in the Downpour. Bang! The gunfire echoed once more. They had found it. To the south, the flicker of light moments ago must have originated from a farmer's shotgun. They had to investigate, ready to fire at any moment. The sound and light could travel such distances, indicating the caliber of the weapon was substantial. The flames at the muzzle were not well contained. Such firearms were commonplace on farms, their thunderous reports and flashes serving as formidable deterrents against beasts. Emerging, Donald had not thought to change his shoes, and as he ran, water continuously seeped in through the openings, until his feet were completely soaked. The umbrella he held became an impediment to his speed. Bang! Crack! The third shot rang out, followed by an eerie roar, slightly quieter than the gunfire, yet the pitch reminded Donald of the shrill cry of a rubber chicken from his past life. He envisioned a yellow rubber chicken scurrying through the torrential rain, and his tension dissipated entirely. He hastily dismissed such frivolous thoughts to ensure his mind remained keenly focused. That sound is peculiar. It is not a noise a mere beast could produce. Stay close to me. Do not stray too far. Keep the umbrella. Hold on to it, as it may prove useful later. As they ran, the umbrella's ability to shield from the rain was minimal. Donald considered discarding it for the moment, planning to retrieve it later, but was halted by Sherlock's command. Is anyone there? Speak if you are alive, Sherlock shouted. For this area had strayed far from the farm's streetlights, relying solely on personal vision and the flickering lightning above. It was vital to notify others in advance to avoid friendly fire. A monster. It's coming your way. Be cautious. His coarse, rising tone echoed like a growl, and the content of his words made Donald immediately halt. The creature was approaching from that direction. Should they confront it head-on? Donald questioned his own capabilities, realizing he was not the type to engage in close combat with monsters. With firearms in hand, he and Sherlock needed to maintain a tactical advantage. Activating his enhanced vision, he lowered the umbrella, shielding Sherlock's gaze. The ability, which typically transformed the surrounding world into shades of gray, now surprisingly heightened the brightness of the rain curtain ahead. Of course, the outcome remained the same. Most objects blended into the gray surroundings. However, a singular red mass in the left foreground moved toward them with alarming intent. Sherlock, to the left. There appears to be something. To avoid revealing their position, Donald could only describe what he observed as something, which was sufficient. He adjusted the aim of his firearm, at least able to lock onto the target in advance. Thunder rolled. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the clouds, revealing the scene behind the rain curtain. Donald gasped sharply. The illumination lasted but a second, and in that fleeting moment, it was impossible to scrutinize the creature before them. The only image seared into his mind was that of a ferocious head. Dozens of jagged fangs protruded from purple-black lips, flat, slanted nostrils flared, bloodshot eyes glimmered, and the bizarre, crimson-hued skin stretched over its skull. Donald was certain that the coloration was not merely blood. The creature resembled a beast stripped of its hide. Even that brief glimpse allowed him to sense its savage ferocity. This is utter nonsense. It is a monstrous creature that must not be allowed to approach us. Fire. Keep firing. Sherlock's knowledge far surpasses that of Donald. Even with the target at a considerable distance and visibility obscured, he resolutely chose to shoot. Thus, the two firearms erupted in a contest of flames, while Donald, disregarding everything, set the umbrella aside, gripping his gun in his right hand and a magazine in his left, mechanically pulling the trigger. His visionary ability remained activated, fixating on the crimson object advancing towards them, drawing ever nearer. Damn it, did not a single shot find its mark? Thunderous roars echoed. In fleeting moments of lightning, perhaps Donald's fortune truly faltered, yet Sherlock, even while firing blindly, maintained a modicum of accuracy, striking the creature with several deep crimson wounds. However, it did not impede its relentless advance. This time, devoid of illuminating flashes, the creature's silhouette became discernible, its spine protruding ominously from beneath hairless skin, towering in the shadows. Donald, crouching, grabbed the umbrella. In the face of a beast, turning to flee would only betray their fear, sealing their fate in its predatory grasp. Armed with firearms and bolstered by the support of farm workers behind them, they could withstand the assault and potentially encircle the creature. This was Donald's first encounter with such a scene. To claim he remained entirely calm would be disingenuous, for the very sound of his heartbeat resonated in his ears. At this critical juncture, Sherlock's commands became paramount, prompting instinctive movements as he seized the umbrella handle. He positioned it forward, utilizing the umbrella as a shield. Upon feeling the impact, he would discard the umbrella and roll aside. Their umbrella, though modest in size, was more than sufficient to shield a crouching individual. Sherlock did not expect it to block the creature's onslaught. That would be a fool's errand. Regardless of the umbrella's material, their strength alone would result in being crushed if they attempted to withstand the assault. His intention was to momentarily obscure the creature's perception of their subsequent actions. Essentially an audacious misdirection. Time seemed to decelerate in that instant. At one moment, Donald sensed a pressure above the umbrella, and he reacted swiftly, rolling out from beneath it. Bang, bang, bang. Amid his tumble, he heard 3 consecutive gunshots from the opposite side, catching a glimpse of 2 projectiles soaring past the creature, accompanied by the dull thud of bullets finding flesh. The beast staggered, no longer hesitating, and charged into the encroaching darkness, heading toward the farm's enclosure. Rising from the ground, he recklessly discharged his remaining bullets, collapsing onto the earth in exhaustion. So close, a certain gentleman lamented. Having failed to hit a single shot, he possessed a form of mental assault, but hadn't he anticipated? Well, he simply hadn't reacted in time. Damn it. Hitting just one shot. Had all 3 found their target, he could have shattered its midsection and seen how it would escape. These 3 shots were, of course, the result of exhausting all gas in steam propulsion mode. Sherlock, somewhat vexed, sat cross-legged on the lawn. He had to admit that he too felt a twinge of anxiety. Confronted by that ferocious beast, his rolling maneuver was far from flawless, and the mud and water on the lawn obscured his vision. This was a misstep, the consequence of which was the creature's successful escape. Chapter 51. Clues on the corpse. I apologize for my inability to offer any assistance. As a devout individual who has made strides in mental fortitude, Donald finds himself rather helpless, having only a trivial mental assault at his disposal thus far. Your performance has been commendable, at least you followed orders. In the case of someone with lesser composure, survival would have been a distant dream. To be honest, I have achieved little myself. This is not mere consolation. In the face of terrifying monsters, one cannot be overly critical of ordinary individuals who manage to reach this point. If Donald were to suddenly lash out and slay the creature, that would indeed be a true horror. Are you both uninjured? The creature has fled? Gorin, panting heavily, approached from the rain, clad in a waterproof leather cloak, clutching a double-barreled shotgun and an oil lamp. It was indeed him. Where did you encounter the beast? Despite being soaked to the bone, Sherlock held up his umbrella. In that livestock shed over there. I happened to be on watch tonight. The creature hadn't shown up for several days. Damn it, with the rain today, all the cattle and sheep were corralled inside. I don't know who was negligent, but the creature managed to slip in and wreak havoc on several animals. Gorin's expression bore no trace of fear. He possessed a well-maintained double-barreled shotgun, which he had just used to chase the monster away. Was it just you on watch? Lead us to the scene. This time, the creature had not dragged its prey away as it had before, likely due to Gorin and his companion's timely discovery, resulting in a higher death toll. The farm's livestock was housed in several sheds, each divided into sections. By the time they arrived, a considerable crowd had gathered, including Zeal Bartley, who, upon seeing Donald and Sherlock resembling drenched rats, made a point to check on them. Mr. Swift, did you catch a glimpse of the creature? I heard from Gorin that you engaged it in close quarters. Only a fleeting glance. The surroundings were far too dark. It resembled an oversized wild wolf, but I suspect it could very well be a beast from the mountains. I wonder what it has consumed to grow so large. I must take a closer look next time. Clearly, Sherlock was withholding the truth. While the creature did bear some resemblance to a wolf, its defining characteristics lay elsewhere, specifically its pale red flesh, which alone proved it was no ordinary beast. Indeed, I too observed it. Its eyes emitted a green glow, and its tail was remarkably powerful. Striking against my umbrella with a dull thud, it was truly a ferocious beast. An assistant should embody the essence of an assistant, as the one responsible for dispersing wages. Sherlock could claim that what rushed toward them was a pink rabbit, and Donald would have to contrive some semblance of agreement. For instance, he might remark on its two prominent incisors glinting with a chilling light or the lethal appearance of its pink, fluffy tail. In the end, apart from Donald and Sherlock, only 3 members of the patrol remained. Godot was cleaning his shotgun with a cloth, occasionally glancing at the 2 individuals squatting beside the corpse. Before him lay a lamb, its age indiscernible to Donald. The fleece around its neck was saturated with crimson, while the body bore little in the way of scratches. The wounds were concentrated around the neck, a fatal blow. Using the tip of his umbrella, he parted the wool to locate the precise injury, revealing a row of puncture wounds at the center of the throat. The grotesque fangs of the creature must have been excessively sharp and elongated, creating a gaping hole. What can one discern from this? Donald was no veterinarian. He could not identify the killer of the lamb simply by examining the wound. Moreover, the injuries left by the creature he had just encountered would likely baffle even the most seasoned of veterinarians. It was beyond the scope of any textbook. Observe this. When the knife pierced the artery in its neck, no blood flowed. Do you comprehend the implication? The blade penetrated the flesh, yet not a drop of blood emerged. The lamb had perished not long ago, so the blood should not have had time to coagulate. This suggests a thorough drainage beforehand? Sherlock spoke to himself, seemingly having gleaned the information he sought from the carcass, and began to rise to depart. Although Donald yearned to uncover what Sherlock had discovered, he understood that if the other had no intention of sharing, his inquiries would be futile. The corpses would be dealt with by Gorin the following morning. With the rain pouring outside and the temperature low, the bodies would not spoil overnight. He planned to skin and clean them come dawn, perhaps even providing an additional meal. Donald, we shall visit the town near Landfinder Farm tomorrow, a place Miss Audrey frequented. Is there something specific we need to investigate? We cannot simply go to town without cause. The events of today remind me of something I once read. Tomorrow, I intend to verify it in the town and prepare some specialized weapons to confront that creature. Do rural towns even sell specialized weapons? Shouldn't we report this? After all, this is no ordinary beast. No, we cannot alert the authorities. Do you not see why I deceived Zier Bartley? Such creatures are rare materials, capable of fetching significant rewards in the underground market. There was little more to say, being under such a master. The weekly wage of 1 gold pound now seemed to have its reasons. Chapter 52. Exposure. The night was spent in meditation. Yet the study within the realm of the mind had not returned to its original state. Although the demon had not manifested, the insidious corruption continued unabated. Could the baptism administered by the church truly remedy this predicament? Donald harbored doubts. After all, 50 gold pounds was no trifling sum. Would they then be compelled to resort to a ritual costing hundreds of gold pounds? The following morning, Sherlock maintained his habitual rising time of 7:30 a.m., proclaiming it a regimen beneficial to one's health. He had previously informed the butler of their intention to visit the town, and Mr. Huber was already waiting outside with the donkey cart. There was no time to leisurely savor breakfast. Donald gulped down his milk and, clutching a piece of bread, followed Sherlock out the door. Mr. Huber, please take us directly to the church in the town. By the way, which denomination does the church belong to? As the waterproof covering was lifted, the rain had transformed into a gentle drizzle after a night's downpour, leaving the donkey cart without any shelter, forcing them to rely on an umbrella. It belongs to the Revival Church. Ah, the Revival Church. Donald mused. If the Church of Justice maintained a close relationship with the official government, the common farmers and shepherds predominantly worship the Earth Mother, Shantia, the deity revered by the Revival Church. What makes it favorable? Donald inquired, somewhat puzzled. His knowledge of the Revival Church was limited. He understood that due to its doctrines, their churches were scarce in the cities, mostly located in rural areas. The Revival Church has always advocated for peace and friendliness. Even non-believers are treated with kindness. My chances of successfully requesting items from them will be significantly higher. I almost forgot to mention. Your task is to visit the local apothecary and grocery stores to inquire whether Miss Audrey has purchased any materials from them. Materials? Sherlock, could you possibly divulge some details? Wandering about in such ambiguity might lead us to miss critical information. He adjusted his position to sit closer to Sherlock, their umbrellas brushing together at the edges. Very well. This is merely a conversation between us. No third party must be privy to it. The creature we encountered last night is referred to in certain texts as a blood beast. Such monsters do not strictly exist within our world. Yet they share a profound connection with a particular race. I shall not elaborate further, but the crux is that their appearance often signifies them as hunters of blood. In simpler terms, creatures that fall prey to them have their lifeblood siphoned away. Blood beasts subsist on blood, yet if they so desire, they can collect this blood and store it within themselves, undergoing various transformations to create a substance known as blood crystal. This substance is quite potent. Historical texts recount a noble who summoned several blood beasts through sorcery, sustaining his youth for an extended period by offering them blood crystals, even altering his appearance. Legends often arise from the exaggerated retelling of real events. The tale recounted by Sherlock regarding the Scarlet Count has gained considerable notoriety in this world, primarily for two reasons. First, the existence of the blood beast, and second, the phenomenon of suspended youth. Are you implying that Miss Audrey summons the blood beast? This is merely speculation, which is why I urged you to seek clues in those establishments. Furthermore, many questions remain unanswered, such as how she acquired the method to summon the blood beast. That is a forbidden ritual. Should the church discover it, there would be no recourse but the pyre. Additionally, why do the blood beasts prey upon cattle and sheep? For a human to utilize blood crystals, it is imperative that the blood comes from the same species, lest one wonder what would transpire with blood from different races. At this juncture, Donald found himself too weary to inquire how Sherlock possessed such peculiar knowledge. If such information exists in books, he resolved to seek out several volumes for thorough study in the future. What do you suppose would happen if one were to inject themselves with the blood of cattle or sheep? Death? No, it would be far worse. The blood crystallized through the blood beast fermentation would transform into a substance that the human body could accept, meaning the body would have assimilated the blood of cattle or sheep. This act is akin to adding soy sauce to lemonade. The resulting concoction could very well land a person in the hospital. Near the Ranford farm lies a small town named Meadowvale, which, though not insignificant in size, pales in comparison to Puston City. However, it is neither lacking in charm nor overwhelming, serving as a somewhat urban locale for the nearby hamlets. Gentlemen, we have arrived. The donkey cart pulled directly into Meadowvale, halting alongside the street. Mr. Hobart, kindly take me to the church. You may disembark here. By 8 o'clock, most shops will be open. Donald sprang from the cart, carefully sidestepping the puddle at his feet, as his attire and footwear were not his own. The cart stopped in front of a carving shop, which was not his intended destination. The actual number of grocery and herbal stores was fewer than he had anticipated, particularly the latter. A herbal shop does not necessarily imply the sale of medicinal products. It primarily stocks unrefined raw materials, resulting in a correspondingly limited market. Such establishments are unlikely to proliferate. After inquiring with a few farmers who had ventured out to inspect their fields, Donald resolved to begin his investigation at the herbal shop. Miss Audrey? She has indeed visited, approximately a week ago. She purchased quite a number of herbs from my shop, requesting several quantities of each. The townsfolk typically only procure a few ounces, so I have a vivid memory of her. May I ask why you inquire about her? Is Miss Audrey seeking to make another purchase? The shopkeeper, sorting through recently delivered herbs, looked at Donald with anticipation. I wish to understand the properties of the herbs Miss Audrey procured previously. As the proprietor, you must be quite familiar with such matters, correct? Audrey Bartley procured various medicinal herbs here. As the store manager, I possessed a certain knowledge of pharmacology. My memory. The hand selecting the herbs paused, fingers twisting together. Ah, I see. This is a matter of compensation. A penny was placed on the counter. Such matters are indeed private. Yet, it falls short. How about this? Add another penny. Oh, I seem to recall something, but it still feels incomplete. What do you suggest? That would be rather greedy. Take it or leave it. Grasping the coin, I walked away. I am not an investigator. Why should I contribute money without receiving any in return? Wait, I remember now. 2 pennies are still money. To regulate female physiology. Is it that simple? After listening to the manager's analysis, the conclusion drawn was that Miss Audrey required herbs to supplement her health during those few days each month. Yes, this shop has been passed down from my grandfather, and having grown up here, I am familiar with the effects of most herbs. Miss Audrey exclusively purchased herbs for invigorating and replenishing blood, typically required only by those who have lost significant amounts of blood. Since she bore no injuries, it must be for the purpose of bodily regulation. What did you say earlier? The effects of those herbs. I caught the sensitive terms in the manager's words and confirmed once more. Invigorating and replenishing blood are common herbs. There should be no mistake. I had explicitly told her that the quantity should not be excessive, as too strong an effect could pose a problem. Thank you for your assistance. This information is crucial. I noted the manager's words in my notebook. According to Sherlock, blood beasts crystallized into blood gems for ordinary people to consume might indeed require such invigorating herbs to expedite their effects. The third herbal shop yielded no results. Miss Audrey only visited one store. Next, I proceeded to the grocery stores, inquiring at each. Miss Audrey was not seen, but others from the L'Enfant farm had come by. Mr. Aldrich, I remember him, for his request was rather peculiar. At that time, the shop lacked the item, and I had to specially visit Mr. Sane in town to procure it, costing a total of 6 shillings. 6 shillings? What could warrant such an expense? Donald calculated in his mind that the monthly salary of a farm worker, after deducting provisions and lodging, should be around 15 shillings. The shopkeeper acquired it for 6 shillings. And reselling it must not have been at the original price. Mr. Aldrich likely spent nearly half his monthly wage on this. After all, this is a grocery store, not a jewelry shop. Wild goat horns, aged over 5 years, are not ordinary items. They are rare in the entire town. Mr. Sane is a renowned hunter in the area, having previously hunted goats in the mountains, their horns being a dark gray, distinctly different from those of domesticated goats. Did he mention what he intended to do with them? He spoke of decoration, expressing that although he found no particular charm in the goat horns, he was willing to pay, and I was, of course, inclined to sell. For decorative purposes? I suspect that might merely be a pretext. These farm workers reside in uniform houses, to suggest that a middle-class individual seeks to enliven their life by acquiring a wild goat horn, such as the one Donald. A laborer, purchased after spending half a month's wages, only to have it carved later, seems far-fetched. Mr. Grant, I believe you need not inquire further. Look. Is that not Mr. Aldrich? If you have questions, why not directly approach him? Turning around, Donald could only catch a glimpse of a coat disappearing outside the shop. He hurried out, only to see a figure dashing through the rain, who, after running several meters, mounted a horse. Aldrich, how unfortunate that he too has come to town. Seeing himself linger in this grocery store, he quickly turned to leave. If his conscience were clear, what was there to fear? Moreover, he had ridden over specifically, likely having learned from the L'Enfant farm about his and Sherlock's arrival in McGrain town. This 5-year-old wild goat horn undoubtedly conceals some intrigue. Chapter 53 Pursuit Director. How many carving shops are there in McGowan town? Only one. Just one? The sink carving shop where old Huber had previously stopped? 15 minutes later, Donald awaited Sherlock and old Huber at the entrance of the carving shop. On the return journey, Donald shared all the information he had gathered with Sherlock. Aldrich's taciturn nature had rendered him inconspicuous, leading both Sherlock and Donald to overlook him as a potential breakthrough in the case. No one anticipated that he would turn out to be a pivotal figure. I believe that a direct confrontation might reveal a flaw. After all, the shopkeepers from the carving shop and the general store can testify for us, provided we can apprehend him. Miss Audrey's whereabouts are likely known to Aldrich. It is indeed peculiar. This recurring question, why would a farm harbor such a forbidden ritual? It's reminiscent of the rooftop dismemberment case from a few years ago. Wait, the rooftop dismemberment case was supernatural in nature. Surely this forbidden ritual couldn't have originated then, although the two incidents occurred in the same location. The lengthy time gap does not guarantee a lack of connection. The donkey cart accelerated and came to a halt in front of the farmer's residence half an hour later. Does anyone here know Aldrich's whereabouts? At this moment, there was no time for elaborate explanations. Sherlock dashed into the living room and got straight to the point. The Bartley couple sat on the sofa in the living room, and Cyril Bartley provided the answer. He headed southeast. That path leads to his relative's home. He has mentioned it before. Myrina Bartley indicated the direction, and the two immediately dashed out, leaving old Huber behind, with her pale, delicate hand resting on her husband's arm. Mrs. Bartley spoke to her close maid. To achieve this? Cyril Bartley's jowls quivered, his voice barely concealing a tremor. Of course, this is for Audrey. She is our daughter. Our only daughter, just as I am your only wife. As she straightened her husband's somewhat disheveled attire, Mrs. Bartley's voice remained as gentle as ever. This time, their mode of transport was not the donkey cart but the horses from the farm, even though they were riding together. Their speed surpassed that of the donkey cart by a significant margin. The umbrella was no longer usable. They pressed forward, braving the rain. Sherlock, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. If the events were merely between Aldrich and Audrey, why would there be a box left in Audrey's room? She could have taken everything with her. Furthermore, do you not find the Bartley couple's calm demeanor rather unsettling when we inquired about Aldrich's whereabouts? Aldrich's sudden leave of absence, coupled with our abrupt entrance to inquire about his location, would lead any reasonable person to suspect that he harbors a secret. Yet, they sat on the sofa, hands intertwined, as if they were prepared to welcome our questions. There exists a hierarchy of urgency, and at present, Aldrich's significance is paramount. Capturing him would undoubtedly shift the tide, allowing for further inquiries to unfold naturally. This truth, however, is not known solely to Sherlock and Donald. There he is, ahead, Sherlock exclaimed softly, spotting a figure holding an umbrella, ambling forward. This individual dares to walk, unafraid of our pursuit? Upon confirming that the figure was indeed Aldrich, it became evident that his pace was leisurely, akin to a stroll, lacking even a hint of urgency. Noticing the sound of hooves behind him, Aldrich glanced back yet continued at his unhurried pace, pausing momentarily as if waiting for them to catch up. Is he emboldened by some assurance? It seems the blood beast must be lurking nearby. When the confrontation ensues, we must hold nothing back. Legality should not cloud our judgment in this moment. Should he indeed command a blood beast, he is an aberration. The laws governing such beings are explicit. When threatened, all lawful citizens are entitled to retaliate against aberrants without fear of repercussions. We must strike with unwavering resolve. As the distance between them narrowed to approximately 20 meters, Aldrich veered into the adjacent woods, where the rustic path was flanked by untamed forest. The underbrush and shrubs intertwined chaotically, compelling Aldrich to force the two men off their horses and into the thicket. Sherlock tightened his grip on the reins, bringing his steed to a halt amidst its whinnies. Surrounded by luxuriant foliage and waist-high shrubs, there was no choice but to dismount and pursue in the direction Aldrich had taken. Navigating through the foliage, droplets of water accumulated on the leaves fell upon him, and he hunched his neck, attempting to leap forward while avoiding entanglement with branches. Though some stubborn twigs inevitably jabbed at his skin, with his right hand firmly grasping his firearm, the safety was disengaged, prepared for immediate action. After approximately 5 minutes of this arduous trek, mingled with sweat and rain, Donald found himself breathless from exertion. Meanwhile, Sherlock fared slightly better. Though his breath was still somewhat erratic, they had strayed far from the road, delving deeper into the heart of the forest. Chapter 54. The battle with the blood beast. A mournful horn echoed through the air, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within Donald. He swallowed hard, instinctively knowing that it was the call of Aldrich. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, where a figure stood beneath a tree, brandishing a dark gray goat's horn aloft. Aldrich, you have hidden her well. Now, tell me, where have you concealed Miss Audrey? Donald aimed his gun but hesitated to pull the trigger, for there was still one missing person yet to be found. I did not abduct Miss Audrey. I never have, Aldrich asserted. Not you? Huh. What a preposterous jest. Why did you unleash the blood beast to drain the blood of cattle and sheep? Was it merely for revenge against Mr. Bartley? Mr. Bartley has done me no wrong. They raised me as their own when I was an orphan. How could I harbor resentment? Unlike others, Aldrich was an orphan himself, having been taken in by the Bartleys at a young age. Despite his seemingly aged appearance, he was not much older than Audrey. Donald, this man is an orphan. There lies a deeper issue. Sherlock discreetly patted Donald's back and then vocally admonished Aldrich. You have no comprehension of the sacrifices I have made. You are unqualified to deny my intentions. As Aldrich felt his earnestness dismissed, his agitation began to surface. Let me clarify. You summoned the blood beast to drain the blood of cattle and sheep, and then forcibly infused the resulting blood crystals into Miss Audrey's body. Poor Miss Audrey. Not only is her appearance lackluster, but she is also to be transformed into a beast by your vile rituals. It is truly lamentable. Indeed. Sherlock had refrained from divulging the more horrific implications to Donald. When the blood of livestock entered the human body in crystal form, the potential to alter one's appearance remained. The transformation would render her beautiful, but only through the lens of bovine and ovine aesthetics. You lie. It is not my fault that she became like that. What? You are unaware of the reason for her transformation? Was it not you who summoned the blood beast? All blame rests upon your shoulders, or do you contend that it was the lady who called forth the beast? The vibrant jewelry on the bedside table and the revealing garments in the wardrobe were ample evidence of Miss Audrey's pursuit of beauty. Moreover, the arrival of the new teacher in Maple Valley, an infatuated young woman, would inevitably lead her to place greater value on her appearance. Even if you understand. What does it matter? Both of you shall perish today. As Aldrich's secrets were laid bare, his fury dissipated, for he sensed the arrival of an ominous presence. A guttural growl resonated through the air, the blood beast re-emerged from the adjacent thicket. With a sudden rush, it lunged, targeting Eldritch. What is happening? Sherlock and Donald, emboldened enough to dismount and pursue into the underbrush, had evidently prepared themselves for battle against the blood beast. Indeed, the creature had appeared. Yet the first to be assailed was none other than Eldritch himself, the one who had summoned it. The enemy has yet to be vanquished. Yet one's companions are pressed to the ground. This is not an expression of affection, for from Donald's perspective, the fangs of the blood beast have already embedded themselves into Audrich's right arm, which was raised in defense. Flesh tears, and the sharpness of the bone is acutely felt. As excruciating pain radiates throughout the body, she had previously reassured herself that possessing the goat's horn would grant her dominion over the beast. Was it a fallacy? So it was. So it is. I shall return to you all that is owed. Laughing with mouth agape, her brow remains furrowed. The blood within her dwindles, and feelings of exhaustion and weakness flood her mind, life slipping away from this taciturn man, prompting him to break his silence. At the very least, in the final moment of existence, he must convey his emotions. Bang! A gunshot rings out, and the blood beast releases its grip on Audrich's arm, leaping back to evade the bullet. The vast majority of summoned entities from other realms heed only the commands of their summoner, existing in a contractual relationship without any possibility of transferring control verbally. Audrich, wielding the goat's horn, may believe it to be the key to commanding the blood beast, when in reality it merely serves as an instrument to summon it. The wound on his arm quickly ceases to bleed, not due to Audrich's robust constitution, for his pallid complexion suggests that there is little blood left to flow. The disparity between human blood and beast blood is undeniable. The blood beast prowls before them, its two fangs aglow with a crimson light. As red lines flow beneath its skin, coursing through its neck and spine, and its still healing wounds bizarrely mend at an astonishing pace. The beast drains blood to enhance its strength. No wonder it sought to eliminate Audrich first, a premeditated scheme to retreat and find cover behind a tree. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Sherlock fired in rapid succession. At a distance of mere meters, this time the blood beast did not retreat. Having completed its evolution, it chose to charge forward. While ordinary bullets could still breach its defenses, the blood that flowed forth was minimal, indicating that the wounds were superficial. The blood beast now fixed its gaze upon Donald, possessing a low level of intelligence yet capable of discerning who posed the greater threat. The spines along its back thrust forward, and like arrows, they pierced through the rain, aimed directly at Sherlock, while the beast itself barreled towards Donald's position. Heavy footfalls echoed through the forest, sending stones scattering. Donald, having retreated behind a tree, sensed the impending danger and swiftly ejected the magazine from his pistol, retrieving a newly acquired stash from his pocket. Raindrops fell upon the surface, illuminating a rose encircled by wheat ears with a faint glow. This was the special weapon that Sherlock had procured from the revival sect, having entrusted Donald with 2 magazines while on the cart. It was only moments ago that Donald learned that all Orthodox sect churches regularly stored special bullets and weapons, blessed by the church and imbued with extraordinary powers. This serves to empower both wandering apostles and ordinary believers, enabling them to draw upon the strength of the church when confronted by malevolence, symbolizing the omnipresence of divine grace. Different sects have varying customs regarding this matter. Some only prepare provisions for their own adherents, requiring a badge distributed within the sect to access items prepared in the church. While more benevolent sects, such as the Revivalist Church, are willing to provide such items to outsiders, albeit limited to ammunition and at a certain cost. This openness is quite progressive, which is the primary reason for Sherlock's delight upon discovering that the church in Migu town belongs to the Revivalist Church. Meanwhile, Donald, having loaded his magazine, awaits the emergence of the blood beast. Damn it, are they coming for me again, thinking me an easy target? He takes a deep breath, channeling concentrated divine power, leaning against a tree, as he hears movement to his left. This time, he intends not to flee. The massive form of the blood beast generates tremendous kinetic energy as it charges forward, struggling to halt its momentum, rushing past the tree trunk. A timely pivot eludes it, and its forepaws slam into the ground, forcing it to turn after a brief pause. Mental shock. This attack grants Donald an additional 2 seconds, allowing him to pull the trigger without hesitation. At 10 meters, he missed. Now, at less than 2 meters, surely he cannot fail? Flames erupt from the muzzle, and in the next instant, the bullets pierce the exposed flesh of the blood beast. Unlike before, these bullets radiate intense heat upon contact, visible white mist rising from the wounds. With a guttural roar, the blood beast's eyes deepen in crimson fury, its powerful hind legs coiling as it prepares to leap and maul Donald, just as it had done to Aldrich. Yet, those 2 seconds, coupled with the agony from its injuries, afford Donald the opportunity to reposition himself, darting around the trees towards another nearby trunk, indifferent to the distance. Intent on forcing the blood beast to expose its back to another barrel. His weapon, though blessed, lacks sufficient power, the damage inflicted remains limited, necessitating a wider berth for Sherlock. A resounding boom echoes as gas expands violently, the muffled crack of the discharge propelling a bullet into the beast's lower back. The pointer moving a third of the way back, Sherlock's long-standing routine. Flesh is torn apart. The added force of the bullet causing a hissing sound to emanate from the wound, as the blood beast stumbles, turning back with renewed ferocity, charging towards Sherlock. Monster materials are in short supply. Adopting a near-squat shooting stance, his left index finger presses down on the button beneath the dial, the pointer swiftly reaching the limit. At 2 meters, the blood beast leaps, its gaping maw dripping with dried blood mixed with saliva. A thunderous roar follows as the gas is nearly depleted, resulting in swirling white mist and a bullet propelled by a fierce gust. Chapter 55, The beast with a human face. A powerful impact momentarily disrupted the blood beast suspended in midair, creating a gaping cavity the size of a fist in its skull, a sight both shocking and grotesque. The potency of Sherlock's firearm had already been validated by the peculiar defenses of the rodent catcher, and with the special bullets provided by the Revival Church, it was perfectly suited to combat creatures imbued with dark attributes. Thus, the beast's demise was hardly surprising. Is it dead? Emerging from behind a nearby tree, Donald clutched a new magazine in his hand. The incessant rainwater seeping down his neck was decidedly discomforting. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 shots into the creature's head. It convulsed twice before succumbing to silence. It should be dead now. He hastened to the side of Audric, testing for signs of life with his fingers. The pallor of both their faces was unsettling. Their pursuit through the rain was not aimed at eliminating Audric, for he possessed far too much information. His sudden death was troubling and perplexing. According to your assertions, someone had delivered the goat's horn to Audric. Judging by his earlier reaction, he had no intention of fleeing. He had evidently planned to resolve matters within the woods. Had events unfolded according to the adversary's original scheme, Audric would have been the first to perish, followed by the 2 of us, leaving the goat's horn lost in the forest, all traces erased. Donald raised his hand to close Audric's still open eyes. Had they been a touch weaker, or if Sherlock had not procured the bullets from the Revival Church in advance, they might well have ended up like him, sprawled lifeless on the ground. In these desolate mountains, the 3 corpses would be devoured by wandering beasts within a few nights. In hindsight, the goat's horn was purchased by Audric, who had visited the carving shop. Even if the connection between the horn and the blood beast were discovered, all blame would ultimately fall upon him. Do you recall his final words? The Bartley couple had taken him in, and he was presumably related to Audrey as a sibling. He mentioned repaying them for all he owed. But who were they? The answer seems all too evident. Sherlock's implication was clear, yet there remained a logical contradiction. Are you suggesting that the Bartley couple orchestrated this? If so, what connection does Audrey's disappearance have with them? Would it not be more prudent to resolve matters privately? Here, on the outskirts of Princeton, in a private estate, as long as one is discreet, no one would suspect a thing. But what if they were unaware from the outset? Sherlock theorized that the Bartley couple was initially oblivious. At least when they commissioned them, they were unaware of the unfolding events. Audrey's disappearance could have been a fabrication. She might have sought to alter her appearance, having stumbled upon a method leading to her procuring supplies in town with the assistance of her friends, while Audric served merely as an aide. That box was intentionally left behind, meant to show a certain individual in her household that photograph. Yet, it must be said, her concealment was rather obscure, and the Bartley couple had never considered this angle, resulting in a serendipitous encounter with Donald first. As Donald and Sherlock delved deeper, Audrich inadvertently realized that they were nearing the truth and had to devise a remedy. But how could they? What intricate thoughts could 2 children raised on farms possibly conjure? Their ideas lacked audacity. Thus, they sought out the 2 owners of the Landfinder farm. Could there truly be those who would wish to imprison their own daughter, even if she had merely caused harm to a few of their cattle? In a strict sense, Audrey had committed no heinous act. The farm belonged to her family, and slaughtering their own livestock was beyond reproach. So, why the need for silence? They moved a few steps into the shade, yet the rain showed no signs of abating. This was because one of the Bartley couple understood the grave implications of using forbidden rituals. What were a few cattle compared to the weight of such transgressions? In the eyes of the special department, anyone daring to tamper with these expressly prohibited matters was committing a crime, a serious one at that. As parents, they could not stand by and watch their daughter's life be shattered. Thus someone began to contemplate how to bring this matter to a close. And the answer lay before them. Am I correct, Miss Francesco? Before finishing his thought, Sherlock tugged at Donald's arm, pulling him closer. Behind them, Myrina Bartley's personal maid had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Without a word exchanged, her hands, which hung at her sides, reached behind her back to untie her maid's outfit, loosening it without removing it entirely. She then bent down to untie her shoelaces, as if preparing for bed. Though the setting had shifted from a warm, comfortable bedroom to a cold, rainy woodland, it was eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. Donald fired without hesitation, sensing something unnatural ahead. The bullet struck the maid's shoulder, blood oozing from the wound, yet her movement showed no sign of interruption. Rain cascaded down, soaking her hair, and droplets that should have been colorless were now tinged with crimson. Sherlock had not aimed for her head. Donald caught sight of Fran's bloodied visage as she bent to remove her shoes, and then he noticed the cracked skin on her scalp, blood seeping forth. She hunched over. Blood spraying from her back, flesh splitting open as though shedding a garment. The human faade had peeled away. Blood dripped from her form, and a creature, standing upright and matching Fran's height, bore human features but was otherwise a grotesque amalgamation of blood and beast. Hey, this creature is rather formidable. Reloading his weapon, Donald finally comprehended why he had felt Fran's stature was imposing at first glance, and why the seemingly docile dog outside the workers' quarters had barked incessantly upon seeing her. She was a monster clad in human skin. Chapter 56. The rescuer in the direction they were fleeing. It was clear that this creature could not be vanquished with the mere 2 guns in their possession. The limitations of a handgun became painfully evident, particularly after Sherlock had exhausted all the gas, leaving him with only the standard firing mode. The Revival Church was hardly a bullet manufacturing facility, and the limited ammunition temporarily stored within its walls was insufficient for their needs. Furthermore, Sherlock was no believer, and it was improbable that all the supplies would be allotted to him. At most, he received a fraction, with the remainder reserved for his own kin, having already expended a significant portion of their ammunition in the recent encounter with the blood beast. It was doubtful that they could eliminate this even more formidable foe with just the 2 of them. Nevertheless, as they fled, Donald was resolute, knowing that he could not afford to linger in conversation with the creature that had taken on the guise of a licker. If they could just hold on a little longer, perhaps a breakthrough awaited them. Sherlock promptly removed the specialized magazine from his firearm, replacing it with ordinary bullets. He aimed the muzzle skyward and fired after a few minutes of running. This act serving not only to signal Francesco's location but also to inform others of their predicament. Were there any allies nearby? Wait, Sherlock realized that the creature trailing them had vanished. As they sprinted, Donald frequently glanced back, instinctively wary of the monster's potential ambush. If such a dire scenario were to manifest, at least he could attempt to fend it off with a mental shock. However, the absence of any pursuing figure only heightened his anxiety. The unknown peril was the most disconcerting of all. Look ahead. Let us navigate around it, Donald urged, straining his eyes for any sign of the beast. Where is it? I cannot see it. Above, in the branches. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to behold the creature, its front claws clinging to a branch several meters above ground. Its hind legs were splayed wide, stabilizing its form, while its grotesque head turned toward them. The semblance of Francesco's large eyes grotesquely affixed upon a monster's visage, sending chills racing down their spines. The duo's change in direction did not seem to perturb the creature significantly. The surrounding woods were dense, allowing the massive being to leap through the foliage with the agility of a monkey. Perhaps sensing an opportunity, it launched itself from the tree trunk, pouncing with its outstretched front claws, its body resembling a grand net descending upon Donald and Sherlock's path. The beast landed perilously close to them, prompting both men to raise their handguns and fire repeatedly. At such a short range, their shots found their mark, unleashing a spray of blood from the creature's torso. With a guttural roar reminiscent of the blood beast, the monster executed a short leap, its claws swiping at Donald's chest, sending him tumbling into the nearby underbrush. While not fatal, the searing pain in his chest and the suffocating sense of pressure made it abundantly clear that his injuries were serious. Having witnessed the earlier confrontation, the creature now set its sights on Sherlock, opting to pursue him instead of Donald, who had been knocked aside. Bang! Bang! Sherlock continued to pull the trigger, retreating with each step, his gaze flickering briefly to the spot where Donald had been struck. Isn't it time yet? The pace was unbearably slow. It seemed a decisive measure was necessary. Transitioning to a one-handed grip on his firearm, Sherlock reached toward his neck, feigning an attempt to retrieve something. The creature, acutely aware of Sherlock's movements, surged closer, its speed increasing with each moment. Ultimately, it abandoned all pretense of defense, propelling itself forward like a frog. Its right claw seizing Sherlock's calf with a vice-like grip. Disaster struck. In Sherlock's mind, a singular thought emerged. His weapon required time to activate. Yet he had been prematurely ensnared by the beast. Isolated and helpless, he faced a deadlock. Hoisted high, he was violently slammed to the ground, mud clinging to his back. The impact causing blood to seep from his mouth and nose. A hiss escaped the creature, its right claw still clenching his ankle, dragging him downward, while its left claw rose to shatter his skull. "I am truly sorry." Gritting his teeth, Sherlock refused the notion of closing his eyes and awaiting death. Instead, he raised his firearm, aiming at the creature's head. He understood this might be his final squeeze of the trigger, even if he could not vanquish the beast. He was determined to obliterate its eyes. There was still an unscathed ally hidden among the underbrush, and at the very least, one must escape to retrieve the bodies afterward. Bang. One shot. Bang. A second shot. Bang. A third shot. The creature's movements seemed to freeze, its raised paw suspended in midair, while it clutched its head, shaking it incessantly. Click. No bullets remained. Damn it, of all times to run out of ammunition, with all rounds expended. Sherlock fumbled in his pocket for a new magazine, but the creature regained its composure just then. He saw it glare at him and let out a roar, resuming its previous actions. Boom. A resounding blast echoed through the forest, enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke. The creature's raised arm was severed, its claw landing perilously close to Sherlock's ear, tainted with charred black and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Boom. This shot struck the creature's left ribcage, causing a chunk of flesh to splatter, accompanied by a familiar sizzling sound. The merged metallic barrel depressed, its rear end tilting upward as a golden shell, marked with the same emblem as the previous magazine, was ejected, significantly larger than the shells that had fallen alongside Sherlock and Donald. The successive blasts destabilized the creature, knocking it to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Sherlock crawled backward, turning to see Donald not far behind, blood-soaked and gazing in his direction. "Where have you been?" The creature's sudden stillness and Sherlock's rapid gunfire had bought precious time. His exclamation bore little bitterness, merely an expression of the exhilarating relief of survival. "My sincerest apologies. My age has slowed my pace, and the jungle hindered my progress. Thankfully, I made it just in time." Clad in a waterproof cloak and a sleeveless vest beneath, topped with a brownish-yellow bowler hat, Old Hobber wielded a double-barreled shotgun, its black muzzle radiating an aura of lethal intent. With hair turned gray, the figure gripping the gun exuded a formidable aura. "Are you the monster?" Old Huber, loading a special large-caliber bullet into his firearm, paid no heed to the creature writhing in agony on the ground as another bullet thundered into its already mangled left chest. "Is this the ally you sought?" Donald wiped the blood from his face, initially believing it to be members of the Resurrection Church. Justin Huber, a seasoned hunter with 2 decades of experience, was a notable figure at the Lanfindo farm, wielding a double-barreled shotgun, a classic 10th anniversary model from the Lovac Arms factory, the Heavy Fire Type 3. Even a nearly ton-weight buffalo could scarcely withstand a few of its bullets. The monster, caught unawares, was struck by 2 shots to its front, causing one of its claws to shatter and leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl in its left ribcage. As it attempted to retaliate, Huber remained undaunted. He possessed not just the double-barreled shotgun but also a silver revolver strapped to his waist, loaded with bullets procured from the Resurrection Church that promised tremendous damage upon impact. Huber had the creature under control for 2 reasons. Firstly, it had already ingested several of Donald and his partner's special bullets, which, while not fatal, had significantly weakened it. Secondly, it had suffered a surprise attack, losing a hand and sustaining a bullet wound near its heart. Particularly, the 3 shots fired at close range when Sherlock was restrained struck its head. Had it been in a better condition, it might have concluded the battle right then. "Do you recall the butterfly hairpin from earlier? I suspected it was Huber's doing, given that he was the one who took me along that route. But I lacked proof until we ventured alone to the Resurrection Church, where I shared my theory in his presence. Are you all right? Your nose is still bleeding. Did you hit it?" Sherlock noted the blood on Donald's face, recalling that the creature had merely struck his chest, making the source of the blood seem misplaced. "It's nothing. It will be fine in a moment. Please continue." Donald endeavored to steady himself. The mental exertion he had used to save Sherlock had drained him completely, his mind buzzing. Sherlock reloaded his weapon, having exhausted all the bullets purchased from the Resurrection Church, opting instead for ordinary ammunition as he re-entered the fray. The monster's vitality was remarkably tenacious, riddled with dozens of bullet holes and blood pooling around it, yet it still managed to move swiftly within a limited range. However, this was merely a futile struggle, for Huber's arrival had effectively sealed its doom. 10 minutes later, the creature lay convulsing on the ground, and Donald, having regained his composure, approached and fired several rounds in a fit of anger. Using ordinary bullets, he still had a magazine of special bullets tucked away, intending to claim later that he had exhausted them. After all, with his lackluster marksmanship, firing a few more rounds would ensure a better chance of hitting the target. Chapter 57. Concealment in the drawing room. The servants had been dismissed early, leaving only the Bartley family. The couple sat closely together, alongside a figure cloaked in a dark mantle. Myrena Bartley, clutching a silk handkerchief stained with damp marks, had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. How could I possibly convey to them that my daughter has transformed into a monster? Please, I implore you to save her. How could a girl resort to such measures for love? If only she had confided in me, I could have thrown money at the problem and brought that young man to her side. What does this mean? You understand all too well the implications of such actions. Why did you not intervene sooner? Zir Bartley, leaning against the sofa, had a flushed complexion, his grip on the wine glass tightening to the point of turning his knuckles white, evidence of considerable drinking. His wife, seated on the other side, held the cloaked figure close and inadvertently pulled down part of the mantle, revealing a brown horn, prompting the occupant to hastily cover themselves once more, followed shortly by the sound of weeping. Observing the sorrowful expressions of the mother and daughter, Zir's heart ached as he grappled with his own conscience. How could he remain unfeeling? His daughter had become a mere shadow of herself, and as the head of the household, he too suffered in silence. Regret gnawed at him for having concealed that matter in the past, which had now returned to haunt his daughter. How had he failed to notice the remnants deliberately left behind? Had he shown more resolve in the beginning, would they be facing this predicament now? With the two gentlemen and Audric, how many lives would they need to sacrifice to quell this turmoil? Alas, there exists no fruit named if in this world. What else could he do? He could not possibly turn his wife and daughter over to the police. He could not fathom such an act, especially knowing he bore some responsibility for the consequences of his previous concealment. A creaking sound interrupted the tension, causing the three in the drawing room to turn instinctively. The weeping from beneath the cloak ceased. The grand door swung open to reveal three figures, shedding their dripping outer garments. Among them was Donald, with a goat's horn affixed to his waist, holding a cloth bag, flanked by Sherlock, who gazed intently at them, and the ever-composed old Hobbs, bearing a double-barrel shotgun. Mr. Bartley, we have resolved the case. Miss Audrey, I trust you do not require our assistance in the search. Sherlock, the detective, was the most suitable to speak at that moment, stepping into the drawing room and casting a glance at the figure beside Mrs. Bartley, sensing the concealed truth. I did not see any maidservants, not a single one. Donald, did you? No, we merely pursued Audric. He took his own life in the woods, leaving this behind. I believe it is a goat's horn? Quite an odd fellow. Both parties were acutely aware of the situation, yet neither dared to shatter the delicate tension that hung in the air. If the details of this case were to leak, the Revival Church in Maple Valley would undoubtedly intervene, perceiving the occurrence of forbidden rituals within their parish as a grave sacrilege and affront to the divine. Consequently, all individuals involved in this case would be subjected to investigation, as the discoverer of clues and one who has had direct contact with two monstrous entities. The likelihood of them being classified as special subjects by the government and the church is alarmingly high, and the repercussions of such a situation would undoubtedly be exceedingly troublesome. Haber is somewhat fortunate. As the savior, he stands in a different light. However, both Sherlock and Donald harbor their own secrets, which they are determined to keep concealed. Thus, the three had previously conferred, deciding that Sherlock would take charge of the matter, claiming to have connections within government circles that could facilitate a discreet resolution. This arrangement would spare them from considerable complications. Donald could not help but recall the three apostles encountered in the storage area. They were, to his recollection, specifically tasked with managing such cases. Was it possible that Sherlock possessed such connections? This revelation took Donald by surprise, suggesting that there might be new possibilities regarding Sherlock's memory from the last case. Mr. Bartley had misjudged Donald and his companions, believing that they had witnessed something they should not have and were thus eager to downplay the situation. This assumption was not entirely unfounded, given that they were private detectives whose primary duty was to fulfill their clients' requests rather than unearth disreputable matters. He had thus prepared himself to be exploited. Mr. Bartley, I believe we need to renegotiate our terms of remuneration, Sherlock stated, dragging a chair from the living room to sit down. If it were merely a matter of money, their prior life and death struggle would seem rather trivial. The maid is absent, but we have encountered two monsters. I am unsure of their origin. Yet there are indeed intriguing elements at play. He opened a bag beside him, retrieving a hair ornament belonging to Franciso and a photograph found in Audrey's room. These items carry significant implications. We are willing to offer appropriate compensation, so please do not rush. We are committed to ensuring the satisfaction of all three of you. At this moment, the previously silent Marina Bartley could no longer contain herself upon seeing the two items. It became evident that Fran had not been lost to them. Rather, she was frightened. Marina was acutely aware of Franciso's situation, as she had always relied on her, observing the unease and panic etched on the faces of their counterparts. Sherlock and Donald exchanged a glance of relief. Marina Bartley was not truly an apostate. Rather, her abilities lay entirely within her maid. At this juncture, their greatest fear was that Franciso might merely be a pawn under the control of their adversaries, with firearms secured and their horses waiting just outside the door. Should their opponents possess any additional resources, it was likely that their only option would be to flee. Here lies a sum of 100 gold pounds. The entirety of my available cash at home. This pertains to the method of summoning a creature, wholly and unreservedly. Should the three of you find anything of interest? As long as it is available at the L'Enfant farm, feel free to take it. I merely hope that you might spare my family and refrain from reporting us to the authorities. On the table rested two boxes. The larger one was filled with coins, both paper and metal, while the smaller contained a neatly folded sheet of paper, upon which faint black lettering could be discerned. Zeal. Without it, I. Lady Bartley's gaze lingered on the box containing the forbidden ritual methods, as if she wished to articulate something. Does the ritual or magic that bestows eternal youth and altered appearance truly exist? In this surreal world, it remains uncertain. However, one must recognize that there is no such thing as a free lunch. To achieve the unattainable, one must pay a price. Mr. Bartley, I believe you may be under a misapprehension. The purpose of presenting these items is not to intimidate you into compliance. In fact, should I wish to threaten you, these possessions would be insufficient. The matter of Miss Audrey engaging in forbidden rituals is enough to prompt a thorough investigation by the government. I simply have one question that requires your assistance. Was this lady involved in the notorious rooftop dismemberment case, or was she the mastermind behind it? Sherlock remained impassive. If he truly intended to intimidate this family, would a mere 100 gold pounds and a document of wicked incantation suffice? Certainly not. My wife has indeed made mistakes in the past, but she would never resort to murder. That is our absolute boundary. We would never kill, just as my daughter, despite her current state, would only inflict harm upon cattle and sheep. I seek to inquire on behalf of the 10 dismembered victims, apart from that creature. Are there any others who have evaded justice? Donald's gaze shifted to the Bartleys. This figure was relayed to him by Gorin and subsequently communicated to Sherlock. The police have concluded their investigation, have they not? The perpetrator has been apprehended, and the 10 victims have long since found peace. Do you not trust the government's verdict? Yet, the newspapers reported the discovery of only 7 bodies at the crime scene. What then shall we make of the remaining 3? This was a trap. Initially, no one had considered this angle, but the appearance of Franciso was indeed thought-provoking. Zeal Bartley was taken aback. He had perused the newspapers regarding the rooftop dismemberment case, yet the knowledge of the 7 being a false figure had left a shallow impression. In this number 10, he found himself at a loss on how to elucidate. Chapter 58. The returned 20 gold pounds, a record of the forbidden rituals diagrams. And 2 goat horns constitute the entirety of this journey's spoils. Marina Bartley resolved to turn herself in at the police station, regardless of the consequences. She must bear the weight of her transgressions. As for the Bartley father and daughter, they too are complicit and shall face retribution. Though Audrey Bartley may shift the burden of blame onto her mother, seeking a means to restore her own semblance of normalcy. This is the final resolution. A measure of leniency, indeed. Old Hobber chose to remain at the Lanfando farm to prevent their escape. Both parties placed their trust in this seasoned hunter, thus opting for an early departure. It was uncomfortable to endure the resentful gazes of the family left behind. For this, he found a fleeting joy. Though he lamented the absence of the maid he wished to share his triumph with. What purpose do these 2 goat horns serve? One large and one small. The larger was found beside the body of Eldritch, while the smaller was surrendered by Zeal Bartley. These are extraordinary artifacts, with the demise of both bloodbeasts. The contracts etched upon them have vanished, rendering them akin to blank canvases, ready to be inscribed anew. While they may not be immediately useful, their collectability is undeniable. Which would you prefer? I can allow you to choose first. It is evident to any discerning eye that the smaller horn possesses greater value, the larger one. while more substantial in size, bears coarse engravings lacking in finesse, a testament to the limitations of rural craftsmanship. Naturally, I shall choose the larger one. As for Donald, he dared not seize what the owner cherished. Why not give it a try? Perhaps I might bestow it upon you. Here, take these 5 gold pounds. Your contributions to this case have been considerable, especially in this morning's 2 skirmishes. Without your assistance, I would not have emerged from that thicket. He extended the goat horn alongside the gold coins, scrutinizing his assistant. Sherlock discerned that he had perhaps underestimated Donald, while his marksmanship was abysmal. He might excel in other areas. I am merely the one standing by, emptying my gun. This is 5 gold pounds, equivalent to a month's salary. Indeed, following a boss like you holds great promise. A slight flattery was offered, though Donald remained unaware if Sherlock had noticed his 2 moments of mental strain. Since Sherlock did not broach the subject, he feigned ignorance, having no intention of hastily revealing his status as an outlier. It was prudent to remain cautious. Indeed, there are numerous benefits to being by my side. Danger is invariably accompanied by opportunity. Sherlock openly acknowledged his own talents. Ahem, Sherlock. Why did you not accept that 100 gold pounds earlier? I surmise that even had you taken it, Mr. Bartley would not have shown much discontent. He lowered his voice, striving to remain unheard by Gorin ahead. This was Donald's inquiry. 100 gold pounds, a sum that the underprivileged toil a lifetime to earn, was a considerable amount. Even Zeal Bartley, with his ample resources, would only part with such funds for the sake of survival, yet Sherlock chose to accept only his rightful share. Do you recall our discourse from last night? Self-restraint. As the topic arose, Sherlock suddenly straightened himself, the ease on his face evaporating, replaced by a direct gaze fixed upon Donald. He continued, Indeed, what then? Within every heart lies a beast. Some choose to shackle it, while others allow it unrestrained freedom. In the present, ordinary individuals, clutching the weaknesses of others, elevate themselves, indulging in their whims, demanding not only monetary compensation but also seeking to expose others for the sake of reputation. And once they become heretics, do they believe themselves superior to the common man, entitled to take whatever they desire? Of course, such notions are debatable, after all. Many adhere to the primal law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Donald once contemplated how he might wield power, envisioning a scenario where he feasted without payment, ready to unleash a fireball upon anyone who dared to obstruct him. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, such thoughts were swiftly quelled, accompanied by a calming sip of milk. Let us not jest. Let us speak of reality. The future remains uncertain, yet contemporary society is, on the whole, orderly. Particularly for the heretic community, which is often heavily constrained. The fates of the rat catcher and Myrina Bartley serve as testament to this. Today, the government and church wield significant influence across the Rhine Empire, relentlessly suppressing heretics and even establishing a comprehensive legal framework to that end. In the absence of sufficient power to overturn such laws, one must inquire of the legal authority above. Do firearms permit your indulgences? The notion of the strong devouring the weak may hold some truth, but only in a context devoid of restraints. When the day arrives that one can traverse freely, whether horizontally or vertically, only then may such principles be discussed. Is this not a path to ruin? It is crucial to recognize that, in comparison to the ordinary populace, this era exhibits a glaring lack of tolerance towards heretics. This is beyond dispute. Chapter 59. The Invisible Man on a Serene Saturday Evening. The week of academic pursuits had drawn to a close. Students departed the campus in small clusters, while some who resided in more distant suburbs opted to remain in the dormitories. Today, I continued to silently observe you, my admiration for you igniting a fervent blaze within my heart. At the management office beneath the dormitory, Jenny received an unmarked letter from Mrs. Martini. Upon opening it, her countenance turned ashen as she read the note. Mrs. Martini, recently, I have been followed, and I fear that he will intrude upon the dormitory. Jenny's voice lacked volume. As a member of the working class, she felt a sense of inferiority in this university setting. Her family's aspirations for her revolved around securing a husband of status and wealth to support them. She wished to avoid trouble, yet she could not bear the sensation of being watched. This unsettling feeling had plagued her for nearly a week. The figure appeared behind classroom doors, by the trees in the garden, along the banks of the pond. As if wherever she went, he followed, while others remained oblivious. A sound akin to a latch clicking echoed in her ears, yet their gazes were cast in opposite directions. By the flower bed outside the dormitory, he materialized once more, clad in a wide-brimmed black hat and a high-collared black coat, fixating his gaze upon her. Oh, A scream erupted uncontrollably. Glancing frantically around, she saw no one. Jenny Pandalia's mental state had been questioned by fellow students frequenting the dormitory in recent days. Now, Mrs. Martini too had begun to believe it. You all do not believe me. The figure by the flower bed vanished, as he always did, never appearing before others. Jenny clutched the letter tightly and turned to re-enter the dormitory. Mrs. Martini bowed her head, resuming her work. Footsteps echoed from the counter. A shadowy figure trailing closely behind Jenny. The distance was neither too far nor too near. Mrs. Martini lifted her gaze, her eyes lacking focus. She perceived nothing. Infinita was not at home, her whereabouts a mystery. Donald had dined outside and spent the afternoon resting at home. He perused books such as Exorcising Evil and Enemies of Religion, meditating in hopes of enhancing his mental prowess to surpass 5. As night fell and his spirit rejuvenated, Donald organized his attire, setting off alone for the underground market. The underground market buzzed with life. And he did not linger outside but proceeded directly to the stall where he had previously conducted transactions. "My lord, you have finally arrived. I feared." In the past, having been utterly ignorant, he held 3 lost tablets without purpose. Though he yearned to decipher them, he managed to endure the wait. Now, he was eager to translate them and embark on his attempts. "Sir, mind your demeanor. Our transaction is shrouded in secrecy. Should I discover you have divulged this matter to others, our dealings may well come to a premature end." Understanding the significance of the lost stone tablets, Donald was naturally more cautious in this regard. His dealings with the nobleman and the cult were a reluctant necessity, driven by a desire for strength as well as self-preservation. As for Sherlock, it can only be said that at that time he was unaware of the importance of this power. In retrospect, the weekly wage of £1 was indeed a loss on his part. "I sincerely apologize for my lack of self-control. If possible, shall we discuss this inside?" Inside? Donald hesitated as he looked at the nobleman, pointing toward the grand tent at the center of the square. "You are unaware, are you? That is a designated venue for private transactions in the underground market. By paying a certain fee, one can secure a quiet chamber for discussion. And our transaction holds equal significance for me, thus I hope to have a convenient space for conversation. Of course, I will cover the cost." These 3 lost stone tablets were acquired by the nobleman at great expense. Should passers-by overhear, he would be equally displeased. The last time was the initial transaction, where mutual distrust necessitated an open setting. Now, with a foundation of trust, the situation is naturally different. Donald nodded in agreement, and the nobleman promptly packed the items on the table into a nearby briefcase. There were not many, merely 3 or 5 peculiar artifacts. As they proceeded to the grand tent at the square's center, Donald finally glimpsed what the so-called animal lair entailed. No bizarre creatures were caged for sale. Instead, it was lined with counters displaying wooden sculptures. These were tangible representations of the creatures for sale, crafted by artisans specifically for this underground market, with concise descriptions nestled beneath each sculpture. What typically sells here? Surely not pets? You are correct. They are indeed pets, albeit of a special kind. Most possess some degree of spiritual affinity, exhibiting higher intelligence than ordinary beasts. Their prices are not trivial. Certain nobles and capitalists delight in acquiring these, paying dozens of gold pounds for a snake that comprehends human calls, hardly batting an eyelid. Perhaps this indulgence affords them a sense of uniqueness. There is a fair amount of counterfeit merchandise here, as many buyers lack discernment and are easily deceived. Those in high society, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, often seek thrills in mundane days, and these extraordinary creatures are part of that allure. Is there nothing even more extraordinary? What about magical beasts? Those that can breathe fire or spray water. I understand your inquiry. Exotic beasts, correct? However, such creatures are exceedingly rare, akin to aberrations among humans, with perhaps 1 in 1,000. Exotic beasts are even more scarce. I recall a small dog that could emit sparks of fire appearing in the underground market last June. I witnessed it. It truly only produced a tiny spark. The starting price was 200 gold pounds, and that was merely the opening bid. Subsequent negotiations in the quiet chambers only escalated the final price. The nobleman was evidently well established within the underground circles. Exotic beasts were certainly not common sights. To unleash a spark of flame, one must part with no less than 200 pounds. Should one dare to conjure a fireball, the cost could escalate exponentially. This is indeed a reality. There is no denying that the affluent class is burgeoning, propelled by rapid industrial advancement and the accumulation of societal wealth. Yet, status and identity cannot solely be manifested through monetary means. They require something more extraordinary. Imagine, if you will, mingling with gentlemen at a grand estate. Where with but a crisp whistle, a fierce beast comes bounding from afar, flames still flickering from its maw, a creature of unparalleled ferocity, only to arrive at your feet, obediently crouching and wagging its tail. The prestige of taming such a formidable creature far surpasses the mere adornment of several gemstone rings. As for the possibility of the beast unleashing its fiery breath upon the gathering, or charging forth uncontrollably, perhaps fatally injuring a few, such concerns seemed to elude contemplation. The ticket booth stood just outside the tent, where the gentleman deposited 3 shillings, nonchalantly retrieving a ticket from the corner of the table, and proceeded into the tent with Sherlock. Immediately, a servant approached them. The private chamber is seldom utilized, as most negotiations transpire outdoors. Earlier at the ticket counter, Donald noted that 7 tickets remained, indicating that most of the interior was unoccupied. Following the ticket's designation, they located their designated room, marked by an iron door, attended by a pair of guardians, each armed with holstered firearms. Once internal transactions commenced, no outsiders were permitted to approach. Any attempts at breaching would be met with immediate gunfire, followed swiftly by the arrival of enforcers to restore order within the underground market. The interior of the room was adorned with simplicity, featuring 2 well-maintained sofas, a round table, and candlelight illuminating the space, as oil lamps were deemed unfit for such an occasion. My lord, even in this era of extreme scarcity of magical prowess, I have taken the liberty of preparing 3 scrolls for your perusal, a testament to my sincerity, he stated. As the 2 took their seats, the gentleman opened his briefcase, extracting the 3 scrolls and placing them meticulously upon the table. Chapter 60, Fundamental Spells. Resilient Shield. The caster conjures a transparent psychic barrier to deflect external assaults. Invisibility Servant. The caster manifests an invisible force to assist them, capable of performing tasks within a certain scope. Discus Spell. The caster creates an invisible disc with a diameter of 1 foot, initially capable of bearing a weight of approximately 50 pounds. This encapsulates Donald's general impression of the 3 spell scrolls after perusing them. Donald found himself at a loss for evaluation. He had envisioned acquiring offensive spells akin to Fireball or Lightning Bolt, not only potent but also immensely intimidating to adversaries. The reality of these 3 spells diverged significantly from his expectations of elemental attack magic. Yet, he felt no substantial disappointment, as he sensed an underlying commonality among the spells. Thus, he silently turned his gaze towards the nobleman, awaiting his elucidation. These 3 spells are techniques I have meticulously gathered over time from various sources. Your practice of the clock meditation method endows your psychic energy with stability and finesse, setting you apart from other sorcerers. Although the absence of a specific elemental affinity allows you to wield any elemental spell, it undoubtedly leads to mediocrity, as no elemental spell can be enhanced through the clock meditation method. For a sorcerer, mediocrity equates to failure. The nobleman had clearly contemplated this rationale prior to selecting these 3 spell scrolls. This revelation dawned upon Donald. Indeed, rather than conforming to the crowd by learning spells incongruent with his psychic attributes, the essence lies in cultivating a personal system and discovering the techniques that suit him best. Reflecting upon these 3 spells, each possesses its unique merits. The Resilient Shield is fundamentally defensive, and what does defense require? Stability. A stable psychic state allows the Resilient Shield's protective capabilities to be fully realized, harmonizing perfectly with the clock meditation method. The Invisibility Servant, initially appearing unimpressive, reveals itself to be a remarkably versatile skill upon deeper contemplation. As for the final spell, the Discus Spell, it too holds promise, currently limited to a 50-pound capacity. As one's psychic strength increases, it could eventually bear 100 pounds, 200 pounds, and one day it might even support the caster's own weight. Moreover, a shared characteristic among these 3 spells is invisibility. Elemental spells often dazzle and attract attention, but what era are we in? Engaging in combat with other aberrants on the streets, casting a fireball, or unleashing a bolt of lightning may seem impressive. But do you not believe that the next day, a cadre of apostles would come knocking at your door? You have acumen. I am quite pleased. These 3 items are certainly of considerable worth, are they not? No wonder the nobleman exuded such confidence when presenting these spell techniques. Even if Donald wished to be critical, he found no fault. To nitpick would be futile. It would only lead to a deadlock, causing losses on both sides. This win-win scenario is one that all parties are eager to witness. Indeed, although these spells are of a lower tier, their covert nature renders them highly sought after. The number of spell technique scrolls available in the market is steadily diminishing, as many individuals seek to barter for them. After all, the church desires them all, which is quite exasperating. It is no secret that the church has been acquiring various ability scrolls through diverse channels, leveraging its substantial resources to fervently procure an array of curiosities and scrolls. Everyone is acutely aware of the implications of such actions. The government and the churches have reached a consensus to eradicate the very foundation upon which the heretics thrive. There is no need to eliminate them all. Merely exceeding 70 would leave the heretics incapable of contending with the church and the government. Lacking a mature combat system, what could they possibly wield against the apostles? Conversely, the heretics are not a group inclined to await their demise passively, akin to the cult Donald currently encounters. They represent one form of heretical organization. Of course, these matters bear no relevance to Donald at present, as his focus remains on the lost tablet before him. As before, he swiftly translates the content, articulating it in both direct and reverse order, subsequently submitting both sheets to demonstrate his transparency. Your Excellency, if the opportunity arises, might we convene on the ground? Furthermore, I have a few acquaintances. Please do not misconstrue. I would never divulge matters pertaining to the lost tablet to anyone else. I merely yearn to cultivate a friendship with someone as knowledgeable as yourself. This is a highly private gathering that occurs only once or twice a month, comprised solely of individuals akin to you and me. During these meetings, we share recent intelligence regarding the city of Preston and assist one another in overcoming challenges in our pursuits. If you would be willing, small groups exist across all strata of society, a unique trait of humanity, and the same holds true among heretics, perhaps with even greater fervor. Initially, such gatherings began as discussions among a select few, and upon discovering the substantial benefits of such associations, participants began to consciously invite others they deemed suitable, ultimately forming a small organization or network of influence. The gathering of heretics in Preston is a clandestine society, currently with no more than 5 members, a result of their collective restraint regarding new admissions. After all, organizations among heretics are viewed as threats by the church. If discovered, they risk investigation. Hence, maintaining a limited number is a prudent strategy. The man before him is the individual the gentleman seeks to recruit, for in his eyes, the knowledge of the lost tablet's secrets is sufficient to warrant an invitation. Should he acquiesce? Any future discoveries of lost tablets would no longer necessitate a prolonged wait for the other's arrival. I apologize, but I am not prepared to join your society at this time. I am currently entangled in some troubles, and to involve myself with you now would merely transfer my difficulties upon you, which is not my intention. At the very moment the invitation was extended, Donald undoubtedly felt a surge of excitement. An association with the heretics would significantly enhance his prospects. However, he soon discerned a troubling predicament. Aside from his knowledge of demonology, he possessed little else of merit. Admittedly, his expertise in demonology could serve as a qualifying criterion, yet this knowledge remained a closely guarded secret, rendering it unsuitable for showcasing his capabilities to the other members. To hastily engage in this endeavor might lead to an embarrassing revelation of his ignorance. Collaboration and communication can only flourish on the foundation of equality. If one is subjected to unilateral dominance in status and strength, forcing oneself into the fray would ultimately result in self-detriment. Chapter 61. The embryonic form of the spell system. Ultimately, Donald declined the repeated invitations of the gentleman. At present, he lacked the resources and confidence to engage in such clandestine societies. Furthermore, a crucial consideration was that Donald did not intend to remain in Preston for an extended period. He planned to depart at the opportune moment. The gatherings of the society were infrequent, occurring perhaps once a week or, at most, bi-weekly, leaving the number of meetings he could attend uncertain. Regarding the third transaction, Donald harbored his own thoughts. This time, he sought not material compensation but rather a promise. In the future, should I find myself in distress, Your Excellency must assist me unconditionally. Should you disagree, our dealings might face significant obstacles. Initially, he had intended to demand a substantial sum in pounds to fund his baptism at the church. But the demonic visions encountered during his second deep meditation led him to question the practicality of the ritual. Moreover, his recent financial gains had been considerable, and with transactions involving the cult, he found himself with more options. The dealings with the gentleman were purely transactional, shrouded in confidentiality, involving no third parties. Requesting him to undertake certain tasks would undoubtedly be more prudent. Unconditional? The more unique one's status, the greater the emphasis on promises, compared to a commitment fraught with uncertainty. The gentleman would prefer the other party to demand more, willing to engage in prolonged negotiations. Rest assured, it does not involve anything as nefarious as murder or arson. I merely require assistance in securing an escape route. To persuade the other party to acquiesce, Donald felt compelled to divulge a portion of information. What he sought from the gentleman was a viable escape route. Given Donald's current social standing, he lacked access to certain exclusive channels. Even if he were to expend considerable resources in pursuit, he would still face hefty fees later on. He was financially constrained. An escape route. I agree. If it merely involves ensuring your safe departure from Preston, I believe I can manage that. However, it may require your cooperation. Utilizing his influence in Preston to undertake clandestine activities might attract the attention of the government and the Church of Justice. Yet facilitating one person's exit from the city did not seem overly challenging, even if that individual were a notorious criminal. A transaction is a transaction at this table. Both parties stand on equal ground, exchanging mutual benefits devoid of hierarchical considerations. If they were to remove their masks and account for their identities, the nature of the proposed transaction might alter significantly, introducing further uncertainties. The time allotted for the quiet room was 1 hour, and the two managed to complete their transaction in half that time, spending the remaining 30 minutes deliberating the content of the third transaction. Naturally, the details of the third slate would only be translated after Donald had partaken of the offerings provided by the gentleman. This, of course, left the gentleman somewhat dissatisfied. Possessing both documents, he felt an urgent desire to know the entirety of the matter. However, the first 2 stone slabs have already delineated certain conditions. Upon careful examination, the knight could only nod in agreement. It was reasonable to undertake some preliminary preparations. On the Saturday night, the dormitory was sparsely populated and Jenny's roommate. The table and bedside were illuminated by 2 oil lamps set to their brightest, one belonging to her and the other left behind by her roommate. For her, this was an indulgent act. Outside, the voices of the girls gradually faded, as the 2 girls next door would usually chat late into the night. Tonight, however, Jenny found herself longing for their chatter, which had previously annoyed her. She did not wish for her family to worry about her. She resolved to speak with that person. If you are here, please come out. I wish to converse with you. Could you refrain from following me? Huddled at the head of her bed, Jenny whispered softly, just loud enough for herself to hear. This was merely a self-soothing utterance, a form of encouragement. He heard her. In the dimly lit corridor outside, someone stirred the darkness. Miss Jenny, we shall have a delightful conversation. Resilient shield casting components. Gesture, incantation casting time. 2 seconds range. 1 foot resistance. No specific resistance. Effect. A shield forms at a specific location based on the expenditure of mental energy, with its duration dependent on the amount of mental energy consumed. The rudimentary spell does not necessitate intricate array constructions. The resilient shield, being an instantaneous spell, prioritizes speed. A 2-second concentration of mental energy is the standard duration, not indicative of proficiency. In Donald's perception, an energy shield approximately 1 foot in diameter manifested above his palm. He picked up a small knife intended for slicing fruit and struck the surface of the shield several times, producing no resounding metallic clash, only observing the ripples that spread across the energy shield surface. He then considered picking up a pistol but ultimately set it down, as Infinita was in the living room, and he wished to avoid trouble. Quite simple indeed. This was merely his third attempt, and Donald successfully executed the complete spell. If other wizards were to witness the speed, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, questioning why such a creature was born alongside them. In truth, Donald's aptitude for spellcasting was not as extraordinary as it seemed. Perhaps he possessed some talent, but not to such a terrifying degree. The crux of the matter lies in 3 words: compatibility. The clock meditation technique was exceptionally suited for casting spells of this nature, as the inherent stability of his mental energy allowed him to bypass the steps of controlling mental energy typically required in wizardry. It would be difficult not to excel. Invisible servant casting components. Gesture, incantation casting time, 5 seconds range, 5 yards resistance, no specific resistance. Effect. Creates a sphere of energy within a defined range that can accept commands, with its duration dependent on the expenditure of mental energy. The spell consumed a considerable amount of Donald's time, not due to the difficulty in conjuring a sphere of energy, but rather in the commanding of it. The mental link and the issuance of commands were challenging, as this was their inaugural encounter, and no one had prior knowledge, making it difficult to find a way forward. After numerous attempts, Donald finally succeeded in instructing the energy sphere to pick up a pin from the table. Consequently, he could not continue his practice of the third levitation spell, as his mental energy had been nearly depleted, necessitating a period of meditation for recovery. Fortunately, the following day was a day of rest, granting Donald ample time for contemplation. However, upon awakening that morning, he realized it was a significant day, the anniversary of his parents' tragic demise. Although his consciousness had transformed as Donald Grant, paying a visit to his parents' graves was imperative. It was a customary practice. Moreover, he had taken possession of another's body, albeit merely a corpse, yet this still constituted an invasion. Chapter 62. The Shit Cemetery. Due to religious beliefs, the burial of the deceased was traditionally conducted in proximity to churches, with the location reflecting one's personal status. Only high-ranking clergy and nobles were deemed worthy of interment within the church itself. However, as the years progressed, the population of the Ryan Empire surged dramatically, shattering archaic notions and customs, and the burial practices were no exception. The sheer number of bodies interred around churches became increasingly unsanitary and disorderly. Worshippers were reluctant to endure the pungent odor of decay while seeking solace in prayer. Consequently, the government enacted laws regarding cemeteries, establishing 3 to 5 public burial grounds surrounding the city of Preston for the deceased, thus relocating a multitude of commoners' remains beyond the city limits, relieving the church of its burial responsibilities. Of course, should a person of noble lineage pass, the church would still retain space for their remains. The graves of the Grant couple lay in the Shit Cemetery, located on the outskirts of the Southern District, where Donald arrived at noon. The rain that had persisted for several days ceased the previous night, leaving behind a lingering dampness. The sky remained a somber gray. Donald, wielding a concealed knife cane in one hand and an umbrella in the other, felt somewhat peculiar, though the nearby gentlemen shared no such sentiment. Bouquets and wine were readily available from shops near the cemetery, and he even noticed several inns in the vicinity. The notion that every cemetery was accompanied by an inn was not mere jest. When purchasing a bouquet, Donald took care to verify the location, ensuring his memory served him well before continuing on his way. As he walked, a funeral procession passed by. At the front were the grieving family members, followed closely by a priest and friends. The women were draped in black veils, while the men, like Donald, donned somber black attire, and he could faintly hear the sound of muffled sobs. The scene was not one of wailing despair, but rather one imbued with a solemn dignity. Initially, Donald had been walking ahead of the procession, but upon reflection, he deemed it courteous to step aside, allowing the cortege to pass. He removed his hat in a gesture of respect, and a few gentlemen within the procession acknowledged him with a nod upon noticing the bouquet he held. As he stepped onto the cobbled path, a boy suddenly approached him, clad in an oversized coat, evidently making his way toward Donald. "Sir, could you tell me how to get to Shit Cemetery?" The boy looked up at him, his speech slightly impeded by a gap in his teeth. Yet Donald understood him clearly. "Just keep going straight," he replied. "I got separated from my family. Could you take me there?" "Of course, just follow me," Donald said, glad to be heading in the same direction and relieved he would not have to carry the boy. Moreover, he had realized that remaining indoors all day was rather unusual behavior for him, especially since Infinitas had been spending much time at home lately. He contemplated finding a suitable place to practice his magical skills as he treaded upon the uneven cobblestones. Ahead, the procession had come to a halt several hundred meters away, and through the gaps in the trees, Donald could discern tombstones, some gray, others white. "Brother," with a clear and melodious voice. Donald looked up to see a little girl standing on the lawn, calling out to him. "Thank you for showing me the way, but I must be on my way." The little boy beside her swiftly ran off, prompting Donald to smile as he continued his walk towards the cemetery. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the owner of the corner bookstore, Mr. Antoine Kane. Dressed in formal attire, Mr. Antoine seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Donald approaching. "Mr. Antoine." What a coincidence. They both acknowledged each other, and since it would be improper for an elderly gentleman to initiate the greeting, Donald took the initiative. "Indeed. Today marks the anniversary of my 2 dear friends' passing. Although I am advanced in years, as long as I remember this date, I must pay my respects. By the way, did the book Exorcising Evil that you purchased from me last time prove helpful? It was somewhat useful, though I found it rather challenging to comprehend. Despite having been a student of religious studies, I graduated several months ago. I must admit, it is somewhat embarrassing. The book Exorcising Evil contains numerous religious descriptions. Perhaps one could benefit from reading its predecessor." As for Donald, he appeared to struggle with it, often relying on some foundational religious texts in his personal bookshelf to assist him in his understanding. This is the nature of knowledge acquisition. It is through diligent study that one encounters difficulties. If one merely skimmed the surface, how could they ever appreciate the underlying meanings? Mr. Antoine, it seems you have quite a bit of insight regarding this reading matter? Haha, merely the musings of an elder. Next time you have the opportunity, do visit the corner bookstore. Reading is an endeavor that never goes out of style. Additionally, I've recently acquired some delightful tea, and I would love for you to taste it, preferably soon, lest my son and I finish it all ourselves. To Donald's surprise, it appeared that someone had visited before him to pay their respects. Standing before the gravestone etched with an epitaph, Donald's gaze fell upon 2 bouquets of white lilies, wrapped in white cloth, resting on the ground. Setting down the items he had brought, he reached out to pinch a petal, noting that it released a bit of juice when pressed, indicating that the flowers had only recently been placed there. Were they from relatives or friends of his predecessor's parents? Prior to reviewing the storage documents at the bank, Donald may not have had many thoughts on this matter. However, knowing that his predecessor's parents held a significant status naturally led him to ponder this aspect. While he had not found anyone to stir his memories, he was not entirely without discoveries. A bearded man, wielding a shovel, was nearby tending to the earth. The Gravekeeper. Chapter 63. The Antoine father and son. Are you certain that the individual is an elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in a black suit, and wielding a reddish-brown cane? Upon revealing his intentions, the Gravekeeper's response left Donald somewhat bewildered. According to the description provided, the one who had paid homage to the Grant couple before him was none other than Cain Antoine? This seemed illogical. Seated beside the gravestone, Donald pondered the implications of the Gravekeeper's words. If Cain Antoine were indeed acquainted with the Grant couple, then there would be no reason for him to be oblivious to Donald's existence. They had encountered one another on 2 occasions, and their interactions were not mere fleeting glimpses, but rather exchanges of dialogue, particularly during their first meeting at the bookstore, which lasted nearly half an hour. How could one remember the death anniversary of the Grants, yet forget their offspring? In truth, during both encounters, Cain Antoine had not exhibited any signs of familiarity. Thus, presuming that he knew the Grants implied that the elderly gentleman was intentionally avoiding recognition of Donald Grant. Direct inquiry would be imprudent. It would come off as too abrupt. If he had wished to reveal his identity during their previous meetings, he could have easily done so. Previously, when Cain Antoine mentioned that the bookstore had received new tea, Donald had assumed it was merely a polite gesture. Now, however, it seemed imperative to sample that tea. Since he could not be forthright, perhaps a subtle approach would suffice. After departing from the Shetland Cemetery, Donald made his way directly to the corner bookstore on Irish Street. The door stood ajar, signifying business hours. Mr. Antoine, I have come to partake in tea. I trust the leaves remain unconsumed? As Donald entered, the father and son were engaged in organizing the shelves, and his greeting caused both to pause. Certainly not. This is my son, Charles Antoine. You may address us by our names to avoid any confusion. Please, take a seat. I will prepare the tea. Charles, keep an eye on things outside. After the elder Antoine concluded his remarks, he set aside his task and retreated to the back room. While Charles and Donald exchanged nods, acknowledging one another, Donald approached the nearest window display, intending to wait for the tea. Mr. Grant, it is overcast outside, and the lighting by the window is rather poor. Why not try sitting further inside? The table lamp is a special acquisition of my father from the lighting market, and it has gone unappreciated for quite some time, which has caused him some distress. Charles's voice emerged from behind the bookshelf just as Donald was about to take a seat. He halted mid-motion. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the day was dreary, the light was still sufficient to read the text on the books. Had it been any other day, Donald would have taken a seat without hesitation, but considering the purpose of his visit and the implications of Charles's words, he obediently turned and made his way to the last table against the wall. Mr. Charles, how long have you and Mr. Cain been running this establishment? He casually pulled a copy of a current affairs review from the nearby shelf. The cover featured a black and white photograph of a man with a prominent mustache standing before a 4-wheeled carriage. About 2 years, I suppose. The bookstore was not located here before. We were located due to certain circumstances. Charles's voice remained present, yet his figure remained unseen. 2 years. How's business? Casually flipping through the magazine in hand, I glanced at the images, seemingly critiquing the advancements of modern technology. As you can see, business is not thriving. Otherwise, I wouldn't be perusing economic reports daily, contemplating investments, dreaming of a leisurely existence where I simply collect money in my shop. The relocation of the bookstore has evidently failed to boost their sales. The tea is ready. Sourced from the Nimitz Plateau, do indulge in its flavor. On a porcelain plate rest two intricately designed teacups adorned with colorful patterns, steam rising gracefully. Would you mind if I took a seat here? I placed one cup before Donald and retained the other for myself, settling down on the opposite side of the table. Please, make yourself comfortable. My fingers traced the cup's handle, the tea clear and bright, the leaves dancing within the warm water, releasing an enticing aroma. Yet, Donald seemed preoccupied, contemplating how to initiate the conversation, his thoughts distant from the cup before him. How should I broach the subject? Flipping through the magazine to mask his introspection, Donald sought to conceal his emotions. May I address you as Donald? To my surprise, it was Con who first broke the silence. Certainly. A sigh of relief escaped me. Had the standoff continued, the atmosphere would have grown increasingly awkward. Have you encountered any recent troubles? Your demeanor appears somewhat despondent. The other party willingly directed the conversation toward Donald. Was this an act of cooperation? There are indeed a few matters, somewhat unexpected. I visited my parents today and was reminded of many things. My fortune has sunk to a dismal low in recent years. Not only did I unexpectedly become an orphan due to my parents' misfortune, but the environment surrounding me has also turned rather unfriendly. Cutting off the conversation at that moment, Donald refrained from delving deeper, gauging the other's response. The life of an adult is far from simple. Troubles are ever present, and one must grit their teeth and endure. Raising the teacup, I blew away the steam and took a gentle sip, seemingly indifferent to the adversities Donald had mentioned. Perhaps he was genuinely unaware, or perhaps he had resolved to remain tight-lipped. Either way, it was of little consequence. Donald had never expected an elderly gentleman to serve as a pillar of support. Hey, my troubles cannot simply be endured through sheer will. At that moment, Donald appeared somewhat more relaxed, also sipping the tea, leaning back against the chair, and offering a wry smile. The flavor of the tea was surprisingly delightful, easing the tension of his previously furrowed brow and gradually lifting his spirits. It's quite delicious. This tea from the Nimitz Plateau? I must purchase a few packets. I wasn't deceiving you. The benefits of this tea are remarkable. It rejuvenates the mind. When one feels fatigued, a cup does wonders. However, moderation is key. Just 1 cup a day is beneficial for health. You are the first to taste it, so I'll gift you 5 packets as a small token. Con, like a magician, produced a small bag of pre-packaged tea leaves from behind him, clearly having prepared in advance. This. My gaze oscillated between the tea leaves and Con. Here, take this. Remember to have a cup every day. When you're weary from reading, sip a few mouthfuls. It will be beneficial. With that, Con pushed the tea bag forward and began to savor his tea. Donald accepted this gesture of kindness and left the corner bookstore at 2 in the afternoon. Would he drink it? Charles finished his tidying up and took a seat at the spot Donald had just vacated. Why not? It is tea, after all. There is no reason to set it aside. Moreover, it would indeed be advantageous for him. Con held the cup tightly, the tea scalding hot. Yet he showed no intention of releasing his grip. The bell jingled as the door swung open, and a burly figure strode in. Chapter 64. The Deeds of a Cult by Moose Street, near the newsstand and mailbox. This was the information recorded on the note that August had handed him a few days prior. By Moose Street lay in the northern district, departing from his doorstep. Donald first made his way to the vicinity of the detective agency, ensuring there were no followers in sight. After a more than half-hour carriage ride, he approached the target area, walking several blocks guided by the signs until he finally reached his destination. At 9 p.m., the appointed hour, Donald appeared punctually before the newsstand, where a middle-aged man sat within, portly, with thinning hair. As Donald approached, the man was adjusting his pocket watch, an utterly unremarkable sight. Could such a person truly be a member of a cult? Yet, he found no other newsstands in the vicinity, leaving him no choice but to hesitantly produce a coin, placing it on the counter before him. You are indeed punctual. Please wait on the bench for 3 minutes while I close shop. Upon seeing the token, the middle-aged man's hand moved surprisingly swiftly, clutching it tightly before feigning the act of handing over a new magazine. 9 o'clock was the usual closing time for the newsstand. The arrangement to meet at this hour was intended to maintain an air of normalcy. There seemed to be a clandestine meeting taking place here, akin to an underground market. Strictly speaking, cult organizations differ markedly from underground markets. The latter is tacitly condoned by the government, whereas the former would find itself on an extermination list if discovered. When the newsstand proprietor reappeared, he had donned a brown coat and a beret, eschewing a top hat or silk stovepipe hat, and he carried no cane. His status barely reached that of the middle class. Upon closing the stand's door, he discreetly gestured for Donald to follow. Where to? Although it was the other man leading the way, Donald found himself at the forefront, with the newsstand owner merely one step behind, directing his movements. To my home. What do you mean by going to your home? Is the transaction taking place there? Approximately 10 minutes later, Donald stood before a dilapidated two-story residence, realizing that the other had not been jesting. Light streamed from a window beside the house, and a glance revealed a child peering at the two from behind the curtains. Is that your son, my child? Please enter, sir. Lord August is already waiting for you inside. The newsstand proprietor confirmed Donald's unspoken suspicion without hesitation, causing a lump to form in Donald's throat. Cultists have children? In Donald's mind, cult members were often those who struggled to make ends meet, bereft of hope for the future, leading them down this dark path. However, as the door opened, he beheld a woman emerging from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of potatoes, followed closely by a little girl clutching an empty porcelain bowl. Sir, Mr. August is waiting for you upstairs, in the second room. The woman was equally aware of the situation, bowing gracefully before him in the presence of the two children. The girl, in imitation, bent at the waist as well, while the middle-aged man gently embraced the shoulder of another child, all habitual gestures. No need to bow. You must be hungry, hurry and eat. I can manage on my own, he urged, his voice involuntarily rising a few octaves. Donald tousled the little girl's hair. His left hand gripping the concealed knife, came tightly, turning pale. These two young children, still lacking in self-awareness, were in the formative stages of establishing their own life philosophies through the mimicry of their parents. How could this be permitted? Suppressing the discomfort within, he ascended the staircase and paused before the second door, knocking gently. The door was opened by August, revealing a neatly organized storage room with a window ajar, allowing a modest amount of light to illuminate the simple arrangement of tables and chairs. As soon as he sat down, the sound of hurried footsteps outside startled both men. August took a large stride to the window, pressing his back against the wall to peer down. It's nothing, merely a squad of police apprehending someone. Their target is not us, but a nearby small outpost. An outpost? Donald inquired. Just an intelligence relay station within the organization. It's of no concern. August nonchalantly placed a briefcase on the table and unlatched the iron clasp. Did you receive word in advance? No. Everyone at that outpost should have been captured by now. Rest assured, it won't affect us here. A few lower-tier believers lost their lives, but it changes nothing. The way he spoke of human life rendered it utterly trivial. The death of a few believers akin to the loss of mere pennies, perhaps even less. What about those below? Naturally, these individuals are the dregs of society. A small act of goodwill is all it takes to secure their unwavering loyalty to the church, merely pawns that can occasionally be of use. In his discourse with Donald, August regarded him as a demon, his words devoid of deceit. Money bought gratitude, which subsequently controlled thought, ultimately dragging them into the abyss. This reality was unavoidably harsh, especially as he considered that the warm family below might one day be treated as expendable and sacrificed. For the first time, Donald felt a profound loathing for the cult. They had no right to so casually discuss matters of life and death. Mr. Grant, this is our token of sincerity. Mr. Rastoller specifically instructed me to be personally involved in the transaction. This is what you requested, and this is the content you need to assist in translating. August remained oblivious to Donald's emotional shift, focused solely on extracting items from the briefcase, 3 scrolls and 2 vials of potion, the entirety of the briefcase's contents. One by one, he laid them out. The 3 scrolls were all copies, 2 requiring translation, while the last contained the coveted potion recipe and the accompanying ritual circle, potions designed to enhance meditative effects. Agile thinking. Unfurling the scroll of talent, he endeavored to divert his attention, stifling the outward expression of his emotions. At present, he was incapable of taking action against this cult. However, this did not preclude future possibilities. A cursory reading revealed the scroll contained a mental prowess talent suitable for all sorcerers. The description of agile thinking encompassed enhancements in mental fluidity and acceleration of casting speed. The provision of such a targeted talent scroll indicated that Rastol had indeed invested significantly. It was no wonder he demanded the translation of 2 texts in exchange for merely 1 talent scroll and a few potions. Through his own exploration, Donald ultimately engaged with the most essential aspect of this world, talent. Chapter 65, The Substitute Scarecrow and Moonlighting. The talent scroll is divided into 2 segments, the talent elixir and the ritual array. The former serves as the foundation and prerequisite, with potion formulas each possessing unique characteristics, encompassing a myriad of elements from both Eastern and Western traditions. and the materials are extraordinarily diverse. Without the backing of a formidable faction, an individual would need to exert considerable effort to gather the necessary components. This explains the stagnation and the growth of the aberrant populace. Compared to the vast church, the disparity in material collection is not insignificant. However, possessing only the talent elixir is insufficient. Although it is termed talent, this is merely a misnomer, lacking precision. The ritual array is the method for swiftly activating one's potential. To simplify, it is akin to the relationship between dough, yeast, and an oven. The dough represents the human body, while the yeast symbolizes the elixir. Their combination does not signify completion, as the oven is the true catalyst for amalgamation. They complement each other, with neither being dispensable. I must summon that entity. For the translation of this content must be entrusted to him. A singular demonstration is inadequate, to avoid arousing suspicion in Las Holler and Aguff. Donald must seize every opportunity to showcase his demonic prowess, thereby affirming his presence. I am prepared and shall not intrude upon you. Upon hearing the principal figure's emergence, Aguff immediately straightened his posture, even altering his form of address, fearful of leaving a negative impression. Donald observed his actions with quiet amusement. It would not take long, merely a few seconds, before that distinctive gaze appeared, compelling the other party to unhesitatingly believe that Donald Grant remains the puppet manipulated by the demon. To be ready so swiftly suggests that you are not as incompetent as I have presumed. Such actions bear no special significance. They are merely a deliberate display of distinction by Donald. This is a tribute prepared for you, and these are the two documents that require translation. Respectfully unveiling the other two scrolls, Aguff reiterated his earlier statements. Donald feigned the act of picking up a pen. Was he truly going to translate the complete content for them? In the underground market, transactions between parties are equal, and he naturally values integrity. Yet, standing before a cult that had previously sought to eliminate him, there is no reason to extend the same courtesy. Casually grasping one of the scrolls, he noted that its contents differed from those he had encountered before. Sherlock and the nobleman held scrolls pertaining to talent, while this particular one diverged, with the text notably lacking frequent references to talent. The materials for the Scarecrow series should be made from straw that has been woven for over 5 years. The creation of the substitute Scarecrow requires the soul fragments and blood infusion of the substitute, with the blood quantity maintained at 1 fluid ounce. The Scarecrow series. The content inscribed herein pertains to the crafting of the substitute Scarecrow and is incomplete, as the sentences at the end are clearly fragmented. This also elucidates for Donald that the contents of the lost slate extend beyond the talent elixir, encompassing other dimensions as well. The second scroll similarly does not concern matters of talent. Moonlight ink, as mentioned in the scroll, is the final product of the configuration method. Having examined the entire scroll, Donald confirmed that it is an auxiliary item. Its purpose is not to inscribe specific words, but rather to enhance the efficacy of inscriptions and increase the likelihood of successful carvings, as characterized in the scroll. With a truth ratio of 90 to 10 falsehood, this was Donald's approach when translating the initial content of the scroll. He had no intention of handing such an item over to a cult. As for the Moonlight ink, his translation was entirely accurate. The earlier content was merely a fragment, and once translated, the recipient could not immediately verify it. As long as he withheld the latter part of the translation, they would remain oblivious to the authenticity of his rendition. The production process of Moonlight ink, upon thorough examination, proved to be rather uncomplicated, involving merely the amalgamation and simple grinding of various materials. Donald felt uncertain about the rarity of the materials mentioned above, if they were commonplace. The moment they received the translation, they could immediately attempt to create it. A failure or two would be acceptable, but should failures occur consecutively, they might surely suspect the source. For safety's sake, it was unnecessary to tamper with this aspect. Aguff, am I correct? Donald inquired, inscribing words. Yes, please proceed, responded Aguff, who was intently observing how the ancient symbols transformed into familiar characters. Upon hearing Donald speak, he immediately straightened his posture. You previously mentioned that you did not receive the favor of the gods. What did you mean by that? With the translations of both scrolls completed, Donald spoke as he placed 2 sheets of paper before him. During his transaction with Lasteller, he had not declared that Donald could not make a copy for himself. Some might argue that it is against the rules to duplicate the transaction content. After all, it would be equivalent to receiving not just the gifted scroll but also 2 additional scrolls. Indeed, this would contravene the principles of the transaction. Aguff could have easily intervened, asserting that such behavior was illogical and that he had the right to protect his interests. However, The question remained, did he dare to speak up? Let us not forget that the individual before him was not merely Donald Grant, but a genuine demon. Who knows, perhaps such practices were the norm in hell? Moreover, he was engaged in conversation regarding matters of utmost concern to him. If he were to reprimand Donald now, it might lead to displeasure and a cessation of dialogue. Lasteler would surely be elated. What of him? In the end, it would all amount to a futile endeavor. Mr. Lasteler claimed my constitution is rather unique, necessitating caution in the selection of foundational talents, as there are no suitable talent potions within the organization for me. He said, just believe him. How tragic. Donald merely sought to divert the other party's attention, allowing him to accurately transcribe the correct content. He deliberately steered the topic towards matters of concern for August, yet refrained from drawing any conclusions, leaving the meaning of his words ambiguous. However, while the speaker may be careless, the listener remains attentive. Chapter 66. Stirring the flames. Are you suggesting that I truly have no issues? August's emotions surged, his palms gripping the armrest of the chair. His gaze no longer fixed on the contents of the paper. What sort of man is Rastoller, and how much do you truly know about him? I am merely a hired muscle for the Church of Sia. Mr. Rastoller has entrusted me with managing certain external affairs, a collaboration that has spanned 3 years. He is a meticulous and astute individual, executing his plans with impeccable precision. Over these 3 years, I have transitioned from a peripheral believer to one of the core figures, a testament to my extraordinary capabilities. Carefully choosing his words, August spoke of Rastoller with remarkable restraint. Even a man drenched in blood harbors individuals he fears, not out of a fear of physical power, but rather a profound sense of helplessness that arises when confronted by such figures. It is perhaps a learned humility he feels when discussing that person. Even in private. One dares not speak of him, destined to remain forever as Rastoller's footstool. One might sprint and bark in youth, hunting alongside the master, only to later safeguard the home with growing trust. And as one ages further, one is left to the fate of being flayed and boiled. Donald, mercilessly mocking August, observed his reaction. His face flushed, yet he dared not utter more, eventually clenching his hands atop the table. With a hint of disappointment, he furrowed his brow, concluding the second translation and tucking the 2 pages into his pocket, a modest gain, albeit incomplete and of little use. Of course, I am aware. Over these 3 years, I have committed countless sordid acts on his behalf, yet all I have received in return is monetary reward, which is not what I seek. I crave power. Each time I reflect upon the fact that I am akin to those swine who toil mindlessly, I am filled with self-loathing. I must surpass them. Achieve evolution. Yes, evolution. Donald's seemingly indifferent jibe struck a nerve, as the flesh on August's face twitched involuntarily. The mask finally slipped. He laid bare his desires without reservation. Concealing one's yearnings before a demon is folly, and August sought to capture the devil's attention through his own fervor and madness. August referred to himself as a mere enforcer. Rather than a disguise, it was a self-deprecating humility. Could an ordinary thug maintain such intimacy with Jeffrey Rastoller? Could he present a box of precious items to Donald? Undeniably, August's mindset is pathological. His motives for joining the Church of Sia were straightforward. He yearned for evolution, to transcend ordinary humanity. He was willing to do anything for this, even serve as a loyal henchman for 3 years. Had Donald Grant not appeared, he might have continued to wait indefinitely, for he had no other options. Upon realizing his bodily afflictions, he seemed unable to escape Rastoller's grasp. You wish to evolve? You wish to evolve? This statement is truly intriguing. Even if one possesses a talent, what of it? A dog remains a dog, merely capable of barking louder. My dear sir, your complexion flushed visibly, your hands striking the table with fervor, your body leaning forward, panting heavily, and rage etched upon your visage, exuding an aura of ferocity. It is unclear whether this is a deliberate act or a loss of emotional control. Yet one thing is certain. The lives this individual holds are certainly not limited to a mere handful. Anger? You know I speak the truth, deep down. You are acutely aware. Donald stood his ground, his arms gripping the edges of the table, equally leaning forward, his eyes having transformed. This served as a reminder to August that their statuses were not on the same plane. After a tense standoff lasting approximately 5 seconds, August despondently resumed his seat, no longer meeting Donald's gaze. How could he dare to contest with a demon? August, you repeatedly profess your desire for evolution, yet willingly become a dog at another's side. You beseech me, yet I shall never reward another's dog. This encapsulates Donald's true intent to embed a thorn between the two. In truth, This thorn had long existed. The seemingly robust bond of mutual interest was only so under the absence of external influence. Aguff's face was a mask of struggle. Their dialogue was surely at an impasse, prompting Donald to rise and exit the room. The hour was approaching 10 in the evening, and he was wary of a potential reoccurrence of prior surveillance. Stepping outside, the night breeze enveloped him, and he felt a chill creeping up his spine. He was the primary target of Aguff's menacing presence during their confrontation. Once he regained his composure, a sense of unease settled within him. Had a battle erupted, he lacked the confidence to swiftly eliminate Aguff. His intention was merely to sow discord between Laster and Aguff, and the standoff was a natural progression of the situation. For now, this would suffice. Donald did not harbor illusions that his words would lead to enlightenment, resulting in reverence akin to worship. Aguff's pathological mindset did not signify foolishness. It was impossible for one so valued by Laster, who would go so far as to lure him with the bait of talent, to be without merit. In dealing with such individuals, gentle words are utterly futile. Power is paramount. You may not respect me, but you must fear me. Donald could not show weakness before Aguff, absolutely not. Once again, within the dormitory of the academy, daylight broke outside as students gradually made their way to their respective classrooms. Jenny, why do you not like me? Why? We have shared the most intimate of exchanges, so why do you reject me? I wish to care for you. I long to hold you in my embrace. Clutching a crumpled note, a disheveled mane of brown hair framed a wan and haggard face. Despair lingered around her like a specter. Everything was lost. Should her family or the school learn of the events of the previous night, her future would be obliterated. All of this was the fault of that bastard, that scoundrel, that beast. This was her first utterance of profanity, and even if it was merely in her mind, it offered a fleeting sense of relief, quickly overshadowed by a tide of conflicting emotions. Jenny Foster, open the door. I've been waiting outside for an hour, and I'm about to be late for class. My books are still inside. Despite the resounding thud against the door, she remained unmoved. The room was in disarray, a sight she had not had the chance to tidy up, and the evidence of her chaos would surely be uncovered. Damn it. I know you're in there. I can't afford to be late for class. You lunatic, just die already. Her roommate outside, now exasperated, thought that if this weren't a girl's dormitory, she would have certainly called her boyfriend to kick the door down. Die? Will that even resolve anything? Chapter 67. A new trend. The following day, Donald arrived punctually at the Swift office. Sherlock presented him with a translation task, which had once again taken on a fragmented form. Donald sat in his chair, holding a pen that was, in reality, manipulated by an invisible servant. Each stroke was executed with varying precision, occasionally veering off course. This served as daily practice in mastering control over the unseen aid. Given the inherent sluggishness of translation, his scribbles on the draft would go unnoticed, merely passing as musings during contemplation. Sherlock, what purpose do these serve? He inquired, glancing at a collection of items arrayed on the desk before him, reminiscent of apparatus from a bygone laboratory. There were graduated glass beakers, slender stirring rods, and crucibles, all showing signs of prior use. These are tools I've recently employed for my experiments. Do refrain from tampering with them, particularly the mechanical devices on the right. They are delicate instruments I acquired at considerable expense. Should you damage one, you shall reimburse me at double the price. Mechanical devices? Donald's gaze shifted towards the right, where indeed a wooden box housed several amber-colored contraptions, their tops resembling miniature launchers. What are these? His curiosity piqued at the sight of such novel inventions. Crown batteries, perhaps you have not heard of them? Sherlock remarked, stuffing the last morsel of bread into his mouth. Lately, he had grown accustomed to Donald bringing him breakfast, to the extent that he would refuse entry if the meal were not provided. Donald had repeatedly insisted that the cost of breakfast should be covered separately. Yet he feigned ignorance time and again. I must admit, I have not heard of them. Huh, they are batteries. Surely you have heard of those? Donald rose from his seat, peering towards the box. While he knew the term, he had never encountered batteries contained within. The objects were metallic cylinders, palm-sized, featuring a silver, gyroscope-like protrusion at the top, with several unidentifiable wires connecting both ends, flanked by two metal paddles. In fact, batteries had already come into existence in this era. Just yesterday, he had read about such inventions in a contemporary magazine at the corner bookstore, highlighting that electric power was becoming a trending topic in more progressive metropolises. However, in smaller towns like Puston, batteries remained largely unknown to the general populace, which explained why Sherlock had to invest significantly to procure them. How does one use this? It's palm-sized. There's no place to insert it, is there? Donald's perception of batteries lingered on their former utility and remote controls. What sort of remote would accommodate an object of this size? Insert. Why would you need to insert it? It serves an alternative function. Very well. Considering you have a special task ahead, I shall grant you a demonstration. Observe closely. This device is crucial. Picking up the spherical object from the iron tray beside the fireplace, he walked to the table, gently tossing it in his hand. He placed the contents of the box onto the table, a metal half-height box, a collection of small components, and a glass bottle containing approximately 140 milliliters of a pale yellow liquid. This is. Donald gazed intently at the transparent bottle marked with a measuring scale, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. If you dare suggest that the liquid within is urine, my demonstration will come to an abrupt end. This is no jest. Yet, as he uttered these words, a smirk played on his lips. So, what exactly is this liquid? Holding a battery in his hand, he rose from the chair to offer his boss a seat. I acquired it from the underground market. The seller claimed it is specifically intended for the preparation and separation of materials. Soon, we can distill the genuine substance using a spirit lamp. But you must refrain from inquiring further about the materials. These are secrets I will not divulge. Pouring the liquid into the metal box, he placed the spherical object inside, which Donald observed closely. It was a desiccated eyeball, utterly bizarre. A desiccated eagle's eye? Ah, your memory serves you well. It's impressive that you recall it after all these days. Have you been secretly taking notes? Impossible. It's merely due to the peculiarity of this item. I translated it and retained an impression after a single glance. The only material Donald could recall from previous translations was indeed the desiccated eagle's eye. A strange curiosity, indeed. Not particularly odd, I suppose. I once encountered a dozen or so desiccated fly larvae while shopping, quite sizable, allegedly cultivated with great care. Nonsense. Do you think it could truly be derived from dog excrement? No, that would be repulsive. When Sherlock paused, Donald felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, his words were rather alarming. Enough of that. I assure you I shall no longer inquire about the materials. I just drank milk, please. Donald covered his mouth, retching slightly. Must we discuss such matters right after breakfast? That's more like it. Please hand me the Phillips screwdriver from the box. Observing his assistant's discomfort, Sherlock could not suppress his smile. He used the screwdriver to detach the two clips on the edge of the battery, wrapping brass wire into a coil at the tip, which he then inserted into the small holes at either end of the metal box, something Donald had not seen before. He retrieved several semicircular rings from a nearby small box and encircled the circular openings, which Donald noted were black rubber gaskets. Next came the switch. Observe. Pressing a small button on the battery's center, a clicking sound emanated from within, followed by the liquid in the metal box beginning to swirl. While the desiccated eagle's eye remained unchanged for the moment. Electrolyzed water? Isn't that what is used to produce? With his limited knowledge of chemistry, gleaned from his humanities background, Donald could only recall a few simple chemical equations as he observed Sherlock's serious demeanor. Something about this felt off. Had I known earlier, I would have diligently pursued the study of mathematics and the sciences, becoming a scientist of considerable renown in this vast world, endowed with a visionary intellect. Oh, how intriguing it is to imagine. In the deeply religious atmosphere of the Ryan Empire, the pursuit of scientific knowledge is still in its nascent stages. Regrettably, Donald is destined not to be a pioneer. Perhaps he might only flutter his wings ever so slightly. What are you talking about? What are you producing? This is merely the first step. The desiccated eagle eye is the primary material, and the genuine output involves numerous intricate processes. Look here. Does this liquid not contain some additional substances? Leaning in closer, with heads nearly touching, he and Sherlock observed that within the medicinal concoction, the desiccated eagle eye was indeed surrounded by some dark particulate matter. Is this science? Donald scratched the back of his head, unsure whether this was a result of electrolysis, the potion's effects, or a unique phenomenon arising from their combination. What truly matters is the substance emerging now, though the collection process is rather cumbersome. Donald, do you have time to further your studies in experimental science? Those skilled in potion preparation are quite sought after in the market. It was evident that Sherlock, too, was a novice, his excitement over the successful experiment surpassing even Donald's. Most individuals lack scientific knowledge, a limitation of the era. The widespread education remains an issue. Science has been birthed, yet myriad forces constrain its advancement. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that a wave of human ingenuity is surging forth, gradually transforming certain entrenched aspects of society. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Donald was attempting to coax Sherlock into articulating the purpose of their recent findings when he was interrupted. A new assignment? No. It pertains to the special work you are to undertake this afternoon. Organize the documents you have translated and ensure they remain out of public view. It is unclear when it occurred, but Donald had shed the title of an outsider. He was now regarded as an insider. Hello, I am Marcelo Blaze, a reporter for the Mystique Journal. I did not anticipate that Detective Swift would be so remarkably young and accomplished. Dressed impeccably, he held a notebook in his left hand, scrutinizing Donald from head to toe. No, I am not a detective. I am merely Donald Grant, an assistant. Mr. Grant's demeanor hardly befits that of an assistant, Marcelo remarked, possessing unwavering confidence in his perceptive abilities as a journalist. Chapter 68. Interview. The purpose of Marcelo Blaze's visit was to investigate supernatural cases. Has the incident at the Ranfando farm been disseminated? First, please have a seat, for Donald was not entirely grasping the current situation. Yesterday morning, Myrina Bartley surrendered at the police station, confessing her involvement in the infamous rooftop dismemberment case. Although the news was promptly suppressed, those present at the station that day heard her admission, which has now escalated into a major event in Preston City. Hence, I reached out to the Mystical Gazette. As Sherlock tidied up the utensils on the table, he greeted the journalist and then turned to whisper. So, you intend to reveal everything to them? To announce one's connection to the rooftop dismemberment case at this juncture would surely attract the police's attention. Is the water meter at home due for payment? The emergence of a new perpetrator in a cold case would undoubtedly cause turmoil at the police station, leaving them to grapple with how to explain this to the public. Did they inadvertently overlook a suspect? That would invite scorn, especially after the recent spate of missing girls, which has already caused enough embarrassment. To suddenly claim a breakthrough would be akin to undermining the sheriff who initially handled the case. Despite his integrity, he would likely wish to have a word over coffee. What does that have to do with my water meter? I never suggested you disclose everything. Simply inform him about the blood beast. But do not mention our involvement in the case. We are merely concerned citizens, Mr. Grant and Mr. Swift. No, that name must remain concealed as well. It seems Sherlock, too, is wary of the police's inquiry. Indeed, the office harbors secrets that are not easily explained. What about these desiccated eagle eyes? Shall we brew tea with them? Boss, why invite trouble if you wish to avoid it? Are you simply idle, seeking to occupy your time? Perhaps you should practice your marksmanship. Despite having purchased a firearm and firing over 100 rounds, the actual hits number less than 20. Do you recall the case of the missing girls I mentioned? They are the chroniclers of the entire affair, privy to considerable insider information. Moreover, they are aware of numerous peculiar incidents occurring within Preston City. Cultivating a good rapport with them is undoubtedly wise. Thus, I have decided to appoint you as my spokesperson to converse with Mr. Marcelo Blaze. How did I become the spokesperson? Furthermore, it is only now that you inform me of this after the fact. Are you not concerned I might let something slip? Indeed, I am concerned. But are you not apprehensive about being discovered? Yes. Then proceed with caution. A boss who lacks trust in his employees renders them invisible, while one who places too much trust can be overwhelming. This is no longer a mere exercise. It is real-world engagement. Sherlock directly conveyed to Marcelo Blaze that the information had been compiled by Donald, advising him to approach Donald for any inquiries. To this, Blaze nodded without hesitation, indicating his readiness for an extensive discussion with Donald, the assistant. Wait, I suggest you conduct the interview outside, as the information provided this time must remain confidential. Staying in the office for too long might draw attention from certain individuals, and I certainly do not wish to attract the police's notice. As the two took their seats, Donald was still organizing his thoughts when Sherlock indicated that he would take them outside to converse, clearly wishing to distance himself from the matter. Not a problem. We often interview individuals who prefer to remain anonymous. The Mystique Report respects the personal privacy of its interviewees. Given the nature of our content, our subjects frequently include notable figures, so basic confidentiality is assured. Boss, does this count as an official outing? What about the expenses? A silver coin clinked as it was tossed into Donald's hand. A shilling. That should suffice for your meals. Ensure this matter is handled well, and you shall have the afternoon off. Sherlock contemplated handling materials at home. He certainly could not endure the presence of two distractions. Having received the funds, he had little to complain about and followed Marcelo Blaze outside. As for the location of the interview, the reporter suggested a nearby CAF, an ideal setting for dialogue. Mr. Grant, you are not an ordinary individual, are you? The reporter's inquiry was somewhat abrupt. Donald paused for a moment, quickly realizing that the other party was not hinting at his peculiar identity, but rather discussing something else. I previously attended Goto University, where I studied religious studies. I suspected as much. Your aura does not resemble that of a mere assistant. Religious studies. It is no wonder that Detective Swift would assign you to this interview. Most supernatural cases entail a religious component. And those criminals often seek to cloak their actions in a veneer of spirituality, perhaps to render their deeds less absurd. What is your perspective on this? Interviewing is an art. One must open the dialogue to facilitate better communication, especially in a one-on-one setting. It is merely a pretext for their malevolence, or perhaps a means to enhance their notoriety. The term religious serial killer is far more striking than merely serial killer. Wouldn't you agree? Haha. Mr. Grant, you possess a delightful sense of humor. Our views align closely. I have a premonition that this will be a successful interview. Even if opinions diverged, one must feign agreement. Such was a rehearsed response, for how else could the interview progress? Throughout the ensuing conversation, Blaze subtly steered the topic toward the Ranfando farm, probing Donald's stance, yet Donald was equally adept in discussion. He refrained from mentioning the occurrences at Ranfando farm. It was better to nip the source in the bud from the outset. The rooftop dismemberment incident from years past was likely not the result of a creature's spontaneous actions, but rather a deed committed by Myrena Bartley to preserve her youth. Donald omitted any mention of altering appearances, as that would implicate the Bartley father and daughter, which was strictly prohibited according to their prior agreement. Thank you for your cooperation. This content is poised to become a recent sensation, particularly regarding the case of the Ranfando farm. At this juncture, we have no further information to share. We had previously assured Detective Swift that the newspaper would honor its commitment, and should any unusual details arise, we welcome correspondence at any time. After nearly 2 hours of conversation, Donald's coffee had long since been replaced by lemonade. Of course, if there is anything, I indeed have a matter to discuss. A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, prompting Donald to immediately shift the topic. Chapter 69. The debate within the newspaper office. Records of past events are meticulously compiled and archived for the convenience of the editors. According to Mr. Grant, this incident is likely to attract attention. However, I am unable to present the information to you immediately, as organizing the material will require approximately a day's time. Shall we reconvene tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock here? At the entrance of the CAF, Marcelo Blaze glanced at the overflowing notes, tucking his fountain pen into his pocket. Beyond the interview, a transactional relationship had also formed between them. 8 o'clock will suit me. I shall be finishing my work then, and the office is merely 5 minutes away. I hope you do not mind if I arrive a few minutes late. The transaction between them was independent. Donald was to pay 10 shillings to procure from Blaze the special event records pertaining to incidents that transpired in Preston City between June 13th and June 22nd. Naturally, this was not a mere assortment of newspapers or editorials, but rather materials meticulously curated by the journalist before him, highlighting only those instances deemed exceptional. When asked what constituted such exceptional instances, Donald expressed that a seasoned reporter from a sensationalist publication should possess at least that level of discernment to remain in the profession. A prepayment of 5 shillings was arranged, with the remaining 5 to be settled upon completion and delivery of the documents. 10 shillings was no trifling sum. Especially for a newspaper reporter, Marcelo Blaze's monthly salary likely did not exceed 2 gold pounds, rendering this amount a considerable fraction of his earnings. After bidding farewell to the journalist, Donald, adhering to Sherlock's advice, opted to utilize the ensuing time at his discretion by visiting the Grand Library within Preston City. He still held sketches of items stored in the bank, and with time at his disposal, he saw no reason not to investigate further. Preston City boasted several libraries. Yet when it came to the rarity of their collections, the private libraries of the aristocracy, though few, were undoubtedly the most exquisite. However, given Donald's current status, it seemed unlikely he would ever gain entry to such exclusive venues. His only option was the public library. These institutions were predominantly established within the confines of higher educational establishments. During this era, libraries had yet to evolve into structures accessible to the masses. Their existence primarily served a select segment of society. A person clad in loose-fitting attire and lacking in dignified appearance was deemed unworthy of entering a library. A widely accepted notion. Had his former mentors been aware of this circumstance, they might have commended him for his enthusiasm for learning. As the child of a humble grocer couple, gaining admission to such a university must have required some maneuvering on the part of the Grants. The stone monument encircled by flower beds bore the inscription Goto University, and it stood before a statue of an elderly man with a beard, whom Donald presumed to be the headmaster or a venerable educator. Upon stepping into the college, memories surged forth with clarity. The verdant trees and red walls forming a backdrop to the few recollections that lingered from the moment he regained consciousness in the sewers. For the predecessors, this place could indeed be considered a second home. Following the fire at the grocery store, its significance has been elevated even further. Now, as Donald strolls through the campus of Godot University, he still feels a comforting sensation rising from within. Hey, are you all just spouting nonsense here? Have you not seen the statue at the entrance? The second head of the Fabre family, an investor in Godot University. One of the industrial magnates of Preston City. Shouldn't knowledge reign supreme above all else? Then tell me, where do you go after graduating from Godot University? Do you all remain here, buried in your studies? Don't make me laugh. As Donald walks halfway, he notices a large group of students gathered on a lawn, centered around what appears to be a makeshift platform. Someone stands atop it, clutching a paper tube to their lips, utilizing it as a makeshift megaphone. An academic debate, perhaps? Yet, the topic seems rather provocative. The individual on the platform is a young man, impeccably dressed, with 3 gemstone rings adorning his fingers. Unmistakably hailing from a wealthy family, he stands confidently at the center, surveying the surrounding students. Donald indeed hears the words he has just uttered, regardless of his thoughts. The plainly dressed students around him cannot accept them. Listen, this is what the so-called elite have to say nowadays. Can such a person be deemed a gentleman? We all know of Davis Robert. His family owns 5 large textile factories, a prominent textile tycoon in Preston City. But what of it? His soul has been eroded by wealth, and the very air he exhales reeks of the stench of money. Amidst the crowd, a tall youth, dressed neatly and impeccably, vehemently rebuts. His words quickly resonate with those nearby, creating a swell of voices. Humph, you are all fools, fools. You speak of academia and advancements of the era, but who truly propels progress? Is it not the doers? The young man is rather intriguing, remaining on the platform, defiantly locking eyes with others, undeterred by the absence of supporters. TSK, young man, quite interesting indeed. Without delving into who is right or wrong. At least there is bravery in contention, in speaking out, and that is commendable. This is evident from the ruckus they have stirred, yet no faculty members have intervened. Donald even observes several elders nearby, engaging in similar discussions. A bunch of mud-legged peasants daring to oppose our young master, Robert? Bring it on. Suddenly, a group of young men rushes in, wielding sticks, swiftly dispersing the crowd. Davis Robert, you are nothing but a crude barbarian. Fellow students, let us depart. Someone in the crowd exclaims, clearly attributing all the chaos to Davis Robert. Brother, how did we do? Impressive, right? I guarantee that group of peasants won't dare trouble you again. You have truly done well. Regardless of the validity of his argument, it has now become erroneous. Chapter 70. The farce of the junior. The curtain fell on the disheartening departure of Davis Roberts as Donald arrived at the library of Godot University, clutching several hefty tomes. He sought a quiet corner within the library, placing his personal notes beside him, ever ready to take down insights. Being a university library, it buzzed with students engrossed in their studies during the tranquil twilight hour, often gathered in small clusters, jotting notes, exchanging thoughts, and sharing reflections. At present, Donald was curious about the significance of the items residing in the suitcase at the bank: an amber ring, a half-complete emblem of a unified star and eye, and a fragment of metallic building block. Look over there at that handsome guy. I've never seen him around campus before, a girl named Shurice exclaimed, her gaze directed at Donald from across the room. Is he really that impressive? Haven't you had enough of the men at the academy? Honestly, I'm a scholar. As Shurice flipped through the pages of her book, she was busy preparing for the upcoming periodic assessments at the academy. He is different, she insisted. Having experienced real-life challenges, coupled with an air of intellectuality, he indeed stood apart from the surrounding youthful students. Different? What? Does he have an extra hand or leg? Senior? Upon raising her head and catching sight of Donald, recognition dawned upon her, and she blurted out, Senior? We'll be graduating next year. And there's no one with such charisma among our cohort. He was a student from the previous year in the religious studies department. I sought his guidance on topics related to it. Suddenly struck by a realization, Shurice grew increasingly uncertain, eventually awkwardly tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Oh my, you're an economics major, yet your research somehow relates to religious studies? Calling him senior with such familiarity, there must be a special circumstance. Don't be absurd. He is married. It would be improper to speak of it. Donald Grant had been married while still in school, a fact he had disclosed to her directly. So you've even investigated that he has a wife? What of it? There are plenty of divorced individuals nowadays. Oh, but your family situation hardly allows you to pursue a divorced man. Within mere exchanges, Donald was transformed into a divorced man in their discourse. Why not go say hello? One of them urged, and without hesitation, Charisse indeed rose to approach Donald. Meanwhile, Donald had just turned to a pivotal section of his book, uncovering that the emblem of the unified star and eye represented the Silver Moon Church. The insignia of the church devoted to the Lady of the Silver Moon depicted a pair of eyes surrounded by stars. The illustration in the book mirrored precisely the left half of the emblem he possessed. Why would the emblem of the Silver Moon Church appear among the items of his predecessor? Were they remnants of his parents? Or perhaps belongings acquired from elsewhere by his predecessor? The book describes the Silver Moon Church as an officially recognized Orthodox institution, venerating Lady Surin of the Silver Moon. Beyond this, there is little valuable information regarding its doctrines. Senior? A girl's voice jolted Donald from his contemplation. He looked up to see a girl with a fishtail braid sitting across from him. Ah, Shireth, you're here too? After glancing around to confirm the absence of others and realizing she was indeed addressing him, Donald's gaze fell upon the notebook in her hands, which bore her signature. I'm so glad you remember me, Senior. There's a quiz coming up, so I came to the library to review. What about you? Donald was taken aback. He had no recollection of this girl. Unsure of how to respond without revealing his unfamiliarity, what if she was a close friend of his predecessor? He forced himself to engage in conversation. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. Senior, you truly are knowledgeable. Actually, there is something I wanted to tell you. I've gathered some information regarding the matter you asked me to look into, but you've never come to find me. You told me to wait for you. And I've kept my promise. Donald, who was discreetly closing his book to conceal the content he had read, froze. Had his predecessor indeed asked this girl to investigate something? It dawned on him that his predecessor was not one to simply accept the status quo. Is that so? That is wonderful. Shall we discuss it here? Donald was eager not to miss any information at this moment. I've noted the details in my notebook. Let us go to my dormitory. I'll show you. Isn't that inappropriate? The girls' dormitory. Though Donald was tempted to go, he feared being chased away by the dorm matron with a broom. You misunderstand. What I mean is, you wait for me beneath the dormitory. There is a garden nearby. His cheeks flushed. The former senior would never have spoken this way. Had she truly emerged from the shadows? This was delightful. Well, you two just exchanged greetings and are already seeking a private moment? How sad for us. Go on, sisters. We support you. With a dinner to silence a few friends, Shireth led Donald to the vicinity of the girls' dormitory. Seated on a bench in the garden, Donald gazed at the flower bed. His recent library visit had yielded only the information about the Silver Moon Church, which he initially deemed a failure. Yet, unexpectedly, this girl had accepted a commission from his predecessor. His predecessor had tasked Shireth with investigating the fire at the grocery store. And the reason for choosing her was that her father was a sheriff at the Preston Police Department. Furthermore, his predecessor had explicitly instructed Shireth that if he did not come to find her himself, she was not to visit his home with any findings. Senior, here is what you wanted. I sneaked a look at my father's discarded report. It was meant to be destroyed recently, but I salvaged a portion. As the involved party, you have the right to know the truth, but you must keep it confidential from others. A neatly folded piece of paper, adorned with elegant handwriting, must have been meticulously transcribed by Charisse. Ah, Charisse, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance. This paper holds significant value for me. Should you ever find yourself in need of help, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Donald is not blind. He can discern Charisse's interest in him, and it is likely that this very aspect has been exploited by his predecessor. Chapter 71. The hidden truth of the fire incident at the grocery store is shrouded in numerous mysteries. The document provided by Shelley's, while not exhaustive, is undeniably crucial. The conflagration occurred at midnight on July 9, 1815, when the Grant couple's grocery store ignited, spiraling out of control within a mere 30 minutes. This rapid escalation can be attributed to two factors. The grocery store was situated in a typical residential area lacking adequate fire safety measures, and being the midnight hour, most residents were sound asleep. Furthermore, the fire spread so swiftly that by the time the police arrived, the store was nearly reduced to ashes. The subsequent police report is particularly intriguing. Shelley's, this original report is certainly not an official document, is it? Donald inquired. holding the paper that confirmed for him it was not an internal report from the police department. Certain details were far too meticulous. Indeed, the extraordinary level of detail raises questions, especially after the case attracted the attention of other forces. How did the senior know this? That report is my father's manuscript. He habitually composes a report for every case he handles, preserving them for future reference when similar cases arise. Shelley's, sitting beside Donald, gazed at him in astonishment. It is far too colloquial. An official written report would not be so informal. I assume you didn't inject your own thoughts while transcribing it? Just fabricate an excuse to brush it off. Why is there a gap from the discovery onwards? Oh, I see. The redactions indicate that there was indeed content previously, which was intentionally erased later. Even in private manuscripts, the avoidance of certain disclosures reinforces the denial found in the death certificate stored at the bank, suggesting it is not mere conjecture. There were indeed other forces at play, powerful enough to compel the sheriff to make alterations. Human law? Divine will? 8 words. 2 questions, profound implications. So, is there significant information? Shelley's was keenly interested in the intelligence she had diligently gathered. Yes, and quite a lot. It has provided me with much insight. Shelley's, although I have mentioned this before, I must reiterate that this matter must remain confidential, known only to the 2 of us. Donald solemnly tucked away the paper, mentally noting its contents. Of course, this is a secret between the 2 of us, Senior. I shall assist you. What are effective ways to foster closer relationships? Offering gifts? Uttering kind words? Creating a secret known solely to both parties is one of the best methods, as this exclusive secret becomes a unique bond in the relationship. Shelley's currently finds herself in this very situation. She perceives a sense of camaraderie with Donald, prompting her instinctively to consider his needs. Indeed, this scenario may encompass emotions such as compassion. And if one were to identify who is most affected by the grocery store fire, it would undoubtedly be the son of the Grant couple. There exists no rationale that could deter a child who has lost their parents from seeking to comprehend the circumstances surrounding their demise. Thank you. I shall remember this kindness. Cherise, does the main academic building of Godot University possess a rooftop? As Donald spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon several dark figures atop the distant building. Has the senior forgotten? The rooftop is not merely a terrace, it also harbors a small garden, replete with flora cultivated by various departments. Why the sudden inquiry? Cherise, gathering her hair, occasionally let her eyes linger on Donald's face. She murmured a response, only to realize the awkwardness of the moment. She turned away, diverting the conversation. Yet, her previously flushed cheeks turned pale in an instant. Could it be that someone truly jumped? Donald's eyes remained fixed in that direction. He had harbored a foreboding sense, feeling that the outermost figure was perilously close to the edge of the rooftop. To his astonishment, at the moment Cherise turned, that figure suddenly leaped forward, plunging headfirst. Senior, let us investigate. As the daughter of the sheriff, Cherise's instinctive reaction was not to retreat, but to hasten towards the scene. Donald glanced at his pocket watch, 5:30, and swiftly followed suit. Such incidents undoubtedly draw attention, especially when the location is the main academic building of Godot University. Although classes had concluded, students still traversed the area. As anticipated, upon their arrival, the site was cordoned off, with a cacophony of voices buzzing from the crowd. Cherise, are you certain you wish to enter? The building towers several dozen meters high. A jump from the rooftop, head first, would surely be a nightmare to behold. The screams from the front rows were ample testimony to this fact. Donald preferred to maintain his distance from such occurrences. He had no desire to intrude simply for the sake of curiosity, only to find himself sleepless that night. Given the current uproar, a professional team would surely arrive shortly to address the situation. Alas, who was it that perished? Why choose to leap from the building, and why our academic institution? Was the individual a student of Godot University? Nearby, newcomers eagerly sought to glean information. It is said that a female student from the economics department lingered on the rooftop for quite some time, and neither the dean nor the professors could dissuade her. Why did she jump? The reasons must be complex. At this juncture, their conversation halted, and the 2 pressed forward, as if they might miss something significant by not witnessing it firsthand. Do continue your discourse. Chapter 72. Sweet Cicely A. Cordon had been established, and the crowd was separated by the police who had arrived in response to the report. Donald ultimately stood atop a nearby flower bed, casting a distant gaze. From the murmurs of those around him, he gleaned some fragmented and uncertain information. Some claimed the deceased was a student from the economics department, while others insisted she belonged to the art department. However, it was confirmed that she was indeed a female student. The cause of death was evidently a fall, headfirst to the ground, resulting in a state akin to a shattered pumpkin. Coming from a modest background, it seemed her family had recently encountered difficulties, with rumors hinting at themes of seeking help and being followed. It was suggested that her leap was prompted by deteriorating mental health. These were merely discussions among the onlookers, and their veracity remained unverified. After waiting on the periphery of the crowd for about half an hour, Donald finally spotted the earlier crowd member, Sheeris, re-emerging. Her eyes were swollen and red, indicating she had been weeping. "I'm sorry, senior. The incident over there involves one of my classmates, and I might not have time to accompany you to the cafeteria today. I need to take some classmates to handle matters within our department. Our advisor is waiting for us." Ginny usually has a cheerful disposition. There must be something amiss regarding her death. As Sherry spoke, her emotions surged dramatically. Indeed, it was inconceivable that a blossoming young woman would choose such a tragic end without underlying issues. Consciously avoiding a meeting between Sheeris and Infinity, Donald considered that Sheeris was unaware of their connection. Should Infinity inquire about her as a wife, it was possible that secrets would be inadvertently revealed. 17, Shangshu Street. "I've noted it. Farewell, senior." She departed in a hurried gait, while the crowd continued to converge. Tragedy strikes at Goto University. Young woman takes her life. Donald could already surmise the headline that would grace the newspapers the following day. Akin to hyenas catching a whiff of fresh blood. "Sir, 5 pence. All right." Infinity was home, having just reached the door to unlock it when the sounds of children filled the air, momentarily halting Donald in his tracks. "Children are here?" He removed his coat, holding it in hand, and made his way along the corridor to the living room door. Inside, Infinity sat surrounded by 5 children, each likely under the age of 10. Some were scribbling with pencils, others read aloud from books, while a little boy beside Infinity busily inserted blocks into a framework on the table. As Donald appeared at the threshold of the living room, Infinity noticed him immediately. It struck him that, to this day, he remained unaware of Infinity's external occupation. Given the current scene, was she perhaps a preschool teacher? "The parents of these children are occupied and asked me to assist with their care. Typically, they would go to Mrs. Mary S. house, but she has guests today and cannot accommodate them, so they came here instead. Is that all right with you?" "I have no objections. Will these children be having dinner at home?" This era lacks delivery services. "Yes, the parents are running a bit late today, and I have some ingredients at home. Could you please help me look after these children? I need to head to the kitchen." The coat hung on the coat rack by the living room door. He raised his hand to unfasten the button at his neck, taking the place of Miss Infinite, while observing the several children. Before long, a distinct aroma wafted from the kitchen, not the scent of meat, but rather that of herbal spices. Although his mind held no recollection of such a fragrance, Donald's body responded with an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered it countless times before. Sweet basil, he mused, certain that Miss Infinite would be preparing a dish infused with it. Before he could fully grasp the essence of the scent, a little girl beside him promptly identified its source. "Sister, what is sweet basil? Could you enlighten me?" He gently inquired as he patted the head of the small girl next to him. "Uncle Grant, have you forgotten my name?" "Uncle?" A pang struck Donald's heart. He had only recently graduated from university, yet here he was, labeled as uncle. Time's relentless passage truly is merciless. Sweet basil is a spice that enhances the flavor of dishes, making them delightful. "Whenever we visited Uncle Grant's house, we always had it," she explained eagerly. "Ah, Cyril, I was just about to say that. Why did you steal my words? Isn't it because you're too foolish? All you ever think about is eating. You probably forgot what sweet basil is." The 2 children began to bicker over who possessed the knowledge of sweet basil, while Donald could only offer soft words of comfort from the sidelines, recognizing that this dispute was, in essence, a consequence of his presence. Before dinner, 2 parents arrived to collect their children, and Donald stepped out to greet them, sensing from their demeanor that this was not their first encounter. The remaining children's parents came around 8 o'clock, after dinner, dressed modestly, likely belonging to the working class. Both parents had to toil for a living, entrusting their children to such daycare services. "Miss Infinite, I'm taking a break," he stated simply as he helped clear the table, then ascended the stairs, just like any ordinary couple. "Very well." A book and a box awaited him. The book served to pass the time, while the contents of the box were intended for use that evening. Chapter 73, Dream Inquiry, Sweet-Scented Grass. A rare spice due to its limited production locations is seldom seen in its dried and ground form in the common market. It is primarily reserved for the elite, as nobles and capitalists find it utterly irresistible. The reasons for its immense popularity are manifold. The average populace is only aware that adding sweet-scented grass to meat dishes, whether sautéed or stewed, enhances the food's flavor, significantly stimulating the appetite. However, connoisseurs often mention its secondary effect, promoting restful sleep, while it merely enhances culinary taste. Akin to substitute spices or seasonings that can achieve similar results if proportioned correctly, the true value lies in its subsequent effects. Incorporating sweet-scented grass into soups results in pronounced soporific effects. Generally, consuming a small bowl suffices for a comfortable slumber, impervious to the tempestuous weather outside. For those in high society, burdened by work and social obligations, suffering from poor sleep due to mental strain, this remedy surpasses any pharmaceutical solution. Drinking soup, after all, is far more palatable than taking medicine, as it does not evoke the feeling of being an ailing patient. Yet these two benefits are merely superficial. Not long after dining, Donald began to feel drowsy, but his meditation and spell-casting exercises were not yet complete. Recalling the tea gifted by Cain Antoine, he prepared a cup for himself. This method of brewing was learned from Miss Audrey Bartley. Agile thinking is indeed a gift suited for wizards, though, like the clock meditation technique previously acquired, it comes with limitations. The primary condition mirrors that of the clock meditation. One must ensure the presence of mental energy. The rationale differs. It is said that the ordinary human brain cannot accommodate the enhancement of agile thinking. Forcing the activation of such a talent could result in severe cerebral damage. It is akin to installing a supercar engine in an ordinary vehicle, not an upgrade, but an act of destruction. Wizards, conversely, after meditation, find their brains capable of withstanding greater demands, allowing them to distribute some of the effects across their mental faculties, thereby preventing excessive strain while simultaneously enhancing their cognitive abilities. For wizards, this talent is undoubtedly invaluable. The remaining challenge lies in the creation of this potion. The list of ingredients contains numerous terms, each with distinct states upon entering the potion, leaving no room for error. Otherwise, the final product may prove ineffective or even harmful. After all, to others, Donald is perceived as a scholar of religious studies, far removed from the realm of scientific experimentation. He put away the scroll and picked up the potion designed to aid in meditation, a conical glass vessel with a simple flip top. Within, a small quantity of pale blue liquid was visible. During their transaction, August had specifically mentioned the usage of these potions, a sip before each meditation session. Approximately half a bottle's worth. The scroll for the clock meditation method lay nestled within the covers, and at present, he was unable to engage in solitary meditation independent of the clock illustrations on the scroll. He was reluctant to spend an entire night sprawled across the table. Once or twice might suffice, but to repeat this daily would likely lead to a protest from his neck, even as his mental fortitude grew. Thus, he resolved to retire to bed first before delving into the meditation scroll. This way, he could ensure that the deep slumber following his meditation would transition him directly to the comfort of his bed. The material of the meditation scroll was supple, impervious to damage from his unconscious movements. Donald was confident he did not possess the habit of midnight snacking. After approximately 3 minutes, a sense of unreality enveloped him, and his eyelids gradually descended. The meditation typically lasted between 2 to 3 hours, and ordinarily, fatigue would lead him to drift into sleep immediately afterward. However, this night was different. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a dim glow in the bedroom, and Donald had never been one to draw the curtains, for he disliked absolute darkness. How could he be unable to sleep? With his eyes wide open, he gazed at the ceiling, pondering this conundrum, feeling no trace of drowsiness, despite having felt an overwhelming urge to sleep when he first ascended the stairs. Meditation did not invigorate him. Rather, it seemed to induce slumber. At this hour, he should have been asleep. Was the anomaly due to the enhancing potion he had consumed earlier? Or perhaps the invigorating tea had been too effective? Suddenly, a click echoed through the room, jolting Donald from his reverie. Someone was attempting to open the bedroom door. He refrained from making any noise, striving to maintain silence. With his left hand, he carefully rolled the scroll and tucked it into his waistband, concealing it beneath his pajamas, while his right hand stealthily retrieved a handgun from beneath his pillow, gripping it tightly. He assumed a posture of feigned slumber, tilting his head slightly toward the door. Squinting his eyes, the lock of the door emitted a crisp, disconcerting sound. Infinitas. Grant. Grant. The pitch of her voice rose steadily as Infinitas approached the bedside. As she neared, her voice regained its normal volume. She placed an object on the bedside table and proceeded to move a chair beside the desk. Seizing the opportunity, Donald opened his eyes wider. What could she possibly be up to? Infinitas was fully dressed, devoid of any weaponry, and by all accounts, this was not a nocturnal ambush. His gaze swept quickly to the items on the bedside table. The dim lighting barely illuminated a square box, casting a significant shadow alongside a small, previously unnoticed rounded object. A peculiar fragrance began to waft around the bedside, prompting Donald to hold his breath as he quietly disengaged the safety on his firearm. Seating herself on the chair beside the bed, Infinitas placed the square box on her lap and seemed to press a button, producing a rustling sound. July 10th. 21st Dream Inquiry, commencing. As she spoke to herself, a wave of anxiety washed over Donald, lying on the bed. Chapter 74. The failed interrogation. Sweetgrass occupies an irreplaceable position in certain special concoctions, such as the widely utilized dream-inducing elixirs in various churches, as well as the unique formulation designed specifically for interrogation, known as the Dream Inquiry Agent. Pure sweetgrass merely enhances sleep quality and elevates the flavors of food. But when mixed with a particular aerosol, it induces a hypnotic effect akin to somniloquy, utterly genuine and impossible to feign. This was a notion that Donald never anticipated. The scent of sweetgrass is strikingly distinctive, drawing immediate attention. Just as when Donald was in the living room, its use is unmistakable and cannot be concealed. Those familiar with sweetgrass, especially in specific contexts, would instinctively hold their breath and ventilate the area upon detecting its aroma. A minor inhalation would not yield dire consequences. In truth, had his mind been more perceptive, he might have grasped the peculiar information conveyed by the child. For instance, each time she visited his home, Infinite incorporated sweetgrass into her culinary creations. Sweetgrass is not a commonplace ingredient, unaffordable for ordinary households. Of course, it was too late for such realizations. Lying in bed next to Infinite, Donald was utterly at a loss regarding his next course of action. Any misstep would lead to his exposure. Donald Grant. Has the Shia Church recently undertaken any special operations? The very first question sent tumultuous waves through Donald's seemingly tranquil facade. She had long been aware of the cult's existence. She had always known that Donald Grant had joined the cult. Donald was astounded to discover that their prior activities were well within their grasp. He had assumed that at least the cult's dealings were unknown to them. It now appeared likely that they were thoroughly informed about the contents of the bank. Albeit constrained by the necessity of his personal presence to retrieve them, and perhaps because his former self still held value for them, they had refrained from taking action. Why then had they not prevented his former self from performing the exorcism ritual? Had they merely overlooked it? The 21st interrogation, when did it commence? After the marriage contract was signed? Once a month? No wonder she had not alluded to it in her words these past few days. It was a cunning tactic. Donald was uncertain why he remained lucid today, but this clarity was pivotal. Should he falter once more, all would be lost. His secrets might be unveiled in their entirety, including the knowledge and abilities he had suddenly acquired in demonology, as well as the reality of his existence as a traveler between worlds. Now is not the time for such reflections. The focus must remain on the present predicament and how to navigate it. Utter nonsense. You are fully aware of the preceding events. There is nothing left to conceal. With a determined resolve, he opened his eyes. The barrel of his gun emerging from beneath the covers, aimed directly at Infinite. The cold moonlight cascaded onto the bedside, illuminating the sharp glint in Donald's eyes. Do not move, Miss Alfred. It is rather inappropriate to intrude upon a grown man's bedroom at this late hour, is it not? Having reached a point of no return, Donald could no longer afford to dwell on the complexities of the situation. Regardless of the true identity of Infinita, one thing was certain, she was not an ally. Seated in her chair, Infinita was taken aback. Donald Grant had surprisingly evaded the effects of the Dream Inquiry Agent, an unforeseen turn of events that caught her off guard. It is worth noting that the previous 20 interrogations had encountered little to no resistance. Under the pretense of offering shelter to children with nowhere to go, he had brought them into his home, using the guise of preparing dishes with sweetheart grass, a material of which the ordinary Donald was blissfully unaware of its true effects. Once the target succumbed to slumber, he would enter with a pre-prepared key and place the carefully crafted incense, made from the residual materials of the Dream Inquiry Agent, on the bedside, the effects of which would manifest in mere seconds. She was acutely aware that Donald Grant had likely become an aberration, and today's effects had been deliberately intensified. Without reaching a certain threshold of power and without special preparations, resistance was virtually impossible. The transformation from a reticent and somewhat weak young man to the one now sitting on the bed, daring to point a gun at her with piercing eyes, was remarkable. Donald Grant, There should be trust between us. This was the third time he had heard this phrase from Infinita's lips. Miss Alfred, you urge me to trust you. Yet I know nothing of your true identity. You have been by my side for 1 year and 9 months, and I remain oblivious to your intentions. Furthermore, how is this situation supposed to inspire confidence? You are a descendant of the demon's kin. In this interrogation, my inquiry will focus on your current state. If you have succumbed to darkness like the Grants, I shall comply with the Church's decree, continue to exploit you, and after 3 months, utterly obliterate you. With the gun pointed at her, Infinita raised her hand to deactivate the device resting on her knee. It was a recording machine, delivered through the channels of the Silver Moon Church, intended to document the interrogation of Donald Grant. Once her questions were complete, she would submit it for review. Extracting the tape from the machine, she held it before Donald, gripping it tightly, ready to destroy it completely. Your previous words have been recorded. Your abilities surpass my expectations. Thus, I offer you one final opportunity. Our collaboration is not out of the question. If a mere handgun could inflict harm upon me, you would have met your demise countless times over these past 2 years. No sooner had she finished speaking than Donald felt a flash before his eyes. A dull pain coursing through his right hand. Unbeknownst to him, Infinita's hand had already clasped his wrist, successfully countering him, while her other hand pressed menacingly against his throat. A mage engaging in close combat with a warrior? The disparity in their combat prowess was glaring. Despite their similar ages, one was seasoned by the rigors of battle, while the other had scarcely been a sorcerer for a week. Truly, a lamentable tale. Chapter 75. Heritage. Infinita crouched on the bed, her posture far from elegant, yet infused with considerable strength. Resilient shield. Donald, pinned beneath her, was not prepared to surrender easily. Once he resolved to cease hiding, he readied himself for battle, a transparent energy shield manifesting at his neck, forcefully blocking Infinita's right hand. Invisible servant. Offensive command. The energy coalesced into a fist, launching towards Infinita's face. She merely furrowed her brow, effortlessly evading Donald's attack. Amidst the fierce struggle, Donald understood that he must maintain distance from Infinita, otherwise, victory would elude him. How did you learn that spell? Where did your meditation techniques originate? Did you uncover the heritage left by the Grants? Where is it? In just 2 minutes, Donald exhibited the fundamental combat state of a wizard, yet 2 weeks prior, he had been an ordinary individual devoid of knowledge. To Infinita, there was only one plausible explanation. Donald Grant had discovered what they had spent over a year searching for within these 2 weeks. Heritage? You yourself referred to it as such. Have you considered your own identity? Even if we were truly married, it would still belong to my parents. Do you have the right to claim it? From Infinita's words, Donald began to grasp the essence of what they sought, the legacy of his parents. What could this heritage be that warranted such an expenditure of time and effort? You have no understanding of what those items signify. They contain unique artifacts capable of transforming an ordinary person into a formidable aberration instantly. Donald Grant, speak. Where is the heritage? Otherwise, I shall contemplate taking you to the interrogation chamber. The heretics prefer to refer to it as the Inquisition. It serves as the Church's internal tribunal against heretics. While heretics may enter, should an ordinary person be brought inside, it would constitute an abuse of power, infringing upon the Empire's judicial authority. This was the most fundamental principle established during the initial agreement, wherein the Ryan Empire proposed freedom of belief, permitting various churches to develop their congregations freely, in exchange for jurisdiction over ordinary citizens. Whether this principle would be thoroughly upheld within their own parishes remained uncertain. Yet Puston was within the jurisdiction of the Church of Justice, an official body designated to handle exceptional circumstances. They closely monitored Infinita and the organization behind her. Surveillance of Donald Grant had already crossed a critical line, let alone the repeated usage of dream inquiry. If the Church of Justice were to discover this, intervention would be inevitable. Conflicts of faith between sects cannot be resolved merely by seeking common ground. However, the situation had changed. Donald Grant was no longer an ordinary individual. He had become a heretic. According to the heretic law, privately established by the government in conjunction with various churches, the Orthodox churches possessed the right to monitor and conduct periodic interrogations of heretics under special circumstances. Though his power had increased, the protective shroud of imperial law that once enveloped him would now dissipate entirely. This was the price. If I possessed the powerful artifacts you speak of, would I still be subjected to your suppression? Donald harbored skepticism towards the so-called legacy that Infinita's claimed could bestow power and malevolence. In his view, it was merely a pretext, a flimsy excuse to appropriate the inheritance. How could such a perilous legacy be entrusted to the hands of an ordinary individual? Naturally, it was far more prudent to keep it for oneself. He had heard similar rhetoric countless times in his previous life, particularly during the festive seasons. The notion that children could easily misplace their New Year's money, leading to waste, was common. It is better for us to safeguard it until you mature, at which point we shall return it to you. While this was ostensibly a gesture of assistance, it often took the form of necklaces or purses. Silence. Donald writhed on the bed like a caterpillar, attempting to free himself from Infinita's grasp. Yet, she abruptly shifted the conversation, prostrating herself on the bedding to survey the surroundings, and began to undress. Hey, what are you doing? You may kill me, but you cannot bed me. Donald watched as Infinitas removed her coat and draped it over a nearby chair, then burrowed under the covers, one hand resting on her chest. Despite their marital bond, the atmosphere felt decidedly inappropriate. If you wish to live, conceal that firearm. Beneath the covers, Infinitas pressed her hand against Donald's heart, as if poised to strike him down at any moment. Donald, bewildered, instinctively complied. Infinitas had previously restrained herself, so it was illogical for her to stage such a charade now. 3 minutes passed 5 minutes as time slipped away. Donald found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He suspected that something was amiss in the bedroom but could not pinpoint the source of the disturbance. The fact that even Infinitas felt compelled to disguise her identity indicated that those present were not their allies. By choosing to share the same bed, she intended to create the illusion that they were merely a couple, with no signs of irregularity. Don't move. The items on the windowsill remain unaccounted for. Infinitas, leaning against Donald, exerted pressure on his heart, still attuned to the peculiarities on the windowsill. Hearing her words, Donald felt a surge of discomfort as he shifted his body, raising his head slightly to peer through half-closed eyelids toward the windowsill. In the moonlight, a shadow clung to the base of the window, roughly the size of a palm. A fleeting glance revealed a single eye at the center of the shadow, scrutinizing the events transpiring in the bedroom. Daring not to open his eyes fully, Donald maintained his position, contemplating an escape, yet the force of the hand on his chest was unexpectedly strong. He could only await the sound of his companion. After what felt like an eternity, Infinitas finally stirred, lifting the covers and donning her outer garments once more. Let us proceed to the living room. If you wish to flee, jumping from the second floor should not be fatal. However, should we meet again, you will be taken directly to the interrogation chamber, and you shall bear the consequences. Infinitas, unwilling to squander any more time, opened the door and descended the stairs. Donald, of course, could not simply depart. His current options were limited. He too rose, donned his attire, secured the scroll back in the drawer, and kept his pistol close at hand. He sensed that the forthcoming conversation would significantly impact the trajectory of his life. The focus lies in Infinita's ultimate attitude towards him. Chapter 76. The second path. In the early hours of the morning, the two individuals sat across from each other at a table in the dimly lit living room. The curtains were drawn, and the only light came from a solitary candle flickering in the center of the table, casting a murky glow that obscured their features, as if veiled by a gossamer shroud. It was not that there were no lights, rather, it was a deliberate choice by Infinita, as the candlelight could not penetrate the heavy drapes, rendering their surroundings discreetly concealed. Donald rested his hands upon the table, a pistol openly placed beside him. For there was nothing left to hide. Infinita spoke of the possibilities that lay ahead, her tone calm yet instilling a chill down Donald's spine. The most terrifying prospect was not death itself, but the torment of repeatedly enduring suffering until all memories faded, compelled to live under the watchful eyes of certain individuals, until they achieved their desired ends. Eventually, one would be deemed worthless and discarded, akin to a tool rendered useless. What was even more despairing was the notion that they would not permit this obsolete tool to be utilized by others, implying that before discarding it, they would ensure its complete destruction. What was left to discuss? I concede that I cannot overpower you, yet I refuse to tread the path you propose. I am resolute in this conviction. Donald feared death, but only under the condition that he could live well. If forced into a corner, he was not one to cower. As I have stated, what we speak of is your avenue for survival, Grant. As you mentioned, after 1 year and 9 months of acquaintance, we undeniably share some form of communication and connection. You are not a villain, and I do not agree with their ultimate decision regarding you. According to your original plan, how do you intend to deal with me? Utilizing the relics of the Grant couple you have discovered, whether in success or failure, you will eventually be subjected to a special concoction. It would not claim your life. There is no embellishment here. It is a brutal reality. To be transformed into an utterly ordinary person? No, the concoction would obliterate your sanity, rendering you a fool. To ruin an individual in order to prevent the emergence of a malevolent heresy is deemed worthwhile in the eyes of certain factions. Are you a cult? This was the conclusion Donald reached, for such treacherous behavior seemed far from what a legitimate church would endorse. This was purely an action directed at individuals like you, aimed at averting potentially worse outcomes. Upon hearing the term cult, Infinita momentarily furrowed her brow, her gaze towards Donald tinged with discontent. What do you mean by individuals like me? I am merely an ordinary university student who happened to uncover something left behind by a sorcerer in the library. Nonsense. Demonic affiliates? How would I know? Up until now, it has all been your own monologue. The candlelight illuminated her face, which appeared somewhat sinister. Flushed red from the surge of emotion, anger mingling with a sense of injustice. The latter part of her statement was not devoid of sincerity. While others venture into new worlds with beautiful companions and treasures aplenty, surely they have a confidant or a fated benefactor, right? But what of them? The entire family has its issues, yet concealed within is a malevolent spirit. Whether there are benefactors and fate remains uncertain. Yet there are certainly many who wish for his demise. Everyone operates according to their own whims, all the while disregarding the thoughts and feelings of the very individual at the center of it all. As I sit here conversing with you, my intention is to present you with a second path. However, prior to this, you must undergo my evaluation. And only once your identity is verified will I grant you the opportunity. Donald has mistakenly directed his grievances towards the wrong person. Infinita is far from a girl overflowing with maternal affection. On the contrary, her approach is decidedly more resolute than that of many others. After Donald has finished speaking, she falls into a brief silence before seamlessly transitioning to a different topic, completely ignoring her husband's complaints. Her emotions settle swiftly. Donald is no longer the Na'vi man who has just arrived in this world, oblivious to its complexities. Moreover, the individual before him is quite unyielding, rendering any display of emotion unnecessary. Grasping the device, he channels his mental energy into it, since he has already become an anomaly. There is no need to conceal certain truths from him. This apparatus can detect his mental energy, and even the slightest trace of negative energy will be revealed. This is the first step. A pale blue crystal column, encased in metal at both ends, rolls to rest before Donald. Beside Infinita lies a wooden box filled with various instruments. The church's stance towards anomalies is often exceedingly harsh, yet such severity does not equate to indiscriminate slaughter. That would not be a means of maintaining social order, but rather a boundless oppression born of religious fanaticism. After all, a significant portion of anomalies awaken naturally, something beyond individual control. Thus, the church has established a comprehensive assessment process specifically for this category of anomalies. As long as one can pass, they are afforded the opportunity to live a relatively normal life, albeit one that is not entirely free. Donald is an exception. His family background is problematic, categorizing him as a troubled child, unrecognized as innocent in the eyes of the church. Holding the mental energy detection crystal column, Donald feels confident in his mental energy, which he has painstakingly cultivated through the clock meditation method, believing it to be beyond reproach. Black ripples unfurl from the center of the crystal column, gradually spreading outward. Observing the now pitch-black column, the atmosphere becomes palpably awkward. There must be an issue with your crystal column. Mine is a legitimate meditation method. How could it possibly yield such mental energy? Is there a hidden attribute within the clock meditation method that Donald fails to comprehend? The crystal column is devoid of faults, and so is his mental energy. Its complete darkness signifies normalcy. What does this mean? It indicates that normal mental energy causes the detection crystal to turn black. If one's mental energy is tainted by negative energy, the color will shift to white. If it is pure white, it signifies an overwhelming presence of negative energy, and such individuals warrant no compassion. Death is their most fitting resolution. This is, in essence, a deceptive little trick. To most observers, darkness connotes depravity and obscurity, while pure white naturally symbolizes purity and goodness. Leveraging this aspect of human psychology, the detection crystal pillars are deliberately designed in an opposing manner. Numerous dubious sorcerers, upon discovering that the pillars are white, often take delight in their perceived success, mistakenly believing they have passed the test and subsequently lowering their guard. Chapter 77. Quenching thirst with poison. Infinita retrieved another test tube, sealed with a lid made of a unique metal, containing a half tube of transparent liquid, which she presented alongside a small sharp cone. Your blood, she instructed, must be dripped in. According to our intelligence, there exists within the remnants of the Grant couple items capable of altering human lineage, special artifacts. I must ascertain your current state. A considerable number of heretics, in their pursuit of immediate power, opted to transform their own bloodlines. A feat achievable through certain potions and specialized bodily modifications. As Donald marveled at the peculiar and practical nature of the church's detection apparatus, he pricked his fingertip, allowing his blood to mingle with the liquid. A swift reaction ensued, resulting in dilution and a change of color. The final outcome, colorless. This confirmed that Donald's bloodline exhibited no abnormalities, remaining distinctly human. Both mental and physical tests yielded no issues. I will assist you in evading the final processing, provided you locate the remnants of the Grant couple within 3 months. No, 2 months. This shall serve as a bargaining chip for your survival. Her words were devoid of subtlety. Infinitor appeared oblivious to the art of diplomatic expression. What she proposed sounded less like assistance and more like a blatant exchange of interests. Those behind her had recently altered their strategy, opting to conceal themselves entirely while casting Donald into the fray to be exploited by other factions. They monitored the unfolding events from the shadows, poised to intervene at any moment. While this approach maximized their safety and secrecy, it also meant relinquishing control over Donald. The Dream Inquiry potion could not be administered daily, and intermittent use might lead them to miss crucial moments for key information processing. Tonight, Donald's abrupt awakening made Infinitor realize that he was no ordinary pawn. Achieving his current level in just 2 weeks suggested an undeniable talent. You wish for me to hand over my parents' relics in exchange for my life, setting aside whether I can even locate those items. Why should I trust that you would spare me in the end? From Donald's perspective, the artifacts belonging to his parents were his current talismans. Infinitor and her associates aimed to obtain these relics, and it seemed the key to their acquisition rested squarely upon him. As long as he remained silent, they could not seize him. But was it truly feasible for him to remain silent? This notion, while seemingly subjective, posed a significant dilemma. One who had forgotten their memories, and another capable of conducting interrogations within the realm of dreams. Today, he had indeed managed to dispel such effects through some means. Yet, as a novice heretic, there remained a multitude of uncertainties he was oblivious to. Who could guarantee that the other party did not possess a fortified version of dream water or a specialized form of the Dream Inquiry potion? The threats were manifold and insidious. You certainly have the option to forfeit this opportunity. You will retain no memories of this evening. You will only recall ascending the stairs after dinner, and all that transpires now will vanish from your mind. This is not a threat, but rather a reality. Should Donald refuse to cooperate, Infinito will not hesitate. She merely offers a chance, and if declined, it concludes there. Professional coercion. How could you allow me to escape if you collaborate? A compromise, a choice made out of necessity. One side presents a fate more intolerable than death, while the other remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet offers at least a glimmer of hope. Naturally, Donald chooses the latter. According to the original plan, after deducting the time elapsed, we shall depart from Princeton City in approximately 2 months. At that time, I will acquire the potion that obliterates reason. If our collaboration proves successful, I shall substitute it with another type of potion. With the relic in hand, your life or death becomes inconsequential. They will not conduct a thorough examination. Once we have departed, you shall undoubtedly survive. As long as the relic is successfully obtained, even should Infinita's actions be exposed, the benefits will outweigh the drawbacks. After all, in the eyes of others, Donald remains an ordinary individual with nascent talent. Stunned, Donald found himself at a loss for words. Under the condition of your agreement to collaborate, I must ensure your sincerity. Drink this, a slow-acting poison. A vial of pale blue liquid was pushed before Donald. You have yet to evade the reckoning 2 months hence, and now you must first consume this? This is a private action against the church's will. I must guarantee that you will not retract your commitment midway. Infinita's words were sparse, leaving no room for Donald's retreat. Gazing at the slow-acting poison on the table, Donald's throat constricted repeatedly. How had it come to this? Consuming this poison would eliminate any possibility of retreat. From the very beginning, he had possessed no avenue for escape. After a brief pause, he seized the vial and, resigned to his fate, poured its contents into his mouth, swallowing deeply, followed by heavy breaths. I hope your words ring true. Do you regret it? Donald was filled with regret. Damn it. Given the chance to resist, he would have fought valiantly. But that was a mere fantasy. He could not even rise and protest, exclaiming that one could be killed but not humiliated, for the consequences could render even suicide impossible. By tomorrow, forgetting everything would be more unbearable than death. Do you still have contact with the Church of Shia? Infinita inquired, observing Donald as he consumed the slow-acting poison. Yes. All the questions had been meticulously prepared. Infinita was always thorough. What do you mean? What does the Book of Darkness signify? That is one of the relics. Though due to the lapse of time, we learned of it too late and the Church of Shia secured it first. Should you inform them of this news, there is a significant possibility they will take you to attempt to engage with the relic. I need you to ascertain the book's location. This organization is now under the scrutiny of the Church of Justice, and your actions must be swift, without revealing too much information. Infinita clearly did not wish for Donald to comprehend the significance of that book. Chapter 78. Unequal cooperation. Take heed of all who attempt to make contact with you. I can unequivocally inform you that following the demise of the Grant couple, you are the sole key, your memories, your blood. And your soul may well hold the potential to unlock the inheritance. After a brief pause, I glanced at Donald, who was utterly focused, his expression devoid of panic or fear, and continued. Certain lowly traders, whose sources of information remain a mystery, have already been eliminated by us. The town of Princeton is under the jurisdiction of the Church of Justice, operating in an orderly fashion. The weak have been cast aside, leaving those who remain undoubtedly more perilous. The true culprits behind the murder of your parents have yet to reveal themselves, and a portion of the inheritance may very well lie in their hands. Are you among them? If we were the ones who killed the Grant couple, would you still be alive today? The unvarnished explanation left one speechless. Who killed my parents? Even now, Donald's heart stirred little. Yet, as the child of the Grants, he ought to harbor a sense of vengeance. The minions of the demon merely failed to capture you. Why? At that time, you had already been brought under our control. There is a truth that Infinita did not disclose. Indeed, it was precisely because they managed to seize Donald Grant ahead of time that the long-conspiring minions of the demon were compelled to act prematurely. To attempt to seize one side is preferable to being left with empty hands. Forcing someone to drink poison while holding the antidote renders oneself the sole savior. Donald remained silent. He had learned. There would be opportunities to try, he was certain. The previous machinery was placed back on the table and a new tape was inserted. As a special department of the church, locating individuals involves more than merely posting notices and inquiring in the streets. They possess more efficient methods. Infinito was wholly confident in this matter. According to your assertion, what if I were to be abducted by others again? In plain terms, Donald was merely bait. His life or death was inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether anyone would seek him out. No one cared whether he was discarded or otherwise. After all, according to the original plan, in 2 months, Donald Grant would inevitably be rendered incapacitated, essentially akin to death. There is another matter. What was that which appeared outside the bedroom window? This issue weighed heavily on Donald's mind. Was there truly a terrifying entity watching over him each night? The energy being that monitored him last night was an unprecedented occurrence. He had never sensed it before. It was not something we had established, but rather another existence. Such artifacts or spells are challenging to trace back to their source, which further evidences that someone has begun to harbor intentions towards you. As long as we remain undetected, we are but an ordinary couple and should not be sensitive to it. The term couple, as it slipped from Infinita's lips while she operated the machinery, struck Donald as somewhat amiss. In the flickering candlelight, the two sat facing each other. Remember to maintain a calm tone, devoid of any emotion. The 21st dream interrogation commences now. All questions have been long prepared. Now even the answers have been preordained. Have there been any recent connections with the Sia Church? Indeed, there have been. Have you ever entered the true core of the church and participated in a sacrificial ceremony? No, they have rejected me. In a modest hotel, 5 individuals gathered around a low table, each attired in a distinct manner, including Infinita and Freddy. The content from the tape recorder played on a loop, its volume barely audible. What is your perspective, Infinita? A man dressed in a black vest, with a false collar resting around his neck, leaned against his chair, swirling a wine glass in hand, while his black and white hair fell across his forehead. Infinita switched off the recorder and articulated her thoughts. A man in the corner, clutching a cigarette, directed his gaze towards her. Was the prior lesson of allowing Donald Grant to conduct the exorcism not sufficient? We are an Orthodox church, not a cult devoid of principles. The use of dream inquiry has crossed the line. We could provide him with a tracking ring, which would be a more prudent approach. Donald Grant is an ordinary man. At least in Infinita's portrayal, he is merely someone whose talents have just begun to surface. Rules must be adhered to, introducing him into the interrogation chamber, as opposed to utilizing dream inquiry, stands as an exceptionally grave infraction. Should the just church discover this, the repercussions would be unbearable. I am here to fulfill a mission, and I have stated numerous times that this is certainly not an accident. Someone is obstructing my efforts. The man, struck at a vulnerable point, displayed no visible change in expression, yet his tone sank considerably. his fingers tightening around the cigarette, causing ashes to fall. This would earn him significant acclaim. However, he unexpectedly lost his position midway through, a serious misstep that nearly jeopardized nearly 2 years of labor. Since that incident, he has adopted a conservative stance, fearful of further complications. The woman speaking stood by the windowsill, her gaze shifting to Infinita, offering a discreet nod. Freddie? The captain turned his attention to the last individual who had yet to voice an opinion. I concur with Infinita. To break the stalemate, we must instigate change. For we can no longer afford to squander time. He has consistently supported Infinita. Time is of the essence. The Just Church holds its regulations in high regard. Given that 3 months have already been established, not a single day can be lost. We are now left with merely a little over 2 months. The captain naturally agreed. Chapter 79 Reflection. Donald, let us convene here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. There is no need to visit the office. As this pertains to a new commission, you seem somewhat out of sorts today. Did you not sleep well last night? Just before leaving, Sherlock handed me a photograph, marked with the name of a certain street in CAF. Indeed, some events transpired last evening. I have just completed the translation of all the texts. Are you not inclined to delve into them? Donald has been with us for nearly 2 weeks, and despite his deliberate efforts to prolong the translation process, he has managed to finish all the material today. Although the sequence of the text is rather chaotic, Donald has discerned that Sherlock possesses a formula of remarkable talent. For the past few days, he has been preparing various materials and apparatuses, leaving onlookers quite dazzled. In stark contrast to Donald's current financial and logistical constraints, Sherlock seems to navigate the procurement of materials with remarkable ease. Thus, upon completing the translation, Donald anticipated dedicating his efforts to the final steps. However, he was unexpectedly assigned a new task. This commission is rather peculiar. A noblewoman has requested our assistance in investigating her husband, alleging infidelity. From my pocket, I retrieved an unsigned letter addressed to Swift Detective. Is this particularly noteworthy? It is not merely the fact that he seeks companionship outside of his marriage that renders it unusual, but rather the peculiarity of the nobleman himself. A report in the mysterious journal has indicated a significant connection between him and the recent cases of missing girls. It appears that this nobleman has been fervently pursuing Miss Madeline Kirk. You see, a man in the throes of unrequited love tends to be acutely aware of every detail concerning his object of affection, regardless of its magnitude. Sherlock remains fixated on the cases of the missing girls. He recently divulged information to Marcelo Blaze that has since gained considerable attention, resulting in a substantial collection of documents as a token of gratitude. Most of these comprise a comprehensive summary of the missing girls' cases, now cluttering the desk, with Donald tasked to organize them further. But does not this nobleman have a wife? His pursuit of Miss Madeline Kirk seems illogical. After all, bigamy is a crime. Oh, but he is a nobleman, untroubled by such concerns. Yet can his wife truly endure this? Despite the relatively liberal attitudes towards sexuality in this era, societal norms regarding monogamy remain quite conservative. Men may indulge in extramarital affairs, and while women may be concerned, they often choose silence. After all, we still dwell in a patriarchal society. How can she endure it? The undertones of this letter are laced with tension, which is precisely why she sought our services. The nobleman's recent lifestyle has been far from comfortable. Our task is to capture a few photographs, sufficiently special, sufficiently scandalous, that can be utilized for asset division in the event of a divorce. The noblewoman has offered a sum of 10 gold pounds, with the possibility of an increase should the photographs meet her satisfaction. Sherlock is positively exhilarated. After leaving the office, Donald awaited his meeting with Marcelo Blaze at the CAF they had arranged yesterday. Unconsciously, he found himself reflecting on the events of the early morning. Contemplation has gradually become his habit. The transaction with Infinita did not grant him a sense of security. The chronic toxin within him had transformed into a new ticking time bomb. It was an agreement made out of desperation, aimed at preserving some memories, preventing the forced erasure that would render him a mere puppet, subject to the whims of others. To relinquish his inheritance in exchange for his life? There was no contract, no witnesses, which left Donald in a state of disbelief. From the outset, this deal was inherently inequitable. Donald found himself at a distinct disadvantage, with no guarantees, his life hinging on the fleeting thoughts of the other party. This sensation was as unsettling as the helplessness he felt upon witnessing Ronan's gruesome demise on the streets. He needed to find a way to alter this predicament. At the very least, he could not allow Infinita to have such total control over him. He must find a means to neutralize the toxin within his body. A breakthrough must be sought, That cup of tea from last night. This was the conclusion Donald reached after much contemplation. The effects of the dream-enhancing potion were not something he could unravel at present, prior to sleep. He had consumed 2 liquids, tea and a meditation-enhanced potion. He distinctly remembered the sudden clarity that enveloped him after drinking the tea. Count Antoine had not provided him with ordinary tea leaves. This man was the key. Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant? Apologies, I momentarily lost my focus. The night is rather pleasant. Glancing at the inky darkness outside, Donald felt a twinge of regret after speaking, awkwardly pinching his nose. Nights in this era's cities hardly warrant the description of pleasant. I should apologize. There was an urgent matter at the newspaper that required my attention, hence my tardiness. Marcello placed a folder on the table, acknowledging that he was late for the agreed time, and regardless of the reason, it did not alter the fact of his rudeness. What is the matter? Would you mind sharing it with me? I am, after all, an assistant detective, and I possess a keen curiosity about certain matters. Taking a sip of bitter coffee, Donald had recently developed a taste for its acrid flavor. The bitterness mirrored his own heart, fighting poison with poison. What else could it be but the case of the missing girls? It now requires a new moniker, the most heinous series of abductions of young women in Preston in nearly 2 decades. Tonight, 2 more victims have emerged. And once the families reported it, the news spread like wildfire. The police department was utterly incapable of containing the information. The case remains unsolved. And the killer's methods are alarmingly proficient. The selection of targets bears no distinguishing characteristics. Individuals of all heights and builds have been taken, with no discernible pattern in the crimes. This makes the case exceedingly difficult to crack, as even the perpetrator does not know who their next victim will be. All targets are chosen at random. As someone who is directly involved with the case in a different capacity, Marcello's discourse on the missing girls elicited a chill in his demeanor. Is it truly random selection? Donald believed that within such a series of abductions, there must exist an underlying pattern. Chapter 80. The past of the elixir. With a file folder in hand, Donald traversed the street. From June 13th to June 22nd. Over a span of 9 days, the number of cases in Preston City likely numbered in the dozens. However, only a few could be deemed exceptional or of significant importance. As it stands, the individuals involved in the task, including Donald, totaled 4, all of whom are now deceased. Undoubtedly, they succeeded in their endeavor, as evidenced by the rewards offered. This incident was certainly not a mere act of murder, for there are far more skilled individuals in that domain. After his encounter with August, Donald was convinced of this truth. His gaze eventually settled upon the fire incident at the Preston City Library. The peculiarity of this case lay in the unusual location of the fire within the library. It ignited on the bookshelves, and in multiple places no less. It is well known that libraries, repositories of vast collections, prioritize fire safety above all, particularly with shelves laden with paper volumes. Furthermore, the perpetrator's motives remained elusive. The Preston City Library is open to the public, charging a nominal fee of merely 1 penny for maintenance and book organization. If the intent was theft, one could simply approach the front desk with a knife, and the potential haul would scarcely exceed a few pounds, far less lucrative than raiding a nearby corner shop. Subsequent investigations revealed that no individuals were harmed. What appeared to be a thoroughly botched crime raised a question. Could the fire have merely served as a cover? Perhaps the arsonist had ulterior motives within the library, necessitating secrecy, thus forcing the evacuation of everyone present under the guise of an emergency. Did he himself partake in such a scheme? Donald could not recall the role he played in those events. At the library's entrance, Charles Antoine greeted Donald, broom and dustpan in hand. Indeed, working for others often entails unexpected overtime. Was Mr. Kane at home? Pausing, Donald pondered whether to divulge last night's events to them. Please extend my gratitude. The quality of the tea was exceptional, invigorating, and immensely beneficial. The latter half of his statement was deliberately elevated in tone. As he noticed the lights ablaze in the bookstore's second-floor window facing the street, contemplating whether he might overhear their conversation. Ah, splendid. If you have the time, do frequent the shop. It's always pleasant to engage in conversation with others. I shall return again. Farewell. He chose not to enter the bookstore at that moment. Despite the potential for more fruitful dialogue, Donald harbored reservations. Infinita had mentioned that surveillance on him had ceased 2 months prior, a claim he could not confidently affirm. Even though it appeared that Infinita was genuinely unaware of his recent ventures into the underground market, the matter of translating the lost tablet remained unknown to the other party. Currently, the bookstore's father and son duo could very well be the key to unraveling the situation for Donald. He would not risk such a delicate matter for a mere test. Venturing to the bookstore at this hour would undoubtedly attract attention. Goodbye. Once Donald had departed, Charles Antoine set aside his cleaning tools and entered, leaning them against the wall. The interior bore no dust or debris. He extinguished the kerosene lamp and ascended the stairs directly. The delivery of tea was timely, as Mr. Grant was also prepared for it. Kane sat by the window, at a small round table with two wooden chairs facing each other, where 2 cups of tea had already been brewed. The church's common stratagem, the dream query elixir, was indeed a term to reminisce about. Its formulation was a mystery, yet it had caused distress to many. Fortunately, there were plenty of astute minds in our vicinity who devised a tea recipe a few years ago. Otherwise, one would have to devise all manners of ways to ascend the hierarchy of power. Charles sipped his tea, letting out a contented sigh, and then turned to Kane with a hint of nostalgia. You are unaware? Both the dream query elixir and this tea recipe originated from the same individual, known in our circle as the master of pharmacology. Do you comprehend his extraordinary gift? Indeed, he is remarkable. But why would he develop the dream query elixir for the church? Is he not afraid they might turn it against him and extract those precious recipes? Such auxiliary talents may seem futile in battle, yet the 2 individuals seated at the table possessed broader perspectives. How could it be otherwise? We all understand the significance of such individuals. Who can guarantee they will not require potions in the future? He has numerous friends, not only among people like us, but also within heretical organizations in the church, all of whom value him, with various factions vying for his allegiance. You still have not elucidated why he would create the dream query elixir. Because he genuinely wishes to assist the churches in maintaining social order. That fellow is, at heart, a benevolent soul. Kane Antoine clutched his teacup, his fingers reddened from the heat, yet he did not relinquish it. Then why concoct this tea? It seems contradictory. Did he realize the dangers of the dream query elixir and seek to remedy it? No. He never perceived it as dangerous. He believes individuals like us should be regulated. If one has not committed any wrongdoing, why fear scrutiny? Then was this recipe also given to the church? Charles remained noncommittal regarding the man's actions. It was given to us. Weren't you just saying he does not believe he has erred? Why then? Would he voluntarily provide such a recipe to us? Because we offered him an irresistible rationale. Blowing away the froth atop his tea, Kane cast a glance at Charles. The scalding tea slid down his throat, and he exhaled a plume of steam contentedly. How intriguing, Charles mused, soon erupting into hearty laughter. Chapter 81. The existence of demons. Before the mirror in the washroom, Donald rested his hands on the countertop, gazing silently at his reflection. He yearned to press his lips together, yet he found himself unable to do so. The left side of his mouth was sealed, while the right side remained slightly ajar. His left emerald eye brimmed with anxiety and an uncontrollable shock, whereas his right eye, a tumultuous blend of black and red, exuded provocation and unrestrained madness. A mere moment of lowering his head to wash his face had resulted in such a transformation. An otherworldly soul, this is not your body. It never was. An otherworldly soul? Are you not the same? This body is not mine. Could it possibly belong to you? I am the one in control now. Not you. The Donald of now was no longer the unfamiliar soul who had first arrived in this realm 2 weeks prior. Though apprehension lingered, he would never allow it to surface before a demon. With a forceful concentration, his rigid body quickly relaxed, reclaiming control. He stepped back, feeling utterly drained, and collapsed onto the floor outside the washroom, leaning against the wall. He concluded that his priority within this body outweighed that of the demon. A realization drawn from the recent suppression of the entity's consciousness. As long as he willed it, this body could still act according to his desires. Yet the earlier scene had confirmed one unsettling fact. The demon's soul was attempting to wrest control of the body from him. Quite effective. Could this truly be resolved? Donald scratched his head in exasperation. Had the creators of the text exorcising evil genuinely contemplated the scenario of 2 souls vying for the same body? Strictly speaking, he too was an outsider. What if the church's exorcism ritual were to expel his soul as if it were that of a demon? Would he be left as an empty shell? This question was one that the former Donald had instinctively shunned. He had convinced himself that as long as he gathered 50 gold coins, he could rid himself of the demon within. It served as a form of self-motivation. However, as the struggle for dominance intensified, he could not help but ponder a grim possibility. After enduring countless hardships to locate the estate of the Grant couple and evading the so-called final handling by Infinita, would he ultimately find his body overtaken by a demon? He would become the exiled entity, while the demon lived a blissful life in Puston under the name Donald Grant. Could he endure such a fate? Donald believed that his coffin lid would surely be unable to contain him. After sitting on the floor for over half an hour without arriving at any viable solutions, he recognized his own ignorance. Even now, his understanding of demons remained superficial. Yet there was someone familiar at home. It was merely a matter of whether she would be willing to speak. Infinita, you previously referred to my parents as demon kin, yet in my memories, they were simply a kind-hearted couple. I wish to know. The following morning, Donald began to seek information on this matter, starting with inquiries about his parents. Regardless of the faction to which Infinita belongs, Donald acknowledges her strength and insight. There is no need for you to know. The cold, hard refusal indicates that Infinita is clearly unwilling to share any information about the grants with Donald. As for my parents' matters, I did not comprehend them before. But now that I am beginning to delve into such matters, do I not have the right to know? As her words fell, Infinita raised her gaze to meet Donald's eyes directly. Today, she was adorned in a simple long dress, its cuffs and neckline embellished with wavy lace. Sitting on a wooden chair in the kitchen, she was half a head shorter than Donald, yet at that moment, with her chin slightly raised, she exuded an undeniable presence. As a traitor, you might have a chance of being spared, but should you become entangled with demons, even if you gain nothing, I will ensure your demise. The topic of demons is a taboo between the two. Demons are loathed by any adherent of orthodox sects. They are blasphemers, filth from the abyss, and must be eradicated. Moreover, Donald Grant is exceptionally unique, as both of his parents are formidable demon kin. Infinita does not wish to deny the hereditary talent he possesses, and his inquiries about demon intelligence undoubtedly crossed a line. Infinita's reaction extinguished Donald's hope of extracting information from her, should he persist, before the demons could seize his body. He would likely find himself eliminated by her first. In a shadowy corner, a skeletal hand protruding from the sleeve of a robe flipped through the tomes before it. Each page adorned with grotesque illustrations of monsters, depicting humans piercing the creatures with knives and guns, symbolizing the eradication of evil. What indeed are demons? He stood in the heart of the secret chamber, his bare feet upon a blood-red mark. Surrounded by an intricate array of mystical symbols that spread across most of the chamber, its outer edges already revealing a dark crimson hue. Soft whimpers echoed from around him, as one girl after another lay bound at the edges of the array, their hands and feet tied together, clad solely in pure white robes. They struggled in fear, whimpering from dread. The one in the center paid them no heed, merely cradling a book in his hands, a publication by the church that decried the vileness of demons, reportedly enjoying decent sales. I believe they are deities of the abyss, not residing among the stars, yet possessing power rivaling that of the gods. As he turned the pages, his gaze swept over the text, but his lips uttered words that contradicted the content entirely. A faint rustling sound arose within the chamber. Its origin unknown, its significance a mystery to all. Your followers call upon you here, presenting their tributes. The girl sprawled around began to convulse, as an enormous swarm of cockroaches emerged from the shadows of the chamber, advancing relentlessly. They crawled over the girls' bodies, enveloping them within their multitude. The whimpering gradually subsided. The figure in the center merely swayed his upper body, murmuring incantations at an alarming speed, rendering the meaning indecipherable. At a certain moment, blood began to flow everywhere, not dispersing but rather tracing a crimson path, as if filling the original array. When the last trace of darkness transformed into a vivid scarlet, he ceased to tremble. Raising his head, his eyes glowed a deep red. "Oh, sweet soul, I grant you permission to beseech me." The voice echoed abruptly. Cockroaches scuttled upon the walls and floor, while the offerings lay lifeless. Chapter 82. Private Soir. Had I known that two dashing gentlemen would be present, I would not have resorted to a mere letter for your engagement. Within the CAF, a flamboyantly dressed noblewoman scrutinized the detective and his assistant seated across from her, her gaze ablaze with interest. "Ahem, the information you provided is sufficiently detailed. Rest assured, we will capture the photographs you desire promptly." Donald, who was sipping his coffee, nearly choked, coughing twice as he picked up the camera offered by her, exclaiming repeatedly, "Do take your time, if the opportunity arises. Might you both be available this evening to discuss the subsequent course of action?" The lady, in her 30s, raised an eyebrow, the implication of her words unmistakable. No. It was overt. She wanted it all. In haste, the two men lowered their heads and finished their coffee, signaling their readiness to work for remuneration, resolutely refusing to squander any time. Once outside, they made a swift departure from the CAF, wary of the lady's potential vindictive intentions stemming from her husband's actions. Continuing the conversation could lead to dire consequences. "Where shall we seek Mr. Griffin? The Opera House or the underground taverns of Preston City?" Donald, camera in hand, endeavored to capture pivotal moments, necessitating prior preparation. Noble pastimes, of course, differ from those of common folk. The opera house was one such venue, while the underground tavern resembled the exclusive clubs of Europe, reserved solely for the elite. Both are misguided choices. We require unique photographs. Do you believe such public venues will yield results? At least in the presence of outsiders, Mr. Griffin will safeguard his reputation. It is only in what he deems entirely private settings that he will indulge. To my knowledge, there exists but one type of location that can facilitate such behavior. He placed a sheet of paper before Donald, his finger indicating the frequent haunts listed by Mrs. Griffin. A noble or capitalist who has never hosted a private soiree cannot truly be considered a person of stature or significance. For one soiree alone reveals the host's financial prowess and social connections. Those lacking the requisite means would not dare to hold such an event, as it would only serve to invite ridicule. These gatherings, too, vary in scale. Sherlock was referring to intimate soirees, typically attended by a select few like-minded friends who convene to indulge in shared interests akin to a small club. Some are enamored with ships, others with exquisite sculptures, and some with pocket watches. Mr. Griffin's singular passion is women. The nature of the private soirees he attends needs no elaboration. Mrs. Griffin has emphasized it within the CAF, stating that an event of this nature is scheduled for today. Though the true participants of a desire-themed private soiree may number only 3 to 5 men, the presence of women is assuredly abundant, with more attendees. The orchestration of the soiree, including the arrangement of refreshments and delicacies, demands additional hands. That evening, 2 individuals clad in standardized servant attire, accompanied by 5 others, arrived at the rear entrance of a private residence. The camera was nestled within the satchel they carried, alongside 2 firearms, while a concealed cane sword and other garments remained at the office. This area could be regarded as the heart of Preston City, a locale inhabited by the affluent and the elite. How did you manage to persuade the agency to introduce us to this private soiree, to partake in tonight's gathering? One must navigate through the agency, as such events are not typically accessible to strangers. The connection? I merely informed him that we were friends of the event's host. Wishing to provide a surprise, and a mere gold pound as a confidentiality fee sufficed to gain his trust. In truth, I believe 1 shilling would have sufficed. The agency's role is solely to secure individuals to assist at the soiree. Ultimately, it is their discretion who attends or abstains. The host of the event would scarcely concern themselves with the identities of the servers. Their noble status precludes them from remembering such inconsequential figures. Soon, someone opened the door. Presumably a butler of sorts. The soiree was set to commence in the evening, and your current task is to arrange the venue to my specifications as swiftly as possible. As the event had yet to officially begin and Mr. Griffin had not yet arrived, the 2 were busy preparing the venue, accompanied by 1 male server and 2 female servers. The 3 seemed to be familiar with one another, managing the space while engaging in light-hearted banter. With gatherings becoming increasingly scarce, do you know of any hotels in need of staff? I am contemplating seeking a stable position as a server. One of the female servers, placing a platter of dried fruits on the table, suddenly turned to address everyone, seemingly recalling something. So you feel it too. I thought I was the only one who noticed. I used to assist at least 5 soirees a week. Yet this week, counting today, there are only 3. Another female server immediately chimed in, sharing her sentiments. It's rather commonplace, given the recent spate of missing young women. You've heard about it, I presume? The prominent figures are understandably concerned about allowing their daughters to venture out at night. Naturally, without female participation, there is no necessity for such gatherings. Have you not observed that the recent soirees have shifted to the evening? Tonight is an exception, given its particular nature. Upon hearing about the missing women, Sherlock, who had been sneaking some pastries, and Donald, who had been advising him, perked up attentively. Do you think this case will ever be resolved? It has been nearly 3 weeks now, and the police have yet to provide a satisfactory explanation. At this rate, we might find ourselves out of work. I have heard that the perpetrator has become increasingly brazen. Will they soon be targeting men as well? Sherlock intentionally steered the conversation in this direction, though crumbs still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Who could argue otherwise? It remains unclean, he echoed, casting a knowing glance at Sherlock and quietly urging him to tidy his mouth. Fear not, they will not be apprehending men, and our 2 ladies need not worry either. The male server remarked with an enigmatic smile, his tone reassuring, adopting an expression that beckons inquiries, as if to imply that I have mastered the situation. It appears this gentleman is privy to information that eludes others. No wonder, upon first laying eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary nature. Just imagine, draped in a black overcoat and adorned with a silk top hat. A detective, indeed. I am convinced you possess such innate talent. Casting a glance at Sherlock, who was still turned away, wiping his mouth with his cuff, Donald had recently learned a plethora of flattering remarks to amuse his superior. Truly, he has struck a chord deep within him. Chapter 83. Kidnapping? This gentleman's insight is remarkably astute. Since my childhood, my family has believed I possess a natural talent for detective work. When the case of the missing young girls emerged, my discussions with several industry acquaintances revealed some peculiarities. The girls who had vanished were all innocent maidens. With a subtle tug of my clothing, I straightened my posture, placing my hands thoughtfully, ultimately arriving at such a conclusion. Ahem. Just as Sherlock was about to swallow a piece of biscuit, he nearly choked. It makes sense indeed. Are you still eating? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? I thumped Sherlock's back to help him breathe. Thank you. I skipped lunch and am a bit famished. I shall refrain from eating now. Casting a glance at Donald, Sherlock pressed his lips together and regained his composure. What do you mean by that? Earlier, you claimed there was no danger for us, yet now you suggest the perpetrator targets innocent girls. Are you not indirectly insulting us? The woman's thoughts were intricate as she countered. Both of you are married, thus, of course, not innocent. When I speak of innocence, I refer to those who have not experienced the attentions of men. Upon hearing this, the two maids immediately spat in disdain, deeming him exceedingly rude. While Donald and the other man's expressions suddenly turned grave. How do you know they are all innocent? Sherlock stepped forward. Naturally, I rely on fellow professionals. They informed me that several of the currently missing girls had previously attended ladies' gatherings. You are aware, those are the assemblies for young maidens. Not all, but a few, and deriving such a conclusion could be seen as an overgeneralization. However, it does present a new line of thought. Virgins, this type of girl, is often frequently mentioned in certain special rites. Hey, what are you doing? I summoned you to work, not to engage in idle chatter. The guest will arrive shortly, and if I find you unprepared, I shall not pay you a single penny. The sudden arrival of the steward disrupted the conversation, and everyone fell silent, returning to their tasks. Despite the presence of a couple of idlers, the arrangements for the event were not overly complicated, and ultimately, it was completed on time. The guests arrived, Mr. Griffin among them. The gathering quickly commenced, the doors firmly shut, with music and laughter echoing from within. How do we get in? Shall we knock and have Mr. Griffin come out to post for us? Gazing at the entrance, the steward remained nearby. Rest assured, he will emerge. Such soirees do not focus solely on the gathering itself, but rather on the actions that follow. As Sherlock predicted, after waiting outside for approximately half an hour, Mr. Griffin finally appeared. Not to mention, the swiftness of the soiree's conclusion was somewhat surprising, and his demeanor was unlike what I had imagined. Mr. Griffin shouted loudly, struggling to free himself from the grasp of two young ladies. His beloved was in dire straits, and as a gentleman, he could not possibly indulge in enjoyment at such a moment. Still, a lovesick gentleman. Would capturing this scene be of any use? Certainly, it is useful. A camera does not capture sound. Do you not find this scene reminiscent of the intricate dance between men and women? Sherlock instructed Donald to seize the camera in readiness for a shot, yet the shutter remained obstinately unpressed. What is the holdup? At that moment, Griffin, amidst a cacophony, was nearing the porch with two women. If the picture were not taken soon, it would be too late. Something feels amiss. Observe the positioning of those women's hands. The lens of the camera draws attention, and Donald soon discerned that the current scene appeared as though Griffin was leading the two women forward. However, a closer inspection revealed that each girl had her left arm wrapped around one of his, while their right hands rested on his lower back, propelling him onward. Are they in such haste to enjoy a splendid evening with our Mr. Griffin? Surely, the hour is rather premature. The sunlight streaming through the window still holds warmth, and it is merely 5:30. I find it unlikely. While men may desire women to adopt a more assertive demeanor to stimulate interest, Mr. Griffin at this moment clearly exhibits reluctance. Coercion? Provocation? Our Mr. Grant is quite perceptive. It is puzzling, for Sherlock seems rather engrossed in this topic. Oblivious. Donald swiftly followed after they turned the corner. You ladies, would you kindly release me? It is my first encounter with such uncouth women. I do not strike women, but I implore you to show some respect. The words hung in the air, abruptly halting. The sound of hooves striking the cobblestone floor resonated at the entrance. Kidnapping. The two exchanged glances and hastened their pace. Upon reaching outside, they observed a carriage already departing from the entrance. Fortunately, this is the city center, bustling with carriages. They dashed into the street, intercepting one and instructing the driver to pursue. The carriage wound its way through the streets, ultimately halting before a meat processing plant. While Donald and his companion's carriage rested across the street, concealing themselves behind a mailbox, they spotted two men at the entrance, glancing about before signaling to the carriage. As the door swung open, a limp griffin was swiftly ushered inside. "We shall enter through the back door. If they are indeed kidnappers, a gunfight may ensue. Are you certain you do not wish to alert the authorities?" Despite having faced rogues and monsters, Donald still felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the potential peril. "Just a few kidnappers. I have confidence in myself. You need only ensure your own safety. With your abilities, that should be feasible, correct?" Sherlock winked, deliberately pausing after mentioning abilities. What could Donald possibly say? Given his current skills, he could manage against ordinary foes, but should a dire situation arise? His fear lay not in being harmed, but rather in inflicting fatal harm upon another, although he had yet to master the art of offensive spells. After being effortlessly defeated by Infinita, Donald had indeed contemplated the utilization of an invisible servant for an assault. Following closely behind Sherlock, he waited for the carriage to depart before circumventing to the other side. Naturally, the factory's rear entrance was secured. "Do you possess the skills to unlock it?" Observing Sherlock as he extracted a wire from his pocket to fiddle with the lock, Donald was taken aback. He had never realized that his employer possessed such talents. To aspire to be a detective, one must be versatile. "I am merely unlocking a door." Click. The wire snapped, and the keyhole became obstructed. His face stung painfully. His gaze shifted towards the factory's rear windows. Donald saw nothing. Chapter 84. Strengthening the Lungs. As he climbed through the window, Donald was immediately struck by an overpowering stench of raw meat. He scrunched his nose, attempting to temper his breathing. They found themselves concealed behind a pile of debris, with iron chains and wooden crates providing them with cover. "Hey, just toss it into the machine." Before Donald could ascertain Griffin's whereabouts, he overheard this chilling remark. "Toss it into the machine?" This was a meat processing plant. Kidnapping, murder, and the obliteration of evidence, all executed seamlessly. No monetary demands were made. "This isn't kidnapping. Look. They haven't even bound Mr. Griffin. They're here to kill." Sherlock crouched behind a shelf, peering through a gap in the cluttered room, finally spotting the individuals within the factory. The main entrance had been sealed. The sound of the heavy gate crashing down echoed ominously, and the machinery for processing meat roared to life nearby. It was at this moment that Donald discovered a vantage point. A man clad in a brown coat stood with his back to them, directing the operation, his hands clasped behind him, adorned in white gloves. In front of him, a few subordinates were struggling with Griffin. "I am Baron Joseph Griffin." "Who are you? Do you not fear death for treating me this way? Is anyone there? Help." Griffin awoke to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment, dragged towards a nearby meat grinder. The instinct for survival propelled him to thrash about and scream for help. Unfortunately, the remote location of the processing plant, combined with the closed gates, rendered his cries futile in reaching the outside world. Weren't we told to kill him on the spot? Why is he still alive? The cacophony of Griffin's pleas seemed to irritate the commander, who stepped forward and kicked Griffin down, then remarked, "Enough. Joseph Griffin. Isn't life worth enjoying? Why oppose us? Don't worry. In just a moment, you will lose consciousness. The equipment has just been replaced, and the blades are razor sharp. Please, don't kill me, sir. We can negotiate. Do you want money? Whatever others offer you, I shall double it." "No. Whatever you ask, I will pay without question. I think there has been a misunderstanding. I haven't done anything recently." "Double? What I seek, you cannot provide. Why are you still standing there? Take him away." There was no room for negotiation. These individuals sought his life, not his wealth. They were preparing to act. They intended to kill, and as a nobleman, Joseph Griffin warranted protection. The police would be informed later, and he would bear the responsibility. In this era, nobility still enjoyed certain privileges, preventing indiscriminate violence, but in the face of danger, the government typically turned a blind eye. Moreover, they had followed him this far. They could not simply stand by while he was sent into the machine. He was a key to resolving the case of the missing girl. Bang. Don't move. Whoever stirs shall be killed. This straightforward approach was the only option available at this moment. Donald drew his weapon, securing his satchel by his side. A group of fools. Incapable of managing such a simple task, they completely disregard the aim of two firearms. "Release Mr. Griffin, or I shall be compelled to fire." "Release him? You shall meet your demise as well." Loosening his coat buttons to reveal the hilt of a dagger at his waist, his weapon is not a firearm, but a short blade. Drawing the knife, he advances, seemingly unconcerned by the guns in the hands of the two men. Bang, bang, bang. Sherlock does not hesitate, firing directly. 3 shots in succession. Faced with human targets, Sherlock has confidence in his marksmanship. Suddenly, a sound of turbulent air resonates, a fierce wind rushing towards him, causing several crates behind to topple, the hanging iron chains clanking, making it difficult for Donald to even open his eyes. Regaining his composure, he notices that the adversary has somehow formed his hand into a tube shape, placed before his mouth. A pale wall of air appears before him, restraining the bullet Sherlock has fired within its confines. Ah, just the right opportunity to test my abilities on you. The knife wielder, standing behind the air wall, steps forward, playfully blowing air in front of him, the airflow coalescing into a protective barrier, a wall of air that can continuously advance. This is absurd. How can such a person possess such a talent? You deal with those lackeys. I will hold him off. Remember to assist me later. Sherlock seems to place an excessive amount of trust in Donald. Has he noticed something? Just be cautious. I will dispatch his subordinates swiftly. At this moment, Donald does not dwell on it. Griffin is crucial, and he cannot perish. It seems that the adversary's subordinates are also unarmed. Ignoring Sherlock, Donald casts a glance at the knife wielder before charging towards his minions. Once again, the previous sound echoes. Donald turns his head to see the knife wielder making the same motion. But this time, it is not an air wall. Hey, your opponent is right here. Since he stated his intention to hold them off, Sherlock naturally will not allow the adversary to disrupt Donald's actions. He observes that the air wall in front of the knife wielder rapidly diminishes during his preparation. The air wall requires a constant influx of the breath he exhales to maintain its form. Without hesitation, he fires again, directly depleting a third of the air, forcing the knife wielder to turn back, replenishing the air in front of the wall. If you lot cannot take him down, you shall all perish. With a roar, he adjusts his stance, no longer paying attention to the one trying to circle around. He is determined to first deal with the immediate threat. Each breath he takes is several times slower than that of an ordinary person, yet with immense force. Even at a distance of several meters, Sherlock can hear his breathing. Talent. Strong lungs. The knife wielder advances behind the air wall. Once in close proximity, he intends to sever his opponent's hands, and the gun will, of course, belong to him. I will take care of this one. You all advance. 4 men step forward together, one holding Griffin with one hand and brandishing a knife with the other. Ready to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Donald fires without hesitation, the bullets striking the nearest adversary, who collapses to the ground without a sound. There was no alternative. Several of them advanced together, and Donald's marksmanship had yet to attain the precision required to target the individual behind the wall of bodies. Eliminate him. The distance between both parties was scarcely more than 10 meters. With 3 shots, Donald dispatched one adversary, yet the remaining 3 had already closed in before him, while Griffin behind them teetered on the brink of life and death. No longer concealing his intentions, Donald swiftly summoned his mental fortitude, extending his vacant left hand with fingers splayed toward Griffin a few meters away. The air before him rippled with sudden intensity. Chapter 85. 1 against 5. Do not kill me. Please do not kill me. Griffin struggled, confronted by a terrifying malevolence in the eyes of his assailants. A horror he had never before encountered. Nobility, it seemed, could also experience fear. To slay a noble would elevate one's status within this circle significantly, after all. Such an accomplishment was not something everyone could claim. It would be enough for him to boast for the remainder of his life. Gripping the hilt of his dagger, his blood surged, as if he were about to deliver a momentous strike in his life. Yet, just as the blade hovered above him, it came to a halt. It was not out of fear. Rather, his wrist had been subjected to a sudden, violent impact, causing his entire hand to contort. His fingers trembled, loosening their grip, and the dagger fell, only to be ensnared midair by an unseen force. It shot back, the blade plunging into his abdomen. This was Donald's innovative application of the invisible servant after considerable contemplation. The mere act of conjuring an invisible servant resulted in a mere mass of energy, necessitating a small expenditure of mental power, approximately 0.5 for Donald, who was nearing a mental strength of 3. The crux lay in the subsequent commands he would issue. The complexity of these commands would correspondingly deplete a greater amount of mental energy. To instruct the invisible servant to lift a glass of water consumed about 0.2 less mental energy than commanding it to write a word, illustrating the disparity. Not to mention the challenge of forming specific shapes, such as a longsword or a hammer, the effectiveness of which remained uncertain, as it had yet to be tested. However, Donald was currently unable to sustain such consumption. Thus, he opted to utilize external force, such as this enemy's dagger, to manipulate the energy, encasing the hilt and propelling it forward, an uncomplicated task. Blood flowed freely along the blade while it continued to thrust inward. Donald chose not to observe this scene. On one hand, he was not yet accustomed to witnessing death unfold before his eyes, and on the other, he was rather preoccupied. His resilient shield absorbed the blows of blades. To the villains across from him, it appeared as though their weapons struck nothingness, devoid of any resonant clatter, akin to striking the surface of water, where only ripples emanated, yet no sign of injury marred the figure behind it. This man, he is also. The assailants, who spent their days in the company of those battling Sherlock, possessed some inkling of the extraordinary circumstances at play. To accomplish feats beyond the capability of ordinary individuals marked one as an aberration. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, blood splattering across the shield. Donald's expression darkened, despite having prepared himself mentally in advance. Upon witnessing the gory remains of flesh and the mingling of red and white brain matter on the faces of his foes, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt nothing. He merely forced himself to suppress the discomfort welling within. The clock meditation technique had significantly enhanced his emotional control. Monster. Monster. Die. The last remaining lackey, gripping his firearm with both hands, his face flushed with either anxiety or terror, repeatedly pulled the trigger, bullets soaring forth. White smoke swirling with the scent of gunpowder. The rhythmic sound echoed, reminiscent of pebbles plummeting into water. Just as before, blades and projectiles were thwarted by a resilient shield. Donald maintained it with one hand, his mental fortitude nearly depleted, approaching a critical threshold of 1.5, merely a fraction past half. From the inception of his meditative practice, Donald had finally experienced the profound emotion that all aberrants inevitably encounter, a sense of superiority. These adversaries, these ordinary foes, these mere mortals, they are so feeble. The invisible servitor, wielding a dagger, deftly slashed at an opponent's ankle, blood cascading onto the ground, yet the foe remained oblivious, continuing to fire. Futile. The handgun in his right hand dangled at his side as Donald observed the repeated squeeze of the trigger until the magazine was expended. In haste, the adversary scrambled to retrieve a weapon from the ground, brandishing a steel rod in a reckless charge. As the resilient shield dissipated, Donald's left hand deftly pivoted, the dagger piercing through the opponent's back, its tip emerging from the chest. The control over the invisible servitor had become increasingly adept. This marked Donald's true initiation into combat. Of course, this was facilitated by his initial strike that claimed one life, followed by another at the hands of the servitor, with the remainder of the adversaries possessing only a solitary firearm. Yet victory is victory. Donald inhaled deeply, a fervent emotion threatened to erupt within him. He yearned to proclaim his might to the world. This was a swelling of pride. However, the sight of the lifeless body before him, the blood pooling around, and the expressions of terror etched on the faces of the fallen left him momentarily disoriented. He had taken their lives. He had become a murderer. 5 lives, Donald. Stop standing there like a fool. If you don't come to my aid, I swear I'll die right here. Turning his head, he discovered Sherlock in a state of disarray, his clothing tattered, with 2 gashes marring his chest and blood steadily dripping from a penetrating wound in his right arm. In stark contrast, the aberrant across from them appeared unscathed, save for a paler complexion and unsteady breath, maintaining his composure as he adjusted his rhythm. This individual is formidable. Not only does his innate ability manifest as a barrier against my firearms, but he also possesses remarkable close combat prowess. Exercise caution. Have you truly slain them all? Donald, you are indeed no ordinary individual. Clutching his chest, Sherlock, who had been wholly focused on confronting the leader, caught sight of Donald, who seemed to have concluded his skirmish. And only then did he notice the multitude of corpses strewn about. I can explain. A jolt of anxiety coursed through him. In the heat of the moment, he had resorted to the use of magic without a second thought, caught in a state of exhilaration, neglecting to conceal his actions. It appeared that his identity had ultimately been unveiled. Explain what? It is precisely because you are not an ordinary person that we find ourselves in this predicament. If you were, who could contend with this foe? We would both meet our demise here. It is fortunate indeed that you are an aberrant. At this moment, the notion of identity seemed irrelevant. Sherlock fervently wished for Donald to be a formidable adversary. After all, they had endured numerous trials together. Whether Donald harbored malevolent intentions was clear to Sherlock, who had unwavering faith in his own discernment. The leader, brandishing a knife, surveyed the fallen comrades scattered upon the ground, most of whom had succumbed to gunfire, and an unsettling clarity dawned upon him. Planting his feet firmly, he gazed at Donald and his companion, lifting the short blade in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he positioned himself like a cannon ready to unleash its fury. The air was charged with anticipation. Chapter 86, Cooperation: How immense is the impact force generated by highly compressed air? As Donald's resilient shield collided head-on with the air cannon wielded by the knife-wielding leader, he continuously infused mental energy into the shield to prevent it from shattering. The expenditure of mental energy surged instantaneously. The air exploded before him, and dust was upheaved on either side, swirling like a tempest. Donald pressed his forefoot firmly against the ground, steadfast and unwavering, yet beads of sweat adorned his brow. The depletion of his mental energy was beginning to affect his physical condition. Only 0.8 of his mental capacity remained. Is defense all there is? A target. As the gust subsided, the knife-wielding leader gasped for breath. Such a level of assault from the air cannon was a significant drain on him as well. Though the burning sensation in his lungs had not yet reached its apex, he still had some strength left. This fellow possesses a modicum of prowess. I can manage to employ the shield perhaps one more time. The prior elimination of those 5 individuals had taken its toll. Donald did not conceal his limitations. If the opponent unleashed several more air cannons, he would likely be unable to withstand it. His air wall could only materialize one side at a time, diverting his focus. If only he could launch an attack from 2 angles. His stance was somewhat precarious, yet I have a plan. I must find a vantage point from which to strike. A vantage point? No need to search. In a one-on-one duel, just based on your abilities? The knife-wielding leader observed Sherlock stumbling back, clutching his arm, and assumed that this individual was merely posturing. Hey, are you frightened? He taunted, raising his right hand. Gun in grip, the back of his hand brushing against his forehead, sticky with perspiration. Once I sever your head, you shall comprehend your true talent. If you are willing to surrender the formula, I might contemplate sparing you. The formula is here. Do you desire it? Come and take it. Donald slapped his forehead, genuinely uncertain about the nature of his current talent. The knife-wielding leader ceased his speech, merely charging forward. Donald observed his movements, feeling a subtle relief. Indeed, the air cannon was not a technique that could be employed continuously. That sheer force had depleted 0.7 of Donald's mental energy with just one shot. Had it been capable of repeated use, he would not have needed to seek close combat with Sherlock. He could have easily toppled both adversaries with the air cannon alone. Bang, bang, bang. With a magazine of 15 rounds, Donald did not meticulously account for the remaining bullets. He simply continued to shoot, even neglecting to aim. A foolish endeavor. As he puffed his cheeks, the air cannon could not be utilized again in the immediate term. Yet, the air wall was of no concern. Both Griffin and the 2 interlopers before him must perish. Click. The firing pin struck empty. The last bullet was expended. Terror flickered across Donald's visage as he retreated step by step, ultimately turning to flee. Worthless. Previously, he had employed this very tactic to catch Sherlock off guard, piercing through his right arm and disrupting his aim. Talent is merely a tool. The extent of its power is contingent upon the imagination of its possessor, especially when it comes to those seemingly mundane talents. The formidable strength of the lungs serves as an exemplary illustration. While others might envision prolonged breath-holding for extended underwater excursions or immunity to toxic gases and smoke, the knife-wielding leader diverges from this norm. He dedicates his entire focus to mastering the art of controlling that very breath. The conclusion he arrives at is that by continuously reinforcing lung capacity and adjusting the shape of the mouth and the state of the oral cavity, one can manipulate the airflow to produce varying effects. He dubs this technique the airflow burst. And now, Donald is about to unleash it. Unlike the brief explosion of an air cannon, his opponent must maintain a steady exhalation while executing sustained attacks. With 2 lungs but only 1 mouth, he pivots to activate a resilient shield, unleashing ripples of force that surpass even the impact of knives and bullets. Donald. Float disc technique. Jump. At the command, Sherlock leaps without regard for the obscured surroundings, simply stepping down with 1 foot as the float disc, under Donald's guidance, shifts beneath him. Although Sherlock's weight surely exceeds 50 pounds, Donald has no intention of allowing him to stand. A momentary leverage is all that is required. As the knife-wielding leader concentrates on breaching the formidable shield, he catches sight of a defeated adversary soaring from behind. Before he can ponder how an ordinary person can leap so high from the ground, his gaze is drawn to the firearm in Sherlock's grasp. As a practitioner of skill, he is acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. Thus, throughout the confrontation, he has been vigilant about his positioning, striving to face his foe directly to avoid being attacked from 2 angles. Who could have anticipated that his avoidance would manifest in such a manner? With a resounding thud, the shot, expending all available air, carries tremendous force and catches the enemy off guard, securing the advantage. The mouth swells as he expels the remaining breath, erecting a protective wall of air in the upper diagonal, and lowers his gaze to assess the other combatant's status. What he sees is a swiftly approaching dagger. At the instant Sherlock leaps, Donald cancels the float disc technique and dashes forward, closing the distance between himself and the knife-wielding leader. The decisive blow has never been Sherlock's shot. The blade plunges directly into the leader's chest, the invisible servant unable to endure until Donald's control is relinquished, dissipating due to the exhaustion of mental energy. Observing the fallen enemy, Donald finally exhales in relief. A duel? It seems you were challenging us both. And this tactic possesses a certain intrigue. If only that dagger were exchanged for a longsword. The chaotic state of his mind leads Donald into a spiral of fanciful thoughts. Currently, the controllable range of the invisible servant is 5 meters beyond this perimeter. Manipulation becomes exceedingly arduous, with both speed and power experiencing a dramatic decline. But what if Donald's mental fortitude were sufficiently robust? By transforming energy into a longsword and using mental power as a conduit, with a mere thought, an incorporeal longsword could emerge. Alternatively, he could wield a longsword, commanding the invisible servant to draw it forth upon encountering foes. A sword approaches? The clock meditation method emphasizes stability and precision, naturally endowing it with an advantage in control and endurance. TSK. Donald sincerely expressed his gratitude to the sorcerer for originally selecting the spell of the invisible servant for him. The duo's triumph in vanquishing a formidable heretic filled Sherlock with exhilaration. Upon landing, he neglected to cover his chest, revealing the edges of white bandages. Taking a few steps forward, he delivered a resounding slap to Donald's back. The latter stumbled and fell face first to the ground. Chapter 87. The corpse search. Having recently embarked on my journey as a sorcerer, I found myself utterly drained after the previous skirmishes. Rising from the ground, the exhilaration of battle faded, leaving behind a profound fatigue that enveloped my mind. Fortunately, the confrontation concluded favorably. Remarkable. This victory was entirely yours. The spoils are rightfully yours. I shall seek out Griffin, as there are matters I must address with him beforehand. Rest assured, your status as an aberrant will not be a burden to you. I reassured. The incessant gunfire could not be concealed by mere machinery. The police were surely en route. Sherlock, observing the peculiar expression on my face, discerned my thoughts. Should my identity as an aberrant be revealed, and if Sherlock were to inform the police, I would undoubtedly face the judgment of the enforcers by nightfall. However, with his influence, such an eventuality was utterly improbable. The act of searching the corpse could be seen as a variation of looting. I had contributed nearly 80% of the effort in vanquishing the knife-wielding leader, thus the possessions upon his person rightfully belonged to me. Mustering my resolve, I approached the lifeless body, crouched beside it, and contemplated where to begin. After swallowing a couple of times, I decided to start with the pockets at the waist. To my surprise, I found that I could indeed approach the act of claiming spoils with such composure after dispatching an adversary. Necessity breeds ingenuity. Ultimately, the bounty was modest. After all, few individuals prefer to carry their entire fortune with them. I collected a handful of scattered coins, amounting to nearly 5 gold pounds, and a short dagger. I wiped the blade clean with the deceased's garments, sheathed it, and secured it to my waist. While engaging in close combat with it seemed unlikely. It served well as a blade for controlling invisible servants, being lightweight enough that enveloping it in a sphere of energy would not overly deplete my mental faculties. When the police arrive, you shall comprehend the narrative. We saved your life, and this assistance constitutes a portion of your debt to us. That seems fair, does it not? As I examined the dagger, Sherlock crouched beside the shaken Griffin, tending to his wounds while explaining certain matters. Rest assured, I lost consciousness during your altercation. I saw nothing and know nothing, Griffin exclaimed. Why were they pursuing you? I merely intended to take a few photographs and inquire about certain matters. Who would have anticipated becoming a savior in this chaotic scenario? Having paid a price, there were indeed benefits. At least there was no need to threaten him further. I am uncertain. In truth, even now, I am bewildered by the situation, Griffin confessed. Having lived over 30 years. This was his inaugural encounter with such unreasonable abduction. Though one could not merely label it as abduction, it was a murder attempt, without a doubt. Sherlock glanced at me as I approached empty-handed, filled with curiosity. I revealed the hilt of the dagger, shrugged, and indicated that there was nothing more to show. Have you engaged in any activities of late? Particularly matters that may involve the interests of others. Recently, I have been solely preoccupied with the search for Miss Madeline Kirk, neglecting even my own wife at home. How could I possibly engage in actions that would harm another's interests? They cannot possibly be assassins sent by my wife, could they? To eliminate me so she may inherit the family fortune. Griffin's line of thought seemed somewhat rational. If Donald and Sherlock were not acting on Mrs. Griffin's behalf, they might indeed entertain such notions. Have you uncovered any information regarding the disappearance of Miss Madeline Kirk? This was the only matter he had attended to recently, prompting Sherlock to inquire further. I swear I have exerted every effort in the quest for Miss Madeline. This fellow seizes every opportunity to express his affection for Madeline Kirk, leaving the listeners somewhat nauseated. I did not ask for that. I inquired whether you had discovered anything. No. It is no wonder he is evading the question. Let me rephrase. Have you visited any unusual places in connection with the disappearance of Miss Madeline Kirk in recent days? Griffin may have inadvertently stumbled upon something without realizing it. In my pursuit of Miss Madeline Kirk, I attended tea gatherings and book clubs, both venues frequented by Miss Kirk prior to her disappearance. However, due to restrictions on mail entry, I infiltrated them in disguise. This is a secret, so please do not disclose it to others. A man in his 30s masquerading as a woman, what potential lies therein? I am aware of tea gatherings, where society's young ladies convene in the morning, and book clubs that prohibit men from entering. That particular book club is unique, featuring a female professor from Mavando University as the speaker, who delights in teaching young women poetry, as she is still seeking a partner, thus making her somewhat sensitive to the presence of men. To speak ill of a highly esteemed female professor is unbecoming of a gentleman. We are indeed attempting to locate those missing girls. If you are willing, perhaps you could assist us? The influence wielded by nobility is certainly greater than that of the two of them. Naturally, should you require assistance in this matter, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I assure you there will be no reluctance on my part. I have but one request. Upon locating Miss Madeline Kirk, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. Griffin readily acquiesced, utterly captivated. Donald, you made a part. Someone must assume responsibility for the situation here. Rest assured, with Griffin present, the identities of these brigands can be ascertained. To be frank, I intend to adopt a special identity to blend in, ensuring no troubles will befall me. Your presence here is the true complication. I cannot explain your origin, particularly given the disarray of the objects scattered by the wind and the dust traces on the ground. Such chaos is not typical of a gunfight. Furthermore, Sherlock had no intention of visiting the police station for tea. Thus, he resolved to employ a simpler approach. Donald is not one to be overly sentimental. Given Sherlock's connections with the special department, it is evident that he is far more suited to handle the current situation than I, a person devoid of any background. Well, Donald, I am beginning to think that a weekly salary of £1 is rather insufficient, considering your exceptional performance today. Before parting ways, Sherlock remarked with a hint of nostalgia. A raise? Absolutely not. Chapter 88. Higher authorities, Sheriff. We will take over the case here. Among the deceased, there exists a special individual, and we will conduct further investigations, Yako declared at the factory entrance, presenting his adjudicator credentials to the sheriff. Very well. Such matters should indeed be entrusted to you, the sheriff replied. The police department and the adjudicator's office have always maintained a collaborative relationship. Most sheriffs are adherents of the Church of Justice, even if their expressions of support are merely verbal. At the very least, this symbolizes a harmonious relationship between the two parties. There are those willing to assist with the peculiar and challenging cases, alleviating pressure on the police department, and, most importantly, they do not seek credit for themselves. All accolades are attributed to the police department. Anyone who would express anger over such benevolence would simply be foolish. What about my team? At this point, Yako felt a familiar headache. He should never have agreed to grant Royce a badge. Although Sherlock is not an adjudicator, he possesses an adjudicator's badge, which is merely a FAAD, yet it holds significance in the eyes of genuine adjudicators. When presented before the sheriff, it is recognized. Consequently, while enjoying dinner, he received an urgent call from the church, indicating that one of its members was in distress. Hey, Brother Yako. The two met on a bench outside the factory, where Sherlock had just finished bandaging himself. His previous injury was not particularly grave, but the penetrating wound in his right arm required special attention. Injured? Who did this? Despite having prepared a reprimand for the journey, upon seeing Sherlock sitting there lost in thought, Yako could not maintain his composure. A traitor, a fellow who could blow wind. I wonder what his talent was. Did I not say not to call me that? I am now Sherlock Swift. Sherlock retorted. That traitor is dead, lying inside. Impressive, isn't it? Shadia Swift. Another name for Sherlock. His true identity. You did it? Yako inquired softly as he sat beside Sherlock. Indeed. Impossible. I know your capabilities. With that gone, perhaps you could have a chance in a one-on-one, but I am not blind. There is only one corpse in the factory, 1 against 6. And you ended up with merely a couple of slashes on your clothing and a hole in your right arm. Are you some hidden monster capable of transforming into a wolf or a lizard? Could it be that a seasoned adjudicator captain with 5 years of experience could be so easily deceived? How do you know I cannot transform? The law states that those who kill traitors who assault ordinary citizens bear no responsibility, and Yako understood that someone must have assisted Sherlock. These matters were not overly concerning. The individual had saved his friend's life, and he was not inclined to create trouble for them. What truly troubled Yako were the revelations he had overheard from Joseph Griffin at the factory entrance regarding the traitor's involvement. Was it the traitor's doing? Fearing Sherlock might charge in recklessly, Yako chose to reveal just a portion of the information. Rest assured, I am not one to disregard kindness. Today was merely an unfortunate incident, truly a twist of fate. My original task was to take photographs, yet unexpectedly, someone attempted to abduct Mr. Griffin. Upon capturing him, they intended to cast him into the meat grinder. How could I stand by and witness his demise? Should such a situation arise again, I implore you to report it to the authorities immediately or contact me directly. If time is of the essence, even if it means watching the other party perish, do not recklessly charge forth. Consider this. Had no one intervened today, who would now be lying on the factory floor? Confronting evil and daring to resist is indeed commendable. Yet should that resistance fail, the consequences may prove unbearable. Would you be able to save him? Sherlock retorted. Am I akin to you? As a judge, I must be at the forefront in the face of terror that besets Proxton City, but you are not in the same position. Specialized matters must be entrusted to those equipped to handle them. Otherwise, what purpose do we serve? Proxton City lies within the jurisdiction of the Church of Justice, and they are the true arbiters here. One day, I too shall ascend to that role. Sherlock fixed his gaze upon a nearby streetlight, where swarms of insects danced in the glow, undeterred by the flickering flame. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his right arm entirely wrapped in bandages. As he tugged at his shirt, he grimaced in pain. Previously concealed beneath a loose coat or long-sleeved shirt, his expression remained impassive. Yet now it was evident that he had not yet healed. Is there someone who could inflict such harm upon you? Sherlock pondered. He was not entirely aware of the brute strength before him, but he understood that in Proxton City, Yako's reputation held sway in certain circles, even surpassing the law. Indeed. 2 months prior, I sustained those injuries. That was during an encounter when he did not employ his full strength. Have you ever witnessed a vortex of flames capable of melting steel? I stood at the very center of that inferno. The vivid orange glow of the flames still haunted Yako's dreams. He lowered his garment to conceal his scars and continued. Now do you comprehend why Royce ventured out while I remained here in Proxton, dealing with the likes of a rat catcher? I recognize your aspirations to become an apostle. I must concede you possess the requisite talents. However, I must caution you, that world is far more terrifying than you can fathom. As he pushed open the door to the office, someone awaited him. Chapter 89, the second pursuit. Someone was trailing him. This was the second time Donald felt such an unsettling sensation, the first instance occurring just a few days prior. Yet, it was merely 9 p.m. and the streets still bore witness to a handful of pedestrians. He endeavored to remain near the throngs of people, quickening his pace as he approached Iris Street, hopeful that Infinito would be at home, for her presence might provide the means to deter his pursuer. The thought of confronting Infinito filled him with trepidation, especially after their relationship had been laid bare. Perhaps it was merely human nature to seek safety while avoiding peril. The sense of crisis intensified, as if a knife were being drawn closer from behind. Unable to resist the impulse, Donald halted at a corner, abruptly turning to glance back. A woman stood before a shop window, inspecting the wares, her shopping bags in hand, not her. A pair of individuals engaged in conversation on the sidewalk, their words unreserved. Not them either. Yet, a figure loomed merely 3 meters away, empty-handed, clad in a brown coat, robust in stature, and wearing a beige bowler hat, fixated upon Donald. With purposeful strides, he approached. How could this be considered stealth? Ah, Donald Grant, what a pleasure to encounter you again. Well, I cannot truly say again. For the last time I only glimpsed your back. This is our first true meeting, the burly man remarked, sauntering beneath the streetlight, his neck twisting with exaggerated motion, the sound of his bones creaking ominously. His hands swung unnaturally at his sides, the thick hair visible in the glow of the light. "Stop. I do not recognize you." Donald's right hand formed a sigil behind him, the incantation of his invisible servant commencing as he unfastened the buttons of his coat. The hilt of a short dagger subtly revealing itself at his waist. "I have something stored with you, and I have come to retrieve it." "Ah. Do you intend to brawl with me in the street? I care not for the Church of Justice, and I wager you do not either." The man's words were devoid of pretense, as though Donald truly possessed something of his, a natural claim to reclaim it. Disregarding the Church of Justice indicated he was not adjudicator, and with Infinita having made an agreement with him, it was certain he was not affiliated with her either. His gaze swept left and right, hands remaining still as his invisible servant seized an empty wine bottle from the corner, hurling it towards the man's face. The force of this throw was no less than what Donald could muster himself, yet the man effortlessly caught it with a raised hand. "Is this how you greet others?" As the burly man lowered his palm, he realized the corner was already devoid of any presence. Donald had deliberately positioned himself at the corner to confront him, and there was a rationale behind it. If he were merely an ordinary individual, Donald intended to administer a minor lesson. If their strengths were evenly matched, then intimidation would suffice. However, the ease with which the glass bottle was caught indicated that this man might possess a slight edge in strength. The outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain, but one fact was clear. Should a clash erupt, neither side could conceal themselves, and the adjudicators would undoubtedly hone in on them. Perhaps this robust man truly cared little for the Church of Justice, but Donald certainly did. Regardless of the church, Donald now kept his distance, fully aware of his identity. The Church of Justice must certainly be cognizant of this, but the reason for their inaction eluded him. Yet, presenting oneself at their doorstep was an entirely different matter. Escape? His fingers tightened as the glass bottle shattered, shards scattering in every direction. The sharp fragments that remained in his palm fell away as he opened his hand, casually tossing them aside. What kind of monstrous entity had emerged? Their intellect seemed rather lacking. Infinita had mentioned that some individuals and circumstances would seek him out, and it appeared she was indeed correct. However, the approach was rather too direct, rendering him defenseless. As he stepped onto Iris Flower Street, the footsteps behind him drew nearer, and Donald realized he could not match their speed. Whoosh! He heard the sound of something being hurled. In a sudden movement, Donald lunged to the side, and a small crater appeared where he had just been standing, housing a bent penny. Using money as a projectile proved quite formidable. There were still a few people on the street. While they might not have noticed the coin embedded in the ground, they certainly observed Donald rolling across the pavement. At this moment, the difference in their professions became evident. His pursuers were clearly the type that relied on physical strength. As long as they refrained from overtly conspicuous actions, such as bending steel with bare hands or smashing walls with a single punch, ordinary individuals would hardly find it strange. Meanwhile, Donald hesitated to retaliate. Having concealed his previous action of striking with the bottle, he was now wary of controlling objects to throw them, with so many witnesses around. Did he really want to become a scatterer of coins? You seem quite apprehensive about fighting in front of others? Ah, so you were still a good citizen. I must have misjudged you. I assumed you were like your parents, born to be reckless, yet here you are. I should say it's rather unexpected. This individual seemed to have some knowledge of Donald's parents. Did the Grant share a similar disposition? If Infinita were home, she would likely have turned on the lights in the living room. Always present when she shouldn't be, yet absent when needed. Could you possibly grant your husband a moment of ease? They are who they are, and I am who I am. Your parents gave birth to a creature such as you, which was equally surprising to me. A creature? You dare to say that? The term evidently provoked him. As he charged forward, Donald drew aside his coat, readying the short blade at his waist. Fighting in front of my doorstep is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Business in the shop is already poor. With such a commotion, how can we continue operating? Cain Antoine stood behind Donald, addressing the burly man. You're here too. They actually sent you to protect this fellow? The burly man retrieved another coin from his pocket, this time a silver shilling. Aligning his fingers and rotating it in the air, producing a crisp sound. If my identity is compromised, I will end you. Do you have any objections? Cain placed a hand on Donald's shoulder, guiding him back as he stepped in front, while pedestrians hurried past. The street, now vacant, ultimately housed only 3 individuals. No opinions to offer, but here is a sovereign for you. The sovereign, gripped tightly in hand, was hurled forth in a manner reminiscent of a discus throw, and its impact was evidently more formidable than that which Donald had previously encountered. Cain remained motionless. In the next instant, a sudden eruption of a small orange-red luminescence erupted ahead, accompanied by a rush of hot air. All that remained was a pool of crimson liquid that dripped into the void, the burly figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 90. Drawing the tiger from its mountain in a certain alleyway, the stone brick walls on either side bore numerous shattered cracks. As this area was designated for imminent demolition, soon to be replaced by a new factory, devoid of inhabitants, Infinitas wielded her longsword, the curved handguard enveloping her palm. As she brushed her hand along the blade, a layer of pearlescent light adhering to it. A white mist billowed from the sword's edge as she struck forward fiercely, cleaving through a translucent, grayish substance that hovered before her. Opposite her stood an individual adorned with a peculiar mask, seemingly sculpted from clay, with swirling gray mist enveloping each hand. Suddenly, he raised his gaze to the right. Even through the barrier of the wall, he sensed the approach of others nearby. Little did he expect that a distress signal had already been dispatched. Engaging in a nocturnal skirmish with such a beautiful girl was hardly a waste of time. Perhaps future opportunities would arise. With a light clap of his hands, the mist surrounding him dispersed, expanding like a breath before coalescing into a mass that surged towards Infinitas. As she swiftly executed a series of strikes to sever the gray mist, she found her opponent's form had vanished from sight. Within a minute, several figures rushed into the alley from either side. Who goes there? Where are you? A middle-aged man, bearing a broad-bladed longsword on his back, inquired in a grave tone upon spotting Infinitas, who leaned against the wall, panting. Infinitas had sensed their presence from her home, directly across the street, and after arming herself, she had signaled her comrades and ventured out to pursue. Her adversary, however, seemed to linger, as if awaiting her arrival. As a member of a specialized division within the church, they were equipped with unique tracking devices designed for such contingencies. Had the masked man been a moment tardy in his awareness, a pincer movement might have ensued. Donald Grant had already been confirmed safe at home, untouched by any ill intent. Retrieving a palm-sized metallic device from his pocket, a red light blinked incessantly. Upon pressing a button, a man's voice emanated from within. Only 3 have come here. The remaining member rushed directly to Irish Street upon receiving the signal, tasked with monitoring Donald's situation. If anyone sought to abduct Donald, it would be optimal to do so while Infinitas was absent. Merely noticing Infinitas and provoking her? This was not the first time he had encountered zealots eager to challenge others. Some individuals, upon acquiring power, inevitably yearned to showcase their abilities, often seeking to test themselves against kindred spirits. However, such individuals were typically the most rudimentary of aberrants. With Infinitas's prowess, she could effortlessly subdue them with a single hand. Yet, the one who had fled earlier evidently possessed greater strength. "Do you sense anything unusual?" inquired another woman in the group, producing a perfume bottle-like apparatus and placing it beneath Infinitas's nose. This was a specially formulated elixir. The gas it released greatly aided in calming one's breath and hastening recovery. Infinitas remained resolute in her mission. The fact that Donald Grant had not been taken in her absence suggested the presence of other motives. A carriage awaited outside. She had not forgotten how to drive. Had she? Upon reaching Irish Street, she would hand over matters to Freddie. "Understood," she replied. The traces within the alley required attention, yet Infinitas did not linger. Upon reaching Irish Street, she paused before a residence, the very abode they had previously rented for close surveillance. "Are you all right? You look unwell," Freddie remarked as he stood by the street, raising his hand in an attempt to grasp Infinitas's, only for her to leap from the vehicle instead. "Is he still at home? Has anyone visited?" Over the past 2 years, Infinitas had grown accustomed to referring to that dwelling as home. "Yes. He was in the living room when I arrived, and he hasn't stepped outside since." In the living room, Donald had been seated on the sofa for over half an hour. What transpired? Infinitas entered, her expression and demeanor unchanged. She sensed that Donald must have encountered something unusual today, or else he was deceiving her. He had not mentioned Cain Antoine's assistance. Infinitas remained silent. "What is it?" "I speak nothing but the truth. You could employ that dream inquiry agent to question me within your dreams." Given that tea could indeed counteract the effects of the dream inquiry agent, and that the potion could not be administered again in a short span, Donald's assertion held a tone of conviction. "Yes, I am aware. I shall utilize the dream inquiry agent at the appropriate moment. Grant, please provide a detailed description of the man who has been following you. I need to know his appearance, approximate height, and any distinguishing features, such as moles on his face or tattoos on his body." The rapidity with which someone could no longer contain themselves was promising news, indicating progress in their endeavors. Today, someone had drawn her away. Could it be that this was intended to provoke the pursuer Donald spoke of? Regardless, the events unfolding now affirmed that their strategy was sound finally. Someone had begun to set their sights on Donald Grant. It was not the multitude of incidents that caused concern, but rather the absence of any happenings. With merely 2 months remaining, any shift was worthy of anticipation. "Take this," she said, presenting a locator. "We can ascertain your location through it." It was a golden ring, etched with unique patterns, not a recent acquisition, but rather a temporary allocation of a member's ring. Chapter 91. Dismissed had I been dismissed? Sitting in his familiar workspace, Donald stared at the contract paper before him, momentarily taken aback. If he was not mistaken, after nearly a month of employment, he found himself unemployed. His doubts lingered until he produced a photograph of his brothers. Uncertainty still gnawed at him, especially since Sherlock's whereabouts were unknown. "Mr. Grant, I regret to inform you that due to my brother, Sherlock Swift, sustaining severe injuries yesterday, the Swift Detective Agency will be indefinitely closed from today. I will cover all breach of contract penalties on Sherlock's behalf, amounting to 5 gold pounds. Please accept this," he said, handing over the payment. Donald cast a puzzled glance at Royce. If memory served, Sherlock had suffered a puncture wound in his arm, necessitating treatment. Yet, given her connections with special departments, he assumed there must be unique remedies available. Had he perhaps contracted an infection? The termination documents lay prepared beside the employment contract, already signed by Sherlock. Although the handwriting was somewhat erratic, it undeniably bore his name. "May I inquire as to Sherlock's location? After all, I initially entered into this agreement with him." "I believe it is only proper to discuss the termination in person. No need for that," Royce interjected firmly. "He has authorized me to act on his behalf. He is currently resting and unable to rise. You may simply sign here. This is the standard procedure." As Sherlock's elder brother, Royce was indeed entitled to assume such responsibilities in the event of his brother's incapacitation. "Very well, then. After I sign the contract, may I visit Sherlock?" With the termination agreement laid before him, Donald found little reason to resist. He took up the pen and inscribed his name upon the document. Recently, he had contemplated alternative means of earning a living. After all, the cult could always provide him with a handful of gold pounds. The agency was increasingly becoming a hindrance to his time. Just as Donald was finishing his signature, a sudden thud echoed from the second floor. As if a heavy object had fallen, Royce glanced at the ceiling, seized the termination contract, and shook hands with Donald, marking an amicable parting. "Then I shall take my leave. I will return tomorrow." The abrupt end to a job he had found rather fulfilling left him with a sense of unease, especially as he sensed Royce's discontent towards him. Rising to depart, he felt a lingering discomfort in his chest. It was hardly surprising that Royce might harbor reservations, given that an assistant's weekly wage was 1 gold pound. "Farewell." Royce escorted him to the door, shutting it firmly behind him. He then ascended the stairs, opening the door to the bedroom. As he had anticipated, a figure lay bound on the floor next to the bed, their mouths stuffed with bread, glaring at him upon his entrance. Approaching, he grasped the ropes, tossing the individual onto the bed. The person, with wine-red hair tousled across the pillow, had a smooth, oval face that was now flushed with anger. Their light brown eyes, glistening with unshed tears, fixed on Royce, radiating an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating him on the spot. Despite being thoroughly bound, she still attempted to lift her constrained feet to kick Royce, only to be thwarted as he playfully scratched her feet with the silk tassels of the bedspread for 2 minutes, leaving her in tears, pleading for mercy. "Cease your antics, and I shall release you. Just blink if you agree," Royce said, his lofty position allowing him to pull at her smooth cheek with a grin, prompting her to blink rapidly in response. First, she removed the bread from her mouth. This dark loaf was typically baked specially for consumption, and with her teeth, she had left a neat row of imprints upon it. "Frona, you are tormenting me. I shall not let this go. Donald, my signed employee, is an excellent aide. If you dismiss him, how am I to handle my cases in the future? You are my sister, if I do not bully you. Whom shall I bully? That aide earns a weekly wage of 1 gold pound. Do you assume our family possesses a mine, squandering our resources so frivolously? You wouldn't be harboring feelings for him, would you? Absolutely not. If you seek a boyfriend, I forbid it. I have yet to find one myself." With his hands encircling the girl's cheeks, he playfully squeezed, watching her face contort into various shapes, only continuing when he found amusement in it. "You possess quite the audacity. I warned you to behave when I departed, yet here you are, causing trouble. Yako informed me that you fought with the heretics last night. Fortunately, it was merely a penetrating injury to your arm, a bit of ointment, and in a few days, you shall recover. But what if something dire were to happen to you? Have you considered that? What does my quest for a boyfriend have to do with yours? Bah, I have no intentions of seeking one. Moreover, there was no calamity, was there? Her tone had softened considerably, yet she remained obstinate. "You may take anything from the table, but you must return this pendant. I rely on it to venture out. For leisure, the pendant may be returned. But you must assure me that you shall refrain from involving yourself in the case of the missing girls. That is my boundary." The adversaries facing this judge are not mere small-time gangs or secret societies, but a cult that has lurked within the underground of Pewiston City for an indeterminate duration. Their ranks not only include heretics, but potentially also demon pact makers and abyssal demons in contact at any moment. We must proceed with utmost caution, especially you, an ordinary person. With your temperament, should you intrude, last night's events might very well repeat themselves. If you do not care for your own safety, at least consider your friend S. If you involve him in the investigation of the missing girls, you are essentially leading him to his demise. Suppressing her smile, she realized some matters must be addressed beforehand. Last night, she had sought out Yako and was genuinely startled to hear that Siataya intended to participate in the case of the missing girls. Very well. Initially, she had intended to argue, having considered enlisting Donald's help for her investigation, believing that in the face of danger, having a familiar wizard by her side would provide a sense of security. Yet now, hearing Frona's concerns, she felt a twinge of selfishness. Donald was earning a weekly wage of £1 and expecting him to risk his life alongside her felt akin to exploiting labor. She could only nod in resignation. Should a fatality occur, she could not bear the responsibility. If Donald were present, he would undoubtedly assert that he has long been involved, as an insider. Chapter 92 Identity seated at a table inside the bookstore, shielded from view by a nearby bookshelf. Donald found himself reflecting on the events of the previous night after fending off his pursuers. He had engaged in a brief conversation with Khan, who revealed that he was not an ordinary individual but rather a friend of the Grant couple, having arrived only recently upon learning of their tragic demise. The 2-year timeline previously mentioned by Charles was evidently a fabrication. The reason Khan Antoine refrained from acknowledging Donald thrice was straightforward. He wished not to disrupt Donald's life. Had Donald's existence remained untroubled, their paths would never have crossed. This, of course, was Khan Antoine's perspective, and one could only deem a normal life as a mere aspiration. Their encounter on the anniversary of Donald's parents' death had led to Khan providing him with tea that aided in evading the Dream Inquiry's interrogation and assisting in repelling the pursuers. Regardless of the circumstances, Khan appeared to be an ally. But was it truly so? Alone in the living room last night, Donald pondered this matter deeply. Infinitia had emphasized a crucial detail that night during the Dream Inquiry. The Grant couple were demon kin, leaning towards the veracity of this claim. Donald found no reason to doubt Infinitia, who had no need to fabricate further lies once she had already ensnared him. After all, Donald was compelled to resolve the inheritance issue while under the influence of a chronic poison. Khan Antoine, proclaiming himself a friend of his parents, a companion of demon kin. This was a thought-provoking identity. Children invariably trust their elders. However, the soul inhabiting this body was not that of the Grant couple's offspring. He could view all individuals from an outsider's perspective, devoid of personal sentiment. Moreover, the experiences of the past few weeks had rendered Donald acutely sensitive to social nuances, adopting a scrutinizing and skeptical demeanor towards those around him. This heightened sensitivity might have posed an obstacle to his interactions in other contexts. Yet now it proved to be a fortuitous advantage. "Please, you must assist me. The tea you provided allowed me to escape a dire fate, but it is insufficient. They have administered chronic poison to me, and with no trace of my belongings for 2 months, I am left facing death. Furthermore, inexplicably, I have recently become a heretic, and I fear discovery." Given that the Antoine father and son claimed to be friends of the Grant couple, Donald naturally continued the conversation, hoping for their assistance. "You are here to help, and regardless of the truth, you must demonstrate some sincerity. No? The chronic poison, they administered it to you?" Khan inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Indeed, my wife, Infinitia Alfred, was the one who gave it to me." Donald did not conceal Infinitia's involvement from the Antoine pair. It was a pale blue liquid, akin to drinking water, and there were no immediate peculiar reactions afterward. After removing the medical kit, Khan Antoine extracted a sample of Donald's blood. "I will require some time for analysis, approximately a week," he stated. "Thank you for your assistance," Donald replied gratefully. "The onset of chronic toxins will manifest after 2 months, lasting for a week, which is hardly significant." Subsequently, the conversation shifted to matters concerning the heretics. Just a mere mention, like this. The arcane skills, of course, could not be displayed. Donald wished only for them to be aware of the existence of mental strength. Khan Antoine, with a wry smile, sipped his tea, pausing briefly to reflect, and continued. For the time being, they should not suspect us. What is paramount is your well-being. Although I promised your parents to look after you. Our strength pales in comparison to theirs, which is indeed humiliating. However, we might provide you with a sense of direction. Should you harbor any doubts or discoveries, feel free to consult us. His tone was sincere, akin to that of a benevolent elder concerned for a younger kin. What should I do? Donald appeared utterly clueless. Devoid of opinions, relying on others to make decisions for him. He needed to ascertain the thoughts of these individuals, the more insights, the better. Maintaining the role of an inquisitor seemed the wisest course. Finding the legacy was his sole bargaining chip. Only by grasping it firmly would he be entitled to negotiate terms with them. Indeed, this legacy, in a certain light, also safeguarded his life. Yet, he lamented, I do not know where this legacy they speak of resides. I truly have no idea. They have never bestowed upon me anything exceptional. Had he known the whereabouts of the legacy, he would have eagerly opened it, consumed the items that infinitas claimed could enhance his prowess, and then subdued these individuals. Alas, it remained a mere fantasy. No, your parents possess far greater foresight than you realize. Long ago, they discerned that the exposure of their identities would endanger you. We, father and son, were summoned by them, but regrettably, it was too late. To ensure your survival, they would have undoubtedly revealed the secret to you. You simply have yet to perceive it. Do you recall the book I sold you? It was sent to me alongside a letter. Previously, I returned it to you, hoping you would keep it safe. Donald was aware of the information regarding the legacy. Kane seemed quite certain of this point, mentioning the tome Exorcising Evil, which left Donald momentarily taken aback. Is that book my father's? The book, along with that parchment, is tucked away in my drawer. Chapter 93. Talent and Class on the Other Side of the World. 3 fundamental principles are widely acknowledged, offering a universal explanation for individual talent. First, talent is specific. The same type of talent may manifest in different individuals, yet its effectiveness and developmental trajectory depend on the personal cultivation of the talent holder. Second, there exists a limitation to the talent one can possess or simultaneously hold, varying from person to person. Third, talent is evolutionary. Every form of talent has its limits. But there also exists the potential to transcend these limits and evolve to higher levels. While these 3 principles may not encompass the entirety of talent among individuals with extraordinary abilities, they are undoubtedly the most recognized. How can one ascertain the extent of their talent? Is there a definitive criterion for evaluation? Donald lingered in the corner bookstore, seeking counsel from Con Antoine about these basic tenets of the otherworld, which were exceedingly novel to him. Con Antoine did not decline, providing a meticulous explanation. Behold this cup of tea, he said, lightly tapping the rim of the teacup to capture Donald's attention. Is that all? Donald felt an insatiable curiosity. This knowledge was entirely new to him and pivotal for achieving a clearer self-awareness. Thus he was reluctant to let it slip away. Of course, there exists a hierarchy beyond awakening and beyond that. I cannot say. I am merely an elder at the power level myself, unable to grasp such complexities. Even these insights were relayed to me by others. How can I determine if I have reached the power level? Donald inquired. Currently, he could utilize psychic energy to cast 3 spells. Did this qualify as reaching the power level? That depends on one's individual talent. For instance, your strong will is challenging to assess. A singular talent can easily ascend to the power level, yet this does not imply strength. Strictly speaking, the boundary between the power level and the extraordinary ability level is quite nebulous, relying heavily on personal perception and the quantity of one's talents. When an individual studies a talent, as long as they possess a sound mind, they will undoubtedly master and become familiar with it swiftly. However, an elevation in class does not necessarily equate to a surge in power. While the quantity of talents one possesses is limited, it is not to the extent of being singular. It entirely depends on one's constitution. Some may possess 3 talents, while others may have 5. As for those with double digits, they are exceedingly rare, indeed a 1 in 10,000 occurrence, with the emphasis lying not on the 10,000, but on the absence thereof. The apostles of the church typically possess 2 or more talents, and some even have God-given talents, which renders their ascent to the power level relatively slow. Yet, once they reach the power level and fully master all their talents, those with only 1 or 2 talents in the extraordinary realm would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Besides talent, is there anything else that can augment one's strength? Donald wished to seize this opportunity to inquire further. Indeed, humanity has a propensity to wield blades and firearms to augment their capabilities. Individuals of our ilk certainly possess such implements. You shall encounter them in due time. We refer to these as extraordinary artifacts, accompanied by an array of weaponry and equipment that we regard with greater discernment than the average person. This elucidation comes courtesy of Charles Antoine. Numerous inquiries were posed, with Donald treating the Antoine father and son as a veritable encyclopedia. It was not until midday that Donald found himself momentarily devoid of questions. Memory, it seems, is unreliable. He could only verbalize his thoughts. For now, he would focus on investigating the fire incident from years past, as it was the only matter he could pursue at present. Yet, he harbored some trepidation about being targeted again by the individuals who had appeared the previous night. Rising to his feet, Donald felt it essential to express his gratitude. Though the intentions of the Antoine family remained ambiguous, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the Grants had indeed summoned them to assist him. Charles wore a smile as he approached the bookstore's entrance, his emerald eyes aglow with crimson light. Pausing momentarily, Donald felt an urge to glimpse the spiritual essence of the Antoine duo. "Mr. Grant, is there anything else?" A voice called from behind. "Nothing of consequence. Merely a bug crawling on the ground, and I wish to avoid stepping on it. Such risks are not to be taken lightly. Do you believe them?" Charles inquired of Kane once Donald had distanced himself. "Given your position, would you trust them?" Surrounded by adversaries scrutinizing him with keen interest, even the appearance of a friend would prompt a normal person to exercise caution. Their initial encounter in the cemetery, the subsequent team meeting, the third instance of repelling a pursuer, coupled with today's guidance. These individuals certainly seem more virtuous than those affiliated with the Silver Moon Church, do they not? Chapter 94. Each according to their ability in the dead of night, an individual carrying a suitcase, followed by several others, arrived at the front of a residence. The leader among them was none other than Jeffrey Raster, with Auguff trailing behind. Auguff remained, while the others departed. The group dispersed, melting into the shadows, leaving only Auguff to enter the dwelling. The house was modest in size, illuminated by the glow of street lamps. Its exterior revealed a somewhat antiquated charm, with walls adorned by creeping flora. In the obscurity of the night, the colors were indiscernible. Upon pushing the door open, the interior was equally unremarkable, resembling a space that would be the last choice for rental. This was Jeffrey Raster's abode, unchanged over the span of 3 years, despite his status having escalated beyond comparison. The two men each retrieved an oil lamp from the entryway and proceeded directly to the study, a repurposed area combining a storeroom and half of the living room. Reflecting on the prior gathering, they had recently participated in a discreet meeting of the Shia Church, attended by several high-ranking officials. With a notable increase in personnel compared to the last assembly, the discussions revolved around the church's recent developments, its covert control over various industries, and the number of new adherents acquired. The church was thriving, its ranks swelling. In comparison to 3 years prior, the church in Princeton was undoubtedly flourishing, and Auguff sensed many among the attendees who surpassed him in capability. He considered himself exceptional among ordinary individuals, yet in the presence of these formidable figures, he felt lacking. These individuals were heretics, largely aligned with other prominent leaders, yet beside Jeffrey Raster, he stood alone. A flourishing organization, a growing workforce. Do they truly believe themselves to be a department store, where more employees equate to greater success? This meeting, seemingly prosperous and filled with opportunity, concealed myriad crises. How many could see through the facade? Having resided in this dilapidated house for 3 years, nostalgia? What is there to yearn for in such a life? To this day, he had but a handful of ordinary subordinates. Did Raster genuinely harbor lofty expectations for Auguff? Raster, however, chose not to elaborate. He was not one to confide in a subordinate. What was spoken could hardly be deemed heartfelt. Placing the suitcase on the table and setting the oil lamp aside, he unfastened the iron clasps, revealing yet another iron box measuring 1 foot in length and half a foot in width. This box was secured by a special brass lock, requiring not a key, but a code. The sharp sound of the mechanism disengaging resonated within the silent study. Rather than opening it immediately, Raster glanced at Auguff, who momentarily froze before stepping back 3 paces, his expression obscured in the shadows. Within the box lay a tome, referred to by the church as the Devil's Remnants or the Devil's Gift. He preferred its original title, The Dark Book. The cover of the book is an impenetrable black, devoid of any patterns or imagery, with its material remaining a mystery. It is evident that this darkness is not merely a result of pigment. When touched, it reveals a certain roughness rather than smoothness. The flickering light of the oil lamp fails to illuminate its surface, Rather, it seems as though all light is inexorably drawn into the depths of this cover. No matter how many times one gazes upon it, the allure remains undiminished. How could they possibly deserve to possess you? Allow me to touch you, my treasure. Since the Church of Sia acquired the Black Book, several high-ranking officials have taken turns overseeing it, claiming this is to ensure its constant relocation, devoid of a fixed holder, thereby maximizing its security. However, it is well understood among them that this is merely a pretext, as each individual yearns to unveil the secrets of the Black Book for themselves, hoping to claim its treasures. Yet, upon turning the page, one is met with utter blankness, devoid of any content. Henceforth, it remains so. This weighty tome, the Black Book, reveals true substance only on its first page, a fact that plagues all who have perused its pages. How has the task I assigned you progressed? Raster already knew the situation within, finding no surprise in it, as he inquired while leafing through the blank sheets. The gentlemen have not bothered to conceal their recent actions. Although they operate under aliases, their purchases of lavish mansions, collections of jewels, and extravagant expenditures are easily traceable. For an organization to grow, financial influx is paramount. Without money, can they truly deceive the upper echelons of society with their doctrines? People only believe in one deity, money. There are always those who fail to grasp the situation. To them, the church is akin to a factory, with initial funds viewed as an investment. If they believe the church has profited, it becomes their treasury, to be drawn upon at will, for they are the founders, the original investors of that capital. Taking money is certainly not erroneous, if they do not profit. If they do not rise, what purpose does the establishment of this church serve? It is not a mere game of make-believe. Yet, there is an undeniable distinction between steady income and undermining one's foundation. Delivering this to the police station? Would that not attract the scrutiny of the government and the just church? What if they seize incriminating evidence and uproot the entire organization? Compiling evidence of the high-ranking officials' crimes to present to the police, would that not be digging one's own grave? You think the police cannot uncover such matters? Ogoff. You underestimate both the government and the just church. With the assistance of that cadre of fools, concealment is impossible. Are the recent signs not sufficiently clear? Having emerged from the tiger's den, one must now face the wolf pack. If one wishes to survive, one must cast out the bloodied flesh. Raster must buy himself time. There is one more matter concerning Lord Quinto. No need to elaborate. I am acutely aware of that individual, an arrogant man, utterly dismissive of others. Let him carry on with his antics. It was a lapse in my judgment to have consented to his ascension to a senior position, but it matters little now. His incessant activity warrants my gratitude. In the coming days, I will need to trouble you to reach out to Mr. Grant. The resources of the church are available to them, and naturally, they are accessible to me as well. Given that destruction is inevitable, he may as well stoke the flames. Jeffrey Rustler never intended to engage in a relentless struggle against the Church of Justice and the government. Such a course of action would be profoundly foolish. As the edifice crumbles, and one stands alone, it is every man for himself. Chapter 95, The Distress of Shiris on the second day of unemployment. Donald visited the Swift residence, where the detective agency sign had been removed. Upon meeting outside, Sherlock expressed his displeasure about an unwelcome guest at home. As for your health, rather than the closure of the agency, Donald was more concerned about Sherlock's well-being. Just yesterday, Royce had mentioned that he required bed rest. Yet today he appeared lively, dragging Donald outside for a conversation, which seemed contradictory to his supposed ailment. Royce misled you. The injury on your hand certainly requires attention, but it did not affect the bone and is not severe. I have acquaintances who possess excellent wound remedies. With a few days of rest, you shall recover fully, without any lasting impact. The judicators have long battled various aberrations and creatures, and injuries are inevitable. Medical provisions must keep pace. As a family member, Sherlock is entitled to such benefits. This is part of the privileges afforded to those who serve the cause of protecting the city of Preston, fighting as unsung heroes. Such experiences of bloodshed and tears are lessons that can be avoided. As long as your health is intact, the agency can reopen in due time. Your materials have recently been prepared. Surely you will need time to study them? With no employment relationship between them, Donald spoke casually, having never been overly formal with Sherlock, who appeared only a few years his senior. You make a valid point. Would you still be willing to assist me then? As he spoke, Sherlock's gaze wandered, flitting between Donald and the nearby street lamp, leaning back against the chair as if nonchalant. Though I would relish the opportunity to continue as your assistant. The current circumstances suggest otherwise. Donald had no intention of deceiving Sherlock regarding this matter, There was no need for it. Why? A weekly wage of 1 gold pound is indeed paltry for a wizard, yet it is negotiable. At worst, the commission could yield 37. 46. 55. Surely, you can agree to that? Together, we could easily earn a dozen gold pounds from a single commission. Sherlock assumed the issue lay with the remuneration. Indeed. Offering a wizard 1 gold pound per week is an affront. No, it is not about the pay. It pertains to personal matters. In truth, even if your brother had not dismissed me yesterday, I had already resolved to resign after unraveling the mystery of the missing girl. I intended it to be a perfect conclusion to my first job, yet it now appears that opportunity has slipped away. Were it not for the current predicament, Sherlock would genuinely have enjoyed this role and would not have minded continuing. However, reality provided him no such option. Within 2 months, one must either perish or depart. While some have acquired their inheritance, others have not. The church poses no threat to him, yet one cannot predict whether others may seek to vent their frustrations upon him. Are you still interested in the case of the missing girl? This case is exceedingly perilous. According to my friend, it has already entangled itself with an underground cult in the city of Preston. I dare not intervene casually. Should they take an interest in me, Mr. Griffin's predicament may serve as a cautionary tale, albeit we might not be so fortunate. An underground cult? That indeed poses significant danger. It is wiser to proceed with caution. Upon hearing the mention of a cult, Donald likely surmised that it was most probably the work of the Shia Church, and he could only nod in agreement with Sherlock's words. However, to abandon the leads we have just acquired seems rather regrettable. Only yesterday, I promised my brother not to pursue this matter, yet upon learning that Donald shares similar sentiments, Sherlock's mind began to stir with renewed vigor. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "What I mean is that we should not engage directly with the cult, but we can investigate from the periphery. The information obtained from Griffin regarding the book club strikes me as an excellent entry point. We could endeavor to explore it further. What do you think? They currently possess a valuable clue. Relinquishing it would indeed be unfortunate. Of course, if the opportunity arises." Shearis? Just as Donald was about to elaborate, Infinita urged him to lead a normal life. Yet, for a man without a vocation, a normal life typically entails staying at home, prompting him to seek out activities to occupy himself. This also presents an opportunity for certain individuals and matters to seek him out. However, before that, he noticed Shearis approaching along the street. Clutching a stylish handbag, she walked while glancing around, as if someone nearby were trailing her. "My apologies. That is a junior of mine from Godo University. She may be in need of assistance. I must go check on her." Regarding the book club, we can find an opportunity to investigate together. He had previously informed Shearis of the detective agency's location, and her demeanor suggested she was troubled. "Never mind, go ahead. The well-being of your junior is paramount. Shall we reconvene here tomorrow morning?" Sherlock remarked as Donald rose, his gaze fixed on the girl who appeared to be sprinting towards him. "What a lovely young lady indeed." "Very well," he responded, then proceeded to greet Shearis. "Senior, someone is following me." Shearis' expression was one of alarm, her complexion pale, her hands instinctively clutching her handbag. Donald glanced over his shoulder but discerned no suspicious figures. "Let us retreat to the nearby CAF and discuss this matter. Please elaborate on your situation." Donald's initial inclination was to invite her to the Swift agency, yet he quickly reconsidered, mindful that Sherlock's brother was present, which could complicate matters. Given Shearis was not well acquainted with him, that brother seemed to harbor a disinclination towards him, and it would be unnecessary to impose further complications. Moreover, he recognized this could be an opportunity to connect with Shearis' father. The previous fire report was ultimately incomplete, and should he have the chance to converse with the individual who recorded that information, he felt it would yield greater insights. This matter is evidently unsuitable for discussion with Sherlock. Chapter 96. The vanished figure. The tale must commence with the tragic demise of Ginny. The relationship between Ginny and Cyrus cannot be described as particularly intimate. They were merely acquaintances who exchanged nods. However, following Ginny's unfortunate leap from the building, her friends chose to distance themselves, seemingly fearful of attracting malevolent energies. In contrast, it was Cyrus, this casual acquaintance, who, driven by a deep-seated sense of justice and responsibility cultivated since childhood, took it upon herself to offer assistance. Good deeds, alas, often go unrewarded. Just 2 days prior, I assisted Cyrus's family in sorting through her belongings. They were reluctant to report the incident to the authorities, deeming it a waste of time. Being devout individuals, they believed that those who take their own lives are culpable for forsaking the divine gift of life and are unworthy of compassion. However, I did uncover certain items of interest. From my bag, I retrieved a stack of opened envelopes, which Donald casually inspected, revealing their uniform content, a series of love letters devoid of any salacious descriptions. These letters alone could not substantiate anything. After all, college students are often in the throes of youthful passions, and considering the more radical courtship methods I have witnessed in my past life, writing letters seemed rather restrained. Yet, the final letter bore an oddity, a suggestion of intimacy, perhaps? Donald appeared slightly embarrassed. If his interpretation was correct, it hinted at a more physical connection. Indeed, I discovered bloodstains on Jenny's bed, and I am convinced this is a peculiar case. Hesitant to utter the explicit phrase, Cirrus opted for the euphemism. And Donald comprehended her meaning. Was Jenny residing off campus? No, she lived in the dormitory, just a few rooms away from me. At this juncture, Cirrus's previously settled anxiety resurfaced. Was there no supervision in your dormitory? Female dormitories ought to have female staff overseeing them. Yes, Mrs. Martini claimed she had heard Jenny express that someone had been following her. However, Mrs. Martini insisted that this was merely Jenny's personal delusion, asserting she had not witnessed any suspicious individuals entering the dormitory. Cirrus appeared quite indignant. She likely believed that Mrs. Martini's negligence had precipitated this tragedy. Have you inquired with Jenny's acquaintances, her classmates? They should possess some knowledge. I did ask, and they admitted that Jenny had been behaving oddly of late, often staring into space and exclaiming that someone was watching her. Yet, her classmates insisted they had never seen anyone clad in a black coat and wide-brimmed hat. I see. What is your perspective on this? Sipping his bitter coffee, Donald furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. I am certain someone was indeed stalking Jenny, Cirrus stated with unwavering conviction. And what is your reasoning? A new envelope was placed on the table, clearly addressed, Miss Cirrus Rod. May I take a look? Donald picked up the envelope. Certainly, the essence of the narrative conveys that Jenny rebuffs his advances, prompting him to seek a new romantic partner. In this pursuit, he encounters me, whom he perceives as an upright and charming young lady, wishing to forge a romantic bond with me. In another context, such sentiments might be construed as a subtle and romantic declaration from a youthful suitor. However, in this particular moment, an ominous aura reminiscent of a death knell envelopes the situation. Have you contemplated disclosing this matter to your father? Initially, I had intended to do so. Yet my father is currently one of the lead sheriffs investigating a case of missing young girls, burdened by immense pressure. I do not wish to add to his troubles. I recall that the senior is employed at a detective agency. I would like to commission your assistance in locating this individual, and I am prepared to offer compensation. Standing in the study, enveloped in the thick haze of smoke, I watched as my father, with a furrowed brow, scrutinized the reports within the envelope. I truly wish to avoid disturbing him further. The fee for this commission is merely 1 penny, a special discount just for you. Thank you, senior. My words faltered as my gaze suddenly shifted to something behind Donald. Their seats were positioned by the CAF window. What is the matter? Donald, absorbed in the contents of the letter, noticed my abrupt silence and lifted his gaze, promptly turning to follow my line of sight. Only passers-by traversed the street. There was no sign of the figure in dark attire and wide-brimmed hat. Was he just there? He quietly inquired. The situation mirrored what Jenny had earlier conveyed to her classmate. She could perceive it, yet when others turned to look, nothing was to be seen. Do not panic. He is currently observing you from a distance, which is a positive sign, as it indicates he is nearby. The next time you catch sight of him, feign ignorance. Since he wishes to evade my gaze, he will likely position himself behind me. I require you to signal me. Pinching your left ear denotes he is to your left rear. Pinching your right ear indicates he is to your right rear. And pinching your nose signifies he is directly behind you. Are you capable of this? To apprehend someone, one must first ascertain their location. Only with a target can one pursue. No problem. Shall I continue to wait here? Certainly not. It is futile to pursue him in this spot. Are there suitable locations in Princeton for loitering? It is preferable to track him outside, in a more secluded area, allowing him the opportunity to reveal himself. Moreover, in crowded places, he may not feel comfortable manifesting his abilities. There is another reason Donald refrained from mentioning. In populous areas, he cannot conveniently employ his powers. Although all 3 spells possess an invisible form, the effects generated during their execution remain visible to others. How about the botanical garden? It is nearby. And due to its limited recreational facilities, it is predominantly characterized by trees and flowers. Typically, only morning and evening strollers frequent the area, being a weekday. It should be relatively empty. Urban planning in this era invariably includes parks, though the rationale remains obscure. People are aware that areas abounding in trees tend to exude fresher air. The purpose of the botanical garden is to allow certain citizens a brief respite from the steel jungle of the city, enabling them to experience the authentic wilderness. Shiris, citing health issues, took a leave today, while Donald, a vagabond, cannot frequent bookstores too often lest he attract unwanted attention. After some deliberation, they resolved to visit the garden every 3 to 5 days. Shiris, are you certain that aside from you and Ginny, no one else has seen him? On their way to the botanical garden, Donald suddenly realized that he should have inquired with passers-by whether they had noticed that shadowy figure.